As the master of the strongest sword peak of the foremost orthodox sect, you lack even an ounce of integrity. Instead, it's so wicked it's pitch black, no different than treating evil cultivators as brothers. It was about placing the Luiying Pearl in the female elder's room, yet they chose not to select the top prodigy within the sect. Instead, he took on a bewitching woman as his disciple. He even dared to flirt with her beloved disciple right in front of the Empress sect leader. You originally wanted to be a revered immortal sect uncle, but it seems fate has set a trap. No matter what you do, others always suspect ulterior motives. Even in past lifetimes, they were diligent and conscientious, but was suppressed by several chosen daughters of fate. Not even the bones remained. At this moment inside the grand hall, Lin Xiao glared at you furiously, biting her silver teeth, scolding aloud, "Look at what you've become. Haven't you been punished enough for your past mistakes?" 9 spiritual roots were dug out by the master, leaving only 2. Do you want me to destroy the rest as well? Hearing Lin Xiao's words, you approached the girl in red at the center of the grand hall. In the girl's slightly trembling gaze, reaching out to embrace her slender and supple waist. Jokingly smiling, he said, "See that person sitting up there?" Calling the sect leader. Hearing this, the girl in red's eyes sparkled. He knelt down with a thud towards Lin Xiao's direction. Timidly speaking, disciple Feng Yu greets the sect leader. All the disciples widened their eyes, their faces filled with astonishment. Lin Xiao was so furious she couldn't even speak. She stared straight at you and the girl in red, chest heaving violently, facing you, my junior brother. The eyes were left with nothing but anger and disappointment. Without my permission, let me see who dares to keep her here today. Hearing this, and seeing the icy fury in Lin Xiao's eyes, you smirked, replying with indifference. Senior sister, she's my disciple, not yours. If nothing comes up, I'll take her back to Jianfeng. As these words were spoken, Lin Xiao was clearly angered once more. Her fingers clenched tightly, her breath uneven and faint, clearly on the verge of eruption. According to the sect rules, if she doesn't punish you today, in the future, who knows how people will mock their Xianxiao sect. But just as she was about to explode, a woman in white stepped forward from beside her. The Taoist priest said coldly, "Master, the sword peak has been in decline for many years. Although uncle's actions may not be entirely proper, it must be for the sake of the legacy of sword peak." Seeing the white-clad woman who had started to speak, the expressions of the disciples were strange. The woman who spoke up, it was the very female disciple whom you once nearly violated. Now, the chief female disciple of Tiandao Peak, Zhang Yingxue. Hearing Zhang Yingxue's voice, Lin Xiao calmed down a little. Zhang Yingxue's gaze drifted downward toward you. The eyes brimmed with undisguised loathing and indifference. She spoke softly, "As the master of the sword peak, Uncle Master has the freedom to recruit disciples. However, the sect has long established rules against accepting members from demonic sects or the demon race. One must first examine their temperament and assess their character." As soon as the words were spoken, all the elders and disciples suddenly understood. Then, a look of schadenfreude appeared on their face. Hundreds of spirit nails were driven in. Even a sect elder would lose half their life. That delicate and fragile little enchantress. Being scared out of one's wits is putting it mildly. It can be said that your past actions, resulting in the current situation within the Xianxiao sect, not a single disciple does not despise you, this martial uncle, but because your personality is exceptionally wicked and unrestrained, and would seek revenge for the slightest grievance. As the disciple of Elder Xianxiao, he also inherited the legacy of the former sect master. Although only 3 spiritual roots remain, but your cultivation is still powerful and terrifying. It could even be said to be one of the supreme combat forces of the sect. With a faint smile, your wicked gaze turns toward Zhang Yingxue. "It's been a long time since I last saw my apprentice Yingxue. Your body has developed quite well. You've matured quite a bit since you first arrived. It's a pity my junior apprentice didn't join our sword peak. Otherwise, uncle will surely treat you very well, in full public view." Yet you spoke such words to a junior disciple nephew. The entire venue erupted in an uproar once again. And at this moment, a string of words emerges in your mind. Publicly teasing her junior apprentice, Zhang Yingxue's resentment value plus 500. The host's behavior aligns with the antagonist's setting, malevolence value plus 500. Evil deed value system. It's the cheat ability of the villain you've awakened in this lifetime. In your past life, you didn't awaken the golden finger. No awakening system. So I didn't even wait for the grand finale. Had already met a tragic death. Live another life. The moment I opened my eyes, I unexpectedly awakened a system. You indicate. Enough pretending, I'm the villain. Gathering my thoughts, I now hear what you've said. Lin Xiao was also furious. The chilling aura around her was almost uncontrollably agitated. She truly couldn't understand, after all these years. She had been teaching you in her master's stead. I can say I've spared no effort to teach you well. Why did they end up raising such an ill-behaved person in the end? On the other side, Zhang Yingxue's gaze at you grew even more disgusted. In her view, your uncle master has long been beyond saving. A sinister aura. With a long list of wicked deeds, they will undoubtedly need a bad end. Lin Xiao took a deep breath and sighed heavily in her heart. Remembering how your master, on his deathbed, made her promise to take good care of you, her junior brother. I recall the way you were as a child, gentle and sunny, always clinging to her side. In the end, she still softened her heart. This is the last time, after this matter is over. If you still refuse to change, next time, she won't show you the slightest bit of mercy. A long time later, Lin Xiao's cold, beautiful gaze turned back toward you. He said sternly, taking a demon as a disciple violates the sect rules. If it were in the past, you should have your cultivation revoked and be expelled from the sect. But Master entrusted it to me before his death. With you managing the sword peak these past few years, no credit goes to hard work. You can be spared from being expelled from the sect. However, the execution of the demoness' spiritual nail punishment shall be carried out by me personally. As the words fell, Lin Xiao waved her jade-like hand through the air, and in an instant, spiritual energy surged like tumultuous tides, converging and swirling in her palm. In the next instant, hundreds of spirit nails slowly materialized in midair, emitting a chilling and sinister glow. Her fingers lightly plucked. The spirit nails suspended midair instantly shot forth like arrows from a bowstring. A powerful and chilling spiritual energy surges forth, streaking toward the red-clad maiden beside you with lightning speed. Yet in the girl's widened eyes, a shadowy wisp of spiritual energy silently emerges. The next second, all those spirit nails hovered in midair, unable to advance even an inch. You lifted your gaze indifferently, casting a glance at Lin Xiao. Senior sister, my disciple doesn't need others to teach them a lesson. Gazing at your somewhat indifferent eyes, Lin Xiao suddenly felt an indescribable sadness in her heart. Your cultivation level is even somewhat beyond her ability to discern. Now you are still one of the top combat forces of the Xianxiao sect against thee. If you are driven to betray the sect out of desperation, for the Xianxiao sect, that would truly be an immense loss. At this thought, Lin Xiao took a deep breath. With a serious expression, he gritted his teeth and said, very well then. If you insist on taking her back to Jianfeng, from now on, she is forbidden to leave Jianfeng even half a step. Otherwise, I, the sect leader, will show no mercy. And if you dare to break the sect rules again, I will show no mercy. Hearing this, you turn around. He wrapped one arm around the slender waist of the red-dressed young woman, slowly walking out of the grand hall. The night was dark and the moon was bright. Jianfeng, the Peak Master's Hall. Several maids and guards stand outside the door. Inside the room, Lin Xiao, dressed in a black robe, sat lazily, his angular face outlined by the moonlight, creating a stern silhouette. Beside him, a faint, delicate fragrance wafted through the air. A young girl who had just bathed, wearing a light red robe, knelt beside him, holding a wine jug in her delicate hands. She carefully poured a cup of wine for Lin Xiao, then her soft, gentle voice drifted over. Master, you've already drunk a lot today, you should drink less. Lin Xiao picked up the cup and drank it in one gulp. Then, his gaze fell on the girl's delicate features. He lifted her snow-white chin with his fingers. Come here, give your master a massage. The young girl's voice was soft and obedient as she nodded slightly. She stood up, walked around to Lin Xiao's back, knelt down, and extended her slender hands, gently placing them on Lin Xiao's shoulders. Though her technique was still clumsy, she massaged him with great care, one stroke after another. Her eyes occasionally glanced at Lin Xiao. When she saw him close his eyes slightly, she dared to gaze openly at her master's stern profile, her thoughts drifting away. As a descendant of the demon clan, her mother was a demon and her father was human. Due to her half-demon bloodline, she had been regarded as a disgrace by the demon clan since childhood and had endured endless bullying. After being abandoned by her parents, her childhood was spent in endless flight and fear. Hunger and cold were constant companions, and she never had a single day where she could eat her fill or stay warm. The first time she saw Lin Xiao, she was covered in blood, her clothes in tatters. She had been beaten by other demons for stealing food, leaving her with deep wounds that exposed her bones, and she had nearly been beaten to death on the icy ground. Lin Xiao did not reject her. Instead, he killed the demon clan members who had bullied her, picked her up from the icy ground, and gently rubbed her head. In that moment, her dark world seemed to be illuminated by a ray of light. What are you thinking about so intently? Lin Xiao's voice suddenly rang in her ears, and the girl snapped back to reality, shaking her head hurriedly. Lin Xiao looked over. The girl asked with concern, Master, are you tired? Her voice was gentle, and the way she rubbed his head became even more tender. Lin Xiao turned his head, gazing at the concerned little face before him. The rosy cheeks and the sparkling, lively in her eyes were so pure and beautiful at that moment. Unfortunately, no one knew. The seemingly innocent and obedient young girl harbored an extraordinary fragility and sensitivity deep within her heart. Due to her experiences from a young age, she also harbored some unforgettable cold hatred and pain in her heart. These accumulated hatred and pain would eventually consume her completely, driving her step by step toward darkness, until she became the demonic empress of the entire fantasy world, a bloodthirsty tyrant with hands stained with the blood of countless races, striking fear into the hearts of all who dared to oppose her. In her previous life, she was the villainous empress who attained demonic power through slaughter in the final chapter. However, in her previous life, she had no connection with Lin Xiao, but instead had the most interactions with the male protagonist destined by heaven, making her one of his greatest rivals on his path to enlightenment. Therefore, in this new life, Lin Xiao naturally wouldn't let such a powerful opponent slip away. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao suddenly reached out his hand, gently wrapped it around the young girl's waist, and spoke softly, "Come, sit over here." Hearing this, the young girl's cheeks flushed red, and her eyes flickered with shyness and confusion, but she obediently sat down, wrapping her arms around her master's arms, cuddling up to him like a docile kitten. At that moment, the young girl had no other thoughts in her mind. She only knew that her master was the only person in the world who cared for her and loved her, so she would devote her entire life to being good to her master. Chapter 3, Sword Immortal Senior Sister, when will you ever grow up? Half an hour later. Steamy heat filled the room, blurring the surroundings into a hazy blur. Lin Xiao leaned comfortably against the edge of the spiritual pool, his eyes half closed. By the water pool in front of her. The young girl Fengyu lowered her eyelids, her cheeks flushed as she carefully added hot water for her master. She dared not look directly at him, but the next moment, her eyes involuntarily glanced toward her master. Seeing her master's half-closed eyes, she couldn't help but sneak a peek at him. Her gaze fixated on her master's gentle and handsome face. Just one glance, and the young girl's cheeks flushed red, her mind wandering, and her hands began to move nervously. Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes, glancing at his flushed, flustered young disciple. He reached out and pinched her smooth, delicate cheek, lazily smiling, "Focus." Xiao Fengyu hurriedly nodded, blushing and dared not look up, focusing on adding hot water for his master. A moment passed. Outside the Peak Master's Hall on Jianfeng Peak. Spiritual energy surged. A slender figure in plain white robes, exuding mature elegance, slowly descended from the sky. As Lin Qingyi approached the room ahead silently, she peered through the half-open window and caught sight of the scene inside. Lin Xiao was lazily bathing, his hands resting on the edge of the bath, while the little demoness from earlier was obediently washing his dirty clothes by the pool. Upon seeing this, Lin Qingyi's face instantly turned icy and flushed with shame. Her delicate hands clenched unconsciously, her knuckles turning slightly white as she struggled to suppress the surge of anger welling up inside her. Originally, she had come to comfort her junior disciple after their unpleasant argument earlier today, but instead, she was greeted by such a jarring sight. He, on the other hand, seemed to be enjoying himself immensely. The next moment. A cold snort echoed through the silent courtyard, sounding particularly jarring, as if carrying the frost of winter, causing the temperature around them to drop sharply. Inside the room. Xiao Fengyu's hand trembled as she felt the icy chill from outside, sending a shiver down her spine. Lin Xiao raised his eyes, smirked, and said, "Senior sister has come, there's no need to scare my little disciple. She's timid if she gets scared, who will compensate me?" After a long while, a cold, angry voice finally echoed from outside. "Get out here." Lin Xiao shook his head disapprovingly. After soaking for a while, he finally rose lazily. Jianfeng, the cultivation platform. In the biting cold wind, Lin Qingyi's stunning face was now covered in frost, her eyes fixed intently on Lin Xiao before her, as if a volcano was about to erupt. "Don't you know you're wrong?" She shouted angrily, "Taking a demon as a disciple is one thing, but look at what you're doing today. Do you have any sense of duty as a disciple of the righteous path?" Her aura was icy and surging the cultivation level of a spirit emperor. The central realm was different from the upper realm. Here, a spirit emperor was the pinnacle of all existence, standing at the very apex of power. In the entire central realm, those who had cultivated to the spirit emperor realm were all the most elite warriors nurtured by their respective sects and factions with all their resources, and they were also the rulers of their respective regions. If Lin Qingyi didn't possess this strength, how could she possibly control the vast Xianxiao sect? As the Qingyi fairy, she was renowned as the strongest female sword immortal in the central realm. Lin Xiao wore a black robe, his posture tall yet exuding a carefree attitude. As he looked at Lin Qingyi, whose face was frozen in anger, he tilted his head slightly, his gaze wandering toward the night sky, seemingly oblivious to his senior sister's rage. "I thought it was no big deal," he said with a casual smile, glancing at Lin Qingyi. Her stunning figure was something few women in the world could match. "Did you come all this way just to see me?" To be honest, in his previous life, he had treated this senior sister quite badly. Lin Qingyi clenched her delicate hands and shouted angrily, "You still have the nerve to say that? If our master were still alive, he'd slap you senseless for looking like this today. Unless he rises from the dead," Lin Xiao shrugged. When will you ever grow up and become mature and responsible? Master entrusted you to me on his deathbed, and I have done my best to teach you. Yet you act so recklessly. Do you think you deserve the teachings of our master and mine?" Lin Qingyi said angrily. Hearing this, Lin Xiao casually raised an eyebrow, his gaze falling on Lin Qingyi. His dark eyes, however, grew unusually deep and calm. Lin Qingyi felt a slight tremor in her heart at Lin Xiao's gaze, as if she had recalled something. She took a deep breath to calm herself, clenched her teeth, and said in a voice laced with fatigue, "I don't want to bother with you anymore." Lin Xiao smiled faintly, and then? Lin Qingyi replied calmly, "Tomorrow, Qingming Valley will send people to our sect. Qingming Valley? Lin Xiao's expression grew peculiar. Could it be because of that matter? Lin Xiao's master, the man who had raised him since childhood and was the 18th patriarch of the Xiao sect, had arranged a marriage for him on his deathbed. The bride was a female disciple from Qingming Valley. That female disciple was said to be one of the most talented young prodigies of the previous generation in Qingming Valley. Unfortunately, during a major demon-subduing battle several years ago, she suffered severe facial disfigurement, leading her to become withdrawn and reclusive within the sect, rarely seen by others. However, Lin Xiao the Elder and the master of Qingming Valley were old friends. Upon learning of this, he directly arranged the marriage with the master of Qingming Valley, designating his youngest disciple, Lin Xiao, to marry the female disciple in the future. No one knew why the elder Lin Xiao had done this, nor why he had chosen Lin Xiao to marry such a woman. However, since the marriage was arranged by two powerful figures, Lin Xiao had no choice but to comply at the time. Lin Qingyi no longer wished to say more, merely coldly reminding him, "I warn you, rein in your temper." Lin Xiao smirked, "Are you afraid I'll call off the engagement with that woman?" In his previous life, Lin Qingyi had personally helped him call off the engagement. While others might not know what Lin Qingyi was thinking, Lin Xiao certainly did. To put it bluntly, the aloof and ethereal Lin Qingyi who appeared before others had always had an overwhelming desire to control him since childhood. Lin Xiao even suspected that Lin Qingyi might be a psychopath, one with an extreme need for control and possession. Otherwise, why would she destroy him completely after failing to get him in the previous life? Before he was killed by the Jinxian Ding, Lin Qingyi had personally severed his limbs, ripped out his heart, and then questioned him with a twisted, obsessive expression. Just thinking about that scene still gives Lin Xiao psychological trauma. Lin Qingyi clenched her teeth, turned, and left, her icy voice echoing behind her. "This matter concerns two sects and is of great importance. My master acted as he did for a reason. If you dare to act recklessly again, don't blame me for showing no mercy. And one more thing, the little demoness by your side. Make sure no one from Qingming Valley sees her, and make sure I don't see her either." Otherwise, she feared she wouldn't be able to suppress the jealousy and murderous intent in her heart. Chapter 4, Xin Shuan, He's Different. Xiao sect, located in the central region of Lingshu, is one of the 9 major sects of Yunzhou. The Lingshu continent is divided into 3 realms, the lower realm, the middle realm, and the upper realm. The lower realm is the mortal realm, the middle realm is the immortal realm, and the upper realm is the divine realm. The immortal realm is further divided into 3,000 spirit states, where immortals, demons, humans, and demons each carve out their own territories. Below them, countless races gather, and for thousands of years, they have been engaged in constant conflicts over the dominance of the immortal realm. Yunzhou is one of them. Yunzhou is the domain of the human race, jointly governed by the Yunshu Immortal Palace, the 9 great sects, and the 3 great halls. The Yunshu Immortal Palace is the strongest power in Yunzhou, serving as the sole superpower that openly commands the 9 great sects and the 3 great halls. To the north of Yunzhou lies the Sangming Hall, the residence of the Hall Master. At that moment, a middle-aged man dressed in black brocade robes sat on the Hall Master's throne, clutching a jade tablet tightly in his lone left hand. Cold sweat poured from his forehead, his face growing pale and frantic as he muttered to himself. "Failed? Why did it fail? I sacrificed so much, yet those worthless demons, who claim to be the first killers of the demon clan, couldn't even take down a single Lin Xiao. Useless." Boom! The man threw the jade tablet to the ground, then smashed it into pieces with a palm strike. His face turned pale before anyone could blink. Colluding with the demon clan to attack Lin Xiao while he was away from the Xiao sect, if it had succeeded, it would have been better. But now that it had failed, given Lin Xiao's vengeful nature, Zhao Fan couldn't even begin to imagine what that bastard might do. Yet Lin Xiao returned safely from the demon realm to the Xiao sect yesterday, which meant he had failed. 3 demon emperors had joined forces, yet they couldn't kill that bastard? Touching his empty right arm, Zhao Fan trembled violently inside. He now only hoped that Lin Xiao didn't know it was him. Otherwise, if the alliance with the demon clan was exposed, their Sangming Hall would be in grave danger. Thinking about his own fate, and about how Lin Xiao, that bastard, would never spare his fiancée after his death. Those horrifying images once again tormented Zhao Fan, causing him to tremble with fear while his eyes turned blood red. "My fiancée, I haven't even touched her yet, and that bastard." He rose angrily and left the palace. Shortly afterward, Zhao Fan arrived at the entrance of a secluded pavilion deep within another grand hall. He violently pushed open the pavilion doors. Click! Seeing the woman sitting before the bronze mirror, her figure outlined by her deep purple robe, Zhao Fan clenched his teeth and demanded, "What are you doing?" Before the mirror, the woman's mesmerizing phoenix-like eyes glanced at him indifferently before withdrawing her gaze, continuing to elegantly trace her eyebrows. Zhao Fan couldn't stay calm. They say a woman adorns herself for the one she loves, but when had his fiancée ever gone to such lengths to dress up for him? There could only be one reason. She was doing it for another man. Zhao Fan felt deeply wronged. Lin Xiao had only returned to the Xiao sect yesterday, yet his fiancée was already dressed so elaborately today. Perhaps they had been keeping something from him all along. But Lin Xiao is their junior. You! Zhao Fan clenched his teeth, struggling to suppress the rage boiling inside him, glaring at the woman in the room with a dark expression. Although the engagement between him and this woman had been arranged by the old sect master himself, there was no real affection between them. However, he had long regarded her as his wife, and no one else could lay a finger on her. His fiancée was an elder of the Songming Palace, a woman of a different clan. Though she was of a different clan, she was exceptionally beautiful, with a curvaceous figure and every movement exuding sensuality, like a ripe peach, utterly captivating. "My room, when did you get permission to enter?" Before the bronze mirror, the woman was applying makeup, exhaling softly. Zhao Fan was so angry he laughed. "You're my fiancé, I can't come?" The woman glanced at him, her gaze sweeping over his empty right arm, but she said nothing. Though she said nothing, the cold disdain in her eyes pierced Zhao Fan's heart deeply. However, despite the pent-up anger and humiliation in his heart, Zhao Fan clenched his teeth, suppressed his humiliation, and reluctantly asked, "Are you leaving?" Shen Shuan smiled lightly, raising an eyebrow. "Mind your own business. Technically, I'm still your fiancé," Zhao Fan said calmly. "Oh." Shen Shuan nodded, no longer paying him any attention, and continued with her grooming. It was this indifferent attitude that fueled the fire of anger burning within Zhao Fan's heart. This fiancée, despite her stunning beauty and alluring charm, had never even allowed him to touch her. Gazing at her increasingly alluring, delicate figure, Zhao Fan clenched his teeth and coldly said, "Everyone knows that Lin Xiao, relying on his status as a member of the Lin Xiao sect, bullies men and women, committing every kind of evil deed. You associate with such a person, don't you fear what others will think of you?" Upon hearing this, Shen Shuan fell silent for a moment. She bit her lip, gazing at the fiery red lips reflected in the bronze mirror. Her eyes flickered with a hint of anticipation as she thought of that man's figure. She turned her head slightly, her gaze meeting Zhao Fan's, her expression cold. Those outsiders wouldn't understand him. Zhao Fan. He was furious, truly enraged this time. The pent-up frustration he had been holding in for years was ignited by the rage in his heart, and he slammed the door shut with a single blow. His eyes blazed with fury as he stared at the stunningly beautiful, seductive face not far away. His gaze drifted downward, fixating on those long, slender, tempting white legs. To put it bluntly, his own fiancée, simply sitting there, seemed like a naturally perfect, irresistible beauty. "Shen Shuan, you're forcing me to do this." Zhao Fan gritted his teeth. His woman, why couldn't he touch her? Today, he would not rest until he had this woman beneath him. Boom! However, just as Zhao Fan was about to charge forward, an unexpected change occurred. Behind Shen Shuan, the void seemed to be filled with an overwhelmingly terrifying aura, layers of spiritual energy intertwining to form a eerily beautiful purple phoenix silhouette. The purple phoenix looked lazy, but its pair of purple gold phoenix eyes were filled with coldness and contempt, staring at him indifferently. Its spiritual energy surged, causing the void to tremble. And the source of all this spiritual energy was the purple gold phoenix hairpin on Shen Shuan's head. Zhao Fan's heart trembled. That purple gold phoenix hairpin was the gift that Lin Xiao had given to his fiancée. Boom! Before Zhao Fan could think further, a terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupted from the mouth of the purple gold phoenix, slamming into his chest with brutal force. As blood spurted from his mouth, Zhao Fan's body crashed through the door and landed outside the palace entrance. A fragrant breeze swept past, and Shen Shuan's exquisitely alluring figure slowly walked past him. As she neared, she glanced down at him with a cold, disdainful expression. Zhao Fan coughed up blood, his face darkening with anger. Watching Shen Shuan's indifferent figure walk away, Zhao Fan felt as though his heart had been pierced by a knife. This woman must be going to find Lin Xiao. The thought of his fiancée being embraced by Lin Xiao, that bastard, and possibly doing even more unspeakable things. He spat out another mouthful of blood. "Lin Xiao, I'll never forgive you." Chapter 5, The Witch's Soul Refining Ritual. Xianxiao City, a human city nestled at the foot of Xianxiao Sect's mountain. Dawn. The morning sun pierced through the clouds, and the entire city was already bustling with activity. In the eastern part of Xianxiao City, there was a quiet courtyard. The entire courtyard is sealed off by a spirit array as translucent as jade, so even a spirit emperor would be unable to glimpse a single detail within. In the center of the courtyard, within a serene room, a handsome young man leaned against the bed, holding a book and flipping through its pages in silence. Ancient Emperor's Forbidden Book, The 10 Fierce Beasts of the Demon Realm. This was a forbidden book of the Demon Clan, recording the deeds of the 10 fierce beings of the Demon Realm, the 10 ancient emperors of the Demon Realm from the ancient era who led billions of their people to attack and slaughter the Divine Clan, only to be ultimately defeated and slain by the Divine Clan. Ancient Demon Emperors, Demon Tai Su. Lin Xiao murmured to himself. At the same time, he opened his palm, and a bronze coffin about 10 feet in size appeared out of thin air. The coffin emanated a thick aura of demonic energy. Beneath it, a crimson-red scroll depicting a human figure also appeared. Congratulations, host. You have successfully exchanged 10,000 evil deed points for the corpse of the Demon Emperor. The once silent bronze coffin suddenly burst forth with a crimson glow, and within the light, several pieces of information materialized. Demon Emperor, Demon Tai Su. Status, the 6th Demon Emperor of the Primordial Demon Clan. Pre-death cultivation, ninth heaven of the Demon Emperor. Buried in the primordial divine abyss 3,962 trillion years ago. Current corpse status unlocked, uncontrollable. Upon seeing the words unlocked and uncontrollable, Lin Xiao took a deep breath. 1,000,000 evil deeds could be exchanged for the body of a demon emperor that was already a bargain. As for how to unlock this demon clan corpse, Lin Xiao turned his head to look at the snow-white figure curled up in his arms, sleeping soundly. The woman had silver-purple hair flowing like a waterfall, her long eyelashes trembling gently with each breath. Her face was demonically beautiful, and her warm breath brought a soft warmth. He tucked away the bronze coffin, and the woman in his arms seemed to have slept enough, slowly opening her eyes. Her demonic silver pupils stared intently at the man above her. Awake? Lin Xiao looked into her eyes. The woman stretched lazily, her sheer silk robe slipping off her shoulders, revealing her delicate collarbone. You snuck out last night to meet me in secret. If that woman Lin Qingyi finds out, won't she break your legs? The woman's voice was hoarse and seductive, her tone trembling slightly, as if her words were hooks designed to lure someone into a trap. As she spoke, her slender fingers trailed up Lin Xiao's collar, her silver eyes shrouded in a lazy mist. Tell me, if we were to go to the Lin Xiao sect for a secret rendezvous, what would happen? Lin Xiao looked down, but before he could speak, her luscious lips pressed against his. After a long while, Lin Xiao cleared his throat and gently pushed her head away. Her eyes narrowed, and a fierce glint flashed in them. You won't let me kiss you? As she spoke, she wrapped her delicate hands around Lin Xiao's wrists and leaned in to bite him fiercely. Sigh. No wonder she was the Demon Empress who ruled the Demon Emperor's palace. Her strength was truly astonishing. However, sensing the pure Demon Emperor bloodline within her, Lin Xiao withdrew his thoughts and quietly activated his demonic techniques, drawing a strand of her Demon Emperor bloodline into his body. The woman's eyes narrowed slightly, as if she had sensed something. Her crystal-clear pink lips curved upward, and she instinctively glanced at Lin Xiao before gently caressing his face with her icy fingertips. In a soft voice, she said, I really want to take someone to the Lin Xiao sect and bring you back to the demon realm. This man had long been regarded as her forbidden possession. Allowing him to remain in the Lin Xiao sect naturally filled her with unease. As Lin Xiao drew a strand of the Demon Emperor's bloodline into his body, a system prompt suddenly echoed in his mind. Successfully unlocked the Demon Emperor's corpse. Demon Emperor, Mo Tai Su. Current corpse status unlocked, controllable. Current corpse cultivation level, peak spirit venerable. Lin Xiao sighed in relief. This woman was indeed the descendant of the ancient Demon Emperor. After careful planning, he had finally unlocked the corpse of an ancient Demon Emperor through her demonic bloodline. Although the Demon Emperor's corpse only possessed the cultivation level of a spirit sovereign peak, it was sufficient for the current stage. However, Lin Xiao soon found himself facing a dilemma. He had obtained the Demon Emperor's bloodline, but what should he do with this witch? If she were an ordinary woman, it wouldn't be a problem. But this woman is the ruler of the Demon Emperor's palace, a figure who holds absolute power in the demon realm. If she were to discover that he was merely using her, she would likely erupt in anger on the spot. Moreover, the demon realm and the human realm are currently at odds. As a disciple of Lin Xiao the Elder, if others discovered his connection to this woman, the people of Yunsu Xian Palace would likely not let the matter rest easily. Lu Yuli stared at Lin Xiao in confusion. Seeing him say nothing, she narrowed her silver eyes. What are you thinking? Lin Xiao smiled faintly, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. With such a beauty in my arms, what else could I possibly think of? Lu Yuli lifted her snow-white chin and hummed softly, Lin Xiao, you know what I like. I'll stop at nothing to get it. Similarly, I won't let anyone else touch what I care about. I don't trust you at all in the Lin Xiao sect. So, you must come with me today. Lin Xiao chuckled, you know my status. If I were to leave the Lin Xiao sect with you now, the Yunsu Xian Palace would intervene. Lin Qingyi certainly wouldn't let him leave either. Upon hearing the name Yunsu Xian Palace, Lu Yuli fell silent. Though the thrill of meeting Lin Xiao under the noses of those righteous factions was undeniable, that wasn't what she wanted. What she wanted was this man. Her cold, slender jade-like hand suddenly grabbed Lin Xiao's hand. Lin Xiao was stunned. You. Lu Yuae's phoenix-like eyes fixed on him, and she bit her lip lightly. It's not enough. Lin Xiao. 2 hours passed. A beam of spiritual light descended from the sky, landing outside the courtyard and calling out toward the interior. Master of the Peak, Master of the Peak. The courtyard gate opened, and Lin Xiao emerged casually clad in an outer robe, his hair disheveled and his face weary. He addressed the arrival with a sour tone. What's the commotion? Has something happened at the Sword Peak? The visitor was a white-clad teenager of around 15 or 16. Seeing Lin Xiao's exhausted expression, he was startled and asked, Master of the Peak, what happened to you? In the past, the Peak Master had often come here to cultivate without telling the sect, and he was the only one who knew a little about the inside story. But he had never seen the Peak Master look like this before. Lin Xiao pressed his lower back. I've been training too hard lately, which has drained a lot of my energy. I'll go back and find some pills to replenish my strength. Didn't I tell you not to come looking for me here unless it's urgent? The young man snapped back to reality, remembering his purpose. The sect master sent someone to invite you to the main peak. It seems there's been an incident at Qingming Valley, and Elder Shin from Sangming Hall has also arrived at Arjian Peak. Qingming Valley? Shen Shuan? Lin Xiao glanced back at the extremely lazy curve in the room and noticed that Lu Yuli's pair of moist eyes were staring straight at him, sparkling with a mysterious and seductive light, extremely tempting. Judging by the timing, something must have happened at Qingming Valley, and the plot is about to unfold. Chapter 6, Lin Xiao, I'll see with my own eyes. As Lin Xiao and the white-clad youth departed. In the room, Lu Yuli stepped barefoot onto the icy floor, the silver bells on her ankles jingling softly with each movement. She walked to the window, leaning lazily against the windowsill, her silver eyes gazing toward the distant horizon, reflecting the faint outline of the Xianxiao Peak Gate shrouded in mist. 3 dark figures emerged from behind her, transforming into female attendants draped in black veils. The leader knelt on the ground, her voice hoarse beneath the veil. Forgive me for speaking frankly, but if the demon lord is unwilling to part with him, why did he allow Lin Xiao to leave? They were utterly baffled. The demon lord had traveled all the way from the demon realm to this human territory, even risking detection by the Yunshu Immortal Palace, just to meet that Lin Xiao. Why not simply kidnap him and bring him back to the demon realm? Lu Yuli raised her hand to gently gather her loose strands of hair, her phoenix-like eyes glancing at the others before speaking in a cold tone. How has the task I assigned you been handled? Reporting to the demon lord, we have investigated thoroughly. Recently, 3 demon emperors from the Yanma clan colluded with the Tsangming palace of the human race and secretly attacked Lord Lin Xiao. However, Lord Lin Xiao counterattacked and killed 2 of them, severely injuring the 3rd. Boom! As the female attendant finished speaking, she suddenly felt an icy chill rising from the soles of her feet. Before her, the demon lord's expression remained cold and indifferent, but the dark red demonic patterns flickering in his eyes emitted a terrifying killing intent that sent shivers down the spine. The 3 women exchanged glances. Their hearts trembled. After today, the Yanma clan, one of the 9 great clans of the demon realm, would likely cease to exist. No one knew better than they did how crucial that Lin Xiao was to their demon lord. Lu Yue turned around, her gaze fixed on the distant Xianxiao mountain. The laziness in her eyes vanished, and her expression grew icy cold. She wanted more than anyone else to bring that man back to the demon realm. He was her man, and only she had the right to touch him. The people of Qingming Valley were involved in an incident in the ghostly demon city. Since 100 years ago, that place had become a wasteland, with no signs of life within dozens of miles. The demon lord of the demon city, who had once founded the city, was slain by a powerful cultivator from the Yunshu Immortal Palace 100 years ago. His body fell into the demon city, plunging the entire city into an eerie eternal night, with no one daring to enter. The person from Qingming Valley who was involved in the incident was the Supreme Elder who was on the verge of breaking through to the Spirit Emperor realm and ascending to the Spirit Sovereign realm. He was a peer of the Xianxiao Elder of the Xianxiao sect and the very foundation of Qingming Valley. It is said that he went there in search of a breakthrough opportunity, discovering that an ancient relic had emerged in the demon city. After entering the demon city, he was trapped inside and severely injured, clinging to life. Upon his disappearance, the entire Qingming Valley descended into chaos, even organizing countless powerful warriors to storm the ghostly demon city and rescue their supreme elder. However, every attempt ended in heavy casualties. Moreover, the reports from Qingming Valley mentioned the revival of the ghost demon city lord's corpse. A body that had fallen hundreds of years ago now appeared intact within the demon city, witnessed by Qingming Valley disciples, sending shivers down everyone's spines. The ghost of this demon lord was a genuine spirit venerable level powerhouse in his lifetime. In the present-day Yunzhou region, spirit venerable level powerhouses have long since vanished, with the exception of the Yunshu Immortal Palace. All other factions combined cannot produce a single spirit venerable level powerhouse. If that were not the case, the Supreme Elder of Qingming Valley would not have rushed headlong into the demon city merely upon catching a glimpse of a breakthrough opportunity. The temptation of advancing to the Spirit Sovereign realm is simply too great. Among the 9 great sects of Yunzhou, whichever sect first produces a Spirit Sovereign will rise above all others, becoming the leader of the 9 great sects, with its disciples gaining the privilege of entering the Yunshu Immortal Palace for cultivation first. The Yunshu Immortal Palace is a superpower that has stood tall in Yunzhou for thousands of years, suppressing the demon clan and earning a fearsome reputation. It is also the sacred place of cultivation that all prodigies and geniuses in Yunzhou strive to reach. For only by joining the Yunshu Immortal Palace could they gain the sole pathway to ascend to the divine realm. Therefore, the news from Qingming Valley was a plea for assistance from Xianxiao sect. As for the marriage agreement between Lin Xiao and that female disciple from Qingming Valley, it has naturally been put on hold for now. In the main hall of the first peak, countless elders were filled with worry. Qingming Valley and Xianxiao sect are allies. Now that Qingming Valley is in trouble and has sought their aid, if they refuse to help, it would inevitably invite gossip from outsiders. Moreover, the people from Qingming Valley mentioned that their Jianfeng Peak master Lin Xiao is engaged to a disciple from Qingming Valley, so Lin Xiao is effectively half a member of Qingming Valley. They hope that Xianxiao sect will allow Lin Xiao to lead a group to assist. However, the Ghost Demon City is no ordinary place. Even in normal times, it would be troublesome, but now the corpse of the Ghost Demon Lord may have revived. That was a spirit venerable level powerhouse. Even after a century, the residual might of a spirit venerable level powerhouse still lingers. To put it bluntly, while Lin Xiao's cultivation is indeed enigmatic, going there would likely be a suicide mission. The senior elder Ming Yuan dared not make a decision on his own, so he reported the news to Lin Qingyi. Lin Qingyi naturally didn't want Lin Xiao to take such a risk, so she had him summoned to the main hall of the first peak. So when Lin Xiao slowly entered the main hall of the first peak, he saw Lin Qingyi sitting at the head of the table, staring at him with a complex expression. The other elders glanced at him briefly. Some looked calm as usual, but most carried a hint of disdain and disgust in their eyes, especially the female elders, whose expressions were even more repulsive. There was nothing to be done about it, that was simply his reputation. Lin Xiao's numerous misdeeds have long been deeply ingrained in people's hearts. An elder accused Lin Xiao of arriving late. Lin Xiao ignored them and walked over to a nearby seat. As the peak master of the Sword Peak and one of the top warriors of the sect, he had his rightful place in the main hall of the first peak. He needed to attend the sect's meetings. The elder who had accused him immediately turned pale with anger. Sitting next to Lin Xiao was the peak master of the prison peak, a burly middle-aged man with a dragon tattoo on his body. He glanced at Lin Xiao, nodded slightly, then withdrew his gaze. Lin Xiao yawned, sat down in his seat, and propped his head up, staring at Lin Qingyi in front of him. Today, this senior sister was dressed much like usual, in a cold and mature white gown. However, it was rare to see her with her long hair tied up, which gave her a different charm. The elders' discussion continued. The senior elder Ming Yuan favored supporting Qingming Valley, while the other elders had differing opinions. During the time when the old patriarch was in power, the Shen Shao sect and Changming Valley were allies. Now that Qingming Valley is in trouble, if we stand by and do nothing, how will outsiders view us? Moreover, supporting Qingming Valley is not the priority. Don't forget why the old patriarch of Qingming Valley ventured alone into the ghostly demon city. He entered the ghostly demon city for no other reason than to find an opportunity to ascend to the rank of spirit sovereign. If he were to obtain that opportunity from the ancient ruins and ascend before us, our Xianshao sect would likely have to acknowledge Qingming Valley as our superior in the future. The words of the Elder of the Abyss left everyone deep in thought. Lin Xiao glanced at Jiang Yingxue, who was standing nearby. This disciple's granddaughter had not uttered a word since the beginning, standing there quietly. Thinking of this, he motioned to Jiang Yingxue with his fingers. Jiang Yingxue glared at him with disgust, then glanced at her master before reluctantly walking over. Lin Xiao glanced at the empty teacup beside him, his gaze implying something. Jiang Yingxue clenched her teeth, snorted coldly in her heart, and reluctantly poured tea for Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao lifted the teacup, took a sip, and inhaled the unique fragrance emanating from the young girl's body. His gaze roamed freely over her delicate form, taking in every detail. Jiang Yingxue stood by his side, her face flushed with shame and anger. The elders who witnessed this scene all looked displeased. They were here discussing important matters of the sect, yet he was flirting with a junior disciple. He was truly a disgrace, utterly beyond redemption. Lin Xiao, what do you think about the matter involving Qingming Valley? Lin Qingyi frowned and spoke up. Seeing the way Lin Xiao was staring at her disciple, she felt uneasy for some reason. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao looked up and smiled, asking in return, "What do I think?" Lin Qingyi nodded. Lin Xiao thought for a moment before replying calmly, "I see with my own eyes." Lin Qingyi. Jiang Yingxue. The many elders. P.S. Cultivation realms in this book. Body tempering, mystic veins, spirit transformation, nirvana, divine pill, spirit emperor, spirit sovereign, holy realm, emperor realm, divine sovereign, divine emperor, immortal. Chapter 7, The Demon Lord's Corpse. Lin Qingyi was speechless. She knew she shouldn't have pinned her hopes on this guy. The many elders also glared at Lin Xiao with disgust. They couldn't understand how Lin Xiao, a disciple of the venerable Xian Xiao, could have become such a disgraceful person. With such a crucial matter for the sect, he still had the nerve to make up nonsense. Lin Xiao, however, seemed unconcerned. He looked at Jiang Yingxue with a faint smile and asked, "Yingxue, have you noticed any unusual changes in your cultivation recently?" Jiang Yingxue's expression was cold as she turned her head away and replied indifferently, "No." Lin Xiao glanced discreetly at the area around her heart, where he could see a faint strand of black spiritual energy that others couldn't see, coiling around her heart. According to the plot, Jiang Yingxue's heart demon was about to erupt. After she accompanied the sect elders to the ghostly demon city incident, it would erupt completely upon her return. In her previous life, since she was Lin Qingyi's favorite disciple, Lin Xiao had sacrificed nearly half of his cultivation to save her, so as not to hurt his senior sister. However, after returning to the sect, Jiang Yingxue believed the words of Yun Su Xingzi, the destined male lead, and wrongly accused Lin Xiao of intentionally implanting the heart demon parasite in her. This led the entire sect to view Lin Xiao as a thoroughly despicable villain. Lin Qingyi also began to harbor doubts about him from that point onward. Lin Xiao snapped back to reality and smiled, as long as that's not the case. He continued drinking his tea, ignoring Jiang Yingxue completely. Jiang Yingxue snorted coldly and turned her head away, refusing to look at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao estimated the time. The ghostly demon city did indeed have ancient ruins of a spirit sovereign, as he had created them himself. The supreme elder of Qingming Valley was at the peak of the spirit emperor realm, just one step away from advancing to spirit sovereign, which is why he had rashly entered the ghostly demon city in search of an opportunity to break through. But the old fool didn't think it through. Why hadn't a single Lingzuan emerged in Yunzhou over the past few thousand years? Is it really impossible for anyone to cultivate to the spirit sovereign realm? Of course not. It's simply because the Yunshu Immortal Palace has dominated Yunzhou for thousands of years, preventing any other factions from producing a spirit sovereign. Everyone knows that Lin Xiao's master, Lin Xiao the Elder, passed away on Lin Xiao Mountain because his time had come. However, the true reason was that Lin Xiao the Elder had touched upon the realm of the spirit sovereign. However, during his tribulation, the people of the Yunshu Xian Palace secretly intervened, causing him to perish under the heavenly sovereign tribulation. The previous patriarch of Qingming Valley, who was reported missing, was actually secretly killed by the powerful cultivators of the Yunshu Immortal Palace long ago. His remains are likely long gone. These matters were unknown even to Lin Xingyi. Lin Xiao only learned the truth when he was on the brink of death in his previous life. The Yunshu Immortal Palace, though named an Immortal Palace, is actually the greatest scourge of the entire Yunzhou region. 10,000 years ago, they violated a divine taboo and were expelled from the divine realm by divine beings, forcing them to settle in the central realm's Yunzhou region. Since then, they have controlled the vast majority of Yunzhou's cultivation resources, manipulating all the factions in Yunzhou at their whim, and secretly forcing numerous factions to continuously supply them with fresh cultivation vessels. It can be said that the Yunshu Immortal Palace has grown to its current power by gradually draining the life force of all the factions in Yunzhou. The fallen demon lord of the ghostly demon city was a prodigious demonic genius who had not emerged in the central realm for 100 years. He led his clan in rebellion against the Immortal Palace's rule and was ultimately slain by the powerful beings of the Yunshu Immortal Palace. His family members also suffered a massacre of unimaginable cruelty. His pregnant wife was alive when she was transformed into a human cauldron by an elder of the Yunshu Immortal Palace, forced to fuel his demonic cultivation daily. His sister was dismembered by several disciples of the Yunshu Immortal Palace, tortured, and brutally murdered. None of his clan members escaped the fate of being slaughtered. The entire Ghost Demon City was, in fact, the burial ground for him and all his clan members. Now that the Ghost Demon City has fallen into chaos, it is because the vengeful spirit of the Ghost Demon King, after a century of suppression, is on the verge of breaking free, giving rise to various strange phenomena. 100 years ago, the Ghost Demon Lord was the one who truly broke through the Heavenly Sovereign's calamity and ascended to the Spirit Sovereign realm, so he naturally harbored the opportunity to advance to the Spirit Sovereign realm. Unfortunately, relying solely on that sliver of resentment, he was easily suppressed by those sent from the Yunshu Immortal Palace in his previous life. The person sent by the Yunshu Immortal Palace to suppress the Demon Lord's resentment was none other than the current Immortal Palace's holy son, the destined male protagonist of this fantasy novel world, Xiaozhou Luo. The Ghost Demon City incident also marks the beginning of the plot in this fantasy novel world. Lin Xiao looked up at the sky outside the hall. In his previous life, Xiaozhou Luo, as the Divine Palace's holy son, had an unparalleled background and a smooth path to cultivation. Any villains who stood before him were effortlessly crushed. Originally, Lin Xiao had no intention of provoking him. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. Due to his involvement with Jiang Yingxue, Lin Xingyi, and other female leads, he became a thorn in Xiao Zhuluo's side. As the holy son of the Celestial Palace, Xiao Zhuluo had never looked down on him, the villain, and with just a few simple tricks, he was driven out of the Xianxiao sect like a stray dog. In his previous life, Xiao Zhuluo, as the holy son of the Celestial Palace, had easily suppressed the vengeful spirit of the demon lord of the Ghost Realm, earning the favor of Jiang Yingxue and the other female leads. However, that was because the Ghost Demon Lord's body had rotted away, leaving only a wisp of resentment. How could that be a match for him, the holy son of the Celestial Palace? But this time, it won't be so easy. Lin Xiao stretched lazily and smiled faintly. At the same time, thousands of miles away in the Ghost Demon City, an old man in black robes sat cross-legged on the ground, staring in shock at the pitch-black copper coffin rising from the darkness behind him. The coffin was enormous, and in the next moment, a terrifying pressure seemed to emanate from within it, filling the air with an overwhelming sense of oppression that nearly suffocated the old man. The Demon King's coffin? The old man's expression changed drastically. Even as the supreme elder of Qingming Valley, he had never witnessed such an eerie sight. After a century had passed, the Demon Lord's coffin was still emitting such terrifying malevolent energy. At that moment, he regretted rushing into this demon city alone. Though the opportunity to ascend to the Spirit Sovereign realm was rare, one must first have the life to seize it. Suddenly, the massive coffin slowly opened. A colossal demonic corpse, covered in congealed black blood, with scales like skin glowing as sickly gray, and nails as black as blades, surrounded by terrifying aura, appeared before the old man's eyes. Demon Lord of the Underworld. The old man was filled with dread. Suddenly, the sunken eye sockets of the demon corpse flickered with two eerie glows. The pitch-black, bottomless pupils had no irises or whites, as if emitting a bizarre, deathly stillness, staring intently at the old man. Ding, 5,000 evil deed points spent to activate the Demon Lord's corpse. Character, Demon Lord of the Ghost Realm. Status, Chief of the Yu Clan. Pre-death cultivation level, Spirit Venerable. Current corpse status, Controllable. As a faint glow flashed in his eyes, Lin Xiao could instantly share the vision of the Demon Lord's corpse thousands of miles away. He manipulated the corpse to emerge from the copper coffin and casually clenched his fist. Under the stunned gaze of the old man standing nearby, he unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! This single punch not only tore apart space but also caused the ground behind the old man to collapse, forming a massive, pitch-black crater. Indeed, this was the power of a spirit sovereign. Even a peak-level spirit emperor would have to kneel before him instantly. Lin Xiao. At that moment, a cold voice echoed. Lin Xiao snapped back to his senses, his gaze instantly shifting from the corpse of the demon lord he was controlling back to the main body of the Xiao sect. He frowned and looked over. Lin Xingyi glared at him disapprovingly. What are you spacing out for? You're not going to assist Qingming Valley this time. Let Elder Ming Yuan take the disciples instead. Oh. Lin Xiao nodded indifferently and prepared to stand up and leave. Lin Xingyi frowned. I'm not letting you go for your own good. She thought Lin Xiao was angry. Lin Xiao shrugged. It's up to you. With that, he stood up and left. Lin Xingyi was furious again. This brat always provoked her like this. The other elders were also dissatisfied with Lin Xiao's attitude. The senior elder of the Nether Abyss snorted coldly. Since Lin Xiao took over as the peak master of the Sword Peak, he has always handled major matters of the sect in this manner. This time, it's good that he wasn't allowed to go out, otherwise, who knows how he would have tarnished the reputation of the Xiao sect. The other elders nodded in agreement. Jiang Yingxue glared at Lin Xiao with disgust as he left. In her eyes, this Sword Peak's senior disciple was not only a disgrace to the sect but also lacked any sense of dignity in his actions. Didn't he realize that the master didn't let him go for his own good? Lin Xingyi furrowed her brows and glanced at Ming Yuan and the other elders before speaking softly. Senior elder, I have already sent someone to report this matter to the Yunshu Xian Palace. They will dispatch an envoy to arrive as soon as possible. At that time, you must follow the orders of the palace envoy and accompany them to provide support. Do not act on your own. Senior elder Ming Yuan nodded. I understand. Lin Xingyi then instructed Jiang Yingxue, stay by the senior elder's side at all times. Do not act on your own initiative. Obey the senior elder's orders without question. Jiang Yingxue quickly replied, this disciple obeys. Chapter 8, Then you owe me a fiancé. Upon returning to the Sword Peak, the numerous disciples guarding the Peak Master's hall hurriedly greeted him with respect, Peak Master. Throughout the entire Xiao sect, only the disciples of Jianfeng showed such reverence toward Peak Master Lin Xiao. This was because most of them were orphans who had been cast out into the secular world, possessing only a modicum of talent. They had endured the cold stares of other sects and were looked down upon by outsiders. Yet Lin Xiao had made an exception and admitted them into Jianfeng. Moreover, the cultivation resources Lin Xiao provided them were privileges even the disciples of the first peak of the Xiao sect had never enjoyed. Heaven-grade cultivation techniques, heaven-grade martial arts, life-nourishing spirit pills, heaven's marrow spirit array. These cultivation resources, which would cause disciples from the other peaks to fight tooth and nail to obtain them, were all available to everyone under Lin Xiao. All the disciples of the Sword Peak were utterly loyal to this peak master, obeying his every command without question. Among them was the white-clad youth who had gone to Xiao City earlier to report to Lin Xiao. He couldn't help but speak up, Peak Master, Elder Shin of the Tsongming Hall. As he spoke, his gaze fell on the Peak Master's residence ahead, hesitating to continue. Lin Xiao nodded, patted his shoulder as he passed by, and waved to the other disciples, I know. Go back to your cultivation. When it came to cultivation, Lin Xiao had fairly strict requirements. Moreover, the sect's assessment was approaching. The last assessment had been 3 years ago, when Lin Xiao had just taken over as Peak Master of the Sword Peak. At that time, the Sword Peak was lacking in talent, and its ranking in the sect's assessment was at the bottom, causing all the disciples of the Sword Peak to be looked down upon by others. Now that the support mission for Qingming Valley had nothing to do with the Sword Peak, the disciples of the Sword Peak did not need to participate, so they naturally had to make the most of their time to cultivate. As you command. The disciples bowed respectfully and withdrew. In the Peak Master's Hall. Shen Shuan had indeed arrived. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes, carefully observing the alluringly mature beauty not far away. Dressed in a moon-purple long gown, her voluptuous figure was clearly the result of meticulous preparation. At that moment, attended by a Sword Peak maid, her two white, delicate legs were elegantly crossed, and her peach blossom eyes were playfully fixed on him as he entered from outside. What? Didn't expect me to come find you? Her voice was soft and seductive. Lin Xiao's heart skipped a beat. He calmly sat down on a nearby seat. A female attendant hurried over to pour him some tea and then stood respectfully by his side. Lin Xiao glanced at Shen Shuan's snow-white legs gently swaying and smiled faintly. Shen Elder is from the Tsongming Hall. If you're here on behalf of the Tsongming Hall, you should go to the main peak. Shen Shuan raised her eyelashes seductively, her eyes flashing with malice. Lin Xiao, do you know why I came to find you? She deliberately emphasized the word business with a deliberate emphasis on the final syllable. Lin Xiao knew this would happen. In truth, he had always viewed this woman as nothing more than a plaything. After all, teasing her had once increased his evil deeds points and even prompted that Songming Hallmaster to take action against him, which had been a convenient way to quickly accumulate those points. But now she's gotten a taste for it, hasn't she? In the previous life storyline, Shen Shuan seemed to have been deceived by her fiancé Zhao Fan into going to Xianxiao Mountain, where she was killed by a Lingzuan from Yunxiu Xian Palace due to her foreign ethnicity. Lin Xiao's expression remained cold. Between you and me, it's just a transaction. Shen Shuan remained silent, but her gaze grew colder as she slowly rose to her feet and walked toward Lin Xiao. The scent of the woman was intoxicating, but Lin Xiao saw Shen Shuan wave her hand, signaling the female attendants to step back. The two maids dared not act on their own and looked toward Lin Xiao, who nodded. You may withdraw for now. Once the attendants had left, he smiled at Shen Shuan. You really don't consider yourself an outsider. Before he could finish speaking, Shen Shuan lifted her hand and removed the hairpin from her forehead, letting her long, flowing hair cascade down. She then placed both hands on Lin Xiao's shoulders and straddled him. Her soft, delicate body nestled into his embrace, and the unique fragrance of a woman caused Lin Xiao to pause for a moment. He quickly reminded her, I'm not some upright gentleman. Of course, I won't take responsibility. Shen Shuan pressed the tip of the hairpin against Lin Xiao's neck, gritted her teeth, and glared at him. You're such a jerk. Back then, he had sweet-talked her with empty promises, only to take her virginity and then not come looking for her for so long. The first words he spoke upon seeing her again were so hurtful. What else could he be but a bastard? Lin Xiao, I have other matters to attend to. The people from Yunxiu Xian Palace should be arriving soon, and Xiaojiu Luo is also on his way. The incident at the Demon City is just the beginning of the plot, and Lin Xiao really doesn't have much time to waste on a woman. But before he could finish speaking, Shen Shuan's delicate red lips pressed against his, her cheeks flushed, but she clung tightly to Lin Xiao's neck, preventing him from moving. You can kiss, but don't bite. Don't speak. Are you a dog or something? Lin Xiao, if you say another word, I'll bite your tongue off. Don't let Shen Shuan's mature appearance fool you. Her movements were unusually awkward, or rather, she had no experience at all. Their lips parted, and she breathed heavily, her full, proud breasts rising and falling slightly. Her hair was disheveled, and her face flushed as she looked at Lin Xiao. Let us stay here. Lin Xiao was stunned. What did you say? Shen Shuan puffed out her cheeks. What? Are you scared? Lin Xiao was scared of her and said helplessly, do you even know what you're doing? So what if I do? Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? In the eyes of others, she was still the fiancée of the master of the Songming Palace. Shen Shuan leaned in and bit Lin Xiao's lip, her breath fragrant as she said, anyway, I'm yours. If you don't mind me marrying another man, I'll leave right now. Lin Xiao. Could he really tolerate this? He placed his hands on Shen Shuan's snow-white thighs, turned around, and lifted her onto his lap. After a short while, Lin Xiao tidied up his slightly disheveled clothes and picked up the shoes and socks on the ground to put them on for Shen Shuan. Shen Shuan's face was still flushed with an inexplicable blush. She smiled sweetly at Lin Xiao, her eyes brimming with tenderness and affection. Lin Xiao said, you should go back first. Upon hearing this, Shen Shuan couldn't help but gently kick him and scolded him, you're such a jerk. Lin Xiao smiled, you're just figuring that out now? Her hair was still a bit messy. Shen Shuan tucked her strands behind her ears, gave Lin Xiao a disapproving look, and refused to let him put her shoes and socks back on. She pulled her two snow-white bare feet out of his hands. Lin Xiao stood up, his expression serious, and said, I really have something to do today. I don't have time to accompany you. I don't need you to accompany me, Shen Shuan pouted. She stood barefoot on the ground, tidied her disheveled clothes, and then said softly, I came to see you because I have something to tell you. Lin Xiao guessed, it has something to do with the Yanma clan, right? Shen Shuan frowned, you already know? The bodies of two Yanma emperors are still here with me. Upon hearing this, Shen Shuan's expression turned cold. It must be that bastard Zhao Fan. I won't let him off the hook. It's okay, Lin Xiao shook his head and smiled slightly. Anyway, the Songming Palace will soon have a new owner. Are you hurt? Shen Shuan suddenly reached out to check if Lin Xiao had any wounds, but her small hand fumbled around. Lin Xiao gently pushed her hand away. I already checked earlier. Don't touch me. This attitude made Shen Shuan feel a little upset. You weren't like this before. Lately, you don't seem to want to be close to me anymore. She tried to hug Lin Xiao, but he refused. Shen Shuan felt wronged. I feel like you're a liar. Just a moment ago, everything was fine, and now he was being so cold toward her. Lin Xiao disagreed with this statement and corrected her, what we're doing is called getting what we want. A embroidered shoe flew toward Lin Xiao, and Shen Shuan glared at him angrily, you bastard, Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao picked up the shoe, reached out with his broad hand, and held her icy barefoot. He then patiently slipped the shoe back onto her foot. A faint blush spread across Shen Shuan's cheeks. Actually, when this bastard is being gentle, he's still quite charming. You came here without your fiancé knowing, right? Shen Shuan suddenly felt like strangling him. When he's being a jerk, he's really a jerk. Why bring up that person? To make her feel even more guilty, right? Even though Zhao Fan is her fiancé, she has never let that guy touch her. She glared coldly at Lin Xiao, stood up, and snorted, "Since you're fine, I'll be going now. I have things to do today. Do you think I wanted to come find you?" Lin Xiao knew that Qin Shuan had come here today mainly out of concern for him, afraid he had been hurt. In truth, he still felt a pang of guilt for using this woman. Before Qin Shuan left, Lin Xiao spoke up, "What I meant was, if you don't mind, I can help you kill him." Zhao Fan was definitely not going to survive. Moreover, in the previous life, if it weren't for Zhao Fan's deception, Qin Shuan might not have died so tragically. Then compensate me for my fiancé? Qin Shuan turned to stare at him. "We'll talk about it later," Lin Xiao waved his hand. Actually, maintaining this relationship was fine as it was. Why bother with all that romantic nonsense? Qin Shuan gave him a light slap on the cheek and turned to leave. After Qin Shuan had left, Lin Xiao finally walked to the window, his hands behind his back, and looked out at the gloomy sky outside the hall. Suddenly, he could feel powerful spatial energies spreading down from the sky. The people from Yunqiu's Xian Palace have arrived. Chapter 9, The Sin Clan, the Yin Yang Corpse Fox. Lin Xiao arrived at the backyard of the Peak Master's pavilion, where Fengyu, that little girl, was cultivating. He sat in the pavilion outside, sipping tea leisurely. The young girl not far away was focused on her cultivation, and Lin Xiao did not disturb her. In his mind, "Ding, would you like to spend 5,000 evil deed points to exchange for an ancient corpse fox?" Lin Xiao looked up at the sky, stretched lazily, and smiled faintly. "She's come all this way, I should at least prepare a proper gift first." Exchange successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the ancient corpse fox. Creature, Yomi Corpse Fox King. Current cultivation level, Demon Sovereign. Status, deceased for 10,000 years, host can control. Cost, 5,000 evil points. Current remaining evil points, 65,000. This is an evil demon slain by the Yunqiu Immortal Palace 10,000 years ago. Now, the evil demon has revived and is suddenly being controlled by a mysterious and powerful unknown force, once again causing havoc in the world and destroying half of the Xianqiao sect. That seems reasonable, right? Lately, evil deeds points have been depleting quickly. It's time to earn some more. In the sky, as a green glow erupted, spatial energy surged violently. 5 figures then emerged from the glow. The young man at the forefront wore a golden cloud pattern robe, with a jade flute of pure white hanging at his waist. Ancient dragon patterns were engraved on his forehead, and he stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze casually sweeping downward. This man was none other than one of the 3 holy sons of the Yunqiu Immortal Palace, Yunqiu Holy Son Xiao Zhiliuo. Master Qingyi, it has been a long time. Xiao Zhiliuo smiled slightly at Lin Qingyi, who was dressed in white below, his manners impeccable, exuding the aura of a saint's son. Back when Xianxiao the Elder had perished, he had once represented the Yunqiu Immortal Palace to visit the Xianxiao sect. However, that visit had been brief due to urgent matters, and he had not had the chance to properly admire the beauty of this Qingyi sect master. Now, upon closer inspection, Xiao Zhiliuo was highly satisfied. Not only was he pleased with Lin Qingyi, but he also found the charming young girl behind her, who was staring at him with curiosity, quite appealing. If there were no surprises, that young girl should be Lin Qingyi's eldest disciple, Jiang Yingxue, the bloodline of the ancient emperor of the Zheng family. A beautiful master and disciple, interesting. At that moment, a woman dressed in moon-white silk robes stepped out from behind Xiao Zhiliuo. Her eyes shone like stars, and she lowered her gaze toward the distant horizon, speaking in a cold tone. Indeed, it is the malevolent aura of the Ghost Clan. It seems the intelligence from Qingning Valley was accurate. This woman was none other than Li Qiuwan, the young lady of the Celestial Palace. 3 white-haired elders of the Celestial Palace stood on either side, their bodies emanating divine aura. The invisible pressure they exerted caused the knees of the elders of the Xianxiao sect to grow heavy. These 3, even if they were not spirit sovereigns, were still transcendent beings who had 1 foot in the realm of spirit sovereigns. Master, is this the divine palace's holy son? Jiang Yingxue asked curiously from behind Lin Qingyi. The last time Xiao Jioluo visited the Xianxiao sect, she had been in seclusion breaking through a cultivation barrier and hadn't seen him. Now, upon seeing him, she realized how pale and insignificant the so-called prodigies and geniuses around her were in comparison to this divine palace holy son. Lin Qingyi nodded and addressed Xiao Zhiliuo and the others in the air with a calm voice. "We are honored by the presence of the holy son, the young lord of destiny, and the elders. Regarding the matter of the demon city, our sect will also dispatch elders and disciples to assist." As she finished speaking, the great elder of the Mingyuan sect stepped forward, bowed to Xiao Zhiliuo and the others, and said, "Elders of the Xianxiao sect, we await the holy son's orders." Jiang Yingxue also hurriedly stepped forward. Suddenly, she noticed that the Yunqiu holy son seemed to glance at her a few times among the crowd. She quickly replied in a crisp voice, "Disciple of the first peak of the Xianxiao sect, we await the holy son's orders." Xiao Jioluo raised his hand in a casual gesture, smiling warmly. "The Xianxiao sect and the Celestial Palace have always been allies. Your kindness is truly humbling." Jiang Yingxue's eyes sparkled as she stared at the holy son. Despite his high status, he was so approachable. This holy son of the celestial palace truly had a unique charm, far beyond anyone she knew, especially that Lin Xiao. Compared to him, the holy son was like heaven and earth. No, why was she comparing Lin Xiao to the holy son? That good-for-nothing senior disciple didn't deserve such a comparison. At that moment, the celestial palace's young commander Lin Xiao suddenly furrowed her brows. She abruptly raised her hand, summoning a mysterious star chart. Fragmentary points of light gathered in her palm, eventually coalescing into a hideously grotesque fox-like shadow within the star chart. An ancient dark fox? How could? Li Qiujuan murmured to herself, then her expression suddenly changed. Her cold gaze fixed on a certain spot below, and she coldly ordered, "Dare to play tricks in front of my celestial palace? Come out here." Boom! She snapped her fingers, and two terrifying starlight seals appeared out of thin air, shattering the mountain peak below into pieces. Xiao Jiuluo frowned and looked down. Remnants of the demon clan? Lin Xingyi and the others paled at the mention. How could there be remnants of the demon clan in their Xian Xiao sect? As everyone watched, the dust from the mountain peak dispersed, and a strange black mist suddenly surged forth. In the blink of an eye, the black misted on the last remaining fragment of the mountain peak. As the black mist retracted, a strange figure dressed in ancient black robes, holding a bone banner, with 3 vertical pupils between his eyebrows, but his face was indistinguishable, appeared before everyone's eyes. He sat lazily on the rock, his bony fingers gently caressing the bone banner, while the 3 vertical pupils slowly scanned the crowd in the sky. Lin Xingyi's face grew icy. "Who are you, demonic creature, daring to hide within my Xianxiao sect?" She swept her jade sleeves aside, drawing her long sword. The blade glowed with frost, and a vast, terrifying sword chi swept downward. Whoosh! The sword chi swept past, leaving nothing alive in its wake. However, the black-robed figure remained unscathed, lazily stretching his limbs. He then glanced at Lin Xingyi with his vertical pupils before casually withdrawing his gaze and fixing it on the people of the Yunqiu Xian Palace. From beneath the black robe, a hoarse voice echoed. "Ha. Back when our clan conquered the heavens and earth, your Yunqiu Xian Palace was still a sinful clan exiled by the divine realm." Boom! Upon hearing these words, the 3 elders of the Yunqiu Immortal Palace turned pale, while Xiao Jiuluo and Li Qiuan furrowed their brows deeply. The ancient secrets of the Yunqiu Immortal Palace were known only to a select few, and yet this man seemed to know them? Lin Xingyi and the others were puzzled. They knew even less about the matters of the Yunqiu Immortal Palace. Could this black-robed figure before them be someone from the ancient era? Heresy! Let me deal with you. A palace elder suddenly struck out, his powerful spiritual energy enveloping his aged body. In an instant, he was before the black-robed figure, delivering a terrifying palm strike. Boom! Rocks shattered, the earth trembled. The scene was utterly terrifying. However, after a single move, the elder's expression was far from pleased. Instead, his face darkened, and he suddenly turned his head to the left rear, coldly snapping. "Who are you, and what do you want?" There, atop the mountain peak, black mist gathered, reforming into the eerie black-robed figure. Then, his mocking, hoarse voice echoed. "Don't worry, our clan has come to bury you in the Cloud Ruins Immortal Palace. Over the past 1,000 years, how many races has your Yunqiu Immortal Palace slaughtered? Every single one has been meticulously recorded. Today, we'll start with the races you once slaughtered with your own hands." As he spoke, the black-robed figure gently raised a finger, his smile airy. 12,000 years ago, the Yomi Fox clan, do you remember? Upon hearing this, Li Qiuwan's pupils suddenly contracted. The 3 Immortal Palace elders were so enraged they laughed. The Yomi Fox clan had been buried by the Immortal Palace tens of thousands of years ago, and the Yomi Fox king, along with tens of thousands of Fox clan members, had been completely eradicated by the Immortal Palace as powerful beings. Nowadays, not even the bones of the Yo Fox king likely remain, having long since turned to dust. Absolutely ridiculous. The 3 elders were about to act simultaneously to capture this beast. However, the next moment, the black-robed figure swung the bone banner in his hand lightly, and the sky was suddenly shrouded in an endless tide of malevolent energy. Boom! Beneath the malevolent energy, a brutal aura erupted from the air like a volcano, sweeping across the heavens and earth. The entire sky turned dark. Feeling the oppressive pressure in the air, nearly everyone from the Xian Xiao sect trembled at the knees, nearly unable to breathe and ready to kneel down. Only then did everyone look up to see that behind the black-robed figure, the sky had suddenly shattered, revealing a gigantic, blood-red eye filled with endless death and brutality. Through the gap in the shattered sky, it glared at them with hatred. Chapter 10, The Divine Palace's Spirit Sovereign. A being capable of shattering the sky, how terrifying must it be? A terrifying claw, covered in pitch-black malevolent energy, tore through the sky. Then, the entirely pitch-black creature, with a body thousands of feet in length, appeared before everyone's eyes. It was a pitch-black fox from ancient times, its flesh and blood reduced to a fraction, most of its body consisting of bone covered in dark spiritual energy. Its enormous eyes were filled with bloodthirsty ferocity, standing tall in mid-air, emanating an aura that made everyone's hearts tremble. The figure in black robes retracted the bone banner, leaped forward, and landed on the massive head of the corpse fox. Raising its hand, it patted the corpse fox's head. "This world, still familiar, isn't it?" The corpse fox glared at the crowd from the divine palace with eyes filled with hatred. If that's the case, then slaughter to your heart's content. The words faded away. The black-robed figure gradually became more ethereal, eventually fading away completely. Before disappearing, his hoarse laughter sent a chill down the spines of everyone below. Let this place also feel the pain you once inflicted. Who are you? A senior elder of the celestial palace attempted to stop the black-robed figure from leaving. Roar! Suddenly, the corpse fox let out a piercing scream, and a jet of pitch-black light erupted from its mouth. The beam carried a devastating force, crashing directly toward the crowd of the Yunshu Immortal Palace. The Immortal Palace elder's expression changed, and he hurriedly dodged out of the way. However, while he managed to evade it, the black beam struck the mountain gate of the Lin Xiao sect below. Boom! The protective array trembled violently, and countless disciples and elders of the Lin Xiao sect were instantly blown away by the terrifying impact, spitting blood and dying on the spot. Xiaojiu Luo channeled his spiritual energy and dodged the attack alongside Li Qiuwan, exclaiming in shock, "How powerful is this beast's cultivation?" Li Qiuwan said solemnly, "This monster seems to have no consciousness, like an ancient corpse revived by someone. Could it be that the black-robed figure earlier has some means to revive ancient corpses? Such a technique is unheard of even in the Celestial Palace. Even our master likely knows little about it." Xiao Jiulong fixed his gaze on Li Qiujuan, senior sister. "I suspect that the events in the ghostly demon city are also the work of that creature. The Ghost Abyss Demon Lord has been dead for over 100 years. Even if his couldn't be suppressed, there's no reason he could render the Supreme Elder of Qingming Valley helpless." Li Qiuwan realized, "So you're saying that the movements of the Ghost Demon Lord's corpse were likely caused by that guy using some mysterious method?" At this thought, Li Qiujuan couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine. The Ghost Demon Lord had caused devastating losses to their celestial palace hundreds of years ago. Combined with what the black-robed figure had said earlier, could this person truly be from an ancient race and possess the ability to revive the corpses of ancient powerful beings? After all, from the ancient era to the present day, besides the demon lord of the ghost realm, countless prodigiously talented and powerful beings had perished in the annals of history, including some even as mighty as emperors and divine sovereigns. If he could revive the corpses of those powerful beings. Gasp! That scene is too terrifying to even imagine. Moreover, the black-robed figure now claims to be an enemy of their Yunshu Immortal Palace? Li Qiuwan's face turned icy cold, her expression grim. In the split second she was startled, a fox claw filled with brutal and vicious energy swept toward her. It was so fast that she couldn't dodge it, and she was directly struck by the corpse fox's claw, flying through the air and crashing into the mountain peak below. Put! Li Qiuwan spat out blood as her internal energy surged violently. From the moment of contact, she knew she was no match for this zombie fox. After all, tens of thousands of years ago, their Yunshu palace had paid an unimaginably terrible price to finally slay the former Yao Fox King. Now that the Yao Fox King had been revived, even as a mere skeleton, it was not something they could handle. "Junior brother, this beast is dangerous. Join the elders in subduing it." Li Qiuwan broke free from the mountain peak, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and spoke coldly. Xiao Jiuluo nodded. At that moment, the corpse fox fixed its blood-red pupils on them, emanating a brutal aura that momentarily disoriented Xiao Jiuluo's mind. "Junior brother!" Li Qiuwan shouted coldly. Boom! The next moment, the corpse fox's massive claws swung toward them. Xiao Jiuluo and the two Immortal Palace elders transformed into beams of light and shot into the sky to avoid the attack. However, one of the Immortal Palace elders was unable to dodge in time and was directly seized by the fox's claws. "You wretch, dare you!" the Immortal Palace elder roared in anger. "Fool!" The corpse fox glared coldly at him, tightening its claws with all its strength. Instantly, the Immortal Palace elder's teeth ground together in agony as his bones were crushed to dust. He let out a horrifying scream as his body was reduced to a blood mist beneath the fox's claws, dead beyond all hope of resurrection. A half-step spirit venerable elder of the Celestial Palace had fallen. The entire sky seemed to fall into silence. Lin Qingyi, who was protecting the Xianxiao sect below, couldn't step forward to intervene. Jiang Yingxue beside her was also stunned. She had never seen such a scene before. That was an elder of the Yunshu Immortal Palace, killed so brutally right before her eyes, causing her delicate body to tremble uncontrollably. Roar! After crushing a cloud-void Immortal Palace elder, the corpse fox turned its head and fixed its gaze on Xiao Jiuluo and the others in mid-air. At that moment, Xiao Jiuluo's expression darkened. He had come here with the task of evaluating the divine sons. Now that he had just arrived at the Xianxiao sect and hadn't even reached the Ghost Demon City yet, was he really going to have to seek help from the Immortal Palace? As the holy son of the Immortal Palace, if he allowed this corpse fox to rampage unchecked and even destroy the Xianxiao sect, the face of the Yunsu Immortal Palace would be utterly ruined. Boom! Terrifying malevolent energy swept toward them once more. Xiao Jiuluo snorted coldly, drew the jade flute from his waist, and placed it to his lips. As the clear notes rang out, the malevolent energy was forced back by the sound waves. Li Qiuwan summoned the star disk in her hand. The star disk erupted with blinding light, witched into countless chains of stars, wrapping around the zombie fox below. Star God bind. Boom! As the icy voice fell, the chains wrapped around the corpse fox, even slightly suppressing the terrifying malevolent energy on its body. The other two Immortal Palace elders hurriedly joined forces with Lin Xiao sect's Ming Yuan Grand Elder, weaving their spiritual techniques into a net that enveloped the entire battlefield. Xiao Jiu Luo's body was enveloped in golden light and his aura surged suddenly. The jade flute in his hand transformed into a 100-foot-long light blade, which he swung down with a single strike. Foot of flute, 1,000 spirits slash. Hum. The entire heavens and earth seemed to be engulfed in light. The 100-zhang-long light blade struck the corpse fox, but it only left a shallow mark on one of its bones. What? Xiao Jiuluo's eyes widened in disbelief. This was a top-tier divine-level spiritual technique from the Celestial Palace. Roar! The corpse fox roared to the heavens, its crimson pupils growing even more savage. It swiped its claw, sending the few people from the nether abyss flying, then its body transformed into a bloody afterimage, charging toward Xiao Jiuluo. Xiao Jiuluo's eyes narrowed, and he hurriedly summoned a jade-green mystical light to protect himself. However, the massive fox claw afterimage swept past, tearing his protective mystical light into shreds. Crack! With the bone-chilling sound of cracking bones, the zombie fox's right claw tore through the light blade in his hand, its claw tips deeply embedding into his left shoulder and shredding his ribs. The next moment, Xiao Jiuluo spat blood and flew backward, his robes torn to shreds, with 3 deep gashes on his shoulder exposing bone, trailing large chunks of flesh. The excruciating pain made his vision go black, his black hair stained with blood, and he looked utterly disheveled. The corpse fox's crimson vertical pupils flickered with a hint of mockery. Its claws ruthlessly crushed down once more, intent on completely annihilating him. Xiao Jiuluo's heart raced, and he suddenly crushed a jade token in his hand. Hum! In the next instant, the space before him surged with spiritual energy, and a towering middle-aged man in green robes emerged from the void. His body flickered, and he struck down with a palm carrying terrifying spiritual energy, directly hitting the corpse fox's head. Boom! The corpse fox's massive body was knocked back several steps by the palm strike. Its head then swiveled back, its blood-red pupils fixated on the middle-aged man in green, its eyes still brimming with savagery. Oomph, what a hard head, the middle-aged man in green exclaimed in surprise. He had unleashed the full force of his palm, yet it had been effortlessly withstood by this creature. The middle-aged man in green looked at Xiao Jiuluo, who smiled bitterly and said, Uncle Qing, this thing was created by a man in black robes. We don't know who he is, but it seems like he has some grievances against our Yinshu Immortal Palace. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man in green robes nodded. Step back. I'll handle this guy first. His spiritual energy surged, and he once again punched the zombie fox with all his might, unleashing a force that seemed capable of shattering the heavens and the earth. However, the zombie fox withstood his attack and charged toward him. Scarlet spiritual energy and green spiritual energy collided violently, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. The middle-aged man in green robes' calm expression flickered. This guy is no joke. He was a genuine spirit venerable cultivator. In Yunzhou, aside from the Yunshu Xian Palace, when had someone of such power ever appeared? No, this creature couldn't even be called human. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man in green robes flashed a murderous glint in his eyes. The Yohu clan had been completely eradicated by them long ago. Now, that black-robed figure had brought forth such a creature. Who was he, and what were his intentions here? At this moment, he truly felt the power of the zombie fox, and even he couldn't help but feel a chill. That mysterious black-robed man was too dangerous for their Yunshu Immortal Palace. This person must be found and eliminated. Chapter 11, The Immortal Master Can't Do This. The battle in mid-air continued. The middle-aged man in green robes was a spirit venerable of the Yunshu Immortal Palace, possessing overwhelming power, especially in physical strength. His robes fluttered in the wind, and with each punch he threw, his veins bulged, his muscles rippling like coiled dragons, exuding a power capable of shattering the heavens and earth. The corpse fox's claws tore through the void, clashing fiercely with the middle-aged man's fists without yielding an inch. Wherever its claws struck, space itself cracked and shattered. The middle-aged man's spiritual energy erupted into green beams as he closed in, each punch carrying the terrifying force to tear apart the void, forcing the zombie fox to retreat. Roar! However, the corpse fox let out a furious roar, its claws once again tearing through the void, directly ripping open a half-foot-long gash on the middle-aged man's shoulder. The eerie, pitch-black spiritual energy spreadly through his wound like a corrosive toxin. The middle-aged man retreated swiftly. Everyone else, including all the disciples and elders of the Lin Xiao sect, were completely stunned by the scene. That was a spirit venerable level powerhouse from the Yunshu Immortal Palace. An existence that stood above all the powers of Yunzhou, yet now he was being pushed to such a desperate state by this corpse fox. The middle-aged man in green robes slowed his movements, but his gaze grew increasingly sharp. Xiao Jiuluo and Li Qiuan were even more shocked. Xing Shu was a renowned Lingzuan within the Immortal Palace. How could he possibly be unable to handle this zombie fox? That thing the black-robed man created is truly a monster. However, through the previous battle, the middle-aged man in green had not come away empty-handed. Drawing on his experience, he had noticed that every time the corpse fox launched an attack, the pitch-black spiritual energy swirling around its body would grow dimmer. This indicated that the corpse fox couldn't replenish its spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. Thinking this, the middle-aged man suddenly formed a seal with both hands. Bind heaven and trapping demon array, activate. Hum. A massive green dragon disc appeared above his head. As he swiftly formed seals with his palms, the green array disc descended, transforming into an enormous celestial prison that enveloped the corpse fox and half of the Lin Xiao sect. The middle-aged man in green robes then retreated to a high altitude, gazing down indifferently. The corpse fox roared furiously within the cage but could not break free. Xiaojiu Luo and Li Xiao also retreated to the sky above, witnessing the scene below. They had already guessed the purpose of the green-robed elder. Using the lives of half of the Lin Xiao sect's elders and disciples to drain the corpse fox's power, once it was nearly depleted, Qing Shu would then intervene. Xiao Juluo sighed in relief. If sacrificing the lives of those disciples from the Lin Xiao sect could resolve this zombie fox crisis, then their deaths would not have been in vain. The middle-aged man in green robes waved his hand, and all the people from Yunshu's Xian Palace retreated to mid-air, ceasing their attacks. Meanwhile, the disciples and elders of the Lin Xiao sect below turned deathly pale in an instant. What does the immortal mean by this? The elders and disciples of the Lin Xiao sect looked at the middle-aged man in green robes with panic-stricken expressions. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man in green shook his head and smiled. This beast arose because of your Lin Xiao sect. I shall be the good guy and give your sect a chance to atone for your sins. Master, you must not. We are no match for this monster. The people of the Lin Xiao sect were all stunned. The middle-aged man in green robes said nothing more, merely gazing at them indifferently. Below, Lin Qingyi gripped the hilt of her sword tightly, watching the Lin Xiao sect disciples in shock and panic, desperately fleeing in all directions. A complex expression flashed across her eyes. Suddenly, she recalled the words her master had spoken to her before his final seclusion for cultivation. His master had said, the cloud-void immortal palace may appear splendid and glorious, revered and feared by all the powers of Yunzhou, but who truly knows how corrupt it really is? Qingyi, I don't know if I'll survive this seclusion. In the future, you must take good care of your younger disciple and ensure he doesn't stray down the wrong path. My junior disciple. Lin Xiao. Lin Qingyi snapped back to reality. The prison barrier created by the middle-aged man in green had also enveloped Jianfeng. Lin Xiao, though powerful, was no match for this monstrous creature. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Qingyi's delicate body transformed into a beam of light and rushed toward the sword peak below. Master! Jiang Yingxue shouted in shock. She couldn't understand why her master would rush into the sword peak, which was the monster's target. Even if it was for the sake of the sect's disciples, shouldn't she have acted more cautiously? Could it be that the master is doing this for that guy, Lin Xiao? Impossible. The master has always despised that senior disciple. Roar! Within the prison barrier, as she watched the disheveled and despairing disciples of the Lin Xiao sect scrambling to escape in all directions, the corpse fox remained calm and did not attack, merely gazing at them with a cold expression. Then, its massive fox-like body darted to the peak of a mountain, gazing down at the scene below with indifference. Suddenly, it sensed a presence breaking through the barrier. A figure stood before the sword peak below, holding a sword in her jade-like hand, the tip pointing toward it. Her eyes were as cold as ice. Upon seeing the white-clad woman, the corpse fox's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. It had never imagined that, under such circumstances, Lin Qingyi would risk her life to rush to the sword peak. Within the sword peak. At that moment, Lin Xiao's expression also betrayed a hint of surprise. However, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Control the ancient corpse fox to kill the immortal palace elder and obtain 5,000 evil points. Control the ancient zombie fox to severely injure the chosen one of heaven, earning 20,000 evil points. Control the ancient zombie fox to wound the immortal palace's spirit sovereign, obtain 8,000 evil deeds. Control the ancient zombie fox to kill a disciple of the Lin Xiao sect and obtain 500 evil points. Sure enough, this chosen one is the perfect tool for quickly accumulating evil deeds. It would take him half a year to earn 20,000 evil deeds under normal circumstances. Today's evil deeds are almost complete. It's time to proceed with the next plan. Lin Xiao stretched lazily, reached out to rub Feng's little head beside him, then stood up. Looking at the chaotic scene outside the sword peak, he smiled and asked her, "Are you afraid?" Little Feng shook her head. With her master by her side, she feared nothing. Outside Jianfeng Peak, countless Jianfeng disciples stood suspended in mid-air, their faces filled with vigilance as they stared at the zombie fox monster. Unlike the panicked Lin Xiao sect disciples fleeing in all directions, the Jianfeng disciples, though afraid, did not panic. Instead, they formed a large formation to resist the monster. Mid-air. Seeing that the zombie fox wasn't attacking randomly to waste its spiritual energy, the middle-aged man in green robes looked astonished. This monster has sentience? Xiaojiu Luo and Li Xiao were also stunned. If this resurrected monster still retained its former intelligence, that would be too terrifying. Feeling their gazes, the zombie fox below slowly raised its head, its blood-red pupils gazing at them with a mocking expression. The middle-aged man in green fell silent. Xiao Zhuliuo and the others also fell silent. They suddenly felt as though they were being mocked by the corpse fox. Xiao Zhuliuo clenched his teeth. This thing knows what we're thinking. Within the barrier. The corpse fox withdrew its gaze, its brutal eyes sweeping over the crowd of Xian Xiao sect disciples before the sword peak, then slowly settling on the master and disciple emerging from beneath the peak. Hum. The next moment, its massive jaws opened casually, and a terrifying beam of spiritual energy within its mouth, aimed at the people of the Xian Xiao sect below and erupted forth. Boom! The terrifyingly dark beam enveloped everyone in a deathly aura. Lin Xingyi's face paled slightly, but her body flickered and she appeared directly in front of Lin Xiao. The deathly beam engulfed them. That was nearly equivalent to the full force of a spirit sovereign level expert's attack. If it hit, everyone, including Lin Xiao, would likely be blown to pieces with no place to bury their remains. In mid-air, Xiao Zhuliuo couldn't help but sigh. Lin Xingyi was the woman he had set his sights on, someone he could use for his cultivation. If she were to die like this, it would indeed be a pity. However, he quickly shifted his gaze to Jiang Yingxue, who stood nearby with a stunned expression. With his master dead, having just one disciple left was still acceptable. After all, Jiang Yingxue's bloodline as a descendant of the ancient emperor of the Jiang clan was highly compatible with his cultivation. In his view, if they didn't intervene, the people below from the Xian Xiao sect would certainly be doomed. That attack was so powerful that even he wasn't sure he could withstand it. Boom! A pitch-black beam of light engulfed them, leaving nearly all the disciples of the Xian Xiao sect in despair. Lin Xiao gently released Feng Yu's small hand. At the moment the dark beam exploded. All they could see was a burst of light, followed by a figure in black robes appearing before the beam. With a single punch, he sent a surge of dark red spiritual energy mixed with the blood surging from his body, forcefully diverting the dark beam off course. Boom! The terrifying dark beam, having changed direction, slammed toward Xiao Zhuliuo and the others in midair. However, it was immediately sliced in two by a sharp, piercing white sword light, exploding in midair. The entire space trembled, and everyone's hearts quaked. Lin Xiao. The person who had struck the beam was none other than Lin Xiao, the senior disciple whom everyone in the sect despised. All the disciples who had narrowly escaped death were stunned, and their gazes toward Lin Xiao grew increasingly complex. In midair, Jiang Yingxue and the other peak disciples and elders of the Xian Xiao sect also looked stunned. Although the beam was ultimately shattered by their sect master, Lin Xingyi, with a single sword strike, the one who had repelled the beam was Lin Xiao. Li Chouwan's beautiful eyes glanced down at Lin Xiao in astonishment. The attack just now was something even her younger disciple, Xiao Jioluo, might not have been able to block. How could that disciple of the Xian Xiao sect have shattered that attack with just his flesh and blood? However, Li Chouwan soon sensed that Lin Xiao had withdrawn his aura, and she could finally accept it to some extent. The attack that shattered the zombie fox must have drained all of his spiritual energy, but it also demonstrated the incredible strength of his physical body. This man is worth bringing into the immortal palace if the opportunity arises. Chapter 12, he is suited to be refined into a human puppet. In midair, the middle-aged man in green robes glanced at Lin Xiao and spoke calmly, impressive physical strength. Having specialized in physical cultivation, he could sense the surging blood and chi power that erupted from Lin Xiao's body when he had struck the corpse fox. This person's spiritual energy cultivation was not particularly strong. Without that physical strength, the attack he launched against the zombie fox earlier would have been fatal. Below. Lin Xingyi withdrew her long sword and teleported to Lin Xiao's side. She glanced at Feng Yu on the other side, hurriedly reached out her jade-like hand to support her younger disciple, and couldn't help but snap, "Lin Xiao, are you trying to get yourself killed?" She was still trembling with fear inside. If Lin Xiao had been injured just now. At the thought of it, she couldn't help but cling to Lin Xiao's arm even tighter. The extreme softness of her touch sent a strange look from Lin Xiao. "What are you looking at? If you ever do something so reckless again, just wait for me to bury you." Lin Xingyi couldn't help but scold him. Lin Xiao spoke calmly, "I'm fine." He slipped his arm out of her embrace without leaving a trace. Pulling this stunt, Lin Xiao naturally had his own motives. This was merely the first step of his plan. And with today's corpse fox chaos, he could now use his villainous identity to openly harvest evil deeds. Lin Xingyi clenched her teeth, feeling a pang of disappointment, but she quickly composed herself and fixed her icy gaze on the corpse fox in the distance. At that moment, the corpse fox ceased its attack. Its blood-red pupils fixed on the people before it. The next moment, under everyone's astonished gaze, it mockingly glanced at the crowd of immortals in the sky, then its massive body began to slowly turn transparent. Finally, it dissolved into specks of light and vanished into the sky, as if it had never existed at all. However, the ground was littered with wounds and the tragic remains of the deceased disciples of the Xian Xiao sect, all bearing witness to the fierce battle that had taken place here. "Is it dead?" a disciple of the Xian Xiao sect asked in a stunned voice. "It should still be alive," another disciple replied. "Will it come back?" another voice asked. But most remained silent. Because they remembered the words of the mysterious black-robed figure, who had said that today's events were merely the beginning. The chaos caused by the fox corpses at the Xian Xiao sect spread rapidly throughout the surrounding Xian Xiao mountains. Whether they were top-tier factions or smaller groups, their first reaction upon hearing the news was the same. Shock. No one could believe that in this era, someone would dare to challenge the authority of the Yunshu Xian Palace, let alone disregard even the Lingzuan-level experts of the palace. What was most astonishing was that even when the Lingzuan of the Immortal Palace intervened, they were unable to subdue that demonic creature? For everyone, a spirit sovereign was like a god from the heavens. In Yunzhou, aside from the Yunshu Immortal Palace, no other faction had produced a spirit sovereign in thousands of years. Yet the corpse fox that appeared in the mortal realm dared to defy the Yunshu Immortal Palace, even destroying half of the Lin Xiao sect and brutally slaughtering countless disciples before departing unscathed. It is said that the zombie fox also crushed a senior elder of the Immortal Palace to death. How utterly arrogant. Now everyone knows that the zombie fox was supposedly created by a mysterious black-robed figure. Therefore, the mysterious black-robed figure is the true mastermind behind the zombie fox chaos. Even the Immortal Palace does not know the identity of the black-robed figure, and now they have no idea what kind of mysterious forces lie behind him. In any case, after this incident, the identity of that mysterious black-robed figure has instantly drawn the attention and vigilance of all surrounding factions. Xian Xiao sect. After the corpse fox disappeared, Xiao Jiuluo and the others from Yunshu Xian Palace remained here for the time being. Even the Qingyi middle-aged Lingzuan-level expert did not rush to leave. Instead, he instructed Xiao Jiuluo and the others to thoroughly search every corner of Xianxiao sect and the surrounding hundreds of miles. In the end, they found no trace of the mysterious black-robed figure. That guy seemed to have appeared out of thin air and then vanished just as suddenly. By now, news of the events here had already spread throughout the outside world. Xingming Valley had dispatched even more people to Xianxiao sect to urge them, claiming that their supreme elder's life token was growing increasingly dim, and he might not have much time left, possibly dying within the Ghost Demon City. They had also organized several groups to enter the ghostly demon city to rescue him, but everyone who went in never returned. The middle-aged man in green robes looked rather displeased. The Yunshu Xian Palace had dominated Yunzhou for so long that there were indeed factions daring to oppose their rule. However, in their eyes, those factions were no more than ants, barely capable of stirring up any significant turmoil. However, the mysterious black-robed figure and his ability to resurrect the corpses of ancient demonic creatures were truly shocking. This individual and the forces behind him might genuinely pose a threat to the Immortal Palace's rule. We must investigate who that man is and what the mysterious power he mentioned truly is. Thinking this, the middle-aged man in green robes ordered Xiao Jiuluo and Li Qiwan, the matter in the demon city must be handled immediately. I will return to the sacred land first to report the matter of the corpse fox to the clan. This matter must be reported personally by him, otherwise, the elders of the clan might not take it seriously enough. Only he, who had actually fought that corpse fox, knew how terrifying its power was. If hundreds or even thousands of such monsters were to revive and attack the Yunshu Immortal Palace, the scene would be too horrifying to imagine. Uncle Qing, is the situation serious? Xiao Jiuluo frowned and asked. At that moment, he had taken the healing elixir from the Immortal Palace, and his injuries had healed by more than half. Li Qiuwan also felt that today's events were exceptionally strange. That mysterious black-robed figure had clearly targeted them. Otherwise, why would he have chosen to act the moment they arrived at the Xianxiao sect? Uncle Qing, I suspect that the matter involving the ghostly demon city is also connected to that person, Li Qiuwan said. Mu Qing nodded and reminded them, take some people to investigate. Don't rush in. If anything happens, send me a message. I'll report the situation to the clan and lead a team to handle it. He knew that Xiao Jiuluo had a Holy Sun's mission, and the ghostly demon city was a place he had to go. If the mission failed, his standing within the clan would be severely damaged. After all, there were two other Holy Sons in the clan competing with Xiao Jiuluo for the position of young palace master of the Holy Palace. Don't worry, Uncle Cheng. I know what I'm doing. Xiao Jiuluo agreed. Mu Qing turned to Li Qiuwan beside him. The person who intervened on behalf of the Xianxiao sect today is worth testing and recruiting. His physical strength is impressive. If he were to join our martial hall, he would be an excellent choice. Our Yunshu Xian Palace also needs to replenish our ranks with fresh blood as soon as possible. Li Qiujuan was surprised. Was that person really worth the attention of the palace master of their Immortal Palace Martial Hall, who was none other than this Uncle Qing? Qing Shu's discernment in refining human puppets was always impeccable. Could he have set his sights on that Lin Xiao? She agreed. After Mu Qing entered the spatial passage and departed, Xiao Jiuluo finally turned to Li Qiuwan, its senior sister. The person Uncle Qing asked you to keep an eye on is the former disciple of the old man Xian Xiao, right? Li Qiujuan looked at him. He is Lin Qingyi's junior disciple and the current peak master of the sword peak of the Xianxiao sect. Xiao Jiuluo was curious. He really is Xian Xiao, the old man's disciple. His physical strength is quite peculiar. His physical strength is indeed a bit strong, Li Qiujuan shook her head. However, his spiritual energy cultivation is lacking. If we want to turn him into a human puppet, he needs more cultivation. That's true. With such strong physical strength, it would be a shame not to turn him into a human puppet. Li Wan rolled her eyes at him. You dare to have designs on the puppet that Qing Shu has set his sights on? Xiao Zhuliuo gave a sheepish smile, just curious. But he didn't think much of it. That guy better not have any unclear connections with Lin Xingyi. Lin Xingyi and Jiang Yingxue, that pair of beautiful master and disciple, were already his designated cultivation vessels. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind letting that guy turn into a human puppet early. Chapter 13, The Xian Xiao Sword. The sky was still shrouded in a thick layer of gloom. The attack from the corpse fox had killed hundreds of disciples from the Xian Xiao sect, with the third and fourth peaks being nearly destroyed, and the peak masters' halls on both mountains were on the verge of collapse. The peak masters of the third and fourth peaks were directing their men to carry the bodies of their disciples out of the rubble. In this chaos caused by the corpse fox, the third and fourth peaks suffered the heaviest casualties within the entire sect. The other peaks were only slightly affected, with the first peak being the only one to suffer minor damage. The peak masters of the third peak, Li Wu, and the fourth peak, Zhao Qianan, stood with grim expressions, directing their disciples to clear the battlefield. Zhao Qianan picked up a broken spiritual artifact scattered on the ground with both hands. It had been the personal spiritual artifact of his fourth peak's senior disciple, who was now a cold, lifeless body. Though this disciple had some past misdeeds, Zhao Qianan still felt a pang of sorrow at that moment. When it comes to misdeeds, Lin Xiao is the one with a long list of them. Why wasn't it his disciple from Jianfeng who died? Li Wu's body descended, shaking his head and sighing behind him. How biased the sect master is toward Lin Xiao and Jianfeng. You saw it yourself just now. Zhao Qianan clenched his teeth. Why can't the sect master see through Lin Xiao's true colors even now? In that situation, she was still favoring Jianfeng. If the sect master had acted promptly, the disciples of the third peak and fourth peak wouldn't have suffered such heavy casualties. Li Wu shook his head and smiled. You've forgotten the incident with the blood ginseng last time. We conspired together to frame Lin Xiao for stealing the blood ginseng. Even with nearly irrefutable evidence, the sect master didn't expel Lin Xiao, he only imposed a minor punishment. After all, they're fellow disciples. Zhao Qianan spat coldly, feeling as though his heart was bleeding. This time, it was his hard-cultivated senior disciple who had died. Cultivating such a disciple had cost him so much effort and resources, how could he not feel the pain? Li Wu's situation on the three peaks was similar. While his senior disciple was unharmed, over a dozen core disciples had perished, and the peak master's hall was destroyed worse than the four peaks. Therefore, the two of them couldn't help but harbor resentment toward Lin Xiao. If it weren't for Lin Xiao's sword peak, Lin Xingyi might have acted first to protect their two peaks disciples. If Lin Xingyi had acted in time, their two peaks wouldn't be in such a dire state. At this moment, the elders of the first peak were also busy, patrolling various areas of the sect with solemn expressions. Some elders were at the damaged parts of the sect's grand array, muttering incantations as they channeled their spiritual energy into the array to repair the runic restrictions destroyed by the zombie foxes. Others, with furrowed brows, rushed between the peaks, tallying the number of injured disciples. Outside the main hall of the first peak, Xiao Zhuliuo descended slowly. Looking at Lin Xingyi inside the hall, whose expression had been unsettled all along, she stood there with a cold expression, arranging various post-battle matters for the sect. Xiao Zhuliuo looked at her with admiration, admiring her cold and mature demeanor. He recalled the breathtaking sword strike she had used earlier to shatter the zombie fox's attack, and he felt his mood, which had been affected by the zombie fox, improve significantly. Xiao Holy Son. The elders and disciples inside the hall hurriedly bowed respectfully upon seeing Xiao Zhuliuo enter. Although the spirit sovereign of the celestial palace had treated the Xian Xiao sect so harshly earlier, even using most of their disciples as cannon fodder, they dared only vent their grievances inwardly, showing no sign of disrespect on their faces. To the people of the Xian Xiao sect, the zombie foxes were indeed terrifying, but the Yunsu immortal palace was even more off-limits. Not to mention offending the celestial palace, the Xian Xiao sect would surely be unable to survive in Yunzhou in the future. Even if the corpse fox were to attack again, if the Yunzhou immortal palace were to turn a blind eye, the Xian Xiao sect would likely cease to exist. The terror of the zombie foxes was something they had experienced firsthand. It could be said that, aside from the Yunzhou immortal palace, there was no other power in all of Yunzhou capable of dealing with them. Although the mysterious black-robed figure's methods were indeed shocking, the immortal palace has dominated Yunzhou for tens of thousands of years and is the undisputed overlord. For that black-robed figure and the mysterious force he mentioned to threaten the immortal palace's rule, it likely won't be that easy. Over the centuries, there have been factions that opposed the immortal palace's rule. However, those factions were either brutally crushed or annihilated. Qingyi Zongzhu, before heading to the Demon City, Xiao is something he'd like to discuss with you privately, Xiao Zhuliuo said with a faint smile. Lin Xingyi furrowed her brows, unsure what this holy son could possibly want to discuss with her alone. However, she still waved her hand toward the elders and disciples in the hall. The elders and disciples immediately stepped back and exited the hall. Xiao Zhuliuo slowly approached Lin Xingyi, then spread his palm, and a flash of spiritual energy appeared, summoning an ancient-looking long sword. Xingyi, the sect master, do you recognize this sword? Lin Xingyi's beautiful eyes widened in surprise as she stared at the sword, furrowing her brows and asking, how did this sword end up in your possession? Xiao Juliuo stared into her eyes and spoke softly, "This sword is named Lin Xiao. It was entrusted to me by the old man Lin Xiao." Lin Xingyi was puzzled. "My master's sword? Why would he give it to you?" Back then, when Lin Xiao the Elder passed away, the sect's treasured sword, the Lin Xiao sword, went missing. She had assumed her master had hidden it to prevent others from coveting it, but never did she expect the sword to end up in the hands of Xiaojiu Luo, the holy son of the celestial palace. When had her master given the sword to him? She had no idea. Xiao Juliuo gently stroked the sword's hilt and smiled lightly. "I've actually known Lin Xiao the Elder for a long time. We were like old friends, and he often mentioned you. In truth, this sword is more suited for you." Of course, this was a lie. He had only met Lin Xiao the Elder a few times, and they weren't close. As for the Lin Xiao sword, it had been taken by him after Lin Xiao the Elder's soul was erased by a powerful immortal palace cultivator during the spirit tribulation. When it came to his cultivation vessels, Xiao Juliuo always preferred to conquer their minds and bodies first. To conquer a woman like Lin Xingyi, one must first get close to her, and the best way to do that was to make her grateful to him first. Since this is the treasured artifact of the Lin Xiao sect, it should rightfully return to its original owner. I will borrow it and return it to the sect master of the Qingyi sect. Xiao Juliuo flicked his finger and the long sword flew out. Lin Xingyi caught it, feeling the familiar sword energy surging within. Her face grew complex as she looked up at Xiao Juliuo. "After my master passed away, I thought this sword had vanished without a trace." Xiao Juliuo shrugged. "Though I practice the way of the sword, my spiritual energy is different from others. I do not know why the old master of Lin Xiao gave this sword to me." At this point, he smiled at Lin Xingyi and joked half-heartedly, perhaps he had already foreseen this day and wanted to achieve a perfect ending. Upon hearing this, Lin Xingyi furrowed her brows, feeling a sudden unease in her heart. Xiao Juliuo read her expression but didn't explain. Given his status, he always preferred to be straightforward. He believed Lin Xingyi could discern the meaning behind his words. After all, the survival of the entire Lin Xiao sect rested on his words alone. How could he fail to conquer a woman? Once the matter with the demon city is settled, I would like to find an opportunity to discuss the way of sword cultivation with the sect master Qingyi. With that, Xiao Juliuo smiled and turned to leave. Watching his departing figure, Lin Xingyi lowered her head to look at the Lin Xiao sword in her hand, and a bold thought suddenly popped into her mind. Perhaps the death of my master, Lin Xiao the Elder, was suspicious. Chapter 14, The Great Fate of the Celestial Palace. At the rear peak of the Lin Xiao sect, by the lakeside. When Xiaojiu Luo went to the main hall of the first peak to find Lin Xingyi, Li Qiuwan came alone to the lakeside and raised her hands to summon the star chart. The star chart flew above the lake, projecting strands of multicolored spiritual light. The light descended and condensed into an illusory projection on the lake's surface. It was a breathtakingly beautiful woman dressed in a green silk robe, her body shrouded in ethereal divine energy. Her skin was as white as snow, and her features were exquisitely carved, as if sculpted by a divine being. Her long black hair flowed down to her waist, and her overall aura was even colder and more distant than Li Qiuwan's. She emanated a powerful and mysterious aura, standing there silently, motionless, yet it seemed as though the entire world around her had lost its luster. Li Qiuwan was momentarily speechless. This breathtakingly beautiful woman was none other than the current Grand Master of the Yunshu Immortal Palace, the very person who had guided her in her cultivation from childhood. Coming to her senses, Li Qiuwan hurriedly spoke with reverence, "Master." The woman's cold, beautiful eyes slowly came to rest on Li Qiuwan. "I followed your instructions and used the star god disc to search as soon as I arrived here, but I couldn't find the aura you mentioned, nor could I find that person." Li Qiuwan had come to the Lin Xiao sect with Xiaojiu Luo not to accompany him on his mission, but because her master had instructed her to handle a matter to find someone for her master. Her master hadn't told her who to find, but she knew her master's temperament well. Even in the celestial palace, nothing or no one could ever stir her emotions. But whenever that person was mentioned, even her master, who was as cold and distant as a celestial being, would unconsciously show a flicker of emotion in her eyes. This meant that person was not her master's enemy. Then that person must be someone very important to her master. The woman nodded, her beautiful eyes glancing at the sky, her gaze drifting away for a moment before she sighed softly. "So many years have passed." After a brief silence, Li Qiuwan spoke solemnly. "Master, after we arrived at the Lin Xiao sect today, another incident occurred." Li Qiuwan recounted the entire incident involving the mysterious black-robed man and the revived fox demon, her expression growing serious by the end. Behind that black-robed man lies a mysterious power, and he seems to know a great deal about matters concerning our immortal palace. Upon hearing this, the woman looked at Li Qiuwan quietly and spoke calmly, "I have rarely interfered in matters of the celestial palace. Let the holy hall handle these matters on their own." "Understood, master." Li Qiuwan agreed. She knew her master's nature well. She could be described as indifferent to everything, and as long as it didn't truly threaten the status of the immortal palace, she would never intervene. "By the way, master, I discovered a strange person at the Lin Xiao sect today." Li Qiuwan suddenly remembered something and said, that person's spiritual power was not very high, but his physical strength was incredibly powerful. Out of curiosity, I used the star god disc to investigate him. Upon hearing Li Qiuwan mention someone else, the woman clearly lost interest. She waved her hand dismissively, then slowly turned around and cast another glance at the surroundings. A moment later, her cold voice echoed. Matters of the mortal realm are for you to handle. Do not forget the task I entrusted to you. Complete it as soon as possible and return here. Li Qiuwan hesitated, but seeing her master's projection fading away, she couldn't help but say, after using the star god disc to investigate, I couldn't detect the spiritual essence cultivation of that person at all. The star god disc you gave me has never been wrong before. The air seemed to grow still for a moment. The woman turned around, and for a fleeting moment, Li Qiuwan thought she saw a faint flicker of emotion in her master's usually icy gaze. The woman stared at her without speaking. Li Qiuwan cautiously asked, Master, could it be that the star god disc? She wanted to say that perhaps the star god disc had malfunctioned, but upon second thought, the star god disc her master had given her could even discern the cultivation level of the current Grand Hall Master of their sacred temple. How could it possibly fail to detect someone from the Lin Xiao sect? Sure enough, the woman shook her head faintly and said coldly, No. The star god disc never makes mistakes. What is that person's name? Upon hearing her master's question, Li Qiuwan replied, His name is Lin Xiao. He is the peak master of the sword peak of the Lin Xiao sect. I later investigated him thoroughly and heard from the people here that he has a rather vicious temperament and even suspects of associating with demon cultivators. The Qin uncle from the martial hall has set his sights on his physical strength and plans to have me recruit him into the martial hall. The schemes the Celestial Palace is currently involved in are known to the women as well. However, she paid no attention to anything else, only murmuring that name silently to herself, Lin Xiao. Master, is there something wrong with this person? Li Qiuwan asked, but received no response. She hurriedly looked up, only to find a gentle breeze rustling the lake's surface, with no trace of her master left behind. Master? Li Qiuwan was quite puzzled. Has the master already left? She put away the star god disc. At that moment, Xiaojiu Luo and the elders of the Immortal Palace appeared in mid-air, accompanied by several elders, including the Grand Elder of the Lin Xiao sect's Ming Yuan, and Jiang Yingxue and the other peak disciples. They were preparing to head to the Ghost Demon City. Xiao Zhuliuo was still quite confident. If it was just to suppress the Ghost Demon City's ruler, he could handle it alone with ease. By now, he had already come to his senses. He truly didn't believe that the black-robed man could be that powerful. Those words were likely just empty threats. The Celestial Palace held such a prestigious status, how could those lowly beings dare to challenge it? If he were truly powerful, why did he act like a mouse seeing a cat when he encountered them today? He didn't even dare to confront them head-on, instead creating a chaos with a corpse fox while escaping silently? Senior sister, what are the instructions from the Grand Fate? Xiao Zhuliuo asked. In the Yunshu Immortal Palace, even the current Holy Hall Grand Master in Qing, who held the title of Martial Hall Grand Master, had to bow respectfully before the Grand Master of Destiny. How much more so for him, the Immortal Palace's Holy Son? The Grand Fate, Xiao Zhuliuo had only caught a fleeting glimpse of her when he was promoted to the position of Divine Palace Saint's son. At that moment, his heart trembled and his pulse raced. Even the most beautiful goddesses in the world couldn't compare to her. The Grand Fate was the most beautiful woman Xiao Zhuliuo had ever seen. All the world's beauties paled in comparison to her, though she was thousands of years older than him. But Xiao Zhuliuo was a man, and facing such a divine maiden, he couldn't help but have certain thoughts. However, he was self-aware and knew that he would only act on those thoughts when his strength was worthy of them. Li Qiuwan shook her head. The master only said that after we complete the task, we should return as soon as possible. Then let's hurry, Xiao Zhuliuo said with a confident smile. Li Qiuwan looked at the elders of the Lin Xiao sect behind her and frowned. This journey to the demon realm is fraught with danger. I understand that your sect master must remain behind to protect the sect, but why has a Lin Xiao, the peak master of the sword peak, come? Though his spiritual power was slightly weaker, his physical strength was formidable. Among the current Lin Xiao sect disciples, none could match him in combat. He was a valuable combat asset. Upon hearing this, the senior elders of the Mingyuan sect exchanged glances, their faces filled with a bitter smile. Lin Xiao's reckless behavior and arrogant nature made the sect master dare not bring him alone. If he were to cause trouble along the way and offend the people from the Celestial Palace, especially the young Lord of Destiny, the Lin Xiao sect would be doomed. After all, the number of women he had flirted with was countless. Who knows, maybe he even dared to flirt with the young Lord of the Immortal Palace. Jiang Yingxue spoke up in a crisp voice to explain. Senior disciple Lin Xiao violated the sect's prohibitions and was confined to Jianfeng Peak by my master. He is not allowed to leave Jianfeng Peak for half a month, and... At this point, Jiang Yingxue bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, then continued, Senior disciple Lin's behavior has been rather improper. My master fears he might offend the other immortal elders, so he ordered his confinement. The members of the Lin Xiao sect all looked somewhat awkward. After all, Lin Xiao's reputation was truly beyond words. Li Qiuwan paused for a moment. Xiao Zhuliuo shook his head and smiled. If that's the case, this man is truly a disgrace to the sect. The Qingyi sect master was already showing mercy by not expelling him from the sect. Very well. If anything happens in the demon realm, I will summon the people from the Immortal Palace's martial hall as well. As he spoke, Xiao Zhiyuo gave Jiang Yingxue a gentle smile. Jiang Yingxue immediately looked at him with gratitude. Indeed, the Holy Sun has true magnanimity. Chapter 15, Lin Qingyi's thoughts. Xiao Zhiyuo led his men away from the Xianxiao sect and headed toward the Ghost Realm Demon City on Qingming Mountain, until their presence faded from the sect's premises. On the western side of the Sword Peak, in a small pavilion, Lin Xiao sat by the window, gazing at the figures disappearing into the distant mountain ranges. His fingertips gently twirled the teacup as he slowly withdrew his gaze. Behind him, Xiao Fengyu carried a freshly brewed teapot, approaching with soft steps. "Master," she called softly, her voice filled with cautious tenderness. This was the place the master had arranged for her to stay. He rarely came here. Lin Xiao turned around and gestured for her to come closer. Xiao Feng sat down beside Lin Xiao, her pale hands gently lifting the teapot to pour her master a cup of freshly brewed tea. Lin Xiao picked up the teacup and took a sip. The faint aroma of tea spread across his lips and teeth. Judging by his disciple's skill, she had clearly been well trained by him. A gentle breeze blew by, and Lin Xiao's gaze softened as he looked at the young girl before him, her brows slightly lowered. He spoke softly, "What are you thinking about?" Fengyu hurriedly looked up, her ears turning slightly red. "Nothing. I just think it's so nice to be able to spend time like this with my master." Her voice was soft, tinged with an indescribable longing. Lin Xiao reached out to tuck a strand of loose hair behind her ear, his palm brushing against her soft hair as he smiled gently. "Did you get scared today?" Fengyu shook her head, gazing at her master's gentle and captivating face. A ripple of emotion stirred in her heart. "Your cultivation is almost at the breakthrough stage. In a few days, I'll teach you a new technique." Fengyu's eyes lit up, and she nodded eagerly. Since she had been with her master, she had learned many things she had never dared to imagine before. Whether it was cultivation, reading, or brewing tea, each one filled her with wonder. But what she loved most was simply being by her master's side in peace, watching him drink tea. It brought her an indescribable sense of calm. Looking at his young disciple's obedient expression, Lin Xiao smiled. Only he knew how obedient she was now and how fierce she would become in the future. He poured her a cup of tea and said, "Try your own handiwork." Fengyu held the teacup and sipped it slowly. Two dimples appeared on her little face as she looked up at Lin Xiao with eyes full of joy. "Master, it's delicious." Lin Xiao was amused by her and wiped the tea stain from her lips with his hand. "You really know how to compliment yourself." Fengyu's face flushed red, and her heartbeat couldn't help but quicken. She wished so much that her master would always be this gentle with her. Glancing at the sky, Fengyu rested her chin on her hand, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling as she looked at Lin Xiao. Suddenly, she asked, "Master, are you going back tonight?" Lin Xiao. He couldn't help but raise his hand and gently flick her forehead. The little thing had grown bolder. But Fengyu suddenly grabbed his hand, her fingertips gently brushing against his palm. Her smile faded, and she spoke in a soft, sweet voice, "Master, I'm afraid you'll get hurt." Today, that monster was so terrifying she was genuinely afraid that thing would harm her master. Lin Xiao paused, then rubbed her hair gently, laughing, "At least you have a shred of conscience." Fengyu naturally wrapped her arms around her master's arm and said matter-of-factly, "Master loves me so much, of course, I want to be good to you too." "Being nicer means letting me sleep on the floor?" Lin Xiao teased. Fengyu blushed and shook her head, "Master can sleep in my bed." "What about you?" "I, with you." Fengyu hurriedly corrected herself, "I'll sleep on the floor." Lin Xiao smiled. This little girl was truly amusing. She didn't seem anything like the ruthless, cold-blooded Demon Empress from her previous life. Lin Xiao stopped teasing her, his smile fading slightly. Just as he was about to speak, his gaze suddenly shifted toward the window. In that very instant, he seemed to sense an exceptionally ethereal yet profoundly mysterious aura outside. But it vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. Lin Xiao furrowed his brows slightly. That shouldn't be possible. That aura gave him a faint sense of familiarity, reminiscent of a woman from the plot of his previous life, very much so. The great fate of the Celestial Palace. The Divine Empress who had suppressed an entire era thousands of years ago. But that woman should still be in the Cloud Ruins Forbidden Zone. How could her aura be appearing at the Xianxiao sect? Lin Xiao, who had lived to the pseudo-final conclusion in his previous life, knew better than anyone else that that woman was a complete and utter madwoman. To revive her husband, she even instigated the dark chaos, plunging all living beings in the heavens and earth into war and suffering, and personally buried countless races, becoming the bloodthirsty tyrant feared by all in the realm. Yet, by the time the true ending arrived, no one knew who her husband truly was. All that was known was that her attempt to revive him failed, causing her to fall into madness and turn half of the central realm into a life-forbidden zone. This woman, in her previous life, was someone even the destined male lead couldn't afford to provoke. Lin Xiao naturally didn't want to get involved with her now. Fortunately, that aura only appeared for an instant. He hoped he had misinterpreted it. Lin Xiao withdrew his gaze. Fengyu jumped down from the stool and went to the window to close the half-open window. Lin Xiao glanced at her. She muttered under her breath, "It's drafty here, master. I'm afraid you'll catch a cold." After saying that, she ran back over, grabbed her master's arm, and sat down obediently beside Lin Xiao. After a moment of silence, she suddenly leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Master, your scent is a bit pleasant." Lin Xiao's hand paused, and he saw the little girl quickly dart into his arms, wrapping her arms around him, resting her head on his chest, and gently sniffing the scent on his body, looking completely satisfied. Though the little girl was young, her development far surpassed that of girls her age. Lin Xiao lowered his head and gently stroked her cheek. Although Lin Xiao had initially only intended to use her for his own purposes. However, after spending time with her, Lin Xiao found himself growing fond of this gentle, adorable, and capable young apprentice, and he couldn't bear to part with her. Fengyu lifted her head from Lin Xiao's embrace, her eyes meeting her master's gentle gaze. In that instant, she was utterly captivated. When Lin Xiao returned to his residence, he instructed 2 disciples to guard the entrance and began his seclusion to cultivate. His soul grew still, and when he opened his eyes again, he was already controlling the corpse of the demon lord, seated high in the demon city. On the other side, shortly after Lin Xiao left, Lin Qingyi arrived at the Sword Peak. Instead of going to the Peak Master's Hall, she approached Fengyu's residence with a cold expression. Inside the room, upon seeing Lin Qingyi appear, Fengyu's heart raced with tension. He hurriedly paid his respects. Disciple Fengyu greets the sect master. Lin Qingyi's face darkened slightly. She had never acknowledged this little demoness as a disciple of the Xianxiao sect. She glared at her coldly. The little demoness had a pair of seductive peach blossom eyes, a delicate and alluring figure, and was indeed exceptionally tempting. No wonder that scoundrel Lin Xiao had brought her back to the sect. Lin Qingyi remained expressionless, speaking to her coldly. "Do you know that staying by Lin Xiao's side will only bring him the scorn of everyone?" In this era, the demon clan was already despised by all, and as a half-demon, Fengyu was no exception. Since arriving at the Xianxiao sect, aside from the disciples of the Sword Peak, not a single disciple of the sect had shown her any kindness. Upon hearing this, Fengyu's body trembled slightly. Lin Qingyi looked down at her from above. "I came here today to entrust you with a task. If you complete it, you may stay in the Xianxiao sect or follow Lin Xiao. I will no longer interfere. If you dare to refuse or fail to complete it." Lin Qingyi's gaze turned cold. "I will strip you of your bloodline, throw you into the demon's den, and ensure you never see Lin Xiao again for all eternity." Fengyu clenched her teeth tightly, her face pale. Her master had become her entire world. If she could never see him again, she might as well die. "Don't worry, this is simple. All you need to do is go to the Demon City." Chapter 16, Ghostly Demon City. Qingming Mountain, Ghost Demon City. This place is a forbidden zone. 100 years ago, it was the ancestral homeland of the Ghost Demon clan. Since the fall of the Ghost Demon Lord within its walls, it has become a city cursed by blood, with almost no living creature daring to set foot inside. The massive outline of the Demon City flickers in and out of view amidst the black demonic mist. Outside the city, within a radius of dozens of miles, lies a barren wasteland devoid of even a single blade of grass, marked by the scars of countless brutal battles. 100 years ago, the Yunshu Immortal Palace dispatched several spirit sovereign-level experts to annihilate the Ghost Demon clan. That battle left the entire Ghost Demon clan slaughtered, shocking the entire Yunzhou region. At that moment, outside the Demon City, on a barren mountain, countless elite disciples of Qingming Valley had gathered here. At the core were dozens of elders and the newly appointed master of Qingming Valley. The man in the black robe at the front was the new Valley Master, Chen Mu, the eldest disciple of the previous Valley Master. After the old Valley Master passed away, he took over the reins of the valley. Behind Chen Mu, not far away, stood a purple-clad woman veiled in light gauze. Her figure was full and striking, and beneath the veil, her eyes shone like purple amber, though her expression was cold and distant. Many of the Qingming Valley elders and disciples nearby kept their distance from her, either intentionally or not. This woman was the fiancée arranged for Lin Xiao by the old man Xian Xiao, the disfigured female disciple of Qingming Valley, Yi Zissou. Shenmu gazed at the eerie demon city before him, his eyes filled with fear and urgency. He had already dispatched at least 3 groups of elite disciples from the sect to search for the Supreme Elder, but all of them had disappeared without a trace the moment they entered the demon city, and even the communication jade tablets were unresponsive. Qingming Valley had already lost its old Valley Master. Now, the Supreme Elder was the pillar of the entire sect. Shenmu could tolerate the sacrifice of disciples, but the Supreme Elder absolutely must not come to harm. He regretted it deeply. He should have done everything in his power to stop that old man from entering the city. What use was the opportunity to advance to the spirit venerable realm if he had lost his life? What a senile fool! Shenmu sighed inwardly, then turned to look around. The barren mountains all around were already teeming with countless figures. Now, with the Ghost City incident, who knows how that spread the news that the Spirit Sovereign's ancient treasure had appeared here, and that Qingming Valley wanted to monopolize it, attracting countless factions from within thousands of miles to covet it. In this era, no one could resist the temptation of the Spirit Sovereign's ancient treasure. It represented an unparalleled opportunity of immense fortune. Haven't you seen that even the highest-ranking elder of Qingming Valley couldn't resist the temptation and rushed in? Therefore, everyone who has come here firmly believes that the spirit sovereign's ancient treasure must be within the demon city. As a result, this news spread like wildfire across the 1,000-mile radius of Qingning Mountain in no time. At this moment, on the barren plains, powerful figures from various factions, dressed in diverse attire and exuding distinct auras, were scattered like stars, all observing the people of Qingning Valley on the barren mountain ahead and the massive demon city shrouded in black mist in the distance. Knowing that the demon city is no place for the faint of heart, these individuals are no fools. They all remain quietly observing, and no faction would be foolish enough to let themselves be used as pawns by Qingning Valley. Almost all the powerful figures from various factions maintain a safe distance. They were all waiting for the moment when the spirit sovereign's ancient treasure truly appeared before they would act. Shen Mu glared at them with a dark expression. A bunch of spectators who don't mind the chaos. If the Lingzuan ancient treasure really appears, it won't be your turn. He turned his head to look at the distant sky, where three major factions had gathered, the three halls, the third strongest factions after the 9 great sects of Yunzhou. Shen Mu never expected the 3 great halls to send representatives either. Though not the highest-ranking elders like the supreme elders of the halls, the hall masters themselves had come, accompanied by dozens of core elders, as if to make sure everyone knew they were also coveting the so-called Lingzuan ancient treasure. In the distant sky, the group at the front had spiritual energy swirling around them, with badges symbolizing the Lin Xiao Hall on their chests, drawing the attention of countless people below. The Lin Xiao Hall was the foremost of the 3 great halls. The palace master of the Lin Xiao Palace was a middle-aged man, standing with his hands behind his back, surrounded by a group of elders, calmly gazing down at the crowd below. In another part of the sky, a group of figures emanated faintly sinister and strange fluctuations. Among them, Zhao Fan, the master of the Tsangming Hall, stood out prominently at the front with only one arm. These individuals naturally hailed from the Tsangming Hall, one of the 3 great halls. Worthy of note, not far behind Zhao Fan, a lazy figure shrouded in a seductive and alluring aura drew the gazes of many below. As everyone knew, although Zhao Fan was the hall master of the Tsangming Hall on the surface, everyone was aware that he was afraid of women. Most of the major decisions in the Tsangming Hall were actually made by his fiancée, Shen Shuan. Recently, there was a humorous incident. Originally, Zhao Fan wasn't missing an arm. During a gathering of factions, Lin Xiao, the peak master of the sword peak of the Xiao sect, publicly flirted with Zhao Fan's fiancée. As a result, Zhao Fan drew his sword and charged to the sword peak of the Xiao sect that day. However, when he emerged from the peak, he was covered in dust and looked utterly disheveled, and he had lost an arm. Since then, Zhao Fan has rarely been seen in the Tsangming Palace and never mentions the incident where his fiancée was teased by Lin Xiao, earning him the mockery of countless people. After all, the Xiao sect was one of the 9 great sects, and Lin Xiao was the direct disciple of the Xiao elder. Despite his poor reputation, he was powerful in cultivation, and with his status within the Xiao sect, few dared to provoke him. So when the news spread, it naturally drew mockery from many factions toward Zhao Fan. Who would have thought that Zhao Fan would dare to show his face today? It seems the temptation of the spirit venerable's ancient treasure is indeed great. Not far from the Tsangming Hall, another group of figures with long swords on their backs were from the Tianjian Hall. The hallmaster of the Tianjian Hall was named Yin Tianjian, nicknamed the Tianjian King, and he also looked at Zhao Fan with a strange expression. At that moment, facing the strange gazes of the crowd, Zhao Fan's face turned slightly dark. He turned to look at Shen Shuan behind him and gritted his teeth. "Did you go to the Xiao sect this morning?" Shen Shuan gave him a sidelong glance, lazily playing with her nails, and said nothing. However, the contempt in her eyes nearly drove Zhao Fan mad. "You really went to see him? You worthless woman!" Zhao Fan's sharp eyes caught a glimpse of the suspicious mark on Shen Shuan's neck, which she had deliberately covered up. This made him feel that his dignity as a man had been deeply trampled upon. "Lin Xiao, if I don't kill you, I'm not a man!" Zhao Fan roared inwardly. Daring to mess with his fiancée, once he seized the Lingzuan ancient treasure and enhanced his cultivation, the first thing he would do was go to the Xiao sect and slaughter Lin Xiao, that bastard. At that moment, Shen Shuan's icy voice echoed, instantly dousing some of Zhao Fan's burning anger. "If you want to die, go ahead and try." Zhao Fan clenched his teeth, his face turning ashen, and turned his head to look toward the demon city ahead. The Lingzuan ancient treasure, he would die before letting it slip through his fingers. Chapter 17, The Sacrificial Maiden. The Lingzuan realm was a level of cultivation that countless powerful beings coveted. Throughout history, countless strong individuals had committed acts in their pursuit of ascending to the Lingzuan realm. 3,000 years ago, a disciple of the martial god sect killed tens of thousands of his fellow disciples, even sparing neither his wife nor his children, and used their blood to fuel the blood demon furnace, forging the extreme blood demon body. He was known as the extreme blood demon sovereign. 1,500 years ago, a cultivator sacrificed 1,000 souls to a cauldron, trapping all living beings within a 100-mile radius in an ancient forbidden array. He captured thousands of children, forcibly extracted their souls, and the array echoed with their agonizing screams. The souls of thousands of children were crushed to pieces, becoming the sacrifice for his ascension. 800 years ago, a demonic genius from the human race sacrificed his spiritual roots, carved 99 demonic runes into his spiritual veins, used the hearts of his own flesh and blood as a catalyst, immersed himself in a blood pool for 100 days, and used scalding demon blood to flush his meridians, ultimately becoming a demonic sovereign. Those who advanced through such extreme means were all the elite of their respective eras, yet even they found it so difficult to ascend to the realm of spirit sovereign. One can only imagine how harsh the requirements for reaching that realm must be. 100 years ago, the demon lord of the underworld ascended to the rank of spirit sovereign using an unknown method. However, upon ascending, he immediately attracted the attention of powerful beings from the celestial palace, who came to suppress him. This suggests that he likely also employed some extreme method. Because all those who had previously used extreme methods to advance to the spirit sovereign realm were eventually eradicated by the Yunshu immortal palace. This is why the importance of the Lingzuan ancient treasure is so well known. It is a celestial treasure that allows one to avoid extreme methods and greatly increase the chances of advancing to the Lingzuan realm. It is the essence of spiritual energy condensed by countless Lingzuan level experts over the course of history as they fell in battle. Across the entire Yunzhou region, there was not a single person who did not covet it. The powerful figures from all factions are now quietly watching the demon city ahead, their eyes filled with unhidden greed and longing for the Lingzuan ancient treasure. The expressions of those from Qingming Valley ahead were also unsettled. They knew that as soon as any news of the Lingzuan ancient treasure emerged, these people would swarm like locusts. But the spirit sovereign's ancient treasure was information obtained at the risk of their lives by their supreme elder. Now that the supreme elder is trapped within the demon city with his life hanging in the balance, these traitors are already scheming to divide and plunder the treasure. Chen Mu's expression darkened. After sending another batch of disciples in and receiving no news, he suddenly opened his palm and summoned the supreme elder's life token. The light flickering on the token grew increasingly dim. Chen Mu's breath caught in his throat. He couldn't delay any longer. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly turned his head to look at the purple-clad woman wearing a veil not far to his left. There's no other choice now, Chen Mu sighed. For the sake of the sect, Zisu, don't blame me. The woman met Chen Mu's gaze. Her expression froze, and the skin beneath her veil turned pale. She knew exactly why Chen Mu had brought her here. In the next instant, her spiritual energy surged forth, and she flew backward without hesitation. Chen Mu's expression darkened. This is all for the sake of the sect. How dare you disobey orders? Boom! As he spoke, several elders beside him suddenly transformed into streaks of spiritual light, shooting forward at lightning speed. In an instant, they caught up to the purple-clad woman, clenching their hands into seals and forcing her to halt. Several elders glared coldly at her, surrounding her in mid-air. Chen Mu waved his hand, and a life token flew out from the purple-clad woman's body, landing in his palm. An elder snorted coldly, "Yi Zisu, to become the sacrifice for the supreme elder and trade your life for his is a blessing you couldn't have earned in 1,000 lifetimes. You should feel honored. If it weren't for your unique constitution, which can withstand the life curse and blood mark, do you think you would have this honor today?" Another elder spoke up. Honor? Hearing this, the purple-clad woman grew furious. These people couldn't save the supreme elder, yet they wanted to use her life in exchange. The smile beneath her veil turned icy and tragic. Last time you spoke of honor, you ruined half my face and left me to endure scorn within the sect. Now you want my life? You truly are magnificent. As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes turned icy, and she suddenly raised her palm to form a seal. The spiritual energy in her palm carried a bone-chilling coldness, and countless spiritual energy blades transformed into ice blades, rushing toward the nearest elder. But the elder merely shook his head indifferently, his withered fingers tracing a circle in front of him. A faint golden barrier of spiritual energy materialized out of thin air. The ice blades collided with the barrier, not even causing a ripple, shattering into countless specks of light. The elder on the left snorted coldly, flicked his fingertips, and a surge of unstoppable spiritual energy erupted, shattering the woman's remaining spiritual energy. The woman felt a sweet taste in her throat as a trickle of blood slid down her lips. But she refused to be sacrificed so easily. Her hands glowed with spiritual energy, and her life-bound spirit sword drew from its sheath. The sword's blade shone like a streak of light, aiming straight for the forehead of the lead elder. However, the elder didn't even bother to lift an eyelid. With a casual flick of his finger, an invisible spiritual energy collided with the sword blade, causing the long sword to be shaken out of her hand. The elder on the right raised his hand and swung it, sending a faint golden light rope wrapping around her ankle. With a gentle tug, she was instantly pulled backward like crashing into a cold barrier behind her. Her back was immediately pierced by a sharp pain, as if she had been stabbed by needles. That was Chen Mu's spirit binding array. Chen Mu sighed lightly. Our Qingming Valley has already lost an old valley master. We cannot afford to lose the Supreme Elder now. If your life can save the Supreme Elder's life, it would be your contribution to the sect. The woman's spiritual energy was sealed by the array. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, glanced at the elders standing before her, then looked at the Qingming Valley disciples watching coldly from a distance. Finally, she gave a bitter smile. Last time, it was the same. Because of her unique physique, she had been chosen by the sect as a sacrificial offering for a life curse. Last time, to save the eldest elder's son who had been severely injured on the demon-slaying battlefield, she had been subjected to a blood curse, which then backfired, disfiguring half her face and earning her the cold gaze of the entire sect. Now they wanted her life. This is the sect that claims to uphold the righteous path. How utterly ridiculous. The woman looked down at her trembling hands, feeling the spiritual energy in her palms rapidly dissipating. The spiritual light surrounding her grew brighter and brighter, while her life token was held firmly in Shenmu's hand. On the life token, crimson spiritual light intertwined and surged forth. Shenmu formed hand seals, and the woman's life token and the Supreme Elder's life token slowly floated into the air. The blood-red spiritual light intertwined the two life tokens. Cast the blood curse. Shenmu coldly ordered the elders. This life-sacrificing curse was a forbidden spell of Qingming Valley, capable of being endured only by those with a life curse constitution. Yi Zhisu happened to be the only person in Qingming Valley in the past 100 years with such a constitution. Originally, Shenmu had intended to keep her alive to prolong the life of the old Valley Master. However, the old Valley Master had perished too quickly, so using her to save the Supreme Elder was a fitting end for her. The woman's eyes gradually filled with despair. The depletion of her spiritual energy left her no choice but to give up resistance, but the hatred in her eyes burned brighter and brighter. In mid-air, the people from the three great halls and countless powerful figures from various factions watched indifferently. The law of the jungle was the rule of this era, and besides, this was an internal matter of Qingming Valley. They had no intention of getting involved. Below, the 5 elders of Qingming Valley formed seals with their hands. However, just as countless blood-red beams were about to wrap around the purple-clad woman, in the sky, a bone banner shrouded in thick evil energy suddenly tore through the clouds, crashing down with a deafening roar. It collided with the blood-red beams enveloping the purple-clad woman, shattering them into pieces. Immediately afterward, a hand with clearly defined bones appeared before everyone's eyes, effortlessly snatching the 2 floating life tablets from Chunmu's hands. A mocking laugh echoed throughout the heavens. He. So even you righteous sects use living people as sacrifices? This truly broadens my horizons. Chapter 18, The Witch Yi Zhisu. Draped in pitch-black robes, the sudden figure stood arrogantly mid-air, surrounded by thick malevolent energy, toyed with the 2 soul talismans in his hands. No one could see his face, only the 3 eerie, dark vertical pupils beneath the black robe. Who are you, demon? Seeing the Supreme Elder's life token being seized, Shenmu's expression changed drastically. The elders of Qingming Valley roared in anger, and the elder on the far left boldly struck out, his palm strike carrying a violent surge of spiritual energy. The black-robed figure remained motionless, merely sweeping his vertical pupils down indifferently. Just a single glance. The elder's face twisted in horror as the spiritual energy within him surged uncontrollably, causing his body to tremble and come to a halt. His eyes widened in terror. You. Boom. The next moment, his heart exploded without warning. His entire body instantly lost all signs of life and plummeted from mid-air. Gurgle. Everyone stared in disbelief, swallowing hard. That elder was a spirit emperor at the initial stage of cultivation. A spirit emperor of the top tier in Yunzhou, yet he was killed with a single glance? Shenmu was utterly speechless with disbelief. At that moment, the black-robed figure raised his hand and gently grabbed the purple-clad woman, forcibly pulling her out of Shenmu's spirit-binding array. Yi Zhisu felt an unfamiliar aura swirling around her nose. When she looked up, her gaze met the 3 vertical pupils of the black-robed figure, yet she felt no fear, only an unusual calmness. A bold thought suddenly flashed through her mind. The aura of a demonic being was actually so reassuring. No one dared to speak below, and the air seemed to freeze. Under everyone's gaze, the black-robed figure casually waved his hand, and the bone banner flew back into his grasp. His other palm opened, holding the life talismans of the woman and the Supreme Elder of Qingming Valley. He then laughed harshly, life for life. Nothing more than a low-grade life curse abandoned by the ancient blood clan. Trash. You. A elder beside Shenmu's face turned dark, while Shenmu looked at him with caution, signaling him not to act rashly. Did I say something wrong? The black-robed man mockingly glanced over. Trash of a sect. The mockery was spot on. The people from the other factions around them looked uneasy. Everyone from Qingming Valley below turned pale, the disciples looked humiliated, and the elders gritted their teeth in anger. Being insulted to their faces without daring to retaliate was indeed humiliating. Shenmu took a deep breath to calm himself, then spoke coldly. You don't seem to be from Yunzhou. May I ask what you're doing here? The Qingming Valley hasn't done anything to offend you, has it? This person's identity was mysterious, and his strength was unimaginable. Even if the Supreme Elder were here, he might not be able to defeat him. Could he also be here for the ancient treasure of the Spirit Sovereign? Shenmu was still unclear about the situation and dared not act rashly for now. The black-robed man ignored Shenmu completely, casually tossing a life token to the purple-clad woman. Yi Zhisu caught her life token, her amber eyes fixed on the black-robed man, and asked in a daze, "Can you take me with you?" Once, Qingming Valley had been her home, but now it had become her personal hell. The black-robed man before her was the only ray of light in her hellish existence. The black-robed figure fixed his vertical pupils on her. Beneath her veil, Yi Zisu's face was filled with stubbornness. Suddenly, the black-robed figure reached out and lifted a corner of her veil. Yi Zisu's face darkened. My face is ugly. The sect she had trusted most had ruined her face, and everyone had mocked her. Now they wanted to take her life, and all the disciples stood by coldly. How ridiculous. The black-robed figure ignored her, gently lifting the corner of her veil with his fingertips. A smooth jawline was revealed, but as he continued upward, several crisscrossing bloodstains suddenly came into view. These bloodstains resembled winding gorges etched into her face, disrupting her original soft features and making her appear grotesque and terrifying. Another villainous female lead. Yi Zisu's eyelashes trembled, and she instinctively tried to turn her head away, but the black-robed figure's hand gently brushed through the veil and caressed her cheek. The hand was shrouded in the black robe, revealing only the slender knuckles. The fingertips emitted a faint trail of black mist, which wound its way up her skin, climbing toward the scar. The black mist swirled and gathered at the scar, gradually outlining an incredibly complex pattern, like an invisible pen drawing on her skin. The black mist filled the scar and spread outward in overlapping swirls, resembling poisoned purple petals. In mere moments, the hideous scars were covered by a complex, eerie purple flower, resembling a mandrake flower. The eerie pattern, when it fell on Yi Zisu's face, made her originally delicate features appear even more alluring and seductive. Upon closer inspection, it was even more breathtakingly beautiful than when it was intact. The black-robed figure withdrew his hand, his fingertips still lingering with the warmth of Yi Zisu's skin. He casually pulled down the veil, his eyes filled with admiration, and spoke in a hoarse voice, "Your face is very beautiful." The icy chill on her skin had not yet faded, and Yi Zisu froze in place, forgetting to breathe. The scar that had been etched onto her face was a side effect of the life-saving curse the sect had forcibly cast on her to save her life. When the old sect master learned of this, he had comforted her, saying it was all for the sake of the sect. But what happened afterward? Her junior brothers and sisters would deliberately avoid her during sword training, and her junior sisters would chat idly with hidden disdain and deliberate distance in their eyes. Gradually, she became an outcast despised by everyone in the sect. The elders looked down on her and refused to guide her in her cultivation, while the disciples gathered in groups, leaving her isolated. But at that moment, the skin that had once made her feel so inferior that she even despised herself was now, under the demonic patterns on the black-robed figure's body, as though it had been given new life. Even if it was the mark of a demon, something that all righteous people would avoid at all costs, to her, it was her rebirth. Tears had gathered on her eyelashes, and Yi Zisu suddenly lowered her head, afraid that the person before her would see the moisture in her eyes. In that moment, she could even hear her heart pounding wildly. She gently raised her hand, her fingertips touching the pattern on her cheek. For the first time, she didn't feel that half of her face was heavy. "Thank you," her voice trembled slightly, hoarse with emotion. Even if the man in black before her was a demon, so what? This demon was far more dazzling than those self-righteous hypocrites who claimed to be righteous but were nothing but pretenders. Chapter 19, I admire her. The sudden change in the air caught everyone off guard. In truth, sacrifices like this occurred to some extent in every sect. For instance, when the patriarch of a sect neared the end of his life, he would select young disciples with special constitutions and use a life-swapping curse to transfer their lives into his own. Such matters are understood by all. Sacrificing a few young disciples to extend the life of the sect's founder and continue their protection of the sect is a great honor for those young disciples. Yi Zisu was originally chosen by Qingning Valley as a sacrifice for their former valley master. However, the former valley master died too quickly, and there was no one left to extend his life. Shen Mu had been counting on using Yi Zisu's life to retrieve the Supreme Elder, but his expression darkened. He coldly addressed the black-robed figure in the air, "Your hands are reaching too far. This woman is a disciple of Qingning Valley. Her fate should be decided by Qingning Valley." The elders' faces turned ashen. They looked down at the elder who had been killed by the black-robed figure, their expressions filled with fear and anger. The elder's spiritual energy surged, and they rushed forward, forming a spiritual array that sealed off all four directions around the black-robed figure and Yi Zisu. Shen Mu was also unsure of himself, but with so many people attacking one, all of them being elders at the Spirit Emperor realm of the sect, and with the sect's array as their trump card, he didn't believe this guy wasn't the least bit nervous. Shen Mu's body floated into the air, gazing coldly at Yi Zisu. He barked, "Exchanging your life with the Supreme Elders is an honor you could never earn in a lifetime. Even without today's incident, you would still be sent to the Lin Xiao sect by the sect. Get back here immediately." Yi Zisu clenched her fists tightly, lowering her head to avoid looking at the people below, but her trembling hands betrayed the turmoil within her heart. Finally, as she raised her head, the demonically beautiful face adorned with mandala flower tattoos grew utterly cold. Her amber-colored, icy pupils were filled with suppressed murderous intent. "Why should I?" Her icy voice echoed through the air, filled with anger and resentment. "You're just a bunch of hypocrites who use morality to cover up your filth. My life, why should I give it to you?" As the words left her mouth, everyone below paled, and many Qingning Valley disciples turned red with anger. At that moment, Yi Zisu's eyes were no longer filled with restraint, they were completely consumed by murderous intent. She seemed like a different person entirely, sending a chill down the spines of the Qingning Valley disciples below. Moreover, her words had completely exposed the unspeakable things hidden beneath the facade of righteousness of the Qingning Valley. The elders' faces also turned red, especially when they saw the black-robed man's mocking expression as he watched the scene unfold. Anger boiled within everyone's hearts. The senior elder of Qingning Valley pointed angrily at Yi Zisu, shouting, "You traitor! Do you dare to betray the sect?" Yi Zisu tore off the badge on her chest that signified her status as a disciple of Qingning Valley, crumpled it in her hand, and threw it to the ground. "This sect is only fit for filthy people like you. You!" The disciples who had been scolded turned pale with anger. The senior elder waved his hand and ordered the elders around him, "Seize her. I will personally take her life." Boom! Four elders erupted with spiritual energy, charging toward Yi Zisu to subdue her. A fierce gust of wind swept toward her, but Yi Zisu remained calm. The magic flowers engraved on her cheeks, which had previously resembled flower buds, slowly bloomed. Along with them came a fierce and ruthless aura that had been sealed within her body, as if a seal had been broken. Swish! The long sword in her hand drew from its sheath, its icy blade pointing directly at the elder of the Qingning Valley below. The spiritual energy within her body began to surge wildly. "She's burning her life essence. She's gone mad." The elder's eyelids twitched. Burning one's life essence to fuel spiritual energy was a sign of succumbing to demonic influence. Once one fell into demonic possession, they would become a mindless, bloodthirsty madman. "Capture her," the Grand Elder roared. Swish! Her body surged forward first. The four elders surrounded Yi Zisu, attacking her from all sides. On the other side, the black-robed figure continued to toy with the bone banner in his hand, glancing at Yi Zisu, who was on the verge of succumbing to darkness. His crimson vertical pupils flickered slightly before he licked his lips and spoke in a hoarse voice, "I admire her." As he spoke, he snapped his fingers. A beam of spiritual light erupted, piercing into Yi Zisu's body. Boom! Just as Yi Zisu was about to succumb to demonic energy, a terrifying demonic force akin to ancient times surged within her, breaking through her meridians like a burst dam. A phantom-like, terrifying fox demon appeared behind her, its spiritual energy surging wildly, breaking through the realm of the Spirit Emperor in an instant. Her body was engulfed in eerie purple flames, which emitted an extreme heat, as if capable of burning the air. Just as the four elders of Qingning Valley were about to touch her, their bodies came into contact with the purple demonic flames, causing their spiritual energy to crack and shatter inch by inch. The eldest elder, who was the first to be struck, was directly incinerated and melted by the flames, his protective spiritual energy shattering like paper. The other three elders twisted and burned within the purple flames, their agonizing screams sending shivers down the spines of all who heard them. In just a few breaths, the four had no strength left to struggle, and only the sound of their bones being burned by the demonic flames could be heard. Half a minute later, the flesh and blood of the four were completely incinerated by the demonic flames. The spiritual energy within their bodies gradually condensed into 4 blood-red pills under the flame's scorching heat. Yi Zisu casually swept them away and held them in her hand. Blood sacrifice spirit pills. Using living people to refine pills? Everyone below fell into a deathly silence. The disciples of Qingning Valley turned pale, staring at the cold, ruthless purple figure in the air. Their pupils contracted violently, and those whose gazes were locked by Yi Zisu felt a chill run down their spines. "Yi Zisu, the sect has been kind to you." A slightly older disciple trembled as he spoke, but before his words could finish, a purple flame pierced his heart, cutting off his voice abruptly. With a single flick of her wrist, she had instantly killed a disciple at the peak of the divine realm. Yi Zisu remained expressionless, turning her gaze toward Chen Mu. "Killing your own sect members. Yi Zisu, think about the consequences." As Chen Mu spoke, he hurriedly formed seals with his hands, unleashing his ultimate technique. Surging spiritual energy transformed into a colossal dragon, sweeping toward Yi Zisu. Boom! The spiritual energy struck, but it didn't even break through the purple flame. Chen Mu's eyes widened in shock. Without hesitation, he turned and fled, his body transforming into a streak of light as he streaked across the sky. However, the next moment, a surge of energy swept past his back. A chill touched his neck as Yi Zisu's jade-like hand gripped a long sword. She had somehow caught up to him, and the sharp blade, burning with demonic flames, was now pressed against his neck. The blade had already sliced into his flesh, and blood trickled down. The intense pain made Chen Mu's eyes widen with fear, and he immediately stopped in his tracks. "I know who cast the life curse on you, it was Yun Su." Clang! A flash of cold light, and before Chen Mu could finish his sentence, his head was severed from his body. His soul transformed into a disoriented spirit, desperately trying to escape, only to be caught by the purple demonic flames and burned to ashes. The sword tip dripped with blood, emitting a crisp sound. The next moment, Yi Zisu raised her gaze indifferently, then her body vanished once more. This time, the screams came from the disciples of Qingning Valley. Just 2.5 minutes later, more than half of the Qingning Valley disciples present were brutally killed by Yi Zisu's sword. People from countless surrounding factions watched the scene, their eyes trembling. This woman is truly ruthless. The black-robed figure watched the spectacle with disdain, gazing at the ruthless figure below and listening to the constant prompts from the system in his mind. Ding, the female antagonist Yizisu has killed her fellow disciples, darkening progress 80%. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 5,000 evil points. Ding, the female antagonist Yizisu has killed her fellow disciples. Darkening progress 85%. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 5,000 evil points. The evil deed points system not only allows users to earn evil deed points by performing villainous acts but also by exploiting these villainous female protagonists to continuously darken their souls, thereby obtaining corresponding evil deed points. Especially the female lead Fengyu from the previous life, who had the strongest villainous fortune, also known as the host's own disciple. If she were to fully turn evil, the amount of evil deeds points obtained would likely be an astronomical number. Chapter 20, the first villainous female lead to turn evil. The air was filled with a faint scent of blood. Only a figure in purple robes stood atop the barren mountain. Beneath her lay the corpses of countless Qingming Valley disciples. After unleashing her demonic nature, Yizisu had clearly begun to grow accustomed to such slaughter. At that moment, the three hall masters of the three great halls and the leaders of various factions surrounding them all stared in disbelief at the scene. Zhao Fan, in particular, felt a chill run down his spine. The leaders of the various factions wore solemn expressions, their eyes fixed on Yizisu with caution. At that moment, before Yizisu, a long sword still embedded in the ground continued to drip blood. Beneath it lay a Qingming Valley disciple with his heart pierced, his face twisted in terror. Yizisu slowly raised her hand to tuck a strand of disheveled hair behind her ear, making the blood-stained purple demon flower on her cheek appear even more alluring and enchanting. The next moment, she gently extended her jade-like hand, grasped the sword hilt, and pulled out the long sword. She turned around, her cold eyes filled with a mix of sorrow and disbelief as she gazed at the horrific scene she had created. She had personally slaughtered nearly a third of the disciples of Qingming Valley. All of this was her doing. Her chest rose and fell slightly. Yizisu suddenly clenched her teeth, and her cold, beautiful eyes turned completely blood-red and obsessive in the next moment. They wanted my life. Why can't I kill them? These people all deserve to die. At that moment, the demonic nature within him once again overpowered his reason. Yizisu let out a maniacal laugh, his dangerous gaze suddenly lifting to fix on Zhao Fan and the others suspended in midair. Zhao Fan. He froze for a moment, then his expression turned urgent. This is bad. She has completely succumbed to the darkness. Being completely possessed meant that the demonic nature within her had completely replaced her rationality, and the murderous desire deep within her heart could no longer be suppressed. Wang Yan, the master of the Lin Xiao palace, gritted his teeth and looked up at the black-robed figure in the air. That guy's demonic mark is triggering this woman's inner demonic nature. It's all his doing. At that moment, everyone seemed to sense something. They looked up and saw the black-robed figure's mocking and amused gaze fixed on them. It was indeed that guy causing trouble. He had used the demonic mark to awaken the demonic nature within Yizisu, turning her into a ruthless female demon. The leaders of various factions paled. Before they could react, the black-robed figure swung the bone banner in his hand, and an extremely dark black spiritual energy swept across the heavens and earth. Everyone felt their spiritual energy begin to surge uncontrollably within their bodies. Swish! The sudden change occurred within a small faction. A male disciple from this small faction could no longer contain the chaotic spiritual energy within him. He suddenly let out a loud roar, his eyes turning blood red. With a terrifying scream, he turned around and pounced on a female senior disciple behind him, biting down viciously and tearing off her neck with his teeth, blood spurting everywhere. Everyone froze in shock. As one disciple descended into madness, more and more disciples from the smaller factions began to lose control. One disciple even went berserk, slaughtering over a dozen members of his own sect before emerging from the carnage, drenched in blood, as if he had emerged from a sea of blood. In just 1 minute, the surrounding area descended into chaos as countless factions clashed, and all the disciples who had lost their minds began to slaughter one another. Heart-wrenching screams mingled with terrifying wails and growls, sending shivers down everyone's spines. The disciples on the side of the three great halls were slightly better off, but some disciples in the Lin Xiao hall had already begun to turn red-eyed, trembling uncontrollably, struggling to suppress the chaotic demonic energy within them. Wang Yan, seeing this, struck out with a palm, unleashing a terrifying surge of spiritual energy that instantly obliterated the disciple. The other disciples, seeing this, swallowed their saliva in fear but dared not utter a word. Yin Tianjian, the hall master of the Heavenly Sword Hall, looked up at the black-robed figure in the sky and roared, "Stop right there!" In mid-air, the black-robed figure slowly curled the corners of his mouth into a smile. He fiddled with his ears and chuckled mockingly, "What? You told me to stop?" Yin Tianjian erupted in anger, "Damn you!" The black-robed figure nodded, "I shall grant your wish." As he spoke, he swung the bone banner in his hand once more. Another wave of dark spiritual energy swept through the air. This time, the disciples of the three great halls could no longer suppress the demonic energy within them. As the first disciple descended into madness, Then 2, 3. At first, Zhao Fan and the other two were able to control the situation as they charged in to slay the possessed disciples. But as more and more disciples went mad, they too felt their hearts tremble, for the strength of those mad disciples had increased several-fold compared to before. Zhao Fan struck down a disciple from the Tsangming Hall with a single palm strike, then his body flashed backward to stand before Shen Shuan, eliminating all the disciples who attempted to approach them. Shen Shuan gave him a cold glance, "Get out of my way." She then struck him with a palm, sending him flying backward. Zhao Fan's face turned red with anger as he gritted his teeth. "I was afraid you'd get hurt." Shen Shuan sneered coldly, "You should worry about yourself." Zhao Fan froze for a moment, then saw that the enraged disciples had all bypassed Shen Shuan and were charging toward him instead, leaving him completely bewildered. These enraged disciples didn't attack Shen Shuan at all, as if there was something on her that terrified them. Shen Shuan furrowed her brows slightly. She had also found it odd at first. However, she soon sensed the spiritual energy emanating from the purple hairpin on her head. She removed the hairpin, and her beautiful face grew slightly dazed. This was the hairpin Lin Xiao had given her. It was the spiritual energy emanating from this hairpin that prevented the enraged disciples from approaching her. Thinking of this, Shen Shuan felt a sudden surge of sweetness in her heart. That guy was always like this, even when he wasn't by her side, he would protect her in this way, yet he claimed not to care about her. What a hypocritical man. Zhao Fan's expression darkened as he watched his fiancée display a look of sweetness he had never seen before. He felt his head growing greener by the second. Boom! With a single palm strike, Zhao Fan killed a disciple. He glared at the black-robed figure in the air, his face filled with murderous intent. "You bastard, what do you want?" The black-robed figure lazily toyed with the bone banner. Upon hearing the words, his dark vertical pupils indifferently glanced at Zhao Fan. Upon making eye contact with the black-robed figure, Zhao Fan felt an inexplicable sense of fear. Those emotionless, dark vertical pupils seemed to be staring at him as if he were already dead. This sent a chill down Zhao Fan's spine. The next moment, he saw the black-robed figure flick the bone banner lightly, and he felt a cold sweat break out all over his body. Without a moment's hesitation, his body suddenly retreated violently. But it was too late. A dark spiritual energy swept past silently, without causing any spatial ripples, and headed straight for him. It felt as though he was instantly enveloped by the shadow of death. Zhao Fan's breath caught in his throat. Under the spiritual energy attack, all his escape tactics were rendered useless. If he was hit, he would die without a doubt. Zhao Fan's entire body grew cold, and his heart trembled. But at that very moment, a cold snort echoed from the sky above, followed by a colossal surge of energy that swept downwards. The energy carried an overwhelming sense of pressure. Under that aura, space seemed to freeze, and the black-robed man's attack halted midway before reaching Zhao Fan, then shattered inch by inch. Zhao Fan narrowly escaped death, his face still trembling with fear. "Star God, bind spirit barrier." A cold, clear female voice echoed. Hum. As the voice faded, countless spiritual energy chains descended from the sky, binding all the disciples. In mid-air, as the spiritual clouds dispersed, a towering middle-aged man in green robes emerged, accompanied by Xiaozhou Luo and Li Qiu Wan, along with several unfamiliar figures dressed in celestial palace attire, their bodies shrouded in vast, surging energies. "It's over," Mu Qing's cold, indifferent voice echoed downwards as his deep black eyes swept over the black-robed figures below. "Last time, this guy managed to escape from the Lin Xiao sect. This time, with 3 spirit sovereigns here to capture him, let's see if he can escape again." Chapter 21, What you say is just as ridiculous as you are. Whoosh. At that moment, the disciples and elders of the Lin Xiao sect also descended from the sky. The senior elder Ming Yuan glared angrily, pointing at Yi Zissou and shouting, "You killed your fellow disciples and have willingly succumbed to darkness. You are beyond redemption." He was truly enraged. Setting aside Yi Zissou's status as a disciple of Qingming Valley, she was Lin Xiao's fiancée. Lin Xiao was the peak master of the sword peak. If word of what Yi Zissou had done today spread, even if the two hadn't married, countless people would slander Lin Xiao behind his back. Moreover, their Lin Xiao sect would be implicated as well. This woman, after causing trouble in Qingming Valley, she mustn't bring trouble to the Lin Xiao sect as well. Looking down at the bodies of Qingming Valley disciples littering the ground, Zhang Yingxue and the other peak disciples felt an inexplicable chill in their hearts. Zhang Yingxue clenched her teeth. Indeed, anyone associated with Lin Xiao was no good. The leaders of various factions hurriedly bowed respectfully toward the people from the Yunqiu Xian Palace, while some of the surviving leaders of smaller factions rushed to kneel down. The Immortal Palace's spirit sovereign, some of them might only get to see such a figure once in their entire lives. The air fell silent once more. Facing the harsh accusations from the members of the Lin Xiao sect, Yi Zissou couldn't help but find it amusing. "You want my life? If I take your lives, does that make me a demon in your eyes? This Lin Xiao sect isn't anything good either," she sneered. Zhang Yingxue's face flushed red. "It was your own choice to fall into darkness and kill so many people. You were even the fiancé of my senior disciple Lin Xiao. You brought this upon yourself." Lin Xiao? Upon hearing that name, Yi Zissou's beautiful eyes flickered with confusion. Since the sect had disfigured her face, she had been shunned and despised by everyone in Qingming Valley, and her personality had long since grown cold and indifferent. In the past few years, perhaps only the matter involving the Lin Xiao sect could stir even a hint of emotion within her. Though she had never met Lin Xiao, he had agreed to marry her despite knowing about her disfigurement. Senior Sister Yi, don't fall any further. You're just being manipulated by demons. It's not too late to turn back now. The Celestial Palace will save you, and the Lin Xiao sect will save you too. A male disciple of the Lin Xiao sect spoke earnestly, his face filled with sincerity, and he shot a furious glance at the black-robed figure in the sky. It was all that guy's doing. Not only had he destroyed half of the Lin Xiao sect today, but now he was using Senior Sister Yi to slaughter the disciples of Qingming Valley. He was a truly evil demon. However, after he finished speaking, he realized that Senior Sister Yi hadn't even acknowledged him, let alone glance at him. The male disciple's face turned red. Xiaojiu Luo slowly descended, and upon seeing Yi Zissou at that moment, he couldn't help but feel a touch of admiration in his eyes. If I recall correctly, this woman from Qingming Valley was chosen as a sacrifice by one of the elderly spirit lords in the Celestial Palace. The life curse on her body was cast by that very spirit lord. Originally, once the time was right, that spirit venerable would have intervened to capture her and bring her back to the Celestial Palace for sacrifice and cultivation. He can't escape now. Seeing Yi Zissou's beautiful eyes fixed on the sky, Xiaojiu shook his head and smiled. Actually, there have been many such sinners in this world before, but you should know their fates. Miss Yi, it's time to turn back. He continued, I can help you. A sinner? Yi Zissou murmured to herself. The next moment, a dangerous smile spread across her face as she slowly raised her finger, sending a spirit energy sword flying toward Xiaojiu's forehead. I want your life. Will you give it to me? That's not possible, Xiaojiu shook his head. Then your words are just as ridiculous as you are. The next moment, the spiritual energy sword erupted violently. Xiaojiu was caught off guard and was sent flying backward. His face darkened. This woman was truly ungrateful, she had better not fall into his hands. Meanwhile, in mid-air, Mu Qing's right-hand silver-robed spirit sovereign shook his head, glaring at the black-robed figure. You have seduced my righteous disciple to slaughter his own sect, committing a crime against the Celestial Palace. No matter who you are, you won't be leaving here today. The white-robed middle-aged man on the left stroked his beard, his gaze fixed on the bone banner in the black-robed man's hand. This banner can influence the minds of spiritual cultivators and release their demonic nature. It must be a treasure of the demonic path. It's a waste for you to possess it. He extended his palm, why not hand it over to this one? The black-robed man swept his vertical pupils over the three of them, shook his head regretfully, and muttered, only 3 spirit sovereigns have come. Mu Qing couldn't help but laugh. What do you mean only 3? 100 years ago, even that demonic lord of the underworld died at the hands of the 3 of us spirit sovereigns. Do you think you can survive today? Oh. Upon hearing this, the black-robed figure fixed his gaze on Mu Qing with interest. You've reminded me of something. 100 years ago, there was a pregnant woman from the Ghost Abyss clan who was supposedly tortured to death by one of the 3 of you, and her body was later refined into a human furnace. Mu Qing and the white-robed middle-aged man immediately turned to look at the silver-robed spirit sovereign. Mu Qing's face darkened, and he quietly transmitted his voice, I warned you before to dispose of that woman properly. How did this information leak out? This was such a secret that even many in the Celestial Palace were unaware of it. The silver-robed spiritess expression changed. He suddenly fixed his gaze on the black-robed figure with suspicion and coldly demanded, 100 years ago, when we annihilated the Ghost Demon clan, were you present? The pregnant woman he had once turned into a human puppet to toy with was the wife of the Ghost Demon Lord. He had targeted her because of her unique physique, her extraordinary beauty, and the fact that she was just a step away from breaking through to the next realm. Humph, the black-robed figure shook his head slowly, ignoring him. He then furrowed his brows slightly and looked toward the demon city shrouded in black mist. I don't recognize that pregnant woman, but... The next moment, he suddenly turned around and looked at the silver-robed spirit. I recognize another person. The silver-robed spirit sovereign's eyes narrowed. Boom! A terrifying purple thunderbolt, as thick as a serpent, descended from the heavens, plunging the entire world into darkness. The void behind the black-robed figure twisted and shattered like a mirror, and the clouds within a 100-mile radius were instantly dyed a dark crimson. Then, the dark clouds in the sky were torn apart by a terrifying hand with white, bone-like joints and bulging veins. The spiritual energy in the heavens and earth began to chaos. Behind the torn clouds, a corpse shrouded in demonic energy burst forth from the crimson spiritual energy. The suppressed anger of a century burned the heavens and earth. The middle-aged man in silver robes was startled, but the corpse's speed was so fast that he couldn't react in time. Boom! Shadows engulfed him, and an unimaginable force struck the middle-aged man in the silver robe on the head. The next second. Boom! The world spun wildly. The silver-robed spirit sovereign's body plummeted like a cannonball into the barren mountain below, followed by a deafening explosion that left a massive crater in the mountain. When the smoke finally cleared, The silver-robed spirit sovereign's head was being crushed under a foot, his hair disheveled and covered in blood, his entire body trembling slightly. Chapter 22. After you die, I will treat your wife and children well. The demon lord of the underworld? Gazing at the towering demonic figure that had emerged, standing atop the silver-robed spirit sovereign's head, everyone's pupils contracted violently, and their expressions turned pale. The brutal battle between the Ghost Abyss clan and the Celestial Palace 100 years ago was something everyone here had heard of, even if they hadn't participated. The Ghost Demon clan had once been one of the top powers in the Central Realm, but the Ghost Demon Lord was a bloodthirsty tyrant. According to information from the Celestial Palace, he had ascended to the rank of Spirit Sovereign solely through cultivating the way of slaughter, with countless lives on his hands. He was a despicable demonic overlord, a name that struck fear into the hearts of all who heard it. Therefore, the Celestial Palace, determined to eradicate the Ghost Clan, this cancerous tumor, spared no effort, dispatching 3 Spirit Sovereign-level experts and hundreds of Spirit Emperor-level warriors. After 3 days and 3 nights of relentless combat, they completely annihilated the Ghost Clan. As the Demon King fell, his body plummeted into the Ghost Abyss Demon City, plunging the entire city into eternal darkness for a century. The former Demon Lord of the Ghost Realm once fought alone against the 3 Spirit Sovereigns of the Celestial Palace. That battle, which shook the heavens and the earth, ended with his demise. But no one knew how he had actually fallen. This is impossible. Mu Qing's eyelids twitched violently. He had personally participated in the campaign against the Ghost Abyss clan and had witnessed the Ghost Abyss Demon Lord take his own life before his eyes. How could someone who had been dead for over 100 years suddenly come back to life? Even if that black-robed figure possesses unimaginable powers, this is absolutely impossible. Mu Qing's expression darkened. In truth, back then, the 3 great spirit lords were not as dominant over the Ghost Demon Lord as the intelligence reports claimed. Instead, the 3 of them had nearly been overwhelmed by him, and even defeated. In the end, they won because the silver-robed spirit sovereign used a trick to capture the Demon Lord's pregnant wife, threatening him with his wife and the child in her womb. The Demon Lord, out of love for his wife and child, was forced to surrender. The condition set by the Celestial Palace was that he must commit suicide in the skies above the Demon City, and in exchange, the Celestial Palace would spare his wife and child, allowing the Ghost Demon clan to preserve their last bloodline. However, after he committed suicide, the silver-robed spirit sovereign did not honor the agreement. Instead, he captured his wife and turned her into a human furnace, using her as a vessel for his whims. Such an act that tarnished the reputation of the Celestial Palace would naturally not be made public, and only a few knew about it. Mu Qing simply couldn't figure out how that black-robed figure had found out. Seeing Mu Qing's shocked expression, the black-robed figure in mid-air smiled mockingly. His gaze fell upon the demonic shadow below, meeting its hollow eyes, and then he felt the fear and disgust in the glances of those around him as they looked at the demonic shadow. He raised the bone banner in his hand and swung it lightly. Swish! Instantly, the heavens and earth changed color. The already gloomy sky grew even darker, yet the black clouds began to gradually turn transparent. Within the transparent mist, a celestial curtain emerged, and as dark light surged, scenes began to unfold. I am merciful. Watch this spectacle. The hoarse voice of the black-robed figure echoed in the ears of everyone below. Upon hearing these words and seeing the familiar scenes beginning to emerge from the misty images, the white-robed middle-aged man and Mu Qing's expressions changed drastically. They shouted urgently, "Stop!" Their bodies transformed into streaks of light, rushing toward the black-robed figure. No need to rush, the black-robed figure smiled faintly, his body transforming into black mist before reappearing on the distant mountain peak. Mu Qing and the others lunged forward, only to strike empty air. Their hearts sank in panic. However, at that moment, the scene within the celestial curtain in the sky slowly froze. The first scene was quickly recognized by someone. It was the ghostly demon city from 100 years ago. At that time, the ghost demon city was still covered in purple ghost demon flowers. In the scene, a black-clad man sat on a cliff overgrown with purple demon flowers. His features were gentle, and he held a delicate, graceful figure in his arms. His tender gaze fixed on the woman in his embrace, his fingertips gently brushing her rounded abdomen. The woman rested her head on his knee, her smile gentle and sweet, and gently took his hand and placed it on her abdomen. "Ayu, your son kicked me." The man smiled slightly, gently tucking a strand of hair from her forehead, and teases, "You're just like your mother." The woman frowned, then suddenly hummed softly as she sat up in his lap, her face full of grievance. "You're being mean to me?" The man couldn't help but laugh and kiss her gently. The woman looked up at him, her bright, clear eyes reflecting the stars in the sky. Suddenly, she turned her head to look at the night sky outside the demon city, her eyes darkening. She lay back in the man's lap, hugging him tightly, and said in a muffled voice, "Those people made you do things you didn't want to do. I feel so sorry for you. You've never killed anyone, so why do people outside call you a great demon? Let them say what they want. You can't stop them from speaking." The woman gently hit him. "The people from the Celestial Palace are up to no good. They even made you send 200 young tribe members' children to them as sacrificial offerings. If you had sent them, the tribe members would definitely hate you." The man didn't respond, only holding her tighter. But in the place where the woman couldn't see, his expression was filled with complexity. The first scene freezes here. However, the information revealed in the scene left everyone below staring at each other in shock. One by one, their gazes unconsciously shifted toward Xiao Zhuluo and the other Immortal Palace disciples floating in the air. That black-clad man, they recognized him immediately. He was the Ghost Demon Lord who had just taken control of the Ghost Demon clan 100 years ago. But this didn't match their understanding. Wasn't the Ghost Realm Demon Lord a cold-blooded, ruthless tyrant who had slaughtered countless lives? Hadn't he even gone so far as to sacrifice his own young clan members to the Immortal Palace disciples as alchemical vessels to obtain their resources? Just as everyone was still dazed, the sky changed, and the second scene appeared. This time, it was on a brutal battlefield. The battlefield clearly bore the marks of a colossal, earth-shaking battle. The black-clad man was covered in blood, and facing him were Mu Qing and his two companions from 100 years ago, who were also in a pitiful state. Mu Qing clenched his teeth and spoke through gritted teeth. Just 200 clan members? When your father ruled the Ghost Clan, he was far more obedient than you. To rebel against the rule of the Celestial Palace for 200 clan members? You truly are a fool. The man remained calm, took a deep breath, and did not speak. He simply raised his palm, and the spiritual energy behind him surged violently. A fierce battle erupted, utterly brutal. However, the Celestial Palace crushed the Ghost Clan with overwhelming force, slaughtering countless clan members. The battle between the black-clad man and Mu Qing and his two companions raged on for a day and a night. But just as the battle reached its climax, the silver-robed spirit sovereign seized the opportunity to charge into the demon city and captured a woman. The scene shifted. The silver-robed spirit gazed at the man across from him, covered in blood, with a smug smile. Rest assured, after you die, your wife and children will be spared by the Celestial Palace, and I will treat them kindly. Amidst the woman's agonizing and heart-wrenching screams, the man ultimately perished in the demon city. The scene shifts again. This time, it was a dark room. The silver-robed spirit lord gripped the woman's chin, staring at her swollen abdomen with a sinister grin. This wretch is nothing but a source of trouble. Once I've drained all the yin energy from your body, I'll send him on his way. The woman suddenly laughed, her smile bitter and cruel. Tears mixed with blood trickled down her face as she glared at the silver-robed spirit lord with eyes filled with hatred. I curse you. May you be turned into a blood pill by others, doomed to eternal torment, never to be reborn. Slap. The silver-robed spirit lord slapped the woman across the face. I've tried many cauldrons, but this is the first time one was pregnant. However, just as he was about to proceed with the next step, a blood-stained hairpin suddenly appeared in the woman's hand. In the next instant, the hairpin pierced her heart. The silver-robed spirit lord tried to stop her, but it was too late. He charged forward in a rage, pulling out the hairpin, but the woman was already dead, and the child in her womb had also ceased to exist with her mother's death. You're such a worthless piece of trash. Your entire family is worthless. The silver-robed spirit master raged, kicking the woman's lifeless body aside with disgust. You want to die, do you? Even if you're dead, I'll turn you into a human puppet. The scene abruptly ended here. The clouds and mist on the sky began to slowly dissipate. Yet the entire world seemed to fall into complete silence at that moment. Boom! But in the next instant, a terrifying demonic energy erupted like a volcano from somewhere, engulfing half the sky in a dark, blood-red hue. Everyone looked on in shock. There, the corpse of the demon lord of the underworld had raised its head, and from its hollow eyes, tears of blood were slowly flowing. Chapter 23: The Nine Hells Divine Clan and the Heaven-Scorching Cauldron. No one present had ever imagined that the demon lord of the Ghost Realm, who had been infamous for a century, and his entire clan, would be annihilated by the Celestial Palace in such a manner. His scene of fighting alone against the three divine lords of the Celestial Palace for his clan was still vivid in everyone's minds. In the end, he had gathered his overwhelming demonic energy for his wife and children, shattering his heart in front of the people of the demon city. But before his body had even cooled, the Immortal Palace's spirit sovereigns broke their oath, slaughtered the Ghost Realm clan, and kidnapped his pregnant wife to toy with her. Below, the leaders of numerous factions stared blankly at the corpse of the Demon King in the distance. They asked themselves, if their factions had faced the same fate, many of them would likely have chosen to sacrifice their clan members to the Celestial Palace in order to survive. But what difference was that from being slaves? At that moment, many couldn't help but feel a complex mix of respect toward the Demon Lord's corpse before them. To dare to defy the Immortal Palace's rule with just one's own strength, even forcing the Immortal Palace's spirit sovereign to threaten him with his wife, children, and clan. Had he had no attachments, the Demon Lord of the Ghost Realm might have died 100 years ago, but Mu Qing and the others would never have been able to escape the Demon City. At this moment, everyone's gaze toward Mu Qing and the others had changed. Mu Qing and the white-robed spirit sovereign beside him had ashen faces. Their cold, fierce gazes fixed on the black-robed figure in midair, their eyes brimming with intense murderous intent. You truly deserve to die. The black-robed figure glanced indifferently at the two of them, then cast a sideways look at the Demon Lord's corpse below, smiling faintly. I'm looking forward to it. You. The two were consumed by rage. This bastard was truly infuriating. At that moment, a cold, mocking laugh echoed from the side. So this so-called celestial palace is just as filthy and corrupt as those lowly, third-rate factions. What's the difference? Yizisu looked down at the demon lord's corpse with a complex expression. Ever since she had seen the scenes from 100 years ago, a sense of sorrow had unconsciously flashed through her heart. Perhaps it was because of some similar fate in the depths of their souls. Now that she had slaughtered hundreds of her sect's disciples and elders, she could never return to the righteous path. Resisting the celestial palace was no different. The only remaining connection she had with the righteous factions was likely the marriage contract with the Lin Xiao sect. Mu Qing clenched her teeth, her icy gaze sweeping over everyone below. Then she suddenly turned to the black-robed figure and sneered, "Thanks to you, not a single person from the other factions here will leave alive today." Hearing this, the black-robed figure shrugged indifferently. "What do I care about their lives or deaths?" He smiled down at the crowd below. "Do as you please." Mu Qing's anger boiled over. Where the hell did this bastard come from? The next moment, he saw the black-robed figure suddenly raise his hand. As the bone banner in his hand swept through the air, a crimson fissure slowly tore open in the sky above the ghostly demon city behind him. From within the crimson fissure, a massive, pitch-black demonic cauldron, as vast as the sky itself, descended slowly, engulfed in raging demonic flames. Below, the corpse of the demon lord slowly raised its head, gazing at the massive demonic cauldron. The cauldron burned with purple flames, its temperature seemingly capable of incinerating everything. The Nine Hells Heaven Scorching Cauldron? Mu Qing's eyes widened in shock. That cauldron was clearly the ultimate treasure of the Nine Hells Divine Clan. How could it possibly appear in the Central Realm? He suddenly turned to the black-robed figure and growled, "Are you from the Nine Hells Divine Clan?" The black-robed figure smiled without speaking, merely gazing at the demon lord's corpse below. "This cauldron is sufficient to refine a full-tier spirit sovereign. What to do next, you should already know." With that, he swung the bone banner in his hand, and two black mists swept past, directly engulfing him and Yizisu's figures into the void, vanishing without a trace. "Damn it, don't run!" Mu Qing tried to charge forward to catch him, but just as he reached halfway, he was forced to stop by a fierce, malevolent aura. Everyone looked down in shock. Within the black mist, the Demon King's corpse slowly raised its skeletal hand, clutching the blood-soaked head of the silver-robed spirit sovereign. His body flickered and appeared above the demonic cauldron. The next moment, accompanied by the silver-robed spirit lord's agonizing screams, his skull was crushed to pieces. Then, the Demon King released his grip, and the barely alive body was tossed into the demon cauldron. The demonic flames raged fiercely, and the silver-robed spirit lord struggled wildly within the demonic cauldron. However, his flesh and skin were slowly melting away under the scorching flames, and the intense pain twisted his face. "No, you can't kill me. I haven't attained enlightenment yet. I can't die." His struggles grew increasingly agonizing until they were finally drowned out by the flames of the cauldron. Mu Qing and the other white-robed middle-aged man felt a chill run down their spines. Facing such a despairing and agonizing death, even they, as spirit lords, were no different from ordinary mortals. The two exchanged glances, seeing the same look of retreat in each other's eyes. 100 years ago, they had already faced the demon lord of the underworld, and they knew well how terrifying he was. Yet the corpse of the demon lord before them now emanated an aura that was even more powerful than it had been 100 years ago. In the next instant, the demon lord in midair gently raised his hand, and his pale, withered palm slowly touched the body of the cauldron. The spiritual energy within his body began to burn, and then a colossal surge of spiritual energy poured directly into the demonic cauldron. Boom! Purple flames that seemed to burn the heavens and earth erupted violently, their terrifying heat causing the spiritual energy in the surrounding area to grow even more chaotic. Mu Qing and the other two exchanged glances, their bodies tearing through space and retreating at the same time. However, as they retreated, two crimson pillars of flame erupted from the demonic cauldron, colliding with Mu Qing and the others with such force that their bodies were sent crashing into the mountain below. Mu Qing crawled out of the mountain wall, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. He steadied himself with some difficulty, only to look up and see a shadow as vast as the sky closing in on them. Under that shadow, the two had no place to hide. The next moment, they were directly sucked into the massive demonic cauldron. At the same time, a terrifying fluctuation spread out from the sides of the demonic cauldron. Feeling this fluctuation, Mu Qing and the others were filled with horror. It was a terrifying spiritual energy capable of incinerating them both. Sizzle! The violent, scorching fluctuations swept wildly outward. The terror on their faces grew even more intense, for that spiritual energy fluctuation could actually penetrate their bodies and even their souls, igniting all the spiritual energy within them in the next instant. The two were even more terrified, desperately channeling their spiritual energy and using nearly all their trump cards to resist the corrosive assault of the chaotic spiritual energy. But it was completely useless. The spiritual energy within their bodies continued to burn wildly. Then, from within the demonic cauldron, came the two men's piercing screams. Their flesh, bones, and very essence were slowly melting away in the flames. But just at that moment, the entire space of heaven and earth seemed to freeze for an instant. "How dare you! Then, a voice as cold and clear as ice pierced through the clouds and echoed across the heavens. At that moment, the countless stars in the sky began to surge and converge wildly. Then, someone saw a dazzling beam of starlight pouring down from the heavens. Countless spiritual energy particles fell like rain, slowly coalescing into a projection of unparalleled coldness. The projection wore a silver-white gown, with silver hair cascading down to her waist. Her skin shone brilliantly under the starlight, white as if transparent. Her eyes seemed to contain the entire starry sky, yet one could not sense even a hint of warmth. As she appeared, she casually raised her hand, and a beam of starlight energy pierced the heavens and earth, instantly shattering 80% of the flames within the demonic cauldron below. The demon cauldron shook violently, and Mu Qing and the other two, who were being burned and refined inside, clung to the cauldron walls as if they were grasping at a lifeline, colliding with them frantically, producing deafening roars. Chapter 24, The Great Fate of the Celestial Palace, Take Her Down. Is that the projection of the Grand Fate Master? The Grand Fate Master has come to save us. Break the cauldron quickly. Mu Qing and the others, their eyes bloodshot, endured the flesh on their bodies being melted away, colliding frantically against the cauldron walls with all their might. At that moment, Xiao Zhuoluo and Li Qiuan below also looked up at the starlight projection with expressions of surprise. Li Qiujuan knew her master's personality best. She never expected such an event to prompt her master to intervene personally, even if it was only a projection. It was still enough to astonish her. They had originally thought that today, at most, it would be the people from the Holy Hall who would intervene. Li Qiujuan hurriedly bowed toward her master in the air. Master. Xiao Zhuoluo followed suit, clasping his fists and bowing. Xiao Zhuoluo greets the Grand Fate. In mid-air. The Grand Fate Master ignored them, instead raising her gaze toward the burning heaven cauldron. Star godly energied before her, forming countless stars, each containing power capable of shattering the heavens and earth. It was clear she intended to eradicate both the demon cauldron and the ghost demon lord below. At the same time, deep within the sword peak of the Lin Xiao sect, Lin Xiao took a deep breath before speaking slowly. They've finally made their move. Though it was only a projection, the cultivation level of the Great Fate Master of the Celestial Palace was far beyond what Lin Xiao could match with his current evil deeds. Lin Xiao's actions today were not meant to confront the Celestial Palace immediately. Currently, his evil deeds were only enough to grant him the ability to overwhelm a spirit sovereign. However, once facing someone above the spirit sovereign realm, that is, those who had entered the holy realm, the amount of evil deeds required would be utterly terrifying. To put it simply, all his evil deeds combined would only be enough to summon a saint-level puppet once, and even then, his evil deeds were still too few. Therefore, while he can easily handle the Xian Palace Lingzens, he must be cautious if any old monsters from the holy realm or above intervene. Therefore, Lin Xiao still needs to develop further. The reason he is doing these things today is also for the sake of development. The Nine Hells burning heaven cauldron wasn't obtained for free. Using this cauldron to refine a spirit sovereign level expert would grant him the expert's lifetime cultivation and spiritual energy. If the expert belonged to the so-called righteous factions, he would also receive a feedback of 20,000 evil deeds. Today, simply refining Mu Qing and the other two alone would allow Lin Xiao's cultivation to surge to a terrifying realm. Plus, since all three were spirit sovereigns from the Celestial Palace, he could also gain 60,000 evil deed points in return. That's why, when Mu Qing and the others appeared, Lin Xiao regretted that only 3 spirit sovereigns had come. If there had been more, he could have improved his cultivation further and earned tens of thousands more evil deeds. Moreover, the Celestial Palace couldn't trace these events back to him. The one who refined Mu Qing and the others was the demonic lord with a deep grudge against them. What does that have to do with me, Lin Xiao? However, now that the Grand Sage of the Celestial Palace has intervened, the old monsters of the Celestial Palace may have already begun to take notice of this place. It was time to wrap things up. The scene shifts. Back in the skies above the demon city, facing the countless terrifying stars by the Celestial Palace's Grand Sage's projection, Lin Xiao finally truly felt the gap between his spirit sovereign and the Holy Realm. Such a gap could be described as an insurmountable chasm. The Cloud Void Celestial Palace has stood firm for 10,000 years without falling, and there is a reason for that. But it won't be long before even the Holy Realm experts will kneel at his feet. Manipulating the corpse of the Demon Lord, he slowly raised his palm, gazing at the withered, pale arm. Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh softly. Even though he had been dead for a century, he could still sense the pain and sorrow that had been suppressed for 100 years within the Demon Lord's mind. To be fair, his wife was a good woman, but in the end, she did die a tragic death. Since I've used your body today, let me control your body and do one last thing for you. It'll fulfill your final wish. Lin Xiao slowly raised his head, his hollow, dark eyes fixed on the projection of the Great Fate in midair. Under the gaze of countless people around him, he manipulated the Demon King's corpse, slowly forming hand seals. The next second, ancient demonic runes emerged from the Demon King's corpse, and dark flames began to burn within his meridians. One by one, the meridians shattered, and a surge of chaotic spiritual energy, too powerful to be controlled, erupted from the depths of his body. This was an ancient forbidden technique, sacrificing the entire body's spiritual energy and soul to temporarily surpass one's own realm. However, the body would be reduced to nothing. In this situation, the demon lord's body was undoubtedly trapped here. The celestial palace would never allow his corpse to leave safely, but this presented Lin Xiao with an opportunity to test the forbidden technique. Since cultivating those ancient forbidden techniques, Lin Xiao dared not attempt them lightly in his true form. However, now he had no such reservations. He raised his head to stare at the cold-eyed woman floating in mid-air. The corner of his mouth curled slightly. Take her down. What does he intend to do? At that moment, the leaders of numerous factions around them felt their eyelids twitch violently. Seeing the demon lord of the underworld in such a state, it seemed as though he was about to fight to the death with that great official of the celestial palace. Oomph. The next moment seemed to confirm their suspicions. The demon lord's body began to dissolve inch by inch, his withered skin, muscles, and bones melting away, leaving only his hollow, dark eyes fixed intently on the sky. Everyone could feel that the demon lord's lifetime cultivation was burning wildly, from his dantian to the tips of his fingers, every thread of spiritual energy transforming into the source sustaining his final actions. Even after 100 years of death, he still resisted the celestial palace. Everyone was deeply moved. At the same time, high above, the projection of the great fate raised her palm, and countless stars gathered beneath it. Then, her palm, which obscured the sky, slowly descended. The stars in her palm transformed into meteors capable of destroying the heavens and earth. Wherever the meteors passed, space was crushed into dust. This single palm strike contained the supreme authority of the heavens, as if declaring to all below that anyone daring to defy the rulers of the celestial palace would be reduced to dust. Boom! The demon king's body, now reduced to a burning skeleton, showed no hesitation. He surged upward, carrying a torrent of demonic energy, colliding fiercely with the starlight in the sky. In the instant their energies clashed, the entire world fell into utter silence. Everyone held their breath. Everyone witnessed that the body, which was constantly shattering and melting in the collision, had actually withstood those world-shattering stars. Not only that, but it charged toward the cold, ethereal woman's projection in the sky with an even more unstoppable force. The projection of the great fate master's eyes flickered with an imperceptible ripple, and a trace of surprise flashed across her starry eyes. A dark spiritual energy surged into the sky, piercing through the heavens and earth with an unstoppable ferocity. It also pierced through the great fate's projection. Ultimately, the spiritual energy transformed into strands of demonic souls, slowly dissipating amidst the starlight. As the heavens and earth gradually calmed, the three people inside the demon cauldron had already been refined into dust, leaving no trace of their bodies. The burning heaven cauldron slowly floated upward, then shot into the torn crimson space and vanished without a trace. Below, the world remained deathly silent. All the living beings who had witnessed the previous scene knew that at this moment, the blood and soul of a demon lord were still being spilled across this world. 100 years ago, he had defied the celestial palace with his life, and 100 years later, this world still bore the mark of his defiance. In the heavens above, the projection of the great fate binder stood motionless, her starry eyes tinged with an indescribable complexity for the first time. A gentle breeze swept past, and her projection, which had exhausted all her spiritual energy, dissolved into specks of light, scattered by the wind. Chapter 25, Your fiancé is quite impressive. The silence of the heavens did not last long. The fall of three spirit sovereigns was a major event that would undoubtedly enrage the celestial palace. Moreover, the demon lord of the underworld was already dead. It was clear that the celestial palace would spare no effort to find that black-robed figure, even if it meant turning the entire Yunzhou region upside down. Because everything that happened today was almost entirely orchestrated by that mysterious black-robed figure. Releasing the ancient zombie fox at the Xianxiao sect. Seducing the demoness from Qingming Valley to kill her master. And finally, he summoned the burning heaven cauldron to assist the demon lord of the underworld in refining the spirit sovereign. Every single one of these events is directly linked to him. With the fall of the ghost demon lord, the once dark ghost demon city below began to bathe in sunlight, as darkness was driven away by light. However, in the center of the battered and shattered city walls, everyone saw demon flowers flowing with spiritual energy, slowly withering away. The ancient, dark walls also began to crumble bit by bit. Li Qiujuan took a deep breath, her cold, beautiful eyes casting a complex glance at the demon city below before turning to the disciples of the various factions. All the disciples of the surviving factions, upon meeting her gaze, unconsciously averted their eyes, dared not look into her eyes. Several seconds passed in silence. Li Qiujuan slowly withdrew her gaze, turned around first, and waved her hand toward Xiao Zhuliuo and the others. Let's go. Xiao Zhuliuo frowned, senior sister? These people below had learned about the events of the ghost clan 100 years ago. If they were allowed to return like this, who knew what they would spread? Moreover, his holy son assessment task had been disrupted by that black-robed figure and was still unresolved. Li Qiujuan shook her head. This is the master's order. We must return to the celestial palace first. Xing Shu has fallen, and the martial hall needs to select a new hall master. Xing Shu's disciples certainly won't let this matter rest. As for that black-robed man, he is likely a member of the Nine Hells Divine Clan. He has fled into a spatial realm, and it's impossible to find him in the short term. Our master and the others will handle the search. There's no point in staying here any longer. Moreover, the Grand Elder of the Holy Palace has sent a letter. Your ancient clan, the Xiao family, has agreed to the Holy Palace's demands. A wedding will be held in the ancient clan in the near future. This is a major event for the Holy Palace we must attend. The ancient clan agreed? Xiao Juliuo was surprised. Those old stubborn fools actually agreed. Li Xiao also didn't know, and simply shook her head. Before coming to the central domain, I went to the ancient clan to see Qingling's sister, but from her expression, she didn't seem like someone who would agree to marry the Holy Heart Flame. The Holy Heart Flame, the nephew of the Grand Elder of the Holy Temple and one of the 12 elders of the Holy Temple today, a self-obsessed old man who has lived for over 3,000 years, actually dares to want to marry the first beauty of the ancient clan in the upper realm, her sister Qingling? Li Qiuwan snorted coldly in her heart. That man wasn't worthy of her gentle and ethereal Qingling's sister. By seniority, he was old enough to be her uncle. Xiao Juliuo's expression darkened slightly, feeling a pang of emotion. That Qingling's sister was the object of his childhood affection. Senior sister, you should go back first. After a moment's thought, Xiao Juliuo exhaled softly. The assessment task hasn't been completed yet, and I also have some matters to attend to in the central realm. Once I've handled them, I'll return on my own. Li Qiuwan furrowed her brows and glanced over, reminding him that black-robed figure could appear at any moment. Xiao Juliuo shook his head. Don't worry. He won't dare show himself during this time, and besides, I have the Xiao family's spirit puppets here. No one dares to lay a finger on me in the central region. Li Qiuwan nodded slightly. Since Xiao Juliuo insisted on staying, she didn't feel like asking any more questions. After Li Qiuwan and the others had left, Xiao Juliuo narrowed his eyes and looked down below. At that moment, countless disciples from various factions below visibly relaxed, and many wore expressions of relief as if they had narrowly escaped death. The people from the three great halls and the leaders of various factions immediately shifted their focus to the demon city ahead. After all, this was the ancient ruins of the demon city from 100 years ago. The fact that the demon lord had been able to ascend to the rank of spirit sovereign 100 years ago meant that the ancient city must still harbor the spirit sovereign's ancient treasure. They hadn't forgotten why they had come here today. Wasn't it all for that Lingzuan ancient treasure trove? Even if there were no ancient treasures of the spirit venerable, the ghost demon clan had been one of the top clans in the central domain 100 years ago. After the elders and disciples had perished, their lifetime off might have been left behind in this demon city. As the disciples from the celestial palace departed, countless disciples from various factions below remained silent for a long time. Then, without anyone leading the way, they transformed into streaks of light and charged into the demon city. Soon, the crowd surged forward like a swarm of locusts, sweeping toward the demon city. As long as we find the Lingzuan ancient treasure, what do the lives of those disciples sacrificed today matter? The surging crowd rushed into the ancient city, instantly plunging it into chaos. Disciples from various factions nearly turned the entire ancient city upside down, their eyes blazing with determination, as if the Lingzuan ancient treasure was their only goal. Countless disciples from various factions clashed violently over the right to search a particular area, resulting in countless casualties. At this moment, the people from the three great halls joined the fray, especially the hall masters of the three great halls, who also charged into the ancient city. Xingming Hall's hall master Zhao Fan even disregarded his status and clashed with countless junior disciples from various factions, striking down a disciple from a minor faction with a single palm strike before frantically searching the ancient city walls. In mid-air, only Xin Shuan from the Xingming Hall remained motionless. She stood in the same spot, her beautiful eyes glancing down at the Zhao Fan below, her expression calm, as if lost in thought. Xiao Juliuo looked up at Xin Shuan and gave her a distant smile. So many people are rushing to claim the Lingzuan ancient treasure first, but you don't seem very interested? Upon hearing this, Xin Shuan glanced at Xiao Juliuo before casually withdrawing her gaze. She remained silent, clearly unwilling to acknowledge the divine palace's holy sun. Xiao Juliuo's expression darkened. This was the first time he had been so blatantly ignored by a woman in the central realm. This woman was clearly unaware of her own good fortune. At that moment, as if sensing something, Xiao Juliuo raised an eyebrow and cast a cold gaze toward a shattered ancient tower not far below. Within the tower, a man with a severed arm was reaching out to retrieve a yellowed ancient scroll. It was Zhao Fan, the master of the Xingming Hall. Xiao Juliuo furrowed his brows, and golden spiritual energy surged around him. In a flash, he appeared within the ancient building, followed by a spiritual energy shockwave that crashed down, striking Zhao Fan directly in front of him and sending him staggering back 2 steps. Xiao Juliuo then slowly approached, picked up the ancient scroll from the ground, and looked up at Zhao Fan. Zhao Fan trembled all over, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Xiao Juliuo. Xiao Holy Son, I found it first. Xiao Juliuo glanced at him indifferently, weighed the ancient scroll in his hand, and cast a sideways glance. It was merely a quasi-divine level cultivation technique of the Ghost Clan, not the Spirit Sovereign's ancient treasury. Such spiritual techniques might be precious in the central realm, but there were many such items in the Celestial Palace. Want this? Xiao Juliuo raised the ancient scroll in his hand and suddenly smiled at him. I can give it to you, but there's one condition. What condition? Zhao Fan grew wary. Xiao Zhiluo glanced at the stunningly beautiful woman with a cold and seductive expression floating in the air in the distance and asked with a smile, "That woman, is she your fiancé?" Zhao Fan's eyes widened. "What do you want to do?" "Your fiancé is quite impressive," Xiao Zhiluo smiled. "I happen to need a lower realm furnace for my cultivation breakthrough, and she seems perfect for the role." Zhao Fan's heart trembled violently. When he looked up, he saw Xiao Zhiluo's indifferent gaze sweeping over him. Suddenly, he flickered his palm, and a flash of green light appeared. A green bottle materialized in Zhao Fan's hand, containing a perfectly round green vein spiritual pill. "Find a way to make her swallow this pill. Once she does, this holy sun will have a way to capture her. If you refuse, everyone in your Songming Hall, including you, will not survive." Zhao Fan's breathing grew as he watched Xiao Zhiluo walk away slowly with a smile on his face. His remaining hand was trembling violently. Chapter 26. The green-robed demoness. Did Lin Xiao send you? Xiao Zhiluo stood on a high building, looking down at the chaotic scene below. Disciples from various factions were fighting fiercely, and there were still quite a few of the quasi-divine level cultivation techniques similar to the one Zhao Fan had found earlier hidden within the demon city. This only fueled the greed of the disciples from the smaller factions. A quasi-divine level cultivation technique could be a treasured heirloom passed down for a century in any small sect or clan who wouldn't covet it? This chaotic scene continued for a long time. Until, in the center of the ancient city, a faint, eerie light burst upward from the bottom of the dried-up, cracked pool, instantly drawing the attention of everyone in the ancient city. Countless people stared upward in shock. In the center of the dried-up pool, as the eerie light shot into the sky, a small, dark lotus flower, just the size of a hand, slowly rose into the air, emitting a faint glow. The lotus flower seemed to carry the essence of time, and as it emitted its spiritual energy, the ancient spiritual patterns engraved on its petals became clearly visible. It's the ghostly lotus flower that blooms once every 100 years. It must be the inheritance of the spirit sovereign. Suddenly, someone shouted out loud, and the crowd, which had just calmed down, erupted once more. Countless black shadows transformed into streaks of light, breaking through the crowd and rushing upward. Xiao Zhiluo's expression remained cold and indifferent. His body flickered, and he appeared in mid-air first. Then, a powerful aura surged from his body, directly sending the few figures at the forefront crashing into the ground below. Then he turned to face the floating blue lotus in the sky, without looking back. With a flick of his hand, a beam of spiritual energy sliced through the sky, and he said indifferently, "This is the boundary. Anyone who crosses it will be considered an enemy of my celestial palace." At that moment, everyone froze in shock. Enemy of the immortal palace? Dare they? Of course they dare not. The demon lord had just been killed right before their eyes. Not a single person here would dare to defy the celestial palace, unless they wanted their entire clan to be annihilated. The disciples and elders of the three great halls were also dumbfounded. They had just been about to act. "Xiao Xingzi, such ancient treasures are meant for those with the right destiny," someone objected. Xiao Zhiluo shot him a cold glance and slapped him across the face, sending him flying. Everyone fell silent instantly. Zhao Fan clenched his teeth in anger. As he watched no one dare to cross the boundary line to vie for the blue lotus, Xiao Zhiluo finally smiled in satisfaction and turned to stare at the blue lotus. Even when the blue lotus finally came to a complete stop in mid-air, emitting spiritual energy around it, it did not give off any threatening aura. He sighed in relief. If this thing was truly the ancient treasure of the spirit sovereign, it would be crucial to his holy sun assessment task. He then darted forward, raising his hand to pluck the blue lotus. However, just as his fingertips were about to touch it, whoosh! A bizarre green figure darted out from the dark shadows below. The figure was extremely small and moved at an astonishing speed. Using some unknown technique, she snatched the lotus flower into her hands before Xiao Zhiluo could even react. Then, the tiny figure clutched the lotus flower and, without looking back, dashed away at an even faster speed. The crowd was stunned. No one had seen when the figure had appeared. All they could make out was a tiny figure clad in a blue robe, its hood concealing most of her face. From the slender, snow-white jawline peeking out, it appeared to be a young girl. Xiao Zhiluo's fingertips hovered in mid-air as he watched the green-robed figure flee swiftly without looking back. His eyes grew dark, filled with murderous intent. In the distance, the blue-robed figure hadn't run far, but a terrifying surge of spiritual energy suddenly erupted behind her. In the next instant, a figure suddenly appeared directly above her, gathering golden spiritual energy at the tips of his fingers. A massive golden sword appeared in mid-air, then crashed down without mercy. Boom! The golden sword struck her body with a thunderous impact. The green-clad figure was struck with tremendous force, her petite body crashing down like a mouthful of blood spurting from beneath her hood, instantly staining the front of her robe crimson. Her body swayed precariously, and the hood had slipped off during the impact, revealing an extraordinarily youthful and pale face of unparalleled beauty. It was a girl who appeared to be no more than 15 or 16 years old, her face astonishingly youthful. From a distance, Zhang Yingshua's pupils contracted sharply upon seeing the green figure's face, and she spoke in disbelief. "It's you?" This woman was none other than the young demoness that Lin Xiao had recently brought into the sect. What was she doing here? Realizing what was happening, Jiang Yingxue coldly snapped, I know what's going on. It was Lin Xiao who sent you here, wasn't it? He sent you to steal the ancient treasure of the spirit sovereign. That senior disciple dared not come personally to compete with Xiao Xingzi and the others for the ancient treasure, yet he sent this little demoness to do such underhanded deeds. It was utterly disgusting. The disciples of Xian Xiao sect all looked at the young girl with disgust. Xiao Zhuliuo stared at the girl, his expression darkening. He had indeed seen her today at the Xian Xiao sect's sword peak. She seemed to be the disciple of the peak master. Could it be that she was sent here by Lin Xiao? Jiang Yingxue glared at the girl, furrowing her brows and said, if you don't want to die, hand over the item. However, as soon as she finished speaking, the little demoness covered her chest with one hand, coughing up blood, stubbornly raising her eyes, while the other small hand clutched the sleeve containing the blue lotus flower, refusing to let go. You really are asking for death. My master spared you once back at the sect, but do you think this is still the sect? Even if Lin Xiao were here today, he couldn't save you. Jiang Yingxue spoke coldly. Xiao Zhuliuo exhaled softly, slowly extending a palm toward the girl. Hand over the item. The girl gave him a cold glance. Blood patterns were already forming on her body. She would never give this item to anyone. If she couldn't take it with her, Lin Qingyi wouldn't allow her to stay by her master's side. Without her master, she might as well die. Xiao Zhuliuo had lost patience. Though this little demoness was a decent vessel, compared to his task of the Holy Sun's examination, the latter was far more important. With that thought, he gathered spiritual energy in his palm, forming a spiritual barrier to trap the girl, intending to eliminate her directly. However, just as he was about to act, a clear and piercing sword cry suddenly rang out from the ancient city above. Immediately afterward, an ancient, simple sword, emanating a restrained yet icy aura, sliced through the sky and flew toward him at an astonishing speed. Not only did it pierce through the spiritual energy barrier he hated, but the tip of the sword also deeply embedded itself into the ground in front of the young demoness. The exposed half of the sword blade trembled and hummed lightly. Staring at the sword, Jiang Yingxue widened her eyes in shock. That's the Changshao sword? The Changshao sword was the personal sword given to Lin Xiao by the old sect master, and it was also his soul-bound spirit sword. If the sword was here, Lin Xiao must have arrived as well. Sure enough, the next moment, everyone looked up and saw a young man's figure appear behind the sword. The man wore black robes, with an ancient sword plaque hanging at his waist. His features were handsome, and his slender fingers slowly gripped the sword before him, gently drawing it out. Upon seeing this man, Zhao Fan's eyes suddenly turned blood red. Lin Xiao. The grudge of having his arms severed, the hatred of having his wife taken away, they could never coexist under the same sky. Chapter 27. Lin Xiao, what did you just call me? Seeing this suddenly appearing man in black robes, the others were all in an uproar. Lin Xiao's name was well known to many. He was the infamous peak master of the Xian Xiao sect's sword peak, and it was rumored that he had significant connections with the demon clan and the young master of the demon clan. It was said that over a year ago, the demon clan and demon realm had sent envoys to present gifts to him. Though merely rumors, such information wouldn't be spread lightly. Originally, people didn't believe it either. After all, the demon clan and the demon clan were the common enemies of the human race, and the Xian Xiao sect was a righteous sect. However, now that they saw Lin Xiao standing up for that little demon girl, they had no choice but to believe it. He has even taken a demon as his disciple. Xiao Zhuliuo glanced at Lin Xiao with a faint expression, then looked at the young girl behind him. He was so angry he laughed. That little demon girl is your disciple? Don't even mention this little demoness. Even if that old man Xian Xiao were to be revived, he probably wouldn't dare to charge up here and fight him for something like this. Lin Xiao's fingertips gently traced the blade of his sword, his gaze calmly sweeping past Xiao Zhuoluo before settling back on the young girl behind him. The corners of his lips curled into a faint smile. She's half a disciple, I suppose. Hearing this, everyone around them sucked in their breath. Lin Xiao truly lived up to his reputation. He was bold indeed, daring to admit it. At that moment, Jiang Yingxue stepped forward, her long sword pointing toward the young woman behind Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, if you can't discipline your disciple, let us take care of her and teach her what she shouldn't take. Lin Xiao suddenly looked up at Jiang Yingxue and asked curiously, what did you just call me? Jiang Yingxue clenched her teeth. What do you call me? Just focus on your little demon disciple first. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao loosened his grip on the sword. However, the moment he let go, a flash of green light erupted from his fingertips, and the sword instantly transformed into a green shadow, shooting forward with blinding speed. With a crisp clang, a terrifying sword chi as powerful as thunder swept past, violently knocking Jiang Yingshua's spirit sword out of her hands. Her eyes widened in shock as her chi surged violently within her body, sending her flying backward and crashing heavily into the stone wall. Before she could recover from the shock, the green-hued long sword surged forward again, its tip hovering just above her delicate neck. The sharp sword chi had already carved several bloody gashes into her snow-white skin, and droplets of blood trickled down her neck. Jiang Yingshua's eyes widened in shock, feeling the icy pain on her neck. Her delicate body trembled violently, for if that long sword advanced even further, her neck would be pierced instantly. This was the first time she had ever faced such ruthless tactics from her senior disciple Lin Xiao. At that moment, Lin Xiao's voice echoed, "If you don't know how to speak to your elders, I can teach you. However, it might come at a small cost." Jiang Yingshua's breathing grew, her chest rising and falling violently. A single sword strike had left her severely injured, and that was called a small price to pay? She looked at this suddenly unfamiliar master before her heart suddenly filled with panic. She wanted to say, "Who do you think you are, Lin Xiao? You've been bullying men and women in the sect, committing every kind of evil deed, and even flirting with your own disciple." But the moment she met Lin Xiao's gaze, she swallowed those words. The other members of the Xian Xiao sect dared not speak a word, not even the senior elder Ming Yuan, who merely sighed. After all, Lin Xiao's temperament was such that even the old sect master couldn't control him when he was alive, let alone now that the old sect master had passed away, and his senior sister Lin Qingyi couldn't control him either. At that moment, Lin Xiao slowly turned around and, under the bright gaze of his young disciple, reached out his hand toward her. Fengyu puffed out her cheeks, took the dark blue lotus flower from her embrace, and placed it in her master's hand. Lin Xiao took the lotus flower and gently tapped her head with his finger. "Master, it hurts." Little Fengyu winced in pain, covering her head and looking at him pitifully. Lin Xiao gave her a glance, and Fengyu knew she had done something wrong, quickly lowering her head. This little girl actually knows how to admit her mistake? Lin Xiao was both annoyed and amused. At the same time, as countless people were stunned by Lin Xiao's terrifying sword technique, their gaze immediately shifted greedily toward the in his hand. In the entire demon city, only the aura emanating from that was the strongest, even causing celestial anomalies. Who here would believe it wasn't the demon clan's most precious treasure? Xiao Jiuluo clenched his teeth slightly, his expression darkening as he glared at Lin Xiao. "What do you mean?" Lin Xiao toyed with the green lotus in his hand and retorted, "Is this thing considered a treasure of the demonic path? When did your celestial palace start taking an interest in trash like this?" Xiao Jiuluo. Everyone. In the distance, the old face of the nether abyss darkened. "Listen to what he's saying. Can you say such things in front of the holy son of the immortal palace? He stayed here specifically for this." Everyone else was speechless. "If you think it's trash, just throw it away and let us fight over it." "Lin Xiao, don't speak nonsense." A senior elder from the Xian Xiao sect who had followed him scolded him with a dark expression. Lin Xiao smiled at the elder. "So elderly also thinks this is a good thing? In that case, since I took your peak's 1,000-year-old cold pill last time, and since elderly has a taste for it, I'll give it to you as compensation. So that elderly won't keep dwelling on me." Upon hearing this, elderly Duyu's face flushed red, and he hurriedly glanced at Xiao Jiuluo. "Lin Xiao, don't speak recklessly. This item." Before he could finish speaking, he saw Lin Xiao casually toss it aside, and he truly flew toward him. It really came flying over? Li Duyuan was momentarily stunned, but his hands instinctively reached out to catch the blue lotus. Swish! However, someone was faster than him. Xiao Jiuluo flickered his body, intending to catch the blue lotus first, but at the same time, a purple spiritual energy moved even faster than him. The purple spiritual energy swept past, and the lotus flower was carried away by the spiritual energy, landing in another person's hands. Another failed attempt to catch it. Xiao Jiuluo's heart suddenly filled with anger. This time, he was truly furious. The crowd around them erupted in chaos. Who dared to compete with Xiao Jiuluo for an item? When they looked up, everyone's eyes widened and their gazes froze in shock. Because the one who had snatched the blue lotus this time was a breathtakingly beautiful woman in purple. The air fell into an eerie silence. The woman played with the blue lotus between her fingertips, her toes hovering 3 feet above the ground. Her silver-purple hair was loose and untied, casually gathered at her temples, with a few strands cascading down her cheeks. Her deep silver eyes exuded a seductive, otherworldly charm as she quietly gazed at the blue lotus in her hands. Such a sight was so captivating that one couldn't tear their eyes away after just a single glance. Xiao Jiuluo was also stunned for a moment. The woman's face was so beautiful that he was almost mesmerized. Her figure was also perfect. He had seen countless beauties, but he had never seen a woman who could blend coldness and seductiveness so perfectly. If the great oracle of the celestial palace was a cold and untouchable celestial maiden from the heavens, then this woman was like a seductive queen of the abyss, exuding danger yet irresistibly drawing one closer. Those around them were so quiet they could almost hear their own heartbeats. Yet, in this tense atmosphere, Zhao Fan and the others from the 3 great halls, who had initially been awestruck, slowly turned pale with fear. Chapter 28. Liu Li, this empress has set her sights on you. Silver purple hair, silver demonic eyes. Zhao Fan and the others recognized her. This breathtakingly beautiful woman was none other than the Cold Moon Witch, the current ruler of the Demon Clan and the newly crowned empress of the Demon Clan, Liu Li. The group gasped sharply, suddenly recalling the brutal path she had taken to ascend to the throne. She was a cold-blooded, ruthless demoness whose hands were stained with the blood of countless demons and humans, having climbed to her current position by trampling over the bones of countless demon and human subjects. She was a figure that struck fear into the hearts of all across the central realm. It is said that even the Celestial Palace once feared her, dispatching dozens of spirit lords and thousands of holy temple dragon knights to besiege the demon realm, yet they failed to breach its defenses, suffering heavy casualties instead. This woman, don't let her beauty fool you when it comes to killing, she shows no mercy whatsoever. Mid-air. The woman's fingertips gently twirled a blue lotus. She suddenly tilted her head slightly, her gaze sweeping over Xiao Luo, whose face had turned ashen, before fixing on Lin Xiao. The corners of her lips curled into a faint smile, and her eyes rippled with a seductive glow, as if capable of stealing one's soul. I'm pretty interested in this thing too. Why don't you give it to me? Lin Xiao. He turned to look at Li Duyuan, who was a bit stunned. Senior Li, do you have any objections? Li Duyuan. Before he could speak, Xiao Jiluo suddenly clenched his teeth and glared at him. No way. Li Duyuan raised his eyes to glance at the Xiao Holy Sun, his face filled with bitterness. He thought to himself, Xiao Holy Sun, can I even decide this? If I could, I wouldn't give it to anyone. Xiao Jiluo looked up at the woman. In the entire demon city, you can take anything else, but this, you can't have. Upon hearing this, Li Yuli didn't even glance at Xiao Jiluo. She merely lowered her eyes slightly and spoke softly, in the entire demon city, whatever I want to take, I will take. Boom! The next moment, as her eyes lifted slightly and her gaze fell upon Xiao Jiluo, a terrifyingly cold and powerful aura, as if from the depths of hell, surged toward him with overwhelming force. Put! Facing that spiritual energy pressure, Xiao Jiluo was struck as if by a heavy blow, unable to resist at all. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and more than half of his meridians were shattered. His spiritual energy erupted wildly, seemingly beyond his control. He widened his eyes. A member of the demon clan? Hearing this, everyone else fell silent. It was obvious, wasn't it? That woman was radiating demonic energy. She couldn't be human, could she? The next moment, feeling the icy killing intent spreading toward him, Xiao Jiluo's expression turned horrified. This woman actually intended to kill him. The demon clan and the Celestial Palace were sworn enemies. If she wanted to kill him, there was no one here who could save him. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned his life-saving spirit puppet. The moment the spirit puppet was summoned, it transformed into a colossal dragon-armored puppet dozens of zhang tall, its ancient runes swirling around it as it stood firmly in front of Xiao Jiluo. Bang! A cold, murderous intent condensed into a dark spiritual force, instantly striking the chest of the dragon-armored puppet. A piercing explosion echoed, then the dragon-armored spirit puppet exploded into countless fragments mixed with rampant spiritual energy, flying everywhere. This life-saving spirit puppet, which could withstand the full force of a spirit venerable level expert's attack, was shattered into dust. Xiao Jiluo's expression turned shocked, but just as the spirit golem blocked the fatal blow, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He swiftly formed seals with both hands, blood sacrifice, spatial flash escape. A circle of distorted spatial ripples appeared beneath his feet and his figure instantly became blurred. By the time the dark spiritual energy swept past, there was no one left there. At the same time, deep within a dense forest hundreds of miles away, the space suddenly rippled. Xiao Jiluo stumbled out of mid-air, barely regaining his footing before coughing up a mouthful of blood, half his body drenched in red. He didn't bother to wipe the blood from his lips, instead turning his head to gaze at the terrifying aura faintly emanating from the distant horizon, his eyes still filled with fear. If it weren't for that spirit puppet, he would likely be dead by now. He never expected that woman to be so ruthless, striking without mercy at the slightest provocation. Her methods were truly spine-chilling. Suddenly, he recalled that the Holy Temple had recently organized an extermination mission against the demons. Not only had the mission failed to inflict significant damage on the demon realm, but it had also resulted in heavy losses for the Holy Temple. It was rumored that this was due to the emergence of a new female queen among the demons, one who was ruthless, cold-blooded, and merciless. Could it be her? Thinking this, Xiao Jiluo clenched his teeth, forcing himself to endure the shattered meridians, and frantically channeled the remaining spiritual energy within his body to repair his injuries. Meanwhile, in the sky above, the shattered fragments of the puppet were slowly dissipating. Lu Yuli watched as Xiao Luo fled, but she did not pursue him. Instead, she slowly withdrew her spiritual energy and turned her cold, seductive gaze toward Lin Xiao and the others. The few from the nether abyss trembled slightly upon meeting her gaze. Recalling that even Xiao Jiluo, the holy son of the Celestial Palace, had nearly fallen to this woman, they dared not move. Li Duyuan glanced at Lin Xiao, clenched his teeth, and hurriedly addressed Lu Yue with a determined expression. Miss, I, Li Duyuan, am not the kind of person who covets what doesn't belong to me. The item belongs to Lin Xiao, the peak master. If he is willing to give it to you, I have no objections. Joking aside, Xiao Jiluo, who had objections, didn't even know if he was dead or alive yet. Hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile. This old man was really pushing himself off the hook. Upon hearing Li Duyuan's words, everyone nodded in agreement. Li Yuli lazily played with the blue lotus in her hand, slowly raising her eyes. As her gaze swept over the crowd, it held no warmth, but the seductive allure in her eyes caused countless people to lose their focus for an instant. Though they knew it was dangerous, the seductive beauty in every one of the woman's movements still caused many hearts to skip a beat involuntarily. However, the next moment, her cold and lazy voice echoed, sending everyone into a chill. If I were to say that none of you here today, not a single one of you will survive. As the words fell, everyone's expressions changed drastically. What does she mean? Is she going to kill them? Those closest to her instinctively took a half step back, their faces drained of color, their voices trembling as they said, "This is the territory of the human clan. If you commit such an act here, don't you fear that the human clan sect will hunt you down?" After saying this, he looked at the woman's expressionless face. His companions beside him were already pale with fear, cold sweat beading on their foreheads, their eyes darting around frantically as they calculated escape routes. If they didn't flee now, they might really die. Zhao Fan and the others were equally uneasy, their eyes fixed intently on the woman. At that moment, Lu Yuli's gaze suddenly swept past the crowd, landing precisely on the figure of the man in black robes not far away. Her eyes seemed to hold a soul-stealing, enchanting power, yet there was also a hint of an indescribable, playful expression. She then took a few graceful steps forward, walking toward Lin Xiao under the fearful gazes of the others. Everyone's expressions turned astonished. Lu Yuli slowly raised her eyes, her eyelids slightly raised, and looked at the man in front of her, asking in a lazy voice, "Your name is Lin Xiao, right?" "Lin Xiao. You don't even know my name, yet you know everything about me. What are you playing at? You're quite good looking." She spoke, her icy fingertips gently touching Lin Xiao's chest. Then she swayed the blue lotus in her hand, smiling at him, her voice seductive as she asked, "You said you wanted to give me something earlier. Do you like me?" Everyone suddenly widened their eyes. "What's going on here?" Before Lin Xiao could respond, Lu Yuli withdrew her hand. "If you want me to spare these people, it's easy." Her gaze lingered on Lin Xiao's handsome face for a moment, then she moved closer to him, her fingers gently tracing his cheek. She spoke in a voice as fragrant as orchids, "I've taken a liking to you. If you come back to the demon realm with me, I won't kill a single one of them." As her words fell, the surroundings fell into complete silence. All eyes suddenly focused on Lin Xiao. Chapter 29. Even the female demoness dares to flirt. Lin Fengzhu, you're truly brave. The senior elders and disciples of the Xian Xiao sect looked even more stunned. Especially the senior elders like Meng Yuan, who had always spoken of Lin Xiao with nothing but disgust and condemnation, accusing him of corrupting the righteous path and bringing shame upon the Xian Xiao sect and the entire spiritual cultivation world. Yet now, this disgrace had become their only hope for survival? Zhang Yingxue was also stunned. She never imagined that the demonic queen, who was so high and mighty and utterly captivating, would set her sights on her own Lin Xiao master. But this uncle Lin Xiao, aside from his face, Zhang Yingxue couldn't find any other virtues in him. Being chosen by the Demon Realm Empress might not be a good thing. But everyone here knew that if Lin Xiao refused, it would truly be a disaster for them. After the initial shock, Zhao Fan glanced back at his fiancée, Shen Xuan, and saw her expressionless face. For the first time, he felt a hint of satisfaction. As long as Lin Xiao agreed, the righteous side would definitely have no place for him in the future. As for the demon realm, given his understanding of the demon queen's personality, if Lin Xiao went there, he would likely be imprisoned in the demon emperor's palace forever. It was a pity, though, that such a seductive and exquisite woman like the demon queen would end up with Lin Xiao. But such a bargain isn't something just anyone can enjoy. That woman is cold-blooded and brutal, killing without mercy. Who knows when she might change her temperament and suddenly grow dissatisfied with Lin Xiao in bed, slapping him to death with a single blow. Ugh! Just thinking about that scene sent a chill down everyone's spine. Such an exquisite woman would be hard for anyone to resist, but they valued their lives even more. However, if Lin Xiao refuses, he might just anger this female demon. Thinking of this outcome, everyone's eyes fixated on Lin Xiao, their eyes filled with hope. Though Lin Xiao had a bad reputation, he was now their lifeline. If Lin Xiao were to submit to this female demon, the righteous factions would surely remember the great favor of the peak master of the Xian Xiao sect. At that moment, another white-bearded elder of the Xian Xiao sect trembled with anger. He wanted to condemn this immoral and outrageous behavior. After all, Lin Xiao was the peak master of the Xian Xiao sect. If he agreed to the female demon's demands, wouldn't that be equivalent to insulting the entire Xian Xiao sect? But the next moment, feeling the icy pressure emanating from the female tyrant, his words turned into dry pleas. Lin Peak Master. This matter is of great importance. Perhaps you should reconsider. The urgency in his tone wasn't about persuading Lin Xiao to think it over, it was clearly out of fear that Lin Xiao would refuse outright. My master won't go with you. However, the next moment, a cold, sharp voice suddenly rang out, causing everyone's hearts to skip a beat. Everyone turned to look with grim expressions. It was the same little demoness who had just snatched the blue lotus. Li Duyuan and the others turned pale with embarrassment. Your master hasn't even spoken yet, and you, a little demoness, dare to interrupt? Fengyu spread her arms to block her master, her delicate, innocent face now filled with caution. Li Yuli glanced at her indifferently, then turned to Lin Xiao, his eyes flickering with a hint of danger. Lin Xiao cleared his throat, raised his hand to recall the green sword suspended before Zhang Yingxue, and introduced her in a calm voice. This is my disciple. Seeing this, Xiao Fengyu thought her master was about to fight this wicked woman. She no longer suppressed the demonic energy within her, and her eyes began to gradually turn into eerie purple demonic pupils. Any woman who dared to her master was a wicked woman. Lu Yuli's seductive eyes swept over him. Just a disciple? Seeing the fierce expression on this little demoness, one might think she was trying to steal someone's man. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Lin Xiao smiled faintly and changed the subject. I still have some standing in the central realm of the orthodox path. If I were to simply follow you back to the demon realm, it might bring shame upon me. Why not give me some face? Whoa! Hearing this, everyone sucked in a cold breath, thinking to themselves, Lin Fengzhu, you're really daring to say that. Don't you know who she is? How dare you speak to this female demon like that? Give her face? Don't you know what you've done in the Lin Xiao sect? You even dared to steal the fiancé of the Song Minghao master. How dare you talk about face? Just agree to her demands. At worst, you'll be taken back by this female demon and imprisoned for a few decades. That's better than risking everyone's lives. Everyone held their breath, afraid that even a single breath might provoke the female demon's anger. The air grew heavy. Liu Yuli cast a lingering glance at Lin Xiao. Everyone fell silent. Lin Xiao curled the corner of his lips, glanced at Lu Yue's face, which was filled with seductive charm, and then laughed. Actually, if the lady were to come to my Lin Xiao sect, spending time under the flowers and moonlight it wouldn't be impossible. Whoa! Everyone was stunned again, then couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Even this female demon dared to flirt with her? Lin Fengzhu, you're truly brave. We're willing to call you the first warrior of the Central Realm, the vanguard against demons. The few from the Lin Xiao sect's Mingyuan faction turned as pale as ashes. However, what shocked everyone even more was that after hearing Lin Xiao's words, the female demoness didn't get angry. Not only did she not get angry, but she even stared at Lin Xiao with interest. The crowd exchanged glances, unable to help but swallow hard. Could she really have taken a liking to him? Lin Xiao was only slightly more handsome than average, and while his cultivation was among the top in the Central Realm, what else could she possibly find appealing? I'm growing increasingly interested in you. Liu Yuli gave Lin Xiao a piercing glance before turning away indifferently. She swept her gaze over the crowd and curved her lips into a smile. Today, I'll grant you this favor. But I'll come find you at the Lin Xiao sect. Next time, it won't be so easy. The crowd from the Lin Xiao sect. As the words fell, purple spiritual energy surged from her body, and her form gradually blended into the space until she vanished completely. Everyone sighed in relief, hurriedly wiping the cold sweat from their foreheads, and looked at the place where the female demon had left with a look of fear on their faces. The disciples of the Lin Xiao sect remained silent, their gazes unconsciously turning toward their own Lin Xiao Shushu. Ming Yuan, with a dark expression, spoke impatiently, Lin Xiao, what are you doing? Why did you mention the Lin Xiao sect? Lin Xiao sneered and looked over, old fool, you're really getting senile. I'm not a member of the Lin Xiao sect? Ming Yuan's face flushed red. In the entire Lin Xiao sect, only Lin Xiao dared to call him an old fool. At that moment, the white-bearded elder gently scolded, there's no need to bring up the Lin Xiao sect. What if that female demon really goes to our Lin Xiao sect? Lin Xiao glanced at him. This old man hadn't spoken in such a tone when he was trying to persuade him earlier. He shrugged and smiled, if she goes, she's going to find me. What does it have to do with you, old man? But if she does go, you old fools shouldn't think too much about it. Just clean your necks and wait to die. The white-bearded elder was speechless, his face turning red. Lin Xiao was still the same old Lin Xiao, he hadn't changed a bit. They were simply afraid that if that female demon went to the Lin Xiao sect and suddenly took a dislike to the sect, she might really slaughter the entire sect. The thousands of sects she had personally slaughtered in the demon realm were the best proof of that. After all, the words of such a female demon were the least trustworthy. Chapter 30, Zhao Fan, the late sect master's last words. Do you think I'd lie to you? Night. The matter of the ghost demon city has been resolved, and the entire demon city has been completely divided among countless factions. However, news of the ghost demon lord has spread, causing many factions in the central realm to sigh. Songming Hall. Since returning, Zhao Fan's expression had been grim. On his way back to the Songming Hall, Xiao Jiuluo, who had been severely injured and fled by that female demoness, had secretly tracked him down. He naturally remembered why Xiao Jiuluo had sought him out, but even the Divine Palace's holy son had been beaten to the brink of death. Why wasn't he rushing back to the Divine Palace to recover? Instead, he was still fixated on his fiancée? In response, Xiao Jiuluo coldly reminded him. The cultivation technique I practice is unique. Whether it's breaking through realms or recovering injuries and gathering spiritual energy, I need a spiritual cultivation furnace. Your fiancée is a naturally gifted outsider with a special constitution. She is perfect to help me recover my injuries. Tonight, after you return, give her that pill to swallow. The rest is none of your concern. Just stay outside the room and guard me until dawn. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Boom. Zhao Fan smashed the chair in front of him with a single palm strike. This is too much. That Xiao Jiuluo was treating him like a dog. So what if you're from the Celestial Palace? Your Celestial Palace's spirit lord was still killed by the demon lord today. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He looked up toward the entrance of the hall. What is the lady doing? The guards outside the hall hurriedly reporting to the hall master. The lady is at the star-picking tower. Earlier today, Zhao Fan had issued an order. From now on, everyone in the Tsangming Hall must address Shin Shuan as Lady of the Hall. Zhao Fan frowned. The star-picking tower was the tallest building in the Tsangming Hall. Usually, Shin Shuan only went there when she was in a bad mood. Since returning from the ghostly demon city today, his fiancée had seemed unhappy the entire time. He couldn't forget the lingering, meaningful glance Shin Shuan had cast at Lin Xiao as they parted. Moreover, today's incident had left all the major sects and factions in debt to Lin Xiao. Zhao Fan clenched his teeth and stepped out of the hall. The star-picking tower, top floor, a secluded pavilion. Zhao Fan held a bottle containing the Qingwen Lingdan in his hand, hesitating outside the pavilion for a long time. Finally, thinking about how Shin Shuan had treated him and Lin Xiao so differently in recent days, he steeled himself and pushed the door open. Inside the pavilion, Shin Shuan sat by the window, her face bare, wearing only a simple white dress, hugging her knees and sitting there listlessly. Her alluring appearance still left Zhao Fan speechless. Noticing the movement, Shin Shuan turned her head toward him, her brows furrowing slightly. Zhao Fan spoke first. You don't need to chase me away. Through today's events, I've come to understand many things. He sighed softly. Shin Shuan, you've never liked me, have you? Shin Shuan furrowed her brows tightly. What exactly are you trying to say? Zhao Fan shook his head. You've never seen me as your fiancé. You agreed to marry me only to repay the old sect master for raising you. I don't want to talk about this. Shin Shuan replied coldly, pointing toward the door. Get out. Zhao Fan sighed bitterly. Am I really that despicable to you? I've given you the entire Tsangming Palace. Whatever you want, I'll do everything in my power to get it for you. Yet everything I've done pales in comparison to a single word Lin Xiao said to you. Shin Shuan fell silent. Zhao Fan felt a pang of pain in his heart. He looked up at his fiancée. I know you don't think much of me, Zhao Fan. In terms of background, the Tsangming Hall can't compare to the Xianxiao sect, and in terms of cultivation, I can't match that Lin Xiao. But I've loved you for 10 whole years. What about him, Lin Xiao? Zhao Fan turned to look at his severed arm. This arm was cut off by Lin Xiao with a single sword strike. You heard correctly. I couldn't even block his sword. Shin Shuan clenched her teeth slightly. Zhao Fan gave a self-deprecating laugh. Isn't that ridiculous? No one in the Central Realm knows how powerful Lin Xiao is better than me. He deliberately didn't kill me, he just wanted to mock me. You guessed correctly. I did contact the Yanma clan and ask them to eliminate Lin Xiao for me. But you saw the result. What a joke of a so-called great clan of the demon realm. They couldn't even stand up to a single finger of Lin Xiao. I even kept it a secret from you. I sent many young female disciples from our clan to the Celestial Palace as sacrificial offerings. Those missing female disciples were all my doing. At this point, Zhao Fan took a deep breath, then slowly pulled out the bottle containing the Qingwen Lingdan. Shin Shuan, after today, go to the Xianxiao sect to find Lin Xiao. I don't want to force you to stay in the Tsangming Hall anymore. Looking at the pill bottle in his hand, his eyes slightly reddened as he said, this is the soul-breaking pill left by the old sect master when he passed away. He asked me to keep it for you until the day we marry, so I could give it to you personally and watch you take it. Marriage is now impossible. I'll return the old hall master's item to you. As for whether you choose to follow his wishes, that's up to you. Hearing this, Shin Shuan finally showed some emotion. She bit her silver teeth and asked, did the old master really say that in his last words? Zhao Fan shook the pill in his hand. The broken spirit pill could be fake? If it weren't for fulfilling the old palace master's last wish, I would have eaten it myself long ago. He flicked his finger, and the pill bottle flew out. I even told you about colluding with the Yanma clan. Do you think I'd lie to you? Colluding with the demon clan to assassinate a prodigy of the righteous path is a capital offense in the Central Realm. Shin Shuan reached out to catch it, feeling a chill in her hands. Today's Zhao Fan felt somewhat unfamiliar to her, but the words he had just spoken seemed like his true feelings. He had even revealed the matter of colluding with the Yanma clan to assassinate Lin Xiao. If such a thing were to get out, the Tsangming Palace would have no place to stand in the Central Realm. Therefore, given his temperament, he shouldn't dare to speak recklessly. She gently tapped the bottle cap and poured out the green vein spirit pill inside. It had 7 spirit patterns on it, and its aura was indeed that of a 7th grade spirit breaking pill. On the other side, Zhao Fan saw this and felt a surge of joy. He had seen the elixir before. It was indeed a 7th grade spirit breaking pill. However, Xiao Zhuliuo had added something to the spirit breaking pill, and unless one was a 9th grade alchemist, it was impossible to detect. Zhao Fan felt a mix of urgency and frustration, but he had no choice but to proceed. Sacrificing Shin Shuan to protect the Tsangming Hall. He wasn't a demonic genius like the demon lord of the ghost realm, and even if he were, his entire clan had ultimately perished at the hands of the Immortal Palace. The Yunshu Immortal Palace was a power he couldn't afford to offend. As for Shin Shuan, his fiancée, Zhao Fan truly cared for her. However, he valued his own life even more. Chapter 31, Lin Xiao, I have important matters to discuss with your fiancé tonight. Seeing Shen Shuan still hesitating, Zhao Fan almost couldn't resist urging her to eat it quickly. But just as she was about to take the final step, she suddenly put the pill back into the bottle. Zhao Fan's heart skipped a beat. Had she been discovered? At that moment, Shen Shuan looked up. You've said so much to me today, but it doesn't sound like you at all. Aren't you afraid that the things you've done will be exposed and found out by others? As the master of the Tsangming Palace and a role model of the righteous path in the Central Realm, you've been doing all those despicable things behind people's backs. Zhao Fan gave a nervous laugh. I'm doing all this for the Tsangming Hall. Shen Shuan scoffed, you're doing it for yourself. Zhao Fan. She casually placed the pill bottle on the windowsill, then reached out to tuck her long hair behind her ear. In a cold tone, she said, I know what Master's last words were. You may leave now. But Master's last words were. Zhao Fan panicked. Shen Shuan immediately narrowed her eyes and glared at Zhao Fan, her gaze icy cold. Zhao Fan clenched his teeth. It seemed that soft tactics wouldn't work. He had no choice but to resort to force. After all, Xiao Zhiyuo was currently in the Tsangming Palace. No matter how powerful Shen Shuan was, she couldn't be a match for the two of them. His fingers moved silently, and a dark red blood-colored mark slowly emerged from beneath his feet. Shen Shuan, you're forcing my hand. However, before he could finish speaking, a terrifying sword chi, accompanied by a buzzing vibration, suddenly descended from the sky. In an instant, the sword chi engulfed the entire Tsangming Hall. Zhao Fan's words abruptly stopped, his expression changing drastically as he hurriedly looked out the window. In the pitch-black night sky, a slender, handsome figure was suspended motionlessly outside the star-picking tower. All the protective spirit arrays and spirit guards of the Tsangming Hall had already disintegrated and retreated under that figure. Immediately afterward, a clear, magnetic male voice echoed. The Tsangming Forbidden Array, supposedly the pinnacle of the Central Realm, doesn't seem so impressive after all. How could you not even block a single sword strike from me? Zhao Fan's pupils contracted as he stared at the figure appearing in mid-air. The next moment, his eyes turned blood red and he gritted his teeth. Lin Xiao. Zhao Hallmaster, it's been a long time. Lin Xiao smiled at him. Zhao Fan. Long time no see? You bastard, I just saw you today. It was you, Lin Xiao, who ignored me. What do you want in my Tsangming Palace? Zhao Fan pointed at Lin Xiao and demanded coldly. Lin Xiao glanced at him. Then he turned his gaze to the coldly beautiful woman standing beside him, who was both alluring and enigmatic. His eyes lingered on Shen Shuan's startled face, and he answered with a faint smile. Lin has business with your Tsangming Hall as Shen Elder. We have important matters to discuss tonight. Zhao Fan couldn't hold back any longer and shouted angrily, Lin Xiao, you're pushing it too far. You know very well that Shen Shuan is my fiancé, yet you. Lin Xiao nodded and interrupted him, changing his tone. Since that's the case, then I have urgent matters to discuss with the Zhao Palace Master's fiancé. Zhao Hallmaster, you may leave first to avoid interrupting my conversation with your fiancé. That wouldn't be appropriate. You bastard, you're asking for death. Zhao Fan flew into a rage, his spiritual energy surging, his eyes filled with murderous intent. However, all his anger dissipated instantly upon meeting Lin Xiao's indifferent, emotionless gaze. The shadow of this man had long since taken root in his heart. Countless nights, Zhao Fan would even see his figure in his mind's eye, seeing that sword. It could be said that Lin Xiao had become Zhao Fan's inner demon. At the same time, upon seeing this sudden appearance, Shen Shuan sneered inwardly. Though her heartbeat quickened slightly and her mood improved upon seeing him, she still maintained a cold demeanor, snapping, What are you doing here? Lin Xiao didn't speak, but his gaze fixed on her, implying something. Shen Shuan's face flushed red. This guy wasn't saying a word, just staring at her. Combined with the question she had just asked, didn't that mean he was about to? Thinking this, her cheeks flushed again. This guy was so mischievous when he wanted to be worse than anyone else. The two of them exchanging glances like that made Zhao Fan furious. He exploded in anger. Lin Xiao, do you really think I'm just a decoration here? A buzzing sound filled the air. His spiritual energy surged within him, and Zhao Fan could no longer contain himself. He immediately summoned his life-bound spiritual artifact. Clang! A blood-red longsword sliced through the air. The Tsangming Hall's treasured artifact, the Tsangming Sword, a top-tier celestial-grade spiritual artifact. Spiritual artifact rankings: Shen tier, Earth tier, Heaven tier, Immortal tier, Saint tier, God tier. Each tier is further divided into lower grade, middle grade, upper grade, and supreme grade. Zhao Fan had once used this sword to slay countless demon kings, and the bloodstained aura lingering on its blade could even cause the surrounding space to tremble slightly. You shameless brat. Today, this palace master will teach you how to respect your elders. Sunming Blood Dragon Sword, Sunhai Dragon Roar. Half a moment later, Zhao Fan lay on the ground outside the pavilion of the star-picking tower, his aura weakened, his body covered in wounds, staring blankly ahead. Beside him lay the Tsangming sword, shattered into several pieces. At that moment, the guards of the Tsangming palace rushed over. Upon seeing this scene, their expressions turned pale with shock. Master of the palace? Zhao Fan propped himself up with his remaining hand, his bleeding palm trembling slightly. He then raised his head to look at the tightly closed door of the tower. He knew that if anyone dared to push open that door tonight, by tomorrow, that Songming Hall would likely be left with nothing but a pile of corpses. Lin Xiao was a man of his word. He was more ruthless than even the most depraved cultivators, and when it came to doing things, he was more reckless than anyone else, more depraved than all the depraved cultivators combined. He was a true monster. Zhao Fan roared inwardly. Xiaozhou Luo had set his sights on his fiancée, so why wasn't he coming out now that Lin Xiao had arrived? However, Zhao Fan never could have imagined. Before Lin Xiao arrived, the Divine Palace's holy son, Xiao Zhiluo, had already left the Songming Hall. Originally, Xiao Zhiluo had been recuperating on the roof of a building next to the star-picking tower, keeping an eye on the situation there. Suddenly, an old man with disheveled hair and surging blood energy appeared and began chasing him. Xiao Zhiluo recognized the old man. He was the supreme elder of Qingming Valley who had dared to infiltrate the demon city alone. But what Xiao Zhiluo couldn't fathom was that this old man wasn't just vastly more powerful. He seemed completely mad. Upon seeing Xiao Zhiluo, he charged at him with reckless abandon, seemingly intent on killing him. Xiao Zhiluo was already injured, and this mad old man had him in a complete mess. He narrowly escaped death several times at the old man's hands and was forced to use his spatial teleportation technique to escape once again. However, due to his injuries, he didn't escape very far, and the old madman found him again. Xiao Zhiluo had no choice but to keep fleeing, with the old madman relentlessly chasing after him. Without the palace master's orders, no one is allowed to enter tonight. At the Songming Hall, Zhao Fan coldly dismissed the guards and disciples. He then tremblingly drew the Songming sword from his sheath, turned around, and sat down on the ground steps in despair. In his mind, he kept envisioning the shameful scenes that might be unfolding in the pavilion at that moment, his fiancée being with another man. At this thought, his heart ached in waves, and his molars ground together almost to the point of breaking. However, as time passed, for some reason, Zhao Fan found himself under the tug of an unknown emotion deep within his heart, unconsciously harboring a thought. But as soon as the thought crossed his mind, Zhao Fan slapped himself angrily. How could he even think such a thing? How could he? She was his fiancée. Chapter 32, Shouldn't You Marry a Lady? In the inner room of the attic. Shen Shuan puffed out her lips and glanced at Lin Xiao. Lin Fengzhu, barging into my Sangming Hall in the middle of the night and coming to this young lady's private chamber, that's rather improper, isn't it? Lin Xiao glanced around the inner chamber. The decor didn't seem like that of a mature woman, it looked more like that of a teenager around 17 or 18. If he remembered correctly, Shen Shuan was more than a decade older than him, so strictly speaking, he was the one who should be the one being pursued. You're an adult, yet you still call yourself a young lady. Lin Xiao sat down beside her, poured himself a cup of tea, and was surprised to find that the teapot contained fragrant spirit beast milk. He swirled the milk in his cup and took a sip. It tastes good. Shen Shuan narrowed her eyes, glaring at him dangerously. Explain yourself. What do you mean? How old are you? Women have an inexplicable fixation on their age, especially when it comes to someone they admire. They only wish they were younger. Lin Xiao set down his teacup, glanced up at the hem of her white dress, and saw a pair of snow-white, alluring legs. He then said seriously, You should know that I prefer more mature women. Shen Shuan sneered, Do you also like those who have been married before, someone else's wife? Cough. Lin Xiao nearly spit out the milk he was drinking. Could he really say that? Shen Shuan shot him a disdainful glance. Just say it. What do you want from me? She didn't believe this guy would come looking for her out of the blue, especially after beating up Zhao Fan for no reason. Lin Xiao gestured to the seat in front of him. There is actually something important I need to discuss. Come sit down. No way. Shen Shuan snorted. You saw me today and treated me like I wasn't even there, not even saying a word to me. I don't want to sit near you now. You saw what happened today. Lin Xiao was about to say something else, but when he noticed Shen Shuan's cold gaze, he sighed, Alright, what do you want me to do? Shen Shuan thought for a moment, then gently swayed her two white, delicate feet along the edge of the windowsill. She then looked up at Lin Xiao, spread her arms wide, and said, Come over here and pick me up, carry me over there. Lin Xiao. He stood up, walked over, and gently bent down to pick her up from the windowsill. The soft, fragrant body was in his arms, and a familiar, delicate fragrance wafted toward him. Her curves were so voluptuous that he couldn't even hold her with one hand. Shen Shuan wrapped her arms around Lin Xiao's neck, her beautiful eyes filled with love as she stared at him. Lin Xiao held her tightly while casually picking up the bottle of pills from the windowsill. Soul-breaking pill? Glancing at the pill bottle, Lin Xiao frowned at her. Shen Shuan nodded gently, Is there a problem? Lin Xiao shook his head, placed her on the chair, and sat down beside her. The quality isn't good. I'll refine a 9th grade spirit-breaking pill for you another day. Shen Shuan cradled her chin in her hands, her eyes fixed on him without blinking, teasingly smiling. Oh, I almost forgot. Lin Fengzhu is a 9th grade alchemist. Even the Dan Lao of our central domain's dance sect is only 7th grade. To be precise, he was the only ninth-rank alchemist in the entire central domain, and Shen Shuan had only recently discovered this by chance. Lin Xiao had never mentioned it to her before. I've always been a low-key person. Lin Xiao casually put the bottle of pills away. This low-quality stuff? Zhao Fan actually dared to give it to you? Put. Shen Shuan rolled her eyes. This guy claims to be low-key? Then there must be no one in the central region who's high profile. She scoffed, I'm not some little cutie. Zhao Fan clearly has ulterior motives. This pill must be problematic. You know it's problematic and you still took it? Lin Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Are you worried about me? Shen Shuan smiled sweetly at him. Then why did I come here tonight? Lin Xiao blurted out. Did I come here just to beat up Zhao Fan? We don't even have a grudge against each other. Shen Shuan. How dare you say that? You stole someone's fiancé and now you say you have no grudge against them? However, hearing Lin Xiao say that, she couldn't help but feel a hint of sweetness in her heart. The feeling of being cared about by this man made her heart feel full. Thinking of this, Shen Shuan smiled slightly, her hands supporting her chin, her bright, phoenix-like eyes filled with affection as she stared at Lin Xiao's face, as if she couldn't get enough of looking at him. Is there something on my face? Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. Shen Shuan shook her head, her lips curving into a smile, her expression bright and charming. Lin Fengju isn't exactly young anymore. Perhaps maybe it's time to marry a wife and bring her home. Is that so? Lin Xiao casually replied, I'm only 18. I'm still young. No rush. Shen Shuan suddenly wanted to punch him. This insensitive fool, what did he mean by 18? Did he think she didn't know his age? She glared at him angrily and said, just say it. What else do you want from me? When the topic turned serious, Lin Xiao stared at her pretty face for a moment before saying, last time you mentioned that the trace of primordial blood in your body comes from an ancient alien race, right? Why bring that up? Shen Shuan rolled her eyes. The ancient alien race was just like the demon race now, despised by many in the central realm. So her alien heritage wasn't known to many. Of course I want to learn more about you, Lin Xiao smiled. Before you came to the human race, you must have lived among the alien race for some time. Do you know if your race has any records of where that ancient alien ancestor perished? In his previous life, Lin Xiao had only heard of the primordial ancestor's name and knew little about him. He didn't know where he had perished either. After all, when he died in his previous life, the Upper Realm Divine Clan had only just begun to reveal itself. Today, he had accumulated over 60,000 evil deeds points. In the system, 50,000 evil deeds points could be exchanged for control over the corpse of the primordial ancestor of the primordial era. However, there was one condition: unlike when exchanging for the corpse of the Demon Emperor, this time he had to find the corpse of the primordial ancestor himself. Because the primordial ancestor is a peak-level powerhouse from an era even more ancient than the Demon Emperor. If he can obtain it, it would be a trump card even more terrifying than the Demon Emperor. Shen Shuan's face betrayed her surprise. Are you sure this is about getting to know me? Lin Xiao nodded without changing his expression. To understand you, of course we need to delve deeper and gain a more comprehensive understanding. Shen Shuan. She didn't believe a word of his nonsense. Lin Xiao suddenly mentioned their alien race. There must be something he hadn't told her. However, since Lin Xiao didn't want to talk about it, she didn't press further. Instead, she recalled, I often heard my grandfather say that the ancient ancestor once led our people in rebellion against the ancient tribe's rule. In the end, the great battle was lost and he was suppressed by a certain ancient clan in their tribal lands. It's been tens of thousands of years since then, and that foreign ancestors' remains have likely long since rotted away. Imprisoned in the ancient clan's territory? Lin Xiao furrowed his brows. The ancient clans typically resided in the upper realm, and each ancient clan was a branch of the divine race from the ancient era. Their clans were never lacking in Saint Realm experts, and there might even be emperors among them. Do you know which specific ancient clan it was? Upon hearing this, Shen Shuan raised her eyebrows and looked at Lin Xiao. That's just a story I heard when I was a child. But if you want to hear it. As she spoke, she deliberately lifted one of her beautiful legs, letting her delicate, white toes gently press against Lin Xiao's thigh, her eyes filled with desire as she looked at him. You just said you wanted to get to know me better, didn't you? Lin Xiao. The next moment, he reached out and grasped the soft, white toes, then pulled her delicate body toward him and placed her on his lap. As their skin touched, Shen Shuan's face flushed slightly, but she still breathed heavily and said, I'm not sure exactly which ancient clan it was. I was too young at the time, but I remember my grandfather mentioning it. That ancient clan seemed to have the surname Xiao. Chapter 33. Didn't you just say today that you wanted me to take you away? By the time Lin Xiao emerged from the room, an entire hour had passed. Looking at Zhao Fan, who had been standing outside for an entire hour with a blank, numb expression, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel a hint of admiration for this man. Zhao Fan, in his previous life, had caused the deaths of many disciples of the Tsungming Hall for his own sake, and even Shen Shuan had been killed by his own hands. It could be said that everything he was going through now was his own doing. Zhao Hallmaster, you've worked hard, Lin Xiao smiled faintly. The Tsangming Hall was an affiliate of the Celestial Palace, and this old man didn't have much time left. As for Shen Shuan, Lin Xiao wasn't worried with the spirit puppet he had left behind. Even if he didn't come tonight, Shen Shuan would be safe. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao rubbed his old waist, feeling that he had been a bit too indulgent lately. Beauty is a dangerous thing. From today onward, I must abstain. Zhao Fan heard the sound and slowly came to his senses. He then saw Lin Xiao's posture, supporting his old waist. His eyes gradually regained some luster, but upon hearing Lin Xiao's words clearly, he burst out laughing so hard he spat blood. The next moment, seeing Lin Xiao transform into a streak of light and leave the Tsangming Hall, Zhao Fan didn't hesitate to turn and run toward the boom. A surge of spiritual energy blasted him out, along with the bottle of pills Xiao Zhuluo had given him, shattering it violently beside him. Immediately, a cold, icy voice filled with murderous intent echoed through the room, causing Zhao Fan's heart to tremble. "Yu Xiao, don't force me to kill you tonight." Zhao Fan's face turned deathly pale as he stared at the shattered pill bottle beside him. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Shen Shuan had indeed found out. On the other side, after leaving the Tsangming Hall, Lin Xiao sensed the direction of the Qingming Valley, and the figure of another purple-clad woman appeared in his mind. Tonight, there's another female antagonist. Qingming Mountains, Qingming Valley. At night, Qingming Valley was brightly lit. However, tonight's Qingming Valley was destined to be anything but peaceful. The Supreme Elder remains missing, and the hundreds of elite disciples and elders who went to rescue him in the Demon City, along with the Valley Master, have all been brutally killed outside the city during the day. The remaining disciples of the valley are overcome with grief. It can be said that the once proud Qingming Valley, one of the 9 great sects of Yunzhou, has now fallen to a third-rate power overnight. At this very moment, before the Qingming Grand Hall below, suddenly, piercing screams of agony echoed through the night sky. "Yi Zisu! You traitor! How dare you kill me? The Yunqiu Immortal Palace will never forgive you. Yi Zisu, I admit that I destroyed your spiritual sword back then. I will compensate you for it. Please don't kill me, ah. You traitor who betrayed your sect and killed your ancestors, you have the nerve to return." The smell of blood mingled with the screams, filling the air. Before the Grand Hall, a woman in purple emerged slowly from the night, her body still stained with fresh blood. A few strands of long hair were blown by the wind, clinging to her cold, indifferent face. "Yi Zisu!" A sudden, hoarse shout pierced the night sky. "You dare to come back?" Before the words had even finished, a male disciple with bloodshot eyes drew his sword, its blade emitting a fierce aura that seemed capable of splitting the air. However, Yi Zisu merely shifted her stance slightly. The male disciple's sword, filled with boundless hatred, sliced past her sleeve and struck the stone wall behind her, sending fragments of rock flying. Without even flinching, she remained motionless. The next moment, a purple sword light flashed, and the male disciple holding the sword collapsed to the ground, clutching his throat in horror. Blood gushed from between his fingers, instantly staining the green stone floor red. Dead silence. The entire night sky fell into complete silence. The disciples gathered before the hall froze in place, their hearts filled with grief and anger, completely overwhelmed by the sudden slaughter before them. One by one, their eyes began to fill with fear. "Yi Zisu, have you lost your mind?" an elderly elder shouted angrily, his voice trembling. "This is Qingming Valley, where you've trained since childhood. Do you really intend to kill us all?" Yi Zisu raised her eyes, her gaze locking onto the elder. In the next moment, her figure darted forward like a ghostly figure. A purple cold light flashed by, followed by a dull thud, and the elder collapsed in a pool of blood. Yi Zisu looked down at the elder's corpse, her eyes filled with a madness tinged with obsession. "Compared to your filth, my madness is nothing." Half an hour later, the entire Qingming Valley fell completely silent. A gentle breeze blew, carrying the scent of blood through the night sky. Yi Zisu stood amidst the corpses of countless elders and disciples, slowly raising her hand. As she watched the blood droplets fall from the sword blade, her fingertips suddenly trembled uncontrollably. The next moment, put! She spat out a mouthful of blood. It wasn't from injury, but from a sudden, intense, agonizing pain in her chest. The life-binding curse within her body had begun to erupt at that very moment. She had already been cursed with a life-binding spell, and now, by using a large amount of spiritual energy in such a short time, she had inadvertently triggered the spell's premature activation. Her fair face grew slightly pale. Just as she was about to summon her spiritual energy to suppress the life-taking curse, the world went black, and she fainted from the pain. However, before losing consciousness, her blurred vision seemed to catch a glimpse of an unfamiliar figure. She didn't know how long had passed before Yi Zisu suddenly opened her eyes in pain. The blinding light made her instinctively frown, and her nostrils were filled with the heavy scent of blood. Besides that, there was also a faint aroma of roasting meat. She quickly pushed herself up and sat on the ground. Dozens of corpses of Qingming Valley disciples lay scattered around her, and beside those corpses, a blazing fire burned fiercely, crackling and popping. Sitting beside the fire was a stranger, his profile blurred in the flickering light. He held a sharpened wooden skewer in his hand, turning a piece of glossy, well-oiled meat over the flames. The dripping fat sizzled and crackled in the heat. "Awake?" The man suddenly turned his head, his deep black eyes glancing at her, a careless smile curving his lips. He then handed her the charred piece of meat, just off the fire. Try some? Yi Zisu's beautiful eyes widened in shock, her body trembling as her purple sword drew from its sheath, its cold blade pointing directly at the man's throat. Her face was pale, her eyes filled with unhidden murderous intent and caution. Who are you? Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, twisted his wrist slightly, and effortlessly deflected the sword's edge. Technically speaking, I'm your savior. Life's saver? Yi Zisu scoffed. You're probably a disciple of a nearby faction. You saw me kill so many people, aren't you afraid? Don't scare me, Lin Xiao smiled at her, I'm a coward. Yi Zisu. You're a coward, yet you dare to eat grilled meat next to all these corpses? Wait, grilled meat? Yi Zisu suddenly stared at the meat skewer in Lin Xiao's hand, then glanced at the corpses around them. A thought flashed through her mind, and she couldn't help but feel a wave of nausea. She exclaimed in shock, you wouldn't? Although she had killed so many people, she had never once considered eating them. Lin Xiao. Then he smiled, I'm not that into it. This is demon beast meat. But if you want some, I can. Pfft, you're the one who wants to eat it. Yi Zisu spat at him immediately. Her eyes remained cold and vigilant. Make it clear, who are you? Hearing this, Lin Xiao quietly stared into her eyes. After a long moment, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he spoke mysteriously. Didn't you just say today that you wanted me to take you away? Chapter 34, Demon Realm, Demon Clan, Demon King. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Yi Zisu's pupils contracted sharply. She stared at the man before her in disbelief, and after a moment, she managed to force out, what did you say? That mysterious black-robed figure who dared to offend the Celestial Palace and even helped the demon lord of the underworld refine the Celestial Palace's divine sovereign, she couldn't possibly associate him with the young man standing before her. How could this be possible? Lin Xiao examined her leisurely. Yi Zisu's purple robes were stained with blood, and the demonic flower on her fair face glowed mysteriously and seductively in the flickering flames. Her figure was impeccable, tall and slender, with high, full breasts that strained the fabric of her clothes, creating a delicate, rounded silhouette. A white silk sash tied around her slender waist accentuated her delicate, willowy waist, making her figure appear even more voluptuous. Lin Xiao's gaze slid from her firm breasts down to her straight, snow-white legs, and he couldn't help but recall the past. In her previous life, Yi Zisu had become the Demon Emperor, a true epitome of the ultimate seductress. Even the demonic geniuses of the Demon God clan had once pursued her relentlessly. However, as the female antagonist, and due to the influence of Qingming Valley, she developed an isolated and stubborn personality, refusing to accept anyone's advances. Although she was Lin Xiao's nominal fiancé in her previous life, after Lin Qingyi helped Lin Xiao break off the engagement, Yi Zisu and he had little interaction. Moreover, after the engagement was broken off in her previous life, Lin Xiao had seen her twice, and he could sense a faint sense of dislike from Yi Zisu toward him. Perhaps she misunderstood the reason for the broken engagement, believing that Lin Xiao had rejected her because he found her appearance unattractive, which is why he had Lin Qingyi request the annulment from Qingming Valley. Because of the broken engagement, she was mocked and humiliated by countless people in the Central Realm, which made her personality grow even more gloomy and obsessive. In fact, in the previous life, Lin Xiao only learned of this after Lin Qingyi helped him call off the engagement, but by then it was too late to explain. Yi Zisu had already come to hate him. The last time he saw Yi Zisu in his previous life was when she led the demon clan to sever ties with the Yunshu Immortal Palace. At that time, she was the Demon Emperor, whose name struck fear into all the clans. Lin Xiao, the man she once despised, was merely someone she glanced at indifferently before slapping him away with a single blow. Lin Xiao still wondered to this day, who could possibly win over a female antagonist like Yi Zisu, whose psyche had been shattered by immense trauma, leaving her cold-hearted and obsessive. In her previous life, she hadn't witnessed it, as Lin Xiao's broken engagement had caused Yi Zisu to develop an intense hatred for men, killing almost every man she encountered. Snapping back to reality, Lin Xiao glanced at Yi Zisu again, then looked around at the bodies of Qingming Valley disciples littering the ground. Curious, he asked her, do all these people from Qingming Valley have a grudge against you? Why did you kill them all? Although the demonic influence does affect her mind, killing Chen Mu and his men wasn't enough. She actually came back to slaughter the entire Qingming Valley. This suggests that she is now completely controlled by the demonic energy within her. Yi Zisu remained silent, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Lin Xiao, still filled with caution. Lin Xiao saw this and said nothing more, merely raising his palm to summon an ancient-looking life token. The token was adorned with the unique spiritual patterns of Qingming Valley. This should be familiar to you, right? Yi Zisu stared at the life token, her eyes growing slightly dazed. It was the life token of the Supreme Elder of Qingming Valley, which had been stolen by that black-robed figure today. The confusion in her heart dissipated by half, replaced by even deeper shock. Yi Zisu opened her mouth but didn't know what to ask. Finally, she couldn't help but ask, so the person who helped me today was you? I suppose so. Lin Xiao put away the life token, stood up, and spoke calmly, I'll take you somewhere. Where? Yi Zisu frowned at him. Lin Xiao gave a mysterious smile. A good place. Before she could react, he suddenly reached out and wrapped his arm around her waist, his toes touching the ground as his body transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the distance. The wind whistled in her ears. In just a few breaths, the surrounding spiritual energy had completely changed, with a thick demonic aura sweeping toward them. Towering ancient trees blocked out the sky, and in the distance, the low growls of demonic beasts could faintly be heard. After a moment of stunned silence, feeling herself held tightly in this man's embrace and inhaling the faint, pleasant scent of his skin, Yuzisu's face couldn't help but flush slightly. She murmured softly in Lin Xiao's embrace, "You, let me go. I can do it myself." The wind howled, and Lin Xiao looked at her with a playful expression. "Are you sure? Then I'll let go." Yizisu nodded slightly. However, just as Lin Xiao was about to let go, she tried to summon her spiritual energy, but a sudden sharp pain surged through her body, causing her face to pale instantly. Her hands instinctively wrapped around Lin Xiao's neck, clinging tightly to him. Lin Xiao looked down. Yizisu's face was flushed with embarrassment, her head buried tightly against his chest. "She is holding on pretty tightly, isn't she? Women are all the same, saying one thing and meaning another." Yizisu bit her lip, unsure whether she was ashamed or angry, her face flushed with embarrassment. However, what surprised her most was that in this man's arms, she didn't feel the slightest bit repulsed. A few more minutes passed like this. Yizisu suddenly realized they had arrived deep within the demon realm. This was the demon clan's territory, a place no human dared to set foot in. As she stood there in confusion, Lin Xiao had already descended. Below, ancient structures coiled around the depths of the demon realm came into view. Every building was shrouded in an overwhelmingly dense demonic aura, forming ancient cities of the demon clan. At that moment, a massive spirit snake covered in bizarre scales slowly emerged from the lowest demon city, then transformed into a woman dressed in a spirit robe. Following her were even more demonic kings of the demon race, such as the blood dragon eagle, the primordial demon lynx, and the bone-devouring dragon creatures that struck fear into the hearts of all who heard of them. Together with the serpent, there were a total of 12 demon kings. All the demon kings emanated a fierce and terrifying aura. Regardless of their forms, upon seeing Lin Xiao descending from the sky, they all bowed respectfully, exclaiming, "Greetings, Lord." The deafening roar sent a chill down Yizisu's spine. What surprised her even more was that a young man with purple hair and a silver robe, adorned with dragon patterns, suddenly stepped forward from the demon horde. His aura was exceptionally powerful, and his brows and eyes carried a hint of defiance, yet he restrained himself completely in front of Lin Xiao, bowing deeply and saying, "Sir, my father has spoken. From now on, the entire dragon bat clan of the demon realm will obey your every command." Yizisu's eyes widened in shock. The dragon bat clan, she had read about them in ancient texts from Qingning Valley. They were a branch of the ancient dragon clan and the true rulers of the demon realm. And the demon kings before her were all beings capable of dominating their own territories within the demon realm. However, they had all been sealed here by the immortal palace thousands of years ago and could never leave the demon realm for all eternity. Throughout history, the demon clan had always hated humans. Yet these demon kings were all obeying the man before them. Yizisu couldn't help but glance at Lin Xiao with her beautiful eyes. Lin Xiao turned his head to look at her and smiled faintly. "You should be well aware that after today, you will be wanted by the Celestial Palace and hunted down by all the righteous forces across the central domain. For now, you should stay here." Yizisu was the future demon clan empress. She must be utilized properly. Chapter 35, What kind of master? He's just a pervert. Xian Xiao sect, first peek. Lin Xiao is truly beyond the law. Not only does he allow his demon disciple to freely seize items, but he also shelters this demoness, tarnishing the reputation of our sect. He is unworthy of being the peak master of the sword peak. The sect has clear rules. Lin Xiao was not allowed to leave the sword peak during this period, yet he disregarded the sect master's orders and went to the demon city. Does he even care about our sect? Protecting a demoness and disrupting our sect's relationship with the Celestial Palace, this must be severely punished. Yingxue, my junior disciple, tried to reason with him, but not only did he refuse to listen, he even injured Yingxue's niece and showed no remorse whatsoever. This man is beyond redemption. He is a disgrace to our sect. His crimes are too numerous to list. If we do not punish him severely, the Celestial Palace will surely hold our Xianxiao sect accountable. In the Grand Hall, the voices of Li Duyuan and several other senior elders echoed with harsh accusations. Numerous elders gathered before Lin Qingyi, each denouncing Lin Xiao's wicked deeds. Sect Master, forgive me for speaking frankly, but Lin Xiao's actions are tantamount to offending the Celestial Palace. If we do not force him to hand over that demonic disciple to be executed, this matter will be difficult to resolve, and we will have no explanation for the Celestial Palace. The white-bearded elder Lu Tianshang spoke coldly. Upon hearing this, another black-robed elder interjected, "Do not forget the matter of Qingming Valley. Yi Zissou of Qingming Valley betrayed the righteous path, killed her fellow disciples, and the Central Realm will not tolerate her. However, her relationship with Lin Xiao is something all of you should be well aware of." Yi Zissou? Upon hearing the black-robed elder mention this name, everyone's expressions grew icy. That woman had brutally murdered her fellow disciples, even killing Chen Mu, the master of Qingming Valley, with her own hands. Her crimes were heinous and unforgivable. This matter had already spread throughout the Central Realm, and countless righteous factions, including the Buddhist sect, the foremost righteous sect in the Central Realm, had issued a bounty on her head. The 9 great sects, including the Lin Xiao sect, had already placed Yizisu on their most wanted list. Currently, Yizisu tops the wanted list of the Xuanma chart in Yunzhou. Anyone who can find and kill her can claim a reward from the 9 major sects. This is an unspoken agreement among all righteous factions. If any faction has a traitor who has fallen to the dark side, the other righteous factions have the right to join in punishing them. Yizisu has been ostracized by the righteous factions of the central region, and Lin Xiao is her fiancé. Though they have not yet married, those with ulterior motives are using this to slander the Lin Xiao sect. After all, Lin Xiao's reputation is well known to all. Accusing him of colluding with the demon clan and harming his fellow disciples are charges that are relatively lenient. Lin Xingyi, seated at the head of the table, had a cold, ethereal beauty, her eyes filled with frost. She never expected Yizisu to dare to commit such an heinous crime. She was just one day away from helping Lin Xiao call off the engagement. As it turned out, helping Lin Xiao call off the engagement was the right decision. That demonic woman, who had committed countless murders and atrocities, would only bring disaster if Lin Xiao were to marry her. But even if they were to propose the annulment now, those with ulterior motives would only see it as the Lin Xiao sect trying to distance Lin Xiao from that woman. But can we not call off the engagement? Absolutely not. Thinking of this, Lin Xingyi clenched her fingertips tightly. She knew all too well the thoughts of the elders before her. All the senior elders had little regard for Lin Xiao, and now that they had learned of this matter involving him, which could tarnish the sect's reputation, they would never let it go lightly. At this moment, Ming Yuan, who had been sitting silently beside them, stroked his beard and said, "Why not confine Lin Xiao for now? Make it clear to the outside world about his relationship with that woman from Qingming Valley. This will at least stop the rumors from spreading and prevent people from making unfounded speculations." Can this even be explained clearly? Li Duyuan shook his head. I 1T even mentioned the things Lin Xiao has done over the years. Just today, he allowed the demoness to offend the holy son of the celestial palace in front of the demon city, and even injured his own junior disciple. Do you really think confining him will solve anything? Many elders looked up at Lin Xingyi. Those who had always been hostile toward Lin Xiao flashed a look of schadenfreude in their eyes. After all, the trouble Lin Xiao had caused this time had even offended the divine palace's holy son. Even if Lin Xingyi continued to protect him, once the divine palace intervened, he would certainly face severe punishment. Lin Xiao has repeatedly tarnished the reputation of our sect over the years. If the old sect master were still alive, he certainly wouldn't have indulged him like this, an elder said with a meaningful glance. Lin Xingyi took a deep breath and her voice suddenly turned harsh. I will personally investigate this matter. If Lin Xiao truly acted with malicious intent to tarnish the sect's reputation as you all claim, I will certainly punish him severely on behalf of my master. As she spoke, Lin Xingyi frowned slightly, feeling a headache coming on. After Jiang Yingxue returned to the sect today, she had examined her injuries, which were indeed caused by Lin Xiao's Changxiao sword. This truly angered her. Jiang Yingxue was her most promising disciple. When she first joined the sect, she had been teased by Lin Xiao, which had left a lasting impact on her. After years of effort, she had finally managed to overcome those negative influences. Yet today, she had been injured so severely by Lin Xiao again. Lin Xingyi even began to reflect on whether she had been too lenient with Lin Xiao over the years, allowing him to develop such a reckless and unrestrained personality. Back Peak, Jiang Yingshue's residence. After a night of rest, Jiang Yingshue's injuries had healed considerably, but her face still bore a look of intense disgust. She had never seen anyone as shameless as Lin Xiao in her entire life. If it weren't for her master's kindness toward her and the need to preserve the reputation of the Lin Xiao sect, she would have forcibly unlocked the imperial vein seal within her body at the risk of damaging her foundations and beaten that despicable master uncle to a pulp when he injured her today. What master? He's just a filthy pervert. Jiang Yingxue gritted her teeth and cursed angrily, still feeling unjustified. In truth, she harbored a secret she had never shared with anyone, not even Lin Xingyi. It happened during her 3rd year in the Lin Xiao sect. One night after finishing her cultivation, she returned to her quarters and discovered that several of her personal garments were missing. She searched the entire room but couldn't find them, realizing that someone had stolen her undergarments. Overcome with shame and anger, she happened to overhear a female disciple mention that she had seen senior disciple Lin Xiao from the Sword Peak visiting the Back Peak earlier that day. She immediately connected the two incidents, her heart filled with shame and fury. Prior to this, she had never encountered such a despicable person. Due to the nature of the matter, Jiang Yingxue told no one about it. However, from that day onward, she came to utterly despise and loathe this senior disciple. As the imperial princess of the Zheng family, she had never endured such humiliation in her entire life. Even thinking about Lin Xiao stealing her personal garments and not knowing what he might do with them made Jiang Yingxue feel an urge to vomit. What kind of master was he? What kind of elder? He deserved to be stabbed to death with a sword. After a long time, Jiang Yingxue forced herself to calm down. But just as she was immersing herself in meditation to begin her cultivation, an excruciating pain suddenly surged through her heart, causing her face to pale instantly. Chapter 36, Heart Demon Pox. The pain from her heart was so intense that the spiritual energy circulating within her body became chaotic. Jiang Yingshui's face turned deathly pale. She instinctively thought that perhaps her injuries hadn't healed yet, but that thought was quickly dismissed. Because the injury she sustained today wasn't in the area of her heart. Although Lin Xiao had a vicious temperament, he shouldn't have secretly tampered with her. Otherwise, her master wouldn't have spared him. But if it wasn't Lin Xiao, then what was happening to her body? Even when she had encountered the Emperor's vain backlash during her cultivation in the past, she had never experienced such intense heart pain. Moreover, the pain was growing more intense by the moment. Within just a few moments, she clenched her teeth tightly and gripped the area around her heart with both hands, yet she couldn't alleviate the pain in the slightest. Jiang Yingshui's body grew ice cold. When she lowered her head, she suddenly noticed that a wisp of black mist was seeping out from the area around her heart. The black mist was exceptionally eerie, as if it had a life of its own, swirling around the vicinity of her heart. A demonic poison? Jiang Yingxue was stunned. Those black vapors that appeared to have a life of their own were clearly an extremely bizarre form of poisonous insect venom. But when had such a thing entered her body? Instinctively, Jiang Yingxue thought of Lin Xiao. Could it be that Lin Xiao had secretly planted this poisonous insect on her body earlier? She shook her head frantically, but the intense pain in her heart left her no time to think. She hurriedly channeled her spiritual energy to try to expel the poison. However, her spiritual energy became chaotic and the imperial vein, which had been dormant all along, began to show signs of backlash. Her face was pale and devoid of any color. Just as Jiang Yingxue clenched her teeth, preparing to fully activate her imperial vein and take a desperate gamble. Suddenly, the imperial vein within her erupted with a blinding spiritual light, and a white spiritual energy shot skyward. Immediately, the space around her was frozen by the white spiritual energy. Even her body felt frozen, making it extremely difficult to move even a single finger. Jiang Yingxue stared blankly at the scene, her mind in complete chaos. Was that her imperial vein? The next moment, the blinding white light faded, and the white spiritual energy shot into her head with a whoosh. Boom! The white light exploded, and Jiang Yingshue's consciousness went black. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Yingxue suddenly heard a voice speaking, and the voice was strangely familiar. Xiao Xianchang, Yingxue has always been frail since childhood. This time, she insisted on practicing those chaotic cultivation techniques. I told her countless times, but she wouldn't listen. Sigh, this spiritual energy backlash is all her own doing. But there is no father in the world who doesn't care about his daughter. Please, Master Xiao, lend us your help. The Jiang family will be eternally grateful, and we swear we'll never let her touch those heretical practices again. The voice was steady and familiar. Jiang Yingxue couldn't possibly not recognize it. Was that her father's voice? But father, how could he be at the Xianxiao sect? Thinking of this, Jiang Yingxue struggled to open her eyes. Instead of the familiar furnishings of the Xianxiao sect, she saw a room that was somewhat unfamiliar yet strangely familiar. At that moment, she was lying on a soft bed in the room, trying to control her body, but she found she couldn't move at all. When she turned her head, she saw herself in the bed from a copper mirror not far away. A little girl with a bun hairstyle, around 5 or 6 years old, was sleeping soundly with her eyes tightly closed and breathing weakly. Is this me when I was young? Jiang Yingshue's face was filled with disbelief. At that moment, her consciousness was attached to this young body. Though she could see everything around her, she couldn't control her body or make a sound. The voices outside fell silent. The door opened, and a middle-aged man dressed in a blue robe with an air of mysticism entered. After entering, he spoke a few words to those outside, then locked the door from the inside. He walked over to the bed and stared intently at the little girl lying there. He snapped his fingers, then nodded satisfactorily and murmured, "Indeed, she is of the Jiang family's imperial bloodline. Who would have thought that the Jiang family, which was nearly annihilated by my clan, could still produce such a bloodline worthy of an empress? Excellent. My Xiao clan bears the mandate of heaven. Luor must lead the celestial palace to overthrow the divine clan's destiny. Such an imperial bloodline must become Luor's ally. If sacrificing her can help Jiulu grow stronger, the return of the celestial palace to the divine clan is within reach." After speaking, the man sat cross-legged in mid-air, forming seals with his hands. Instantly, streams of pitch-black spiritual energy spread out, transforming into eerie black mist that seeped into the girl's body. Hearing the middle-aged man's words and witnessing his actions at that moment, Jiang Yingxue was completely stunned. This is the scene from when I was a child. She vaguely remembered the events of that day. She had been playing around and had accidentally activated a forbidden spell from the Jiang family's library, causing her body to be poisoned by the spell's backlash. In a panic, her father had summoned a divine being from the upper realm to save her. However, she had never even seen that person before. When she woke up the next day, her father told her that the person had already left, and the Jiang family had even presented a precious treasure as a reward. Now, seeing this scene before her, that person not only implanted an unknown demonic parasite into her body but also expended a significant amount of spiritual energy to suppress the imperial vein within her. Boom! Jiang Yingshue's eyes turned icy cold. She tried to channel her spiritual energy to resist, but no matter what she did, she couldn't control this body. She could only watch helplessly as the young girl had the demonic parasite planted in her heart by that person. Meanwhile, the imperial vein within her body was struggling to resist, but it was quickly suppressed. So that's how the demonic parasite on her body originated. Jiang Yingshue's eyes suddenly filled with icy killing intent as she glared at that person with clenched teeth. This person had planted the demonic worm in her, intending to use her as a sacrifice for the cultivation of that celestial palace's holy son. He deserved to die. Before Jiang Yingxue could let the killing intent in her mind erupt, the next moment, the white light suddenly exploded again. This time, she could clearly feel that the imperial vein within her seemed to be guiding her with consciousness. Then, everything went black before her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself back at her residence in the Lin Xiao sect. Chapter 37, This is the real him. However, something was still off. Although this was indeed her residence, it felt slightly different. Because at that moment, she still couldn't control her body and could only observe the events unfolding around her through her consciousness. Her sitting cross-legged on the bed was wearing clothes completely different from what she had worn today, as if she were from another timeline. At that moment, her body was surrounded by eerie black mist, which kept seeping out from her heart, making her feel terrified. The next moment, the figure on the bed suddenly trembled violently. As the black mist seeped into her internal organs, the intense pain caused her body to shake uncontrollably. Jiang Yingxue was all too familiar with this pain, as if her heart were being torn apart by someone, making her want to end her life to escape the agony. But just then, a scene that made Jiang Yingxue furrow her brows appeared. As she was about to faint from the pain, the door suddenly opened, and a man with an urgent expression walked in. This man was none other than Lin Xiao. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, Jiang Yingshue's eyes immediately filled with disgust. However, she soon noticed something amiss. The Lin Xiao she remembered had always looked at her with a lecherous and debauched gaze, but the Lin Xiao before her now had eyes that were pure and clear, filled with concern for her. After entering, Lin Xiao first stabilized her body with his spiritual energy, then frowned and muttered, "How could the heart demon parasite erupt at this moment? Could that bastard be planning to harm Jiang Yingxue?" His eyes flickered with worry and hesitation. At that moment, the Jiang Yingxue on the bed, writhing in pain, glared at him furiously. "Lin Xiao! You poisoned me, didn't you? I'll tell the master." Lin Xiao was about to explain, but the Jiang Yingxue on the bed fainted from the pain, her eyes going black. The Jiang Yingxue on the bed had fainted, but the Jiang Yingxue attached to her body knew that the heart demon parasite wasn't something Lin Xiao had given her. She saw everything clearly afterward. After she fainted, Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment before finally sighing deeply. He crossed his legs and sat behind her, channeling all his spiritual energy to ignite burning the black mist on her body. However, the black mist was exceptionally terrifying and bizarre. Not only did it not burn away, but it grew even more violent, even turning to attack Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's expression changed drastically. He tried dozens of methods to expel the black mist but to no avail. Finally, he clenched his teeth and resorted to a secret technique, forcing over 90% of the black mist into his own body. Jiang Yingshue's eyes suddenly went blank. She knew better than anyone how unbearable that agony was, yet this Lin Xiao had actually channeled over 90% of the black qi into his own body. 3 hours passed, and Jiang Yingshue's condition improved significantly, but Lin Xiao continued to endure the excruciating pain caused by the demonic parasite, nearly fainting from the agony. His body convulsed violently, his spiritual energy nearly depleted, and his spiritual veins were on the verge of shattering from the demonic parasite's counterattack. However, he gritted his teeth and forced the remaining 10% of the black qi from Jiang Yingxue into his own body. Until she witnessed this scene. Jiang Yingxue was completely stunned. Her expression was dazed as she stared at the man before her, her eyes slightly reddening. This man was not Lin Xiao, her senior disciple. The Lin Xiao she remembered was someone who would toy with others at will, never risking his own life to save hers. Thinking of this, Jiang Yingxue murmured with red eyes, "If he really is Lin Xiao, how wonderful that would be." If she had met such a Lin Xiao Shusheng from the beginning, she would probably be more willing than anyone else to go to Jianfeng Peak to train. Several more hours passed. When the Jiang Yingxue on the bed opened her eyes and saw the man behind her, she didn't hesitate to strike out with her palm toward the severely injured and dying Lin Xiao. Put! Lin Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood. His already critically wounded body, which had been severely weakened by the heart demon's counterattack, was shattered by Jiang Yingshue's palm, which shattered several of his spiritual veins. He glared at her with a dark expression. "Have you lost your mind?" At that moment, the door to the room suddenly swung open. Xiao Zhuluo, the holy son of the celestial palace, walked in with a grim expression, his eyes fixed on Lin Xiao as if he wanted to kill him. He shouted angrily, "You dared to poison your own junior disciple with a poisonous insect and even attempt such a despicable act? You don't even regard the righteous path of the celestial palace. Jiang Yingxue was instantly filled with shame and anger, her eyes brimming with icy intent as she glared at Lin Xiao. You shameless scoundrel! You dare to act like this as my senior disciple? I will have my master kill you today. Seeing this, Jiang Yingshua's breath caught in her throat. She wanted to tell the version of herself outside her consciousness that Lin Xiao was the one who saved her, and that the Immortal Palace and that Immortal Palace Saint's son were the ones who truly sought to harm her. But this consciousness couldn't utter a single sound. She could only watch helplessly as the Jiang Yingxue outside accused Lin Xiao to the peak master, all the way to her master, Lin Qingyi. As expected, Lin Xiao had his spiritual roots completely destroyed, was shunned by all the disciples of the sect, and even his own disciples from the Sword Peak disowned him as their peak master, one after another leaving the peak in disgrace. In the end, he was personally stripped of most of his cultivation by Lin Qingyi, causing his foundations to be damaged. He had to start cultivating from the most basic realm. A once proud peak master of the Sword Peak now had cultivation that didn't even match that of his disciples, drawing mockery from countless outsiders. Jiang Yingxue had thought that this was the end. She could no longer distinguish whether what was happening before her was real or illusory. But the next moment, a white light surged once more in her mind. This time, she found herself in an unknown place. The whispers echoing around her made her realize. Lin Xiao had become a notorious demon lord in the central realm. He had betrayed his own master and was now being chased by his master Lin Qingyi and countless righteous cultivators to the extreme Emperor Palace, where he was being suppressed by the Jinshan Ding and had reached the end of his rope. And she and the others were on their way to the extreme Emperor Palace. However, before Jiang Yingxue could reach the extreme Emperor Palace, she was intercepted by someone. Xiao Zhuliuo, the holy son of the Celestial Palace, had intercepted her before reaching the extreme Emperor Palace, claiming he had urgent matters to discuss with her. Out of trust in Xiao Zhuliuo and the Celestial Palace, Jiang Yingxue did not suspect anything. But the next moment, Xiao Zhuliuo suddenly attacked her ruthlessly, striking her from behind and severely injuring her. He then stared at her with a mocking expression. If you don't hand over this imperial vein to me, wouldn't that be a waste? If it weren't for Lin Xiao, that bastard, ruining my plans and using his own spiritual vein to save you, once the heart demon parasite erupted and suppressed your imperial vein's source, the imperial vein on your body would already belong to this holy son. Every imperial vein has an imperial vein source, and as long as the imperial vein source remains intact, the imperial vein cannot be easily seized by others. The eruption of the heart demon poison was intended to completely suppress Jiang Yingshue's imperial vein source, allowing Xiao Zhuliuo to seize the imperial vein while she was vulnerable. Unfortunately, by the time she realized the truth, it was already too late. After understanding everything, Jiang Yingxue suddenly burst into a heart-wrenching laugh. Thinking of how her senior disciple Lin Xiao had ended up in such a despised and hated state because of her, she, with madness in her eyes, detonated the imperial vein source within her body before Xiao Zhuliuo could act to seize it. As the imperial lineage's source exploded, she clutched her chest, her beautiful face filled with regret. She murmured to the imperial lineage within her body, almost as if mocking herself, if there is a next life, can you help me? Tell Lin Xiao. Say I'm sorry. Boom! The last words hadn't even left her mouth when the entire world was engulfed in a blinding white light. Everything came to an abrupt halt. When the white light in her eyes finally dissipated, Jiang Yingxue came to her senses and realized she was still in the room. The strange black mist swirling around her had dissipated significantly. The imperial vein within her body was humming and trembling lightly, emitting a brilliant white light that was gradually suppressing the black mist. Jiang Yingxue stared blankly at her own body, especially feeling the resonance with the imperial vein within her. Her heart trembled violently. So everything that had just happened was real? Chapter 38, Jiang Yingxue, Master, do you believe in karma? The room was now deep in the night, quiet and still. But Jiang Yingshue's heart was far from calm. Although the imperial vein had erupted within her, temporarily suppressing the demonic parasite, her mind was clearly elsewhere. Enduring the relentless pain in her heart, she stumbled out of bed, walked to the window, and forcefully pushed it open. Her beautiful eyes stared blankly at the distant peak, which resembled a black sword drawn from its sheath. The experience from just now was still vivid in her mind. She had come to realize that it was the imperial vein within her body that had caused her to relive the events of her previous life. Originally, Jiang Yingxue had suspected that those events might have been a deliberate illusion created by someone with ulterior motives specifically for her. But the resonance she felt with the imperial vein within her was something no one else could possibly detect. Therefore, it wasn't an illusion, it was her imperial vein revealing the truth to her. Her eyes welled up with tears, and her mind was filled with self-blame and guilt. It turned out that senior uncle Lin Xiao had become so cruel because of her. He had once been such a kind and gentle senior disciple, treating all his disciples with warmth and humility, and regarding her as a beloved younger sibling. Yet because she had slandered him alongside that celestial palace prince, the entire sect had come to despise and hate him. It was me who pushed him to this point. Jiang Yingshue's expression was dazed, her eyes vacant as she stared blankly into the distance. Until today, she had always thought that the celestial palace prince was so kind and noble. But in the end, he was nothing but a treacherous, shameless villain, a disgusting creature. I, Jiang Yingxue, will kill him in this lifetime. As cold intent flashed in her eyes, the pain within her body caused her to furrow her brows sharply. She then realized that she had not yet completely eradicated the heart demon parasite within her. It was merely being temporarily suppressed by the eruption of the imperial vein. In her previous life, it was Lin Xiao, her senior disciple, who had helped her resolve the heart demon parasite, even sacrificing his own life to save hers. What about this life? Will Lin Xiao, my senior disciple, come tonight? Jiang Yingxue didn't know why, but despite knowing that such thoughts were wrong, there was still a faint glimmer of hope deep within her heart. Just a few days ago, she had hated Lin Xiao with every fiber of her being, yet now she found herself hoping to see this master again. Unfortunately, as time passed, her hopes gradually faded. Jiang Yingxue gave a bitter smile. It made sense. In her previous life, she had treated this master so badly. Lin Xiao must have hated her to the core. He probably didn't even wish her a quick death. How could he possibly come looking for her now? This was all her own doing. She sat back down on the bed, crossing her legs, and began to cooperate with the imperial vein to suppress the demonic parasite within her body. By dawn, she had finally temporarily suppressed the demonic parasite, but Jiang Yingxue's mind remained restless all night. By dawn, she hadn't seen Uncle Lin Xiao's figure, and she couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Lin Xiao not coming could only mean he had completely written her off as an insignificant outsider. The next moment, Jiang Yingxue looked up at the distant mountain peak. She clenched her teeth tightly. If senior disciple Lin Xiao wasn't coming, then she would go to the Sword Peak on her own today. She didn't expect her master to save her like he had in her previous life. She only hoped that in this life, Lin Xiao wouldn't misunderstand her again. She drew her sword and stepped out the door, only to feel a cool jade-like hand gently tap her shoulder. A soft sigh echoed as her master, Lin Qingyi, appeared behind her. Master! Jiang Yingxue clenched her teeth and looked back. Are you going to the Sword Peak? Lin Qingyi frowned and asked. Jiang Yingxue nodded. Ah! Seeing this, Lin Qingyi sighed and said softly, I know you were injured by your master yesterday, and you must be angry, even harboring resentment toward him. But given the circumstances yesterday, I've already heard from Elder Ming Yuan and the others he might have just not wanted to be humiliated in front of his juniors. You know his personality is like that. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yingxue fell silent for a moment before lifting her head and speaking in a cold tone. Does the master really think that the disciple is going to seek revenge for that sword strike from yesterday? Lin Qingyi was taken aback and asked her in return, did I say something wrong? If it wasn't to seek revenge, then why would she go to the Sword Peak? Lin Qingyi knew her eldest disciple's personality better than anyone else. Having grown up in the Jiang family of Kanglingjiang and being the pampered princess of the Jiang clan due to her imperial bloodline, she had never endured such humiliation before. Lin Qingyi even feared that she might return to the Jiang family in a fit of anger to lodge a complaint, prompting the Jiang family's ancestral elders to come after Lin Xiao to avenge her. Jiang Yingxue remained silent. Even if she had made mistakes in her previous life, it was the person standing before her, her master, who had caused Lin Xiao to betray the sect, join the demon sect, and ultimately be crushed and erased by the Jinxian Ding. Master, do you believe in the karma of past lives? Jiang Yingxue suddenly looked up and asked. Hearing these puzzling words, Lin Qingyi furrowed her brows and stared at her. If your heart is unsettled these past few days, I can let you return to the Jiang family for a while. No need, master, Jiang Yingxue shook her head in refusal. I'm going to Sword Peak to find senior disciple Lin Xiao. I just want her to teach me a sword technique. Master, there's no need to worry. Hearing this, Lin Qingyi was taken aback again. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have been worried, but now that you've said it, how can I possibly feel at ease? This disciple of hers had hated Lin Xiao ever since she joined the sect, and she had witnessed it all. Now she suddenly wanted to go find Lin Xiao to learn sword techniques. How could anyone not be worried? Although Lin Xiao's sword techniques were indeed unmatched in the entire sect, hadn't Jiang Yingxue always looked down on her as her senior disciple? The next moment, Jiang Yingxue said nothing and turned to leave. Lin Qingyi stared at her back in shock. Since joining the sect until today, when had her disciple ever been so disrespectful? Only after Jiang Yingxue had left did Lin Qingyi sigh deeply, speculating that it might be because she hadn't punished Lin Xiao for yesterday's incident, causing Jiang Yingxue to feel resentful and throw a tantrum. But it was she who had sent that little demoness to the demon city yesterday, not Lin Xiao. Even Lin Xiao himself was unaware of it, so she couldn't tell Jiang Yingxue about it. Once Lin Xiao finds out the truth, he'll probably blame her, his senior disciple, for it. But she had done all of this for Lin Xiao. Jianfeng Peak, the Peak Master's residence. A quiet room. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Lin Xiao sat by the tea table, brewing a cup of spiritual tea for himself while casually glancing at the young girl kneeling nearby. Feng Yu's pale face was lowered, her body trembling slightly. At that moment, she could even smell the crisp scent emanating from her master's body. Though the scent wasn't harsh, it caused her delicate frame to tremble uncontrollably. For from her master's calm, unruffled expression, she could tell that this time, her master was truly angry with her. Speak. Who gave you permission to go yesterday? Lin Xiao took a slow sip of tea before slowly lowering his gaze to his young disciple's slender yet well-proportioned figure. This little girl, though she doesn't speak much, has developed quite nicely. In a few years, she might even surpass the demoness Lu Yuli. Chapter 39. Don't think I'll spare you just because you're playing the victim. After a long time, Fengyu remained kneeling on the ground, neither lifting her head nor speaking. Lin Xiao just stared at her. This little girl was truly stubborn when she set her mind on something. But even if she didn't say anything, Lin Xiao could guess who had sent her there. Besides her own senior sister, who else could it be? Lift your head and look at me, Lin Xiao suddenly said coldly. Upon hearing this, Fengyu's body stiffened abruptly, as if startled by Lin Xiao's voice. After a moment, she slowly raised her head, trembling. Glancing at her, Lin Xiao said slowly, since you've made a mistake, you should know what the consequences will be. I know. Fengyu said tremblingly, the master once said that if Fengyu disobeys, the disciples' cultivation will be stripped, and they will be expelled from the sect. You remember that quite clearly, Lin Xiao said, still with a cold expression. The next moment, the young girl on the ground was so frightened that her eyes instantly turned red, and tears welled up in them. Her reddened eyelids and trembling lashes made her look exceptionally wronged. Seeing her like this, Lin Xiao felt a strange sense of amusement. He deliberately kept a stern expression and spoke without much emotion. Do you know you're wrong? Fengyu bit her lip, hurriedly nodding her head. Tears welled up in her reddened eyes. Disciple knows she was wrong. Master, please don't expel me. Knowing you're wrong isn't enough, you must be punished. Lin Xiao deliberately dragged out his words, refusing to let her off the hook. This little troublemaker would only get more daring in the future. However, Lin Xiao hadn't yet realized that one day in the future, he too would be locked in a small dark room by his own little disciple. Fengyu lifted her tear-streaked face, her eyes filled with fear and dread. Having wandered among the demon clan since childhood, her master was the only source of warmth in her world. If even her master rejected her. At this thought, more tears welled up in her eyes, and her reddened eyelids made her look like a child being bullied. Lin Xiao glanced at her, recalling the peerless empress from his previous life who had nearly wiped out the divine clan. When had she ever shown such a soft, vulnerable side in front of others? Indeed, nurturing someone into something special really did require starting from a young age. Fengyu's tears flowed even more freely. She feared nothing, except that her master would abandon her. Lin Xiao paused for a moment, then sighed softly. He stared at her and spoke softly, this will be the only exception. Fengyu held her breath instantly. She blinked her eyes, tears still hanging on her lashes, and was dazed for a moment before realizing her master wasn't chasing her away. Then she sniffled and asked in a trembling voice, Master isn't going to kick me out? Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile inwardly. This little disciple was a valuable asset he could use in the future. How could he drive her away? He glanced at her sideways, his tone still cold. What? Do you really want me to kick you out? No. Fengyu shook her head vigorously, like a metronome. I just want to stay by your side forever. Seeing her expression, Lin Xiao thought for a moment, then gently wiped away the tears on her cheek with his finger, his movements unusually gentle. Don't think I'll spare you just because you're playing the victim. Fengyu instantly turned her tears into a smile, blinking her eyes with the joy of having escaped danger. She hurriedly wiped her face with her sleeve, ending up with cheeks as spotted as a tabby cat. As long as Master doesn't kick me out, I'll accept any punishment. Lin Xiao almost laughed out loud. Any punishment is acceptable? Fengyu nodded firmly, but the next moment, she seemed to think of something, and her cheeks flushed slightly. Lin Xiao waved her hand and said she looked like a little kitten, ugly as can be, and told her to go wash her face right away. Upon hearing this, Fengyu instantly felt as though she had been granted amnesty, quickly getting to her feet and rushing toward Jianfeng's kitchen. Her knees were red from kneeling, but it didn't slow her down as she hurried away, fearing that her master might suddenly change his mind. Just as she ran out, a small head suddenly peeked through the door. Fengyu clung to the door with her small hands, tilting her head, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Lin Xiao. Master, are you hungry? Lin Xiao. He glanced over and said indifferently, I want to eat someone right now. Fengyu. She quickly pulled her little head back, feeling a bit scared, and ran out. Master is so angry he wants to eat someone, he must still be angry with her. She'll come back to find Master once he's calmed down. Listening to the light footsteps fade away, Lin Xiao shook his head and smiled. Spending so much time with this little girl, he couldn't help but grow soft-hearted. However, while he might be soft-hearted, he still had to do what needed to be done. Otherwise, if she didn't grow up to become the empress of the previous life, wouldn't that be a waste of such a good resource? To truly help her grow. Perhaps it was time to consider the path of darkness. At the same time, at the entrance to Jianfeng Peak, a streak of light transformed into a long rainbow and landed outside the peak gate. As the light dissipated, a young girl appeared. The sudden appearance of the young woman caused the two disciples guarding the peak gate to narrow their eyes in alarm. She wore a cloud blue dress, her long hair casually tied back, her flawless face expressionless, her delicate features as cold as frost. She gathered her spiritual energy and slowly walked toward the peak. Her slender, delicate legs accentuated her graceful figure. As she approached, the two disciples' eyes widened in astonishment. Jiang. Jiang's senior sister? The disciple on the left was the first to react, speaking out in astonishment, while the other disciple also looked puzzled. It was no wonder they looked that way. Within the entire sect, if there was anyone who despised their peak master and looked down on the disciples of the sword peak, it was undoubtedly the senior disciple of the first peak, Zhang's senior sister. The two exchanged glances. Although the sword peak was within the sect, in the past few years, Zhang Yingxue had never set foot on the sword peak, and whenever the sword peak was mentioned, she would look at it with disgust and contempt. Let alone coming here voluntarily? Moreover, during any sect trials or duels, whenever she faced disciples from the sword peak, she would always beat them severely, leaving some disciples injured so badly they needed months to recover. This had caused many sword peak disciples to develop psychological trauma toward her. But what was going on today? Why had Zhang Yingxue come to the sword peak alone? Had the sun risen in the west? Or had she lost her mind? The two of them stood there, staring blankly at Zhang Yingxue. They knew full well that this Zhang's senior sister treated all the disciples of the sword peak with a cold, aloof demeanor. The icy aura emanating from her body left them with no courage to approach her. She was indeed beautiful, with her long, slender legs and graceful figure that were truly captivating. But she was just too cold. The two silently complained to themselves, hoping she hadn't suddenly come to the sword peak to beat them up. Upon hearing the voice of the Jianfeng disciple, Zhang Yingxue's footsteps hesitated slightly. She then stopped, slowly raised her head, and fixed her gaze on the peak master's pavilion at the highest point ahead. The expression on her fair face softened considerably. The next moment, her voice sounded slightly uneasy. Is my senior disciple at the sword peak? Chapter 40, Lin Xiao, brilliant, truly brilliant. If Lin Xiao isn't at Jianfeng Peak, isn't that violating the sect's orders? Disobeying the sect's orders means being tried by the punishment peak and having one's cultivation stripped. Before the two sword peak disciples could respond, a mocking voice rang out. They looked in the direction of the voice. Two figures descended from the sky. They were two middle-aged men dressed in the robes of punishment peak elders. After landing, they glanced curiously at Zhang Yingxue. The elder on the far left, who had spoken earlier, wore a dark blue robe and had a sword scar on his face. He smiled at Zhang Yingxue and asked, "Why is you, Zhang Yingxue, not cultivating at the main peak? Why did you come to the sword peak?" The elder beside him, dressed in gray-white robes, glanced at the two disciples of sword peak and coldly said, "You two go back and report this. Tell Lin Xiao to come out immediately. The elders of the main peak have already made a decision. The punishment peak will take over the punishment. Today, we will take that demonic disciple of his back and punish her. That little demoness dared to offend the celestial palace." Lin Xingyi didn't care, but they, as elders, couldn't ignore it. If they didn't punish her and the celestial palace held them accountable, they wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility. Upon hearing this, the two disciples of the sword peak exchanged glances. Though they didn't understand the situation, they decided to hurry back and report the news. After the two disciples had left, Zhang Yingxue turned to look at the two elders of the punishment peak. Upon recognizing their faces, her expression grew icy. These two elders from the punishment peak were Xian Shang, with a sword scar on his face, and Feng He, dressed in gray-white robes. Both were enforcement elders of the punishment peak in this generation, boasting themselves as models of the righteous path, but in reality, they were traitors to the celestial palace, most despising Lin Xiao, who specialized in evil deeds and tarnished the reputation of the sect, true scourges of the sect. Whether in their previous lives or this one, the two had spared no effort to slander Lin Xiao. Whenever the sect lost any valuable items or a female disciple or elder lost something personal, as long as the two were responsible, they would always pin the blame on Lin Xiao. It can be said that half of Lin Xiao's ill reputation was created by these two. Thinking of this, Zhang Yingxue looked at the two elders and sneered, "As disciples of the Xianxiao sect, the peak master of the sword peak is my senior uncle, and this is the territory of the Xianxiao sect. What's the matter? Can't I come?" The two elders. They must have been fed gunpowder to speak so bluntly? Xian Chang looked at Zhang Yingxue with astonishment. Recalling yesterday's incident, he spoke gently, "Zhang disciple, I have some understanding of yesterday's events in the Ghost City. It is said that Lin Xiao attacked you without distinction, injuring you. You may accompany me to the punishment peak to expose this matter personally. Even if the sect master protects him, the punishment peak will take action on your behalf and ensure justice is served." Zhang Yingxue was, after all, a member of the Zhang family of Sanling. The current patriarch of the Zhang family had once been a peer of their sect's former patriarch during their time. The Zhang family still held considerable influence in the mortal realm. After saying this, Xian Chang and the others had expected Zhang Yingxue to gratefully agree, then say some words of thanks to their two elders and slander Lin Xiao. However, not only did she not do so, she completely ignored the two of them. Zhang Yingxue turned her head indifferently toward the Peakmaster's hall and said softly, "What happened yesterday was entirely my fault. Not only did I speak disrespectfully to Senior Lin Xiao, but I also failed to observe the proper etiquette of a junior. I came here today to apologize to Senior Lin Xiao." Upon hearing this, Xian Chang and Feng He both widened their eyes in shock. They looked at the disciple before them, who suddenly seemed so unfamiliar, and both wanted to shout, "Have you lost your mind? That's Lin Xiao, the disgrace of the sect. You're here to apologize to him? Are you here to make a joke?" Xianqing couldn't help but snort coldly. Disciple, Lin Xiao injured a disciple of the sect. This matter has already been proven beyond a doubt by Senior Elder Ming Yuan and the others. You don't need to defend him. If you have no business here today, you should return to the main peak immediately. As he finished speaking, neither of them noticed that Jiang Yingshua's expression had once again turned as cold as frost. Feng He continued, Senior Xianqing is right. The atmosphere here at the Sword Peak is unsavory. If Jiang disciple stays here too long, she might be influenced. She should return to the main peak immediately. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yingxue smiled, but the smile on her fair cheeks held little warmth, instead carrying a faint hint of murderous intent. Speaking ill of my senior disciple in front of me? You truly are fine elders of the sect. When she emphasized the word good, Jiang Yingxue deliberately clenched her teeth and spoke with added force. The next moment, her spiritual veins trembled, and a freezing cold spiritual energy surged forth. She spread her palm, and the spiritual energy into a sharp long sword in her hand. Xianqing and the others were momentarily stunned. Their expressions darkened, and Xianqing coldly snapped, Jiang Yingxue, have you lost your mind? How dare you lay a hand on an elder of the punishment peak? Feng He shook his head in disbelief. There's no discipline at all. A disciple attacking an elder? What kind of example is that? Both of them were still puzzled. They simply couldn't understand how, just a day ago, Jiang Yingxue had despised Lin Xiao to the point of hatred, yet after just one night, her attitude had changed so drastically? Had she been beaten senseless by Lin Xiao yesterday? Elders? Jiang Yingxue sneered. Do you even deserve to be called elders? They were nothing but traitors from the Celestial Palace. Calling them elders made Jiang Yingxue feel sick. However, just as she was about to act, a mocking laugh suddenly echoed from the distance. Interesting, truly interesting. Are you trying to put on a dogfight in front of my Jianfang mountain gate? Why not let me call all my disciples over to watch the show? Upon hearing this familiar voice and tone, Jiang Yingshue's body trembled slightly. She hurriedly looked up and searched ahead, and sure enough, she saw the familiar figure of a man. He was still as wicked and debauched as ever, yet she felt a strange sense of familiarity. Her expression was dazed as she stared blankly at the man. The man's gaze swept over her, and he spoke with a mysterious, playful tone. My niece actually has the nerve to come to my Jianfang peak today? Aren't you afraid of suddenly dying on the way? Just so you know, don't come blaming my peak if you do die suddenly. Upon hearing this, Xianqing and the others turned pale. Who would dare to curse their own junior disciple like that? Only Lin Xiao, that scoundrel, would do such a thing. The two had expected Jiang Yingxue to get angry. But the next moment, to their stunned disbelief, Jiang Yingxue suddenly dropped the long sword in her hand and knelt down with a thud before the man in front of her, performing a standard junior disciple's bow. Disciple Jiang Yingxue greets senior uncle. Silence. Xianqing and Feng He suddenly widened their eyes and fell silent. Chapter 41, A Young Girl's Heart. She's gone mad, truly mad? Xianqing and the others looked as though they had seen a ghost. Everyone in the Xian Xiao sect knew that Jiang Yingxue had been teased by Lin Xiao on her first day in the sect. She had never regarded Lin Xiao as her senior, let alone perform such disciple etiquette. Under the stunned gazes of the two, Jiang Yingshue's face was filled with guilt as she softly said, yesterday, this disciple was at fault for offending senior uncle. Yingxue has come here specifically to apologize to senior uncle. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiao furrowed his brows slightly before snorting with a smile, since you've come to apologize, why not come to my sword peak and serve as my peak master's servant for a few days? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yingxue paused for a moment. Xianqing and Feng He, on the other hand, turned pale with anger, cursing under their breath. Making a junior disciple's niece serve as one's own servant, wasn't that the same as a maid? Even a blind person could guess what kind of despicable things Lin Xiao intended to do to Jiang Yingxue. Such a thing could only be uttered by a shameless scoundrel like Lin Xiao. Absolutely shameless. However, to their surprise, after her initial shock, Jiang Yingxue blinked her big eyes and actually gave Lin Xiao a faint smile, nodding gently. Yingxue obeys. Her smile was so charming and captivating that it seemed to make everything around her fade into the background. Jiang Yingxue, have you lost your mind? Xianqing and the others were stunned. Lin Xiao also fell silent for a moment. In the past, no matter how he teased Jiang Yingxue, he would always gain villainous deeds points. Why didn't he gain any today? Lin Xiao reflected, perhaps he hadn't been harsh enough? Jiang Yingshue's reaction was also unexpected. In the past, she would have wanted to stab him to death with her sword, but today, the first thing she did upon seeing him was to throw her sword away. Feng He also snapped out of it and angrily said to Jiang Yingxue, Jiang disciple, you are the most favored direct disciple of the sect master and the chief disciple of the first peak. How could you go to the sword peak too? The shameful words that followed were too much for him to utter. His expression changed abruptly, and he pointed at Lin Xiao and shouted, Lin Xiao, this elder has come to your sword peak today on behalf of the Elders Council to hold you accountable. Yesterday, you allowed your disciple to offend the Celestial Palace, violated the sect's prohibitions, and secretly left the sect. You even disregarded your status and injured a junior disciple. What do you have to say for yourself? Hearing this, Lin Xiao glanced over and laughed, haven't you already said everything? Seeing Lin Xiao's expression, Xiancheng also flew into a rage. You still have the nerve to laugh? Do you know how grave an offense it is to offend the celestial palace? Do you think Lin Qingyi can protect you this time? Lin Xiao scratched his ear, gave him a sidelong glance, and said, "Two old fools working so hard people might think you're two dogs from the Yinshu celestial palace, and you sure can bark." Put. Jiang Yingxue couldn't help but giggle at those words. Then, her two big, watery eyes stared straight at her own master. Xiancheng and the others' faces turned dark instantly. Being insulted by others was one thing, but being berated by Lin Xiao, the disgrace of the sect, and having Jiang Yingxue hear every word clearly they couldn't tolerate it anymore. "Lin Xiao, do you really think the punishment peak is just for show?" Choke. As he spoke, two sharp whistling sounds echoed through the air. Two razor-sharp long swords, which had once claimed the lives of many demonic cultivators, were drawn from their scabbards with a fierce roar. The swords turned into streaks of light, tearing through space and hurtling toward Lin Xiao from both sides. Both of them were at the Spirit Emperor realm, and among those at the Spirit Emperor realm, they were considered to be in the upper middle tier. Though they hadn't reached the peak of the Spirit Emperor realm, they could still rank among the top 20 elders of the Xianxiao sect. Facing their relentless assault, Lin Xiao didn't even bother to lift an eyelid. Only when the two swords were less than an inch away from him did he slowly raise both hands. His fingers seemed to casually touch the void, his left hand precisely clamping the left sword, and his right hand casually gripping the right sword's hilt. Those two swords, which had once slaughtered countless demonic cultivators, were now firmly held in his hands, not even trembling slightly. Is that all the punishment peak has to offer? Lin Xiao curled the corners of his mouth into a mocking smile, then suddenly tightened his grip. Snap! Two crisp sounds rang out almost simultaneously. The two spirit-infused swords shattered inch by inch between his fingers in the next second. Xiancheng and Fengyi's expressions changed drastically. They could clearly feel that they had lost control of the spirit swords in an instant, and a terrifying surge of spiritual energy surged back, causing them to taste blood in their throats. What was even more humiliating was Lin Xiao's casual attitude, as if their all-out attack was nothing worth mentioning in his eyes. "You?" Xiancheng was both shocked and enraged, his face turning as red as a pig's liver. At that moment, he finally realized that although Lin Xiao was a disgrace to the sect, he was one of the top-tier combatants of the Xianxiao sect. However, since the two of them had been in seclusion recently and rarely saw Lin Xiao in action, they had forgotten how powerful he truly was. Lin Xiao didn't give them a chance to speak further. With a flick of his fingertip, the broken sword blade shot back like a meteor, piercing straight into the chests of Xiancheng and Fengyi. The two of them grunted as they were violently sent flying. By the time they staggered to their feet, their chest garments were already soaked through with blood. To be honest, the Xianxiao sect would be better off keeping two guard dogs instead of you useless fools. Lin Xiao stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the two elders' flushed faces. At least dogs know the meaning of loyalty. Don't you agree, you two elders? These words were deeply hurtful. Xiancheng and the others were both ashamed and furious, their flushed faces veins bulging. Everything they had done was for the sake of the Xianxiao sect. Xiancheng clenched his teeth and spoke through gritted teeth. "Lin Xiao, you dare to lay a hand on an elder of the punishment peak? You?" Before he could finish, Lin Xiao frowned. The next moment. Crack! Crack! Two crisp sounds echoed between the mountain gates. Xiancheng and the others were struck by Lin Xiao's spiritual energy, sent spinning in place, with a clear blood-red palm print appearing on each side of their faces. Their spiritual energy felt frozen, leaving them unable to move as they stared dumbly at Lin Xiao, who stood with his hands behind his back, sweeping them with a disdainful gaze. The two elders, the discipline on Sword Peak is lacking. As the Peak Master, I shall not see you off further. Lin Xiao spoke, his tone indifferent yet carrying an air of unquestionable authority. Xiancheng and the other were facing Lin Xiao in direct combat for the first time, but this single exchange felt like they had rediscovered the true nature of the Sword Peak Master. They were filled with shame and anger, their faces flushed red, half purple, and half blue. Under Jiang Yingshue's gaze, they couldn't even lift their heads, covering their cheeks and fleeing the scene in a hurry. However, both of them were seething with anger inside. They couldn't understand why Lin Qingyi had always protected this disgrace to the sect. One day, Lin Qingyi would definitely see through Lin Xiao's despicable nature. At that time, she would either strip him of his cultivation or expel him from the sect. By the time the two of them left Jianfeng Peak, covered in dust and disheveled, Jiang Yingxue blinked her eyes, glancing at Lin Xiao without even looking at her before turning to leave. She panicked and hurriedly called out, "Senior disciple." Hearing the voice, Lin Xiao stopped in his tracks, glanced back at her, then said thoughtfully, "I almost forgot about you." Jiang Yingshue's eyes lit up. However, she saw Lin Xiao frown slightly, waving his hand at her. "You can go too." Jiang Yingxue bit her silver teeth. "Master, you just said you wanted your disciple to go to Jianfeng Peak to serve you." She was too ashamed to utter the word servant, and finally spoke with a red face, "As an elder, how can you go back on your word to your disciple?" Chapter 42, Lin Qingyi, you really like to play, don't you? Lin Xiao recalled the evaluation Xiancheng had given Jiang Yingxue earlier. Crazy? He now wondered if Jiang Yingxue had been injured by him yesterday. He had just disciplined her yesterday, and today she had completely changed her attitude. Could she have a masochistic tendency? How had he not known that she was a masochist in her previous life? Moreover, according to the timeline, her heart demon poison should have erupted last night. Lin Xiao had been waiting to watch the show, but today she was acting like nothing had happened? Which part went wrong? Lin Xiao rubbed his chin in thought, then glanced at his young disciple's delicate and curvaceous figure. Though she was young, her breasts were unusually developed and firm, and her figure was undeniably stunning. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao smiled mischievously. Jianfeng, on the way back to the Peak Master's Hall. Along the way, Jiang Yingxue remained silent. Lin Xiao glanced back at her. Do you know what it means to come to my sword peak as a servant? Jiang Yingxue looked up and suddenly smiled sweetly. Disciples obey their senior disciples. Whatever my senior disciple tells me to do, I will do. Her charming smile made Lin Xiao almost think that Jiang Yingxue had been possessed by someone else, otherwise how could she act like a lunatic today, speaking completely out of character? Do whatever you're told? When there's work to be done, you're told to do it. When there's nothing to do, you're just... Are you sure you can handle some of these tasks? Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes, sizing her up from head to toe, resembling a big gray wolf staring at a little white rabbit. It's a bit hot. Why don't you take off your outer clothes and let your senior master have a look? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yingxue hesitated for a moment before blushing slightly and saying, Here, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Lin Xiao smirked, No one will come here. Let me check your body. I think it's a good idea. The wilderness is actually quite nice. Jiang Yingxue lowered her head, her ears burning. Just as Lin Xiao thought she would scream at him for being shameless, the next scene left him momentarily speechless. Jiang Yingxue, her cheeks flushed, shyly glanced up at him before slowly reaching out to undo the outer layers of her clothing. With the sound of garments sliding down one by one. Finally, she was left with only a single white garment clinging to her body, revealing her alluring snow-white skin, delicate collarbones, and curvaceous figure in all their glory. Lin Xiao. When did Jiang Yingxue become so obedient to him? She actually took off her clothes when he asked her to? Before Lin Xiao could think further, Jiang Yingxue lifted her head and looked at him with a crisp expression, her cheeks flushed with an intoxicating blush. Before Lin Xiao could speak, she took the initiative to step forward and quickly burrowed into his embrace, wrapping her slender arms tightly around his waist. Her head rested against his chest, and she whispered softly, Master, shouldn't we get closer so you can examine my body properly? With her soft, fragrant body in his arms, Lin Xiao hadn't had time to fully savor the moment when he suddenly furrowed his brows and stared at Jiang Yingxue. Upon making contact with her body, he realized that her spiritual energy had already become chaotic and disordered, posing an imminent risk of backlash. Most of her spiritual energy had been used to suppress the black mist at her heart. Unfortunately, this suppression couldn't last much longer, perhaps only a day or two at most. The heart demon poison would still erupt. At this moment, despite her charming face pretending everything was fine, it was clear she was enduring the agonizing pain of the heart demon parasite. In this situation, Lin Xiao couldn't even begin to figure out what Jiang Yingxue was trying to do. He simply lowered his head and stared at her silently. Jiang Yingxue also looked up at him, smiled sweetly, and pressed her body closer to his. She had never noticed before how handsome Lin Xiao, her senior disciple, was. This incarnation of Lin Xiao was far from a righteous gentleman. Facing a woman like Jiang Yingxue, he had been misunderstood and framed by her countless times in his previous life. Back then, he had only wanted to stay as far away from her as possible. Now, however, he could afford to play around a bit after all, he wouldn't be held responsible. Lin Xiao's eyes remained calm as he stared at her, his hand reaching out. Jiang Yingxue's cheeks flushed red, spreading all the way to her ears. She let out a muffled groan, her brows furrowing in pain. Lin Xiao didn't care about her and his hand began to move away. But just then, a cold, piercing shout that seemed to freeze the air suddenly rang out. Lin Xiao, do you know what you're doing? Before the voice had even faded, a surge of icy spiritual energy filled with rage erupted toward Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao frowned, raised his hand to deflect the energy, and looked up with a displeased expression. Lin Xingyi had appeared in front of the two of them at some point. Her usually gentle phoenix-like eyes were now filled with icy coldness. She glared at Lin Xiao, her eyes no longer holding the usual calmness and composure, but only cold disappointment and rage. Lin Xiao smiled, lifting the corner of his mouth. Senior sister, it's just a game. No need to get so angry. Upon hearing this, Lin Xingyi's aura suddenly became sharp, as if a terrifying invisible pressure was spreading out, causing the air around them to freeze. She did not glance at Jiang Yingxue, who was clinging to Lin Xiao's side with a flushed face, her attention entirely fixed on Lin Xiao. Her voice was as cold as ice, as if it came from the depths of hell. How did I teach you? Did I teach you to do such shameful things? You are her senior, her elder. Lin Xiao shrugged, glancing at Jiang Yingxue, whose face was flushed with panic, and sneered, Nothing has happened yet, has it? Besides, isn't my senior sister meddling too much in my affairs? Lin Xingyi nearly laughed out of anger. Her stunningly beautiful face was as cold as ice. She turned to look at Jiang Yingxue, seeing her own senior disciple standing there in nothing but a tight-fitting garment, her eyes filled with frustration and anger. Put your clothes on and get back to the first peak. Jiang Yingxue's face flushed with panic, but she clenched her teeth and forced herself to stay calm. Master. Before she could speak, Lin Qingyi cut her off. I'll only say this once. Put your clothes on and get back to the first peak. Otherwise, you will no longer be my disciple, and you will no longer be a disciple of the Xianxiao sect. Jiang Yingxue's face paled. She knew her master was truly angry and would really expel her from the Xianxiao sect. If that happened, she might never see her senior disciple Lin Xiao again. Biting her lips slightly, Jiang Yingxue silently picked up the clothes on the ground, turned to look at Lin Xiao, and spoke in a muffled voice, Master, you promised me something. You have to keep your word. With that, she put on her clothes, turned around, and transformed into a green streak of light, leaving without looking back. Lin Xiao looked up at the sky with a hint of regret. The warmth from Jiang Yingxue's touch still lingered on his palm. His senior sister had come at the worst possible time. The sharp aura around them had not dissipated, but the anger directed at Lin Xiao on Lin Qingyi's body had somehow been mixed with something else. At that moment, the gaze she cast upon Lin Xiao held not only anger but also a hint of an unfamiliar emotion churning beneath the surface. What did you do to her? Lin Qingyi demanded. She couldn't believe her own disciple would be so shameless, especially since she had witnessed Jiang Yingxue's disgust toward Lin Xiao with her own eyes. There was no way this situation could have arisen on its own. Lin Xiao shrugged. I didn't do anything to her. Lin Qingyi fell silent. When she raised her eyes again, her gaze was deep and piercing. She said, You like to play games, don't you? Lin Xiao nodded. It's just so. It depends on the person. Hearing this, Lin Qingyi stared intently into his eyes for a long time before speaking slowly, Alright, I'll play with you. Lin Xiao. Chapter 43, The Sickly Senior Sister. The Peak Master's Pavilion, Lin Xiao's residence. The atmosphere in the room was tense. Lin Xiao looked at the woman in front of him in disbelief. The table was littered with wine, and the scent of alcohol filled the air. Looking at Lin Qingyi, whose face was already flushed red from drinking, she was still pouring more wine into her own glass. Lin Xiao frowned, Have you had enough? This is all the wine from my sword peak. If you like it so much, go home and drink it yourself. She had already downed nearly a dozen bottles of strong liquor. Did Lin Qingyi mean play with him by drinking with him? Hearing Lin Xiao's impatient words, Lin Qingyi ignored him completely, downing another bottle of strong liquor before lifting her phoenix-like eyes. Her beautiful, lazy, and dreamy gaze fixed on Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao took a close look at her and couldn't help asking, Are you drunk? Lin Qingyi's fingertips gripped the empty bottle, shaking it lightly. A few drops of residual liquor trickled down her lips, staining her delicate, translucent skin. She turned her body slightly, the soft curves of her shoulders visible beneath the white collar of her robe, while the fabric at her side outlined the full, alluring contours of her chest, accentuating the cold, seductive aura that emanated from her. Lin Xiao lowered his gaze slightly. There, beneath the flowing hem of her skirt, a pair of long, shapely legs, both full and alluring, were elegantly crossed. Jiang Yingxue could certainly be called a peerless beauty, but compared to Lin Qingyi, she lacked the depth and sophistication that came with age and experience. This senior sister was a goddess-like figure in the eyes of countless disciples from the righteous factions in the Central Realm, the first female sword immortal of the Central Realm, with countless suitors. Setting down the wine bottle, Lin Qingyi's face was flushed, her eyes dreamy. She gazed at Lin Xiao with a dazed expression, her sensual, rosy lips murmuring, I'm not drunk. Lin Xiao. I just want to ask you one thing. In your eyes, who is more beautiful, me or Jiang Yingxue? Lin Xiao. Isn't Jiang Yingxue your disciple? Are you sure you're not drunk to ask such a question? At that moment, Lin Qingyi's stunningly beautiful face, flushed from the alcohol, looked even more alluring. Suddenly, she reached out with her snow-white hand and grabbed Lin Xiao's collar. Then she pulled Lin Xiao closer, pressing her entire body against him, as if she wanted to melt into his body. As Lin Qingyi drew near, a faint, warm fragrance wafted toward him. The next moment, Lin Xiao felt a cool, soft warmth on his lips. Immediately afterward. Sigh. Lin Xiao's lips stung, and his face turned slightly pale. Are you crazy? Lin Qingyi narrowed her eyes, gazing at him with a seductive, dreamy expression that held a dangerous edge. She then bit him hard, even leaving a faint red mark on his lips before slowly letting go. What's wrong? I've been teaching you sword techniques since you were a child and raised you to this age. Can't I even bite you once? Indeed, ever since the old man Xian Xiao had brought Lin Xiao back to the sect, he had barely paid any attention to him, instead leaving him in Lin Qingyi's care. From a young age, Lin Qingyi had taught him to read and practice swordplay, making her almost like a half-master to Lin Xiao. It was precisely because of this that Lin Xiao came to understand the true nature of his senior sister's cold exterior. In simple terms, she had a strong desire to control him, forbidding him from interacting with other women. However, she usually suppressed this urge, only letting it surface on rare occasions. In other words, his senior sister was a bona fide yandere. Once you get involved with her, she'll activate her yandere traits in no time. In his previous life, Lin Xiao had no idea how much she had tormented him, to the point where he ultimately died at her hands. So there's no need to elaborate on how terrifying a yandere can be. Otherwise, Lin Xiao would have resolved to be an antagonist in this life, so why does he go out of his way to avoid her? Lin Xingyi's beauty lies in the extreme danger she embodies. Once you get involved with her, you'll be entangled by this yandere for the rest of your life. That feeling is probably suffocating enough to make anyone else faint. Cherish your life and stay away from psychopaths. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao frowned, pushed her away, and wiped his mouth with a hint of disgust, saying coldly, "It's getting late. You should go back." Long ago, Lin Xiao had deliberately acted reckless and promiscuous in front of Lin Xingyi to avoid repeating the mistakes of his past life. But he didn't know when it started. He noticed that the way his senior sister looked at him was almost identical to how she had looked at him in his previous life. Could it be that a sickly, obsessive person truly only loves one person their entire life? Or was it the kind that, if they couldn't have it, they would destroy it completely? Suddenly pushed away by Lin Xiao, Lin Xingyi snapped back to her senses. The seductive smile on her face gradually faded, especially when she saw the look of disgust on Lin Xiao's face. For some reason, her heart twinged with pain, and her phoenix-like eyes grew cold. "Lin Xiao, I have a question for you." She gently traced her fingertips along Lin Xiao's face, her expression growing more serious than ever. "From the day of your coming-of-age ceremony, have you been intentionally distancing yourself from me? And from that day onward, your personality has grown increasingly harsh, causing everyone in the sect to begin despising you. I don't know why you've become this way, but I want an explanation from you." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao remained silent for a moment before finally smiling. "Senior sister, if a person's personality could be easily changed, then there probably wouldn't be so many bad people in this world. You're drunk. You should go back." Lin Xingyi clenched her teeth, her phoenix eyes filled with resentment. "You clearly don't like Jiang Yingxue, so why did you tease her on purpose? Is it because she's my disciple, so you're intentionally provoking me?" Lin Xiao poured himself a cup of spiritual tea, raised it to his lips, and took a sip. Then, he looked at his senior sister with a teasing expression. "How do you know I don't like her?" He didn't like Jiang Yingxue, but if it was free, why not have some fun? Otherwise, wouldn't he be betraying his reputation as a villain? "Lin Xiao." Lin Xingyi suddenly raised her voice, her beautiful eyes red as she glared at Lin Xiao. "Jiang Yingxue is from the Jiang family and also from the Yunqiu Xian Palace. I won't allow you to touch her. Do you understand?" Lin Xiao shook his head disapprovingly. "She came to my sword peak on her own today. Senior sister, even if you're the sect master, you can't just arbitrarily restrict the freedom of a sect disciple, can you?" Lin Xingyi fell silent, her head suddenly throbbing. Her body went limp, and she collapsed into Lin Xiao's arms, her two delicate hands clutching him tightly. With her eyes closed, her cold, beautiful face rested contentedly against his chest. At this point, the alcohol had taken effect. She had drunk so much strong liquor earlier that she hadn't even used her spiritual energy to dispel the intoxication. It was no wonder she was drunk. Lin Xiao's expression grew peculiar. "You don't intend to sleep here, do you?" Lin Xingyi lifted her head from his embrace, her drunken eyes gazing at him, then her eyelids turned red, and she murmured softly, "Sleep. I want to sleep with you." "Lin Xiao. You better have said you want to sleep here." Suddenly, Lin Xiao felt a cool, icy sensation on his chest. He looked down and saw Lin Xingyi with red eyes, silently shedding tears in his arms. "I didn't even touch you. Why are you crying?" Lin Xiao didn't know what to say. He picked her up in his arms, turned around, and prepared to throw her onto his own bed. But Lin Xingyi clung to him, refusing to let go. When Lin Xiao tried to put her down, she wrapped both arms tightly around his neck, leaned in, and bit him, saying, "I won't let you leave." Chapter 44, The Young Master of the Upper Realm. On the other side, Xian Chang and Feng He returned to the punishment peak, covered in dust and dirt, their disheveled appearance drawing the attention of all the disciples on the peak. Countless disciples looked at them with strange expressions. The two of them, their faces flushed red, flung their sleeves aside, snorted coldly, and walked straight into the Peak Master's hall. Inside the grand hall, a black-clad woman knelt before a spirit array disc. Her long hair was neatly tied up, and her fingertips were wrapped in faint golden spiritual energy, tracing intricate array patterns on the disc. Upon hearing the footsteps, the woman didn't even lift her head, merely speaking softly. "Where did the two elders roll around before coming back?" Xian Cheng, his face flushed red, bowed toward the woman and said, "Peak Master, Feng He and I were following the elders' orders. But that Lin Xiao from the Sword Peak is completely lawless. Relying on the sect master's protection, he dared to attack our people from the punishment peak." Feng He nodded beside him. "We tried to reason with him, urging him to return to the punishment peak with us so we could investigate yesterday's incident. At worst, we would have sent him and his disciple to the prison peak for a few months. But he went and attacked us, injuring both of us, and even spoke disrespectfully to you, Peak Master." Upon hearing this, the black-clad woman tapped her fingertips on the array disc, her gaze sweeping over the bloodstains on their clothes. "What did he say about me?" Xian Cheng looked at Feng He. Feng He clenched his teeth and said, "She said you, the Peak Master, are a widow who killed your own husband on your wedding night. Staying in the Xin Xiao sect is a curse, an unlucky person." As soon as the words left his mouth, the air grew deathly silent. Xian Xing's eyes widened as he looked at Feng He. He thought to himself, old man, you really dare to say that? You didn't even consult me beforehand. Is that something you can just blurt out? Their peak master, Su Yinshun, had indeed lost her husband on her wedding night not long ago, but such matters were strictly taboo. Moreover, the peak master and her husband had been married through a family alliance, and no one knew the true circumstances of his death. Sure enough, the next moment, Xian Cheng felt the icy chill in the air and couldn't help but glance at Feng He with a touch of admiration. Oomph. Before the woman, the array disc in front of her glowed as her fingertips traced its surface. A faint golden array pattern suddenly transformed into a golden serpent, its eyes cold and icy. The serpent's tongue flickered with blood-red venom, its gaze fixed on Feng He. A deathly aura engulfed him, and Feng He's face turned pale. He hurriedly said, the peak master, those weren't my words, they were Lin Xiao's. Bang! In the next instant, his body was violently hurled out of the hall by a golden spiritual energy expelled by the serpent, with a massive blood-soaked hole torn open in his left shoulder, blood flowing freely. Xian Qing couldn't bear to look. He bowed his head and said, Peak Master. Before he could finish, the black-clad woman glanced at him. Her pale golden pupils betrayed no emotion. Take him to the Dan Peak to fetch medicine. Tell them it was this Peak Master who prescribed it. Xian Qing, as you command. He hurriedly left, fearing that the next moment, his body might also be blown open. After Xian Cheng had left the hall, the black-clad woman slowly withdrew her spiritual energy. The patterns of snakes formed by the array disc danced around her fingertips. Her expression remained calm as she pinched her fingers, and the snakes instantly dissolved into specks of light. First peak. Since He Zissou had been placed on the Central Domain's wanted list for demonic crimes, she was officially wanted by the righteous factions of the Central Domain. After a meeting, the elders decided not to consult Lin Xiao and unilaterally annul his engagement to Qingming Valley. Of course, they weren't doing this for Lin Xiao's sake, but to preserve the sect's reputation. After all, as the peak master of the Xian Xiao sect's Sword Peak, how could he have an engagement with such a demonic woman who had killed her master and annihilated her clan? How would outsiders view their sect? Lin Xiao's reputation being tarnished is a minor issue. He already had little good standing outside the sect. But if the reputation of the Xian Xiao sect were to be damaged, that would be a major problem. We're stepping in to annul the engagement for him. It's actually doing him a favor, a senior peak elder snorted coldly. In my opinion, Lin Xiao and that Yi Zissou are a perfect match. One is a murderer of her master and destroyer of her clan, and the other has no respect for authority. If they're not together, I feel sorry for him, another senior peak elder said in a sarcastic tone. The elder who spoke was named Ma Qian. Though he was a peak elder of the Xianxiao sect, he had once served as an attendant at the Qingming Valley. Later, due to certain circumstances, he came to the Xianxiao sect. However, his two children were currently cultivating at the Qingming Valley, so within the entire Xianxiao sect, only he maintained close ties with the Qingming Valley. After speaking, Ma Qian continued to mock, Lin Xiao should come to the main peak to kneel and thank us. Otherwise, given what he's done outside, the Buddha's Gate is even preparing to place him and Yi Zissou on the Xuanma list. How could such a thing come from our righteous sect? The other peak elders echoed his words, but Ning Yuan and Li Duyuan remained silent, though their eyes betrayed a hint of regret. After all, they had been the elders who had followed Xian Xiao the longest and had watched Lin Xiao grow up. Even in his rebellious youth, Lin Xiao had never behaved this way. At that moment, Ma Qian frowned and looked toward a disciple outside the hall. What's going on at the punishment peak? Tell them to bring Lin Xiao and that little demoness over for questioning. They can't even handle such a minor matter? The disciple hurriedly reported, Elder Xin Chang and Feng He have already gone to the Sword Peak. Ma Qian nodded. At that moment, Ning Yuan, sitting beside him, spoke up thoughtfully, the peak master of the punishment peak, Su Yuncheng, everyone is well aware of her situation. Her husband was the young master of the Xiao family from the upper realm, yet he died mysteriously on their wedding night within our Xian Xiao sect. Now, the Xiao family from the upper realm will likely send people to investigate this matter thoroughly. Li Duyuan stroked his white beard, what's there to investigate? That young master of the Xiao family is just as much of a scoundrel as Lin Xiao. His death is karma. You can't speak like that, another senior elder beside Li Duyuan interjected. Although the Xiao family isn't a powerful clan in the upper realm, their foundations are still deeper than our Xianxiao sect. With Xiao Shaolin's death in our sect, they won't let this matter rest. I fear. He paused here. But the other elders all understood his meaning. If the Xiao family decides to seek revenge, the Xianxiao sect will be the first to suffer. Back then, when Xiao Shaolin, the young master of the Xiao family, came to the Xianxiao sect to marry Su Yuncheng, it was Su Yuncheng's request. Originally, the Xianxiao sect could have formed an alliance with the Xiao family of the upper realm, which would have been a tremendous opportunity. Who would have thought that such a situation would arise, resulting not only in Xiao Shaolin's death but also the mysterious disappearance of everyone he brought with him? It seemed that among the people he brought, there were 2 half-step spirit venerable level experts, yet all of them vanished without a trace. Half-step spirit venerables are the pinnacle of existence across the entire central domain. To silently make 2 such figures vanish, it would at the very least require the intervention of a true spirit venerable. At this thought, Everyone sucked in a cold breath, and some elders even linked the mysterious black-robed figure who had recently appeared at the Lin Xiao sect to this incident. If it was indeed that black-robed figure who acted, does that mean he has some grudge against the Xiao family of the upper realm? Or could it be that he has some connection to Su Yunchun? Xinghua Peak's peak master Su Yunchun already had a mysterious background. However, before the elders could think further, Senior Martial Brother Ma, a disciple carrying a long sword, rushed in with a panicked expression. Upon entering the hall, he blurted out, "Something has happened at Qingning Valley. Last night, all the disciples and elders of Qingning Valley were slaughtered. Your son, daughter, and 2 granddaughters were all brutally killed." A commotion erupted. Upon hearing this, the elders were immediately thrown into chaos. Upon hearing this, Ma Qian immediately spat out a mouthful of old blood, his eyes went black, and he nearly fainted. When he came to his senses, his eyes turned blood red, as if he wanted to devour someone. Who did this? Chapter 45, The Punishment Peak Master and the Beautiful Young Wife. The massacre at Qingming Valley was eventually investigated by disciples of the Buddha sect, who discovered that the culprit was none other than Yi Zissou, the witch at the top of the Xuanma wanted list. This was because the bodies of the Qingming Valley disciples bore traces of spiritual energy left by Yi Zissou's purple Zissa sword. Furthermore, after investigating the surrounding factions of Qingming Valley, several elders from the Buddha's Gate obtained information from a disciple of a small sect. On the night Qingming Valley was massacred, a disciple from this small sect was out cultivating and happened to see a man in black robes embracing a woman in purple robes flying away from Qingming Valley at an extremely high speed. However, due to the extreme speed, the disciples could not see clearly, but they were certain that it was definitely a man and a woman. This news sent shockwaves through the disciples of the Lin Xiao sect. The purple-clad woman was undoubtedly Yi Zissou. But where had that man in black robes come from? Wasn't Yi Zissou taken away by the black-robed men when she was in the demon city? When it came to a man who liked wearing black robes and was connected to Yi Zissou, everyone's minds immediately thought of one person. The peak master of the sword peak, Lin Xiao. After all, he was Yi Zissou's fiancé. This thought sent a chill down the spines of many disciples of the Lin Xiao sect. Lin Xiao had always preferred wearing black robes, though he occasionally changed. However, he had worn black robes the previous day, and he had also been to the demon city yesterday. No one knew when he had returned to the sect last night. Although they knew this idea was absurd and dangerous, after hearing the news from the Buddha's Gate, almost everyone's mind instinctively turned to Lin Xiao. The news spread, and the entire sect was abuzz with speculation. Now, all the disciples of the sect avoided Lin Xiao and his sword peak like the plague, and many even spoke of him with fear in their voices. Soon, a day had passed. The sect master's residence. The room was dimly lit, and on the soft bed lay a slender figure breathing gently. The curve of the bed where she lay was perfectly shaped, outlining her delicate and alluring contours. Her long hair was loosely spread out, with a few strands curling around her full chest, gently rising and falling with each breath. She lazily rolled over, her alluring silk nightgown slipping off her shoulder, revealing a small patch of skin as smooth as jade. Beneath the snow-white skin were faint traces of delicate pink. After a long while, Lin Xingyi slowly came to her senses. She opened her eyes, her expression dazed. After the daze faded, a scene from the night before flashed through her mind. After she had drunk herself into a stupor, Lin Xiao had intended to throw her onto the bed, but she refused, clinging tightly to her own disciple and apparently even biting Lin Xiao. In the end, Lin Xiao seemed to have gotten angry. He angrily threw her onto the bed. Lin Xingyi immediately felt regretful, scratching her hair, her cheeks flushing red. Yesterday, things had gotten to that point, just one step away, yet she had passed out from drunkenness? It was all Lin Xiao's fault. How could he have resisted in such a situation? She glanced down at the faint pink marks on her skin. Such marks on her smooth, white skin were quite noticeable. Lin Xingyi knew exactly where they came from. They were left by Lin Xiao after he had gotten angry. But who would have thought that at the most critical moment, that bastard had pushed her away? It was only because she was too weak at that moment otherwise. Thinking about it, Lin Xingyi felt both angry and a little disappointed. Does Lin Xiao really think she is not as good as Jiang Yingxue? Just then, there was a sudden noise outside the door. A female disciple's voice rang out. "Master, Elder Ming Yuan and the others seem to be looking for you." Lin Xingyi rubbed her temples, then began to remove her nightgown while speaking in a calm voice. "Tell them to wait for me in the main hall." "Yes. Wait, who brought me back yesterday?" The female disciple hesitated for a moment before saying, "It was senior disciple Lin Xiao. He brought the master back." Thinking back to yesterday's scene, the female disciple was still in shock. In their eyes, their cold and ethereal master had been carried back by that Lin Xiao. Moreover, when Lin Xiao was about to leave, the master had clung tightly to him, refusing to let go, and had even acted spoiled in his arms. The way she looked was just like she and Lin Xiao were a loving couple. At that moment, the female disciple almost couldn't resist reaching out to snatch her master back. She knew that Uncle Lin Xiao wasn't a good person. Upon hearing the female disciple's words, Lin Xingyi raised the corner of her mouth slightly and asked, "Then who changed my clothes?" "Master, please rest assured. It was your disciple who changed them for you." The female disciple hurriedly said, fearing her master might misunderstand. Lin Xiao fell silent for a moment. Then she nodded, all right, you may go now. Yes. The female disciple muttered to herself, wondering why her master seemed unhappy. Right, it must be because that Lin Xiao's senior disciple did something to the master yesterday, which made the master unhappy. They should stay far away from that senior disciple from now on. The main hall of the first peak. Upon hearing the discussions about Lin Xiao throughout the sect that day, Lin Xiao's face darkened. This was nothing more than a rumor. No one had actually seen the man in Qingning Valley that night. Moreover, while others were unaware, Lin Xiao knew clearly that Lin Xiao and Yi Zisu of Qingning Valley had never met. Though they were betrothed, she had never allowed them to meet face to face. Therefore, all these speculations were sheer nonsense. Moreover, even though Lin Xiao had been acting recklessly and doing as he pleased lately, she absolutely refused to believe that he could be one of the murderers who slaughtered Qingning Valley. However, Ma Qian did not share this view. Overnight, his son, daughter, and beloved granddaughter had all been brutally murdered, and upon hearing that this incident might be connected to Lin Xiao, whom he had always despised, he immediately jumped to conclusions, convinced that Lin Xiao must be involved. Master of the sect, I beg you to imprison Lin Xiao in the prison peak and interrogate him severely. Ma Qian said through gritted teeth in the hall. Hearing this, a burly middle-aged man with a dragon tattoo on his arm, who had been quietly watching the scene unfold, couldn't help but roll his eyes. Isn't interrogating Lin Xiao the peak master's responsibility? What does that have to do with our prison peak? He didn't want to offend Lin Xiao. Ming Yuan said, this matter is of great importance. I suggest we summon Lin Xiao first and question him in person. At that moment, Lin Xiao noticed that the peak masters of several peaks had arrived, but only the peak master of the punishment peak, Su Yunqing, and Lin Xiao were absent. She furrowed her brows and looked down. Where is Su peak master? Go fetch her. The disciples outside the hall obeyed the order and transformed into streaks of light, swiftly heading toward the punishment peak. But when he arrived at the punishment peak and stepped into the peak master's chamber, before he could speak, the scene before him left him speechless. There, in the main hall, was Lin Xiao, the peak master who had been the subject of much discussion among the disciples in recent days. He was seated at the highest position, holding a copy of the 10,000 explanations of spiritual arrays and examining it carefully. Beside him, a black-clad woman with long hair styled like a married woman's, her graceful and alluring figure kneeling quietly, occasionally pouring tea for him. The disciples who witnessed this scene. Chapter 46, Spirit Sovereign? Just a sacrifice for my alchemy. Lin's senior disciple. A disciple from the first peak trembled as he spoke, glancing at the black-clad woman kneeling beside him, hesitating to speak. Lin Xiao looked up and gestured for him to speak. The disciple explained his purpose. Suspect me? Lin Xiao laughed, looking at the disciple. You suspect the peak master? How could that be? The disciple was startled. Even if he truly suspected Lin Xiao, he dared not speak it now. Thinking of this, he changed the subject. Senior disciple has always been kind and lenient toward us disciples. I have nothing but admiration for you in my heart, not a single shred of doubt. The massacre at Qingning Valley must have been the work of those demons from the demon realm. Lin Xiao blinked. Continue. The disciple. He was about to cry. He had just said so many lies, and he was truly afraid of being struck by lightning. Master, the sect leader has also arrived at the main peak. She originally said that the rumors about you were all malicious slander spread by others, but Elder Ma Chen wouldn't accept it. He insisted that it was you who killed his entire family that night. Senior Ma, I did this to protect myself. Please don't blame me. Lin Xiao never expected this kid to be so talented. Since you admire the peak master so much, why not join the sword peak instead? The disciple was truly crying. Going to the sword peak was no different from entering a den of demons. Master, my parents are currently at the main peak. They can't leave me, unless I send them away. Lin Xiao. You really are a great filial son. At that moment, the black-clad woman beside him glanced over and waved her hand dismissively. Enough. Go back and inform the sect master that the peak master has urgent matters to attend to and cannot go to the first peak today. The disciple wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling as though he had been granted a pardon. At that moment, Lin Xiao called him back, his smile gentle. After you return, also inform Elder Ma on my behalf. Since he trusts this peak master so much, I have prepared a special gift for him. The disciple nodded hurriedly. Remember, tell him privately. If anyone else finds out, you know what to do. Lin Xiao smiled mischievously at the disciple. However, in the disciple's eyes, that smile was as evil as could be. I understand. The disciple scrambled away. Once the disciple had left, the black-clad woman extended her slender white hand to tidy up the books in front of Lin Xiao, then looked up and asked him, Are you still reading? Lin Xiao sipped his tea, withdrew his gaze, and glanced at her with a smile. Reading is no match for watching you. The woman beside him had her long black hair neatly tied up, with a beauty mark on her right eyelid. Her stunning beauty exuded a seductive allure of a married woman, especially in her current kneeling posture beside him. She was simply breathtakingly beautiful. Hearing this, the woman rolled her eyes at him and said, Can you be serious? Lin Xiao grabbed her delicate white hand, feeling the smooth, tender texture, and played with her hand, asking, "Am I not being serious?" Su Yunchen. She tried to pull her hand away, but she wasn't as strong as Lin Xiao. Then she thought, this was just playing with her hand. On her wedding night, this guy had forced her. He even used a recording stone. At this thought, her face flushed slightly, and she glared at Lin Xiao with her beautiful eyes, scolding, "You rascal." Lin Xiao continued to play with her delicate hands, then asked curiously, "Has the news of the young master of the Xiao family dying here been reported back to the upper realm? What do you think?" Lin Xiao's hand suddenly reached out, causing Su Yunchen to frown in pain. She couldn't help but glare at him and say, "Be gentle." Lin Xiao smiled, "You said the same thing that night." Su Yunchen. Anyway, the Xiao family must have received the news. Xiao Shaolin is the only heir of the Xiao family. He died at the Xian Xiao sect. The Xiao family will definitely send a Lingzuan level expert to investigate. This guy, killing the young master of the upper realm, stealing the bride on the night of her wedding, there's nothing he won't do. Lin Xiao reached out and gently stroked her smooth cheek, his eyes holding a hint of mystery. "Actually, I'm a very upright person. I'm not as bad as you think." Su Yunchen seemed to hear a joke. "You're upright?" Lin Xiao grabbed her jade-like hand and placed it under the table. He asked her, "Am I not upright?" Su Yunchen's face flushed bright red. "You?" Lin Xiao chuckled softly, suddenly letting go of her hand, and slowly raised his head to gaze at the sky outside the grand hall. He had a premonition that the Xiao clan's spirit sovereign was likely to arrive soon. The Xiao family had 2 Lingzans in total, who should be able to provide him with 40,000 evil deeds points. Moreover, he had recently exchanged at Ancient Forbidden, which allowed him to use the living bodies of Lingzuan level experts to refine a 9th grade Tianzin. A single 9th grade Heavenly Sovereign pill could allow a half-step Spirit Sovereign peak level powerhouse to directly advance to the Spirit Sovereign realm and was a true Spirit Sovereign forging artifact. However, the conditions for refining it were extremely stringent. First and foremost, it required the living body of a Lingzuan level powerhouse. Every ounce of their flesh, blood, and spiritual energy must be perfectly refined before a single 9th grade Tianzuan pill could be created. In the central domain, let alone Spirit Sovereigns, even half-step Spirit Sovereigns are extremely rare, and even if one were found, their body would be useless for refinement. Therefore, Lin Xiao had already considered this issue long ago. Spiritual Sovereigns are non-existent in the central realm, but they exist in the upper realm. However, the upper realm also harbors Saint Realm and even Emperor Realm powerhouses, so he couldn't simply travel there to refine a Spiritual Sovereign. The only option was to lure a Spiritual Sovereign from the upper realm to the central realm, a one-way trip. The Xiao family of the upper realm was the target Lin Xiao had chosen. Because there was Su Yunqing, a woman he could exploit. Currently, Xiao Shaolin's body is still in his possession. Once he refines the Xiao family's Lingzuan, he will obtain 2 9th grade Tianzuan pills, which can be used to create 2 obedient Lingzuan level powerhouses. He could even use Xiao Shaolin's status as the young master of the Xiao family to stir up trouble in the upper realm. At that point, any killings or arson would be done by Xiao Shaolin. What does it have to do with me, Lin Xiao? Thinking of this, Lin Xiao paused for a moment before preparing to leave. Su Yunchen watched him stand up, blinked her eyes, and whispered, "Are you leaving?" This guy teased her and now he wants to just leave? What a jerk. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao looked down at her from above. He hadn't noticed before, but now from this angle, he could see almost everything. Especially Su Yunqing's unique married woman aura, coupled with her stunning beauty and the way she stood there, as if waiting to be plucked. How many men could resist such temptation? Lin Xiao held back. 3 seconds later. He couldn't resist anymore. He had almost lost control yesterday at Lin Qingyi's place. If he couldn't resist now, he wasn't a man at all. After a moment's thought, he reached out his hand. Su Yunchen's face flushed red instantly. She looked up and glared at Lin Xiao, her pretty face showing some resistance. Unfortunately, she didn't know that Lin Xiao was precisely seeking that sense of resistance. Chapter 47, Lin Xiao, I heard there's a good show here? The peak, the mountainside, the elder's residence. After finishing the morning sect meeting, Ma Qian returned to his residence feeling exhausted. Lin Qingyi didn't plan to punish Lin Xiao without evidence. He had been arguing all morning, though he hadn't managed to prove his point. Still, it felt good to vent his frustration. For some reason, he just couldn't stand Lin Xiao. He felt that someone like Lin Xiao deserved to have his cultivation stripped and be expelled from the sect. As he thought about it, Ma Qian clenched his teeth. Even though the tragedy at Qingming Valley had nothing to do with Lin Xiao, before finding the real culprit, he was certain it was Lin Xiao and that Yizisu who did it. The two of them were cut from the same cloth. Lin Xiao is a menace to the sect, a cancerous tumor. If he doesn't die, he'll surely bring disaster upon the sect. Even if the sect master and the others misunderstand him, this elder will fight tooth and nail to eliminate Lin Xiao. With that thought, Ma Qian returned to his quarters to rest and recharge for the afternoon's battle. Outside his residence, a young disciple who had been dozing off heard the commotion and immediately perked up, rushing to greet him. Master, you're back. Ma Qian nodded. Practice diligently, do not slack off. The young disciple hurriedly agreed. Ma Qian swept his sleeves aside and pushed open the door. But the next moment, when he saw the scene inside the room, he froze in place as if struck by lightning, his blood seeming to freeze instantly. Inside the room, the furniture was still arranged as usual, but sitting by the wooden table were 3 figures. It was these 3 figures that caused Ma Qian's pupils to contract violently. They were his son, daughter, and granddaughter, all of whom had been slaughtered. The 3 of them faced the door, sitting stiffly like puppets, their eyes vacant, staring blankly at the table. The moment they heard the door open, they all turned their heads toward Ma Qian. Father, grandfather. Their voices were hoarse and dry, tinged with an indescribable eeriness. Suddenly, all 3 of them simultaneously grinned, revealing an extremely unnatural smile, their mouths stretched almost to their ears, yet their eyes held no warmth. You're back? Ma Qian's throat tightened. He stared blankly at the scene, wanting to say something but unable to utter a single word. The next second, Ma Qian's heart nearly stopped. The 3 of them extended their fingers, gripped the tops of their own skulls, and with a swift twist and pull, their heads were severed. The 3 heads suddenly became hideously distorted, hurtling toward him. The eerie smiles on their faces remained unchanged, their eyes brimming with mockery. Ah! Outside the room, the sudden scream startled the young disciple, who turned pale and rushed into the room. Master, what's happening? But what he saw next was a scene that would haunt him for the rest of his life. Inside the room, Ma Qian's eyes were bloodshot and like a demon. Before him stood his 3 most beloved disciples, but at that moment, the heads of those 3 disciples had been crushed to pieces by his bare hands. The young disciple froze in place. However, the next second, Ma Qian turned his head, his blood-red eyes fixated on the young disciple. He burst into maniacal laughter. You deserve to die, you deserve to die. Boom! He struck out with a palm, and the young disciple, still in a daze, had his head blown to pieces in a cloud of blood. Senior Ma has gone mad. Senior Martial Brother Ma has gone mad. In an instant, the news of Ma Qian's madness and his brutal slaughter of his own disciples in the cultivation hall spread throughout the main peak. With each kill, he shattered the victim's skull, earning him the title of skull-shattering madman. Such a bloody and brutal scene left every disciple on the main peak trembling in fear. The entire first peak cultivation hall had descended into chaos, with numerous disciples fleeing in panic, their faces filled with terror, and their mouths screaming, Master Ma has gone mad. At that moment, the entire training hall was in utter chaos. Countless bodies of disciples with shattered skulls lay twisted on the ground, blood staining the floor everywhere. Among them were even the bodies of several elders. Master, it's Inger. Don't kill me, Master. Suddenly, a trembling, fearful sob echoed through the hall. In a corner of the training hall, a female disciple covered in blood was kneeling on the ground, her body shaking. In her wide, tear-filled eyes, she saw the reflection of a figure with disheveled hair and a maniacal grin on his face. Master, don't kill me. I don't want to die. The female disciple trembled all over, crying and begging for mercy. Hee, you deserve to die. Ma Qian's maniacal laughter echoed as he grabbed the female disciple's head with one hand. Boom! However, just as he was about to crush her skull with a single palm strike, Ming Yuan and Li Duyuan, along with other senior elders from the main peak, rushed in and directly struck Ma Qian, sending him flying. The numerous elders' eyelids twitched violently as they looked at the bodies littering the ground, their hearts trembling. Ma Qian, you've gone mad, the elders shouted angrily. Ma Qian grinned, climbed to his feet, and with bloodshot eyes, charged toward Ming Yuan and the others. Boom! The powerful spiritual energy exploded. Ming Yuan and the other elders joined forces, yet they nearly couldn't match Ma Qian alone, and were even being overwhelmed by him. The elders grew increasingly astonished as the battle continued. Despite being only at the late stage of the Spirit Empress realm, Ma Qian seemed to have taken some kind of potion. Not only had his spiritual energy surged significantly, but each of his attacks was relentless, forcing the elders to retreat step by step. Li Duyuan's face turned ashen. This bastard has lost his mind. Swish! At that moment, many top-tier warriors from other peaks of the Xianxiao sect arrived at the main peak. Seeing the situation, they too felt a chill run down their spines. The peak master of the prison peak charged in, delivering a punch that sent Ma Qian flying. He turned to look at Ming Yuan and the others. What the hell happened to that old man? He was fine this morning. Before he could finish speaking, a blood-soaked shadow flashed toward him, striking with an even more terrifying force, blasting him into the ground and knocking him unconscious. Ming Yuan. Now you know what triggered him, don't you? The peak master of Chiu Feng, his face dark, climbed to his feet and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. You bastard! Boom! His body charged forward. The next second. Bang! With just a single contact, his rugged body was sent flying backward like a cannonball, crashing into and demolishing a large section of buildings. The other peak masters turned pale at the sight. This Ma Qian was like a mad dog, biting anyone he could get his teeth into. When Lin Xiao arrived at the cultivation hall, Li Duyu and several other peak elders were all injured. Though the other peak masters had also intervened, they were no match for the Ma Qian and were all injured by him. Ming Yuan was discussing with the other elders whether to activate the sect's grand array before Lin Xingyi arrived to suppress Ma Qian with the array's power. At that moment, the spiritual array barrier they had used to trap Ma Qian was about to be shattered by his sheer force. Just then, Lin Xiao arrived. He was flying toward them with his hands behind his back, holding a black silk ribbon in his right hand apparently belonging to some woman and playing with it. He wore an expression as if he were watching a show, gazing at the disheveled state of everyone present. "Hey, you old fools are all here. I heard there's a good show at the first peak. Did I arrive too late, Peak Master?" Hearing Lin Xiao's words, the elders, though they didn't want to admit it, many of the elders couldn't help but feel a sense of relief when they saw Lin Xiao appear. Chapter 48. If I intervene, people will die. Boom! Boom! Ma Qian's relentless attacks shattered the spiritual energy barrier formed by several elders, leaving them struggling within the array barrier, on the brink of collapse. Li Duyuan spotted Lin Xiao and his eyes lit up. He hurriedly exclaimed, "Lin Xiao, the Peak Master! Act quickly to subdue Ma Qian!" Lin Xiao? Upon hearing this, the senior disciples of the cultivation hall quickly followed the sound and saw that the senior disciple from the Sword Peak had also arrived. As one of the sect's top combatants, Lin Xiao's reputation was poor, making many female disciples of the sect dislike him. However, no disciple dared to doubt his strength. In midair, Lin Xiao shook his head with a smile and said calmly, "There's no rush." Li Duyuan's face darkened, and he hurriedly said, "Lin Peak Master, we're in a hurry." Lin Xiao smiled faintly, tucked the black silk ribbon into his storage ring, then controlled his spirit sword to slowly descend. There's no use rushing in such matters. Li Duyuan. If they didn't hurry, the spiritual array barrier would break, and they'd all be doomed. This Ma Qian must have taken some kind of potion. He's more powerful than someone who's eaten a 7th grade tonic pill. The elders and peak masters within the spiritual array barrier also spoke up, watching as Ma Qian grew increasingly aggressive, and the barrier was on the verge of collapsing. Lin Xiao flickered his fingertip, and the Chanxiao sword slowly floated beside him. He shrugged and smiled. Senior Ma is a founding elder of the peak. As the peak master, if I were to act against him, wouldn't that be a breach of etiquette? As everyone knows, this peak master is the most courteous person here. You actually have the nerve to say that. Not only did the elders' faces darken, even the disciples from the main peak couldn't bear to watch anymore. The disciples took a deep breath, and before anyone knew who started, they all knelt down on one knee before Lin Xiao. Then the first peak disciples all knelt down in unison. "Please intervene, senior uncle." The sound echoed throughout the sky. Lin Xiao curled the corner of his mouth into a wicked smile. "If I were to intervene, it would cost lives." The disciples fell silent. They looked at Ma Qian, who was growing increasingly within the spiritual array barrier. All the disciples had tears in their eyes. This elder Ma had committed such heinous acts, even personally shattering the skulls of countless disciples. Even if he died, he deserved it. "Please, Master Uncle, intervene." The disciples' voices rang out once more. Lin Xiao glanced forward. Under the gaze of all the disciples, he took a step forward and slowly raised a finger. Hum. In the next instant, a sword chi so powerful that it caused everyone's expressions to change drastically shot into the sky. That sword chi seemed to have reached the pinnacle of sharpness, and in an instant, the spiritual energy from all directions around Lin Xiao began to gatherly. Under the stunned gazes of all the disciples, the wildly converging spiritual energy transformed into countless flickering, icy cold spiritual swords. The swords hovered in the air, their shadows densely covering the sky, their clanging sounds echoing endlessly, instantly filling the entire half of the sky behind Lin Xiao. Such a scene caused nearly all the disciples to suddenly widen their eyes. The next moment, one after another, they hurriedly held their breath, staring intently at this awe-inspiring spectacle. Lin Xiao stood motionless, his expression calm. He raised his finger and gently pointed forward. The next second, tens of thousands of spirit swords, as if guided by an unseen force, emitted terrifying sword cries that tore through the air, all charging toward Ma Qian within the spirit array barrier. The dense swarm of sword shadows and the terrifying sword chi that seemed capable of tearing apart the heavens and earth left all the elders and disciples, including Ming Yuan, feeling their scalps tingle and their hearts race with fear. What kind of sword technique is this? The few sword cultivator elders from the main peak were even more shocked, trembling violently, because they were sword cultivators themselves. They knew better than anyone else the terrifying power contained within those countless sword shadows in the sky. To put it bluntly, any single one of those tens of thousands of sword shadows was likely equivalent to the full power strike of a half-step spirit venerable level expert. And there were tens of thousands of them. Everyone then looked toward Ma Qian within the spiritual array barrier. His face twitched slightly. Lin Xiao, the peak master, must really think highly of Elder Ma. Within the spirit array barrier, Ma Qian had completely lost his mind. As the countless swords rushed toward him, he channeled his spiritual energy to resist. However, even in his state, he was no match for the tens of thousands of spiritual energy sword shadows. With a series of pops, the spiritual swords pierced through his body unimpeded, turning him into a sieve in an instant. In the end, only hundreds of swords pierced through his body, completely slicing his flesh into a blood mist. His entire body vanished into thin air, leaving behind only a pool of blood. As the sword chi dissipated, the heavens and earth gradually returned to clarity. The entire peak was now completely silent. Lin Xiao withdrew his fingers, and the spirit swords that had filled the sky transformed into specks of light, slowly dissipating into the air. He furrowed his brows, looked at the pool of blood before him, and shook his head. What a pity. I had intended to leave a complete body, but I didn't control my strength properly. Everyone. Listen to that. Is that even human speech? You call that not controlling your strength? You clearly didn't control it at all. 100 sword chi could have killed Ma Qian so thoroughly he couldn't even die, yet you went and used 10,000 of them. Do you think your spiritual energy is worthless? At that moment, many female disciples from the peak surrounding them had bloodstains on their fair faces, their beautiful eyes slightly dazed. They gazed at Lin Xiao's towering figure, their minds filled with the unparalleled elegance of their senior disciple effortlessly slaying Ma Qian just moments ago. Such a figure was etched into the hearts of all the female disciples like a brand, causing their gazes toward Lin Xiao to change unconsciously. If only this senior disciple weren't such a jerk, things would be so much better. The male disciples, on the other hand, were filled with awe and envy. As they watched Lin Xiao's figure, a hint of longing began to emerge in their eyes. This legendary, epic sword technique was more awe-inspiring than the strongest sword technique currently practiced in the Xiao sect. How could senior Uncle Lin have executed it so effortlessly? And with such composure, he controlled 10,000 swords with just his fingers. That was the ultimate fantasy of countless male disciples in their dreams. Many clenched their fists, their hearts racing. If senior Uncle Lin could reach such a realm, did that mean they might have a chance in the future? After a brief moment of silence, the elders withdrew the spiritual array barrier. One elder cast a suspicious glance at Lin Xiao and raised an objection. Ma Qian is also a senior member of the sect. Yet he suddenly went mad. We don't know if it was the work of the demonic path. If we leave his body behind, we could investigate further. The implication was that Lin Xiao had used too much force, leaving no trace of the body, making it impossible to investigate the matter further. The peak master of Qiu Feng, however, looked at Lin Xiao with approval and said in a deep voice, "That old man just now used spiritual energy with demonic energy. Perhaps he had been secretly cultivating demonic arts and was consumed by them, causing him to go mad. In our vast Xiao sect, how dare a demonic cultivator dare to come in and harm others? This." The elders had no response, as Ma Qian was already in such a state there was no way to investigate further. Chapter 49, Xiaojiu Luo, this holy son has set his sights on that little demoness. Ma Qian's death, with no remains left to investigate, left no leads. Though the elders still harbored many doubts, they could only let the matter drop. Master Uncle is so cool. Suddenly, a delicate voice rang out from among the disciples. Everyone froze, then looked in the direction of the voice. At the back of the crowd, a delicate young girl with a slightly flushed face and large, sparkling eyes was gazing dreamily at Lin Xiao. Jiang Yingxue? The disciples looked dazed, then their expressions turned as if they had seen a ghost. If I recall correctly, this Jiang's senior sister from the first peak is one of the people in the entire sect who hates Lin Xiao the most. Not just dislike, but intense hatred. Yet now, not only did she show no signs of dislike, but she was actually looking like a starstruck fan. After all, she is Lin Xiao's disciple's niece, making her his junior. While it's normal for juniors to admire their seniors, her expression seemed to go beyond mere admiration. The disciples looked at each other in astonishment. Could Jiang Yingxue be the next one to lose her mind after Elder Ma? Don't speak nonsense. As soon as Jiang Yingxue finished speaking, a cold, authoritative voice echoed from mid-air. The sect master has arrived? Upon seeing Lin Xingyi, who had just appeared in mid-air, the disciples hurriedly paid their respects. Jiang Yingxue rolled her eyes. Seeing her own disciple reduced to this state, it was as though Lin Xiao had cast some sort of spell on him, leaving Lin Xingyi deeply troubled. Ma Qian has been slaughtering disciples of the sect with brutal methods. Lin Xiao intervened to stop him, which is a service to the sect. Lin Xingyi glanced at Lin Xiao, then swept her phoenix-like eyes over the crowd. From this day forward, anyone who dares to speak ill of Qingming Valley will not be spared. Lin Xiao, the peak master, has done a great service to the sect. He shall be rewarded with a 7th grade Shenling pill. The matter of Ma Qian was thus settled, and no one dared to link Qingming Valley with Lin Xiao anymore. However, although the Xiao sect dared not mention it, the outside world, influenced by the Buddha sect's propaganda, knew of Yi Zisu's infamous reputation. The news that Lin Xiao was Yi Zisu's fiancé also spread like wildfire. Although they were only engaged and had not yet married, people couldn't help but gossip about Lin Xiao. As the exemplary sect of the Central Domain's righteous path, the Buddha's Gate, after careful consideration, decided to report the matter to the Celestial Palace and send investigators to the Xiao sect to look into Lin Xiao. At the same time, they joined forces with the righteous factions of the Central Realm to pursue and eliminate Yi Zisu. A few days passed. Just as the Buddha Gate's investigators were about to arrive at the Xiao sect, they happened to encounter Xiaojiu Luo, who was being chased by an old man with disheveled hair. The old man chased him while laughing eerily, his smile utterly unsettling. The Buddha's Gate recognized the old man as the supreme elder of Qingming Valley and immediately prepared to surround him with their combined strength. However, upon seeing their numbers, the old man turned and fled without engaging in combat. His complete lack of interest in fighting did not resemble that of a mad old man. However, what made them feel embarrassed was that the old man didn't run far. He simply followed them from a distance. Every time they tried to confront him, he would sprint away. Once they stopped pursuing him, he would follow from a distance, constantly emitting strange, eerie laughter. This unsettling behavior left the members of the Buddha's Gate sect feeling somewhat bewildered. Thus, Xiao Jiuluo and the Buddha's Gate disciples returned to the Lin Xiao sect together. The mad old man remained outside the gates of the Lin Xiao sect, peering in from a distance. Eventually, the elders of the Lin Xiao sect intervened, using the sect's grand array to force the old man away. The Buddha Gate disciples couldn't help but ask Xiao Jiuluo, "Xiao Holy Son, do you have some kind of connection with that old man?" They wanted to ask Xiao Jiuluo if he had a special relationship with the old man, otherwise why was he always staring at him with a creepy smile and following him around, refusing to leave no matter how many times they tried to shoo him away. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jiuluo's face turned dark, and he shouted angrily, "This holy son doesn't even know that madman." The Buddha's Gate disciples exchanged nervous glances and collectively replied, "We understand. We all understand." After all, he was a holy son of the Celestial Palace. He was different from them, the people of the Central Realm. Having a bit of a peculiar hobby was understandable. The first thing the Buddha's Gate did upon arriving at the Lin Xiao sect was to prepare an investigation into Lin Xiao. However, this matter had upset Lin Xingyi, who only gave them half a day to investigate. If they couldn't find anything, the matter would be dropped. As the sect master of the Lin Xiao sect and the first female sword immortal of the Central Realm, Lin Xingyi's authority among the leaders of various factions was beyond question. Even the Buddha's Gate had to give her face. After spending half a day investigating at the Lin Xiao sect, the few old Buddhas only managed to dig up the things Lin Xiao had done before, such as flirting with female elders and mistreating female disciples, and found nothing else. They then went to the Sword Peak to question Lin Xiao as a formality. However, when they arrived at the Sword Peak, Lin Xiao was busy teaching his young disciple Fengyu how to carve spiritual patterns, and had no time to spare for them. Seeing this, the few old Buddhas from the Buddhist sect were completely enraged. As the arbiters of justice in the Central Realm, when had they ever been treated with such disregard? This Lin Xiao is simply too arrogant. The old monks immediately decided to teach Lin Xiao a lesson. However, the final outcome left all the disciples of the Lin Xiao sect speechless. Lin Xiao didn't intervene. Instead, his little demoness disciple stepped in for him. The several elderly monks of the Buddha Gate, even when combined, were no match for the little demoness. They were outwitted by her and trapped within the spiritual array barrier she had set up, eventually retreating in disarray from the Sword Peak. This incident left many disciples unable to suppress their laughter, yet also filled with shock and concern. After all, only a few days had passed, and that little demon girl had already grown to such a level. Although the Buddhist sect had only sent ordinary Buddha envoys this time, their cultivation levels weren't particularly high, but even so, they were still spirit emperors. How old was that little demoness? Did she even know what age she was? While this incident became a topic of laughter among the disciples of Lin Xiao sect during their spare time, Fengyu's astonishing cultivation talent also caught the attention of many. Especially Xiao Jiuluo, who had recently returned to the Lin Xiao sect. He clearly remembered the last time he saw that little demoness, just a few days ago in the ghostly demon city. She had dared to fight him for the Blue Lotus, only to be injured by him. At that time, the little demoness was at most at the Nirvana realm, not even having reached the divine realm. Yet in just a few days, she could defeat ordinary spirit emperor level cultivators? It seemed she also possessed a heaven-grade spiritual root? Such talent would be considered among the most prodigious geniuses even in the upper realm. Thinking of this, Xiao Jiuluo suddenly harbored a thought. That little demoness was quite attractive, and despite her young age, she was more beautiful than many women he had seen. If she were to mature further in the future, she might even surpass Li Qiuan, that peerless beauty, in terms of charm. Now that he had joined the Celestial Palace Sanctuary, he needed a maid to take care of his daily needs and warm his bed during his spare time. This little demoness appearance seemed to fit his expectations perfectly. This time when he returned to the Celestial Palace, he would take her with him. As for Lin Xiao, Xiao Jiuluo didn't think he would refuse him. First, Fengyu had been chosen by him, which meant she had been chosen by the Celestial Palace. Something chosen by the Celestial Palace. Would Lin Xiao dare to compete with him? Secondly, during their time in the Demon City, Lin Xiao had effectively offended him. If he were to hold a grudge, the entire Lin Xiao sect would be in trouble. Using a mere demoness to appease his anger, Xiao Jiuluo believed Lin Xiao would be wise enough to accept the arrangement. Chapter 50, The Xiao Family of the Upper Realm, the Kangwu Divine Body. On this day, Xiao Jiuluo was recovering from his injuries at the Lin Xiao sect. Suddenly, a teleportation array from the upper realm appeared in the sky. The array's light illuminated the entire Lin Xiao sect. The overwhelming pressure emanating from it caused countless faces to pale. Two spirit sovereign level experts, accompanied by dozens of top-tier spirit emperors, descended from the upper realm into the Lin Xiao sect. Xiao Jiuluo recognized the two spirit sovereigns. They were the supreme ancestor and the patriarch of the Xiao clan from the upper realm. Xiao Kangwu, the supreme ancestor of the Xiao family, was known as the Kangwu ancestor in the upper realm. He was at the peak of the late spirit sovereign realm, possessed the Kangwu divine body, and was highly renowned among spirit sovereigns in the upper realm. The head of the Xiao family, Xiao Mo Xian, was a mid-stage spirit sovereign, one of the two spirit sovereigns of the Xiao family. Though his fame in the upper realm did not match that of Xiao Kangwu, he excelled in youth, being only 800 years old. The arrival of the Xiao family from the upper realm at the Lin Xiao sect caused all the disciples of the sect to gather and watch. As they gazed at the graceful movements of the spirit sovereign level experts in the sky, envy and longing filled their eyes. Soon, the senior elders of the first peak of the Lin Xiao sect, along with the peak masters and elders from all other peaks, all appeared. Lin Qingyi also arrived. She knew the purpose of the Xiao family's visit and glanced around, but did not spot the figure of Su Yunqing from the punishment peak. Lin Qingyi furrowed her brows. The Xiao family had come this time to investigate the cause of death of their young master, Xiao Shaolin, and the person most closely connected to Xiao Shaolin within the Lin Xiao sect was none other than Su Yunqing. Xiao Shaolin had come to the Lin Xiao sect for her. Now that Xiao Shaolin had died under mysterious circumstances, the Xiao family would naturally come to investigate Su Yunqing first. "Where is your peak master?" Lin Qingyi asked with a frown. The numerous elders and disciples of the punishment peak exchanged glances, then all claimed they did not know. Xiao Kang's cloudy old eyes gleamed with intensity as he coldly swept his gaze over everyone below. Any disciple caught by his gaze trembled uncontrollably, nearly kneeling down. Finally, his gaze settled on Xiao Zhuluo, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. The Xiao Holy Sun is actually here at the Lin Xiao sect? Xiao Zhuluo floated into the air and gave Xiao Kangwu and the others a faint smile. "I didn't expect someone of your status, Elder Xiao Kangwu, to personally come to the central region?" Xiao Mo Xian, the head of the Xiao family, replied, "We have come to investigate the cause of Xiao Lin's death. You must have heard about his mysterious death at the Lin Xiao sect, right?" "I've heard a bit," Xiao Zhuluo nodded. "If there's anything I can help with, I wouldn't mind." Xiao Zhuluo had indeed heard about the death of the Xiao family's young master in the central region. However, he wasn't very familiar with Xiao Shaolin. All he knew was that the guy had come to the central region for a woman and ended up losing his life in the process, which was utterly laughable. Someone who loses his life over a woman is nothing but a fool, even if he were still alive. Xiao Kangwu smiled slightly and nodded at Xiao Zhuluo. "Thank you for your kindness, Xiao Holy Sun." In the upper realm, the Yunshu Immortal Palace was a dominant power, while families like the Xiao clan, though they also had spirit venerable level experts, couldn't even be compared to the Immortal Palace. Therefore, the Xiao family still showed great respect to Xiao Zhuluo, the Immortal Palace's holy son. Xiao Zhuluo smiled indifferently. "You may continue." Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Kangwu in midair swung his arm, and instantly, the dozens of Ling Huang peak level, and even half-step Ling Zun level experts behind him all shot out with a loud bang. Dozens of them formed an ancient array, each occupying a specific position, completely sealing off the Lin Xiao sect from all directions, 360 degrees, with no blind spots. From this moment onward, no one is permitted to step outside this area by even a single step. Xiao Kang's indifferent voice echoed, accompanied by an invisible yet overwhelming pressure that filled the hearts of the countless disciples of the Lin Xiao sect with fear. A sense of foreboding arose in everyone's minds. The expressions of many elders also grew grim. Li Duyuan and Ming Yuan exchanged glances before gritting their teeth and agreeing. After all, he was a spirit sovereign level powerhouse. A single word from him could decide the fate of their mid-realm factions. A senior elder hurriedly bowed and said, "The matter involving Xiao Young Master has absolutely nothing to do with our Lin Xiao sect." But he was met with a cold, indifferent glance from Xiao Kangwu. Just one glance. The elder's aura suddenly intensified, causing his face to flush red. Before he could finish speaking, he was forced to kneel on the ground, trembling all over. "It doesn't matter. You have no say in this." Xiao Kangwu raised his eyes indifferently, looking toward the nearby punishment peak. "Where is that woman?" The last part of his question was directed at the members of the Lin Xiao sect. Ming Yuan and the others flushed red but dared not refuse to answer, stammering, We haven't seen Su Fengzhu today either." Upon hearing this, Xiao Mo Xian, the head of the Xiao family, suddenly furrowed his brows and exhaled sharply. "Where is my son's body?" This Ming Yuan and the others trembled. On the night Xiao Shaolin died, his body was clearly still there. They had checked it but found nothing unusual, so they placed the body on the main peak. However, the next day, the body had mysteriously disappeared. They had sent people to search for it extensively but had not found it. Now that the Xiao family was demanding answers, Ming Yuan and the others had no choice but to tell the truth. Xiao Mo Xian's eyes widened, and with a loud slap, he sent Ming Yuan and the other elders crashing into the mountain peak below. He laughed furiously. "The body disappeared mysteriously? I see that your Lin Xiao sect will also be mysteriously expelled from the central region today." Seeing this, Lin Qingyi couldn't help but speak up. She coldly snorted, "The matters of your Xiao family are none of our concern. As a prestigious family from the upper realm, you dare to act so unreasonable? Reason?" Xiao Mo Xian laughed in anger. At that moment, Xiao Zhuluo suddenly stepped forward and spoke on Lin Qingyi's behalf. "Since the person is dead and the body hasn't been found, it is indeed suspicious. However, I know Lin Qingyi's character well. Whether this incident is related to the Lin Xiao sect or not, we will need to investigate further before we can draw any conclusions. Seeing Xiao Zhuluo speak on Lin Xingyi's behalf, the elderly Xiao Kangwu couldn't help but notice Xiao Zhuluo's intentions. This young master of the Celestial Palace had likely set his sights on Lin Xingyi. Thinking this, he waved his hand grandly. Alright, I'll grant Xiao Xingzi this favor. However, before my Xiao family thoroughly investigates this matter, no one is to leave the Lin Xiao sect under any circumstances. The people below, including Ming Yuan, sighed in relief and looked up at Xiao Zhuluo with gratitude. Whether the Lin Xiao sect could survive this crisis likely depended on whether this holy son was willing to help them. If Xiao Zhuluo sided with the Lin Xiao sect, even the Xiao family would dare not act against them lightly. At that moment, Xiao Mo Xian suddenly snorted coldly. The spiritual energy in the space before him surged, and his body then merged into the space. When he reappeared, he was already atop the punishment peak. He frowned and looked down at the grand hall below. Upon seeing the black-clad woman kneeling quietly within the hall, the anger on his face finally erupted. How did my son meet his end? His voice rolled like thunder, filled with an overwhelmingly terrifying intent to kill, shaking countless people to their core. In the next instant, he crushed the space with a single palm strike, his powerful spiritual energy directly gripping Su Yunchuan's neck from afar. The terrifying force squeezed her delicate face into a grimace of pain. Su Yunchuan let out a muffled groan, clenching her teeth tightly and refusing to speak. Xiao Mo Xian erupted in rage. If it weren't for this woman, how could his son have come to this? However, just as he was about to drag this woman out of the hall alive, his pupils contracted slightly. Because at that moment, he noticed that in the shadows before the table where the woman was kneeling, there was a figure in black robes, sitting there quietly, casually rubbing a teacup in his hands. P.S. Cool. Chapter 51, The Heavenly Flame Clan, The Heavenly Flame Ancestor. At the same time, the spiritual energy he had used to bind Su Yunqing began to burn strangely. The flames emitted a chilling, unsettling aura, causing even someone of his cultivation level to feel a slight pang of fear. What kind of flame is this? It's so strange. Even Xiao Mo Xian, who had seen many things, had never seen such a flame before. When his spiritual energy was completely burned and melted by the flame, Xiao Mo Xian nearly suffered a backlash. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the man in black robes. Who are you? Lin Xiao looked up at the sky and smiled. A good person. With merely the cultivation of a spirit emperor, I have no idea where you get the audacity. Xiao Mo Xian sneered, then clenched his fist once more. Boom! The spiritual energy surrounding Lin Xiao surged toward him, the terrifying pressure almost crushing him to death. Sizzle! However, the next moment, that strange flame rose once more, burning his spiritual energy. This time, Xiao Mo Xian saw clearly it was a bone-chilling white flame that seemed to have no temperature at all. No temperature at all, yet it could burn and melt the spiritual energy of a spirit venerable realm cultivator? This flame definitely did not belong to the central realm. At that moment, Xiao Kangwu in mid-air also tore through space and arrived. Upon seeing that cold, white flame, his old eyes widened in shock and he blurted out, Heavenly Spirit Divine Flame? Xiao Mo Xian also froze for a moment. Could it be the Heavenly Spirit Divine Flame of the Heavenly Flame Divine Clan? Thinking this, he looked at Lin Xiao in disbelief. This is impossible. How could a mere central domain faction possess a divine flame of the Divine Clan? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao rose slowly, then produced a white token engraved with ancient divine flame patterns. Who said this belongs to the central realm? The next moment, he crushed the token in his hand and spoke with a faint smile toward the sky. Yen Lao, I have fulfilled everything I promised you. What? Xiao Kangwu and the others stared in disbelief. Boom! The two turned abruptly, but the sky behind them suddenly erupted with an eerily intense flame. The flame was exceptionally cold, devoid of heat, yet it could burn away all the spiritual energy in the sky. From within the flames, a pale, white-robed, ancient figure emerged. With a flick of his hands, he trapped Xiao Kangwu and Xiao Mo Xian in the flames, suspending them mid-air. The overwhelming sense of power left the two men pale with fear, their eyes fixed on the ancient figure. Xiao Kangwu didn't even have time to activate his Kangwu divine body before he was engulfed by the icy white flames, his spiritual energy completely beyond his control. Elder, may I ask if you are from the Heavenly Flame Divine Clan? The two spoke in shock. Below, Lin Xiao's lips curled into a sinister smile. Indeed, they were members of the Heavenly Flame Divine Clan, but they had been revived by him using evil deeds points and were the corpses of the Heavenly Flame Ancestor who had died thousands of years ago. The Heavenly Flame Ancestor was now under his control, and his earlier words had been intentional. After all, annihilating an upper realm family and even refining the spiritual of the Xiao clan were deeds that certain factions in the upper realm might investigate further. However, now that he had refined Xiao Kangwu and the others in front of everyone, they were members of the Flame God clan. What did that have to do with him, Lin Xiao? If anyone wants to hold someone accountable, they should go after the Tianyan Divine Clan. However, as Lin Xiao knows, the members of the Tianyan Divine Clan seem to have fiery tempers. Moreover, by then, Lin Xiao might already have manipulated the Tianyan ancestor and taken control of the entire Tianyan Divine Clan. At this point, the members of the Lin Xiao sect also came to their senses and stared at Lin Xiao in disbelief. They had no idea that their own senior disciple was connected to such a powerful being from the upper realm. No wonder if you think about it, everything makes sense. If any of them had connections as powerful as Lin Xiao's, they might be even more arrogant and do whatever they pleased. Lin Xingyi furrowed her brows as she looked at Lin Xiao. After all, from what Lin Xiao had just said, it seemed like that divine clan powerhouse had asked Lin Xiao to do something? Facing the countless gazes directed at him, Lin Xiao shrugged. I've already said I'm a good person. I'm just responsible for releasing people from the token. Today's matter is between him and the Xiao family. Everyone. Are you sure you're a good person? Xiao Jiuluo's face turned ashen. He pointed at Lin Xiao and demanded, how come I didn't know the Xiao family had a grudge with the Tianyin divine clan? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao glanced at him and nodded toward the sky. There, go ask him yourself. Xiao Jiuluo followed his gaze to the ancient, ethereal figure in the sky, and a cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. At that moment, Xiao Kangwu and the others were struggling violently within the fiery palm, their spiritual energy rapidly dissipating. As they struggled, their expressions grew increasingly tortured. Meanwhile, the dozens of spirit emperors from the Xiao clan who had sealed off the Xin Xiao sect were already being melted away in the icy white flames, their faces twisted in agony. Judging by this, it really seems like the Xiao family has a grudge against them? But Xiao Jiuluo had been in the Celestial Palace for so many years and had never heard of any deep-seated grudge between the Xiao family and the Tianyin divine clan. Moreover, that ancient, shadowy figure was likely an ancestral-level existence within the Tianyin divine clan. Such beings would never act lightly. Could it be that the Xiao family has truly offended the Tianyin divine clan? Thinking this, Xiao Jiuluo hurriedly bowed and spoke, esteemed elder. He intended to use his status as the holy son of the Celestial Palace to plead for mercy for Xiao Kangwu and the others, as they had at least shown some respect toward him earlier. But as soon as he opened his mouth, his body was suddenly engulfed in that eerie flame, causing him to shut up immediately. At that moment, a particularly desolate voice echoed from mid-air, "Are you from the Yunqiu Xian Palace?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Jiuluo hurriedly nodded. This junior is Xiao Jiuluo, a disciple of the Holy Hall of the Yunqiu Celestial Palace, and also the 38th generation of the Xiao family. The Xiao family? Descendants of Xiao Tianyin, the voice echoed again. Xiao Jiuluo's face lit up. Does the elder recognize my clan's ancestor? I do. Xiao Jiuluo's eyes lit up with joy. Since they knew his clan's ancestor, perhaps they were even old acquaintances. In that case, his plea for mercy would be as good as granted. Since you know my Xiao family's ancestor, then. He was about to ask about Xiao Kangwu and the others, but suddenly, the world went black. A massive flame-covered hand tore through the space in front of him without warning, slapping him violently and sending him flying. Everyone who witnessed this scene. Originally, they had hoped that since Xiao Jiuluo, the Holy Son, could converse with that divine being, he might be able to speak on behalf of the two spirit sovereigns of the Xiao family. But, the Holy Son of the Celestial Palace, is that all he's got? They only said they knew your ancestor from the Xiao family, not that they were close to him. Facing the strange glances from everyone, especially the peculiar expressions of Lin Xiao and the female disciples of the Xianxiao sect, Xiao Jiuluo felt his face burning with embarrassment. However, he now understood that the background of the ancient Xiao clan meant nothing in the presence of that old man from the Tianyin divine clan. This old man doesn't give a damn about face. And upon further reflection, the death of Xiao Shaolin and the mysterious disappearance of his guards were likely also his doing. Facing an ancient race like the Tianyin divine clan, even the Yunqiu Immortal Palace would have to think twice. A mere Xiao family was completely finished. If this were the upper realm, perhaps other powerful beings from allied races might come to the Xiao family's aid, but here in the middle realm, there was no one who could save them. Oomph. The flames in the sky continued to burn fiercely. At this point, Xiao Kangwu and the others' struggles grew weaker and weaker. Their spiritual energy meridians had been scorched by the strange flames, and their faces were twisted and melted from the intense heat. How arrogant and domineering they had been when they first appeared, and now they were in such a pitiful state. Moreover, no one dared to question the old, shadowy figure about why he was attacking the Xiao family, as such matters were beyond their comprehension. Even Xiao Jiuluo had fallen silent. At this point, everyone couldn't help but glance at Lin Xiao. Perhaps the only one who truly understood the truth was this Lin Xiao. After all, it was he who had released that ancient, shadowy figure. Though he might have been forced to do so, he must know more. A few minutes passed in this manner. Xiao Kangwu and his son had already been reduced to 2 balls of blood-red spiritual energy in the flames. The old man then waved his hand, and the 2 balls of spiritual energy fell into his palm. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. He had actually refined 2 spirit sovereigns alive? The last time a spirit sovereign was refined, it was by the demon lord of the underworld using that black-robed man's burning heaven cauldron. But this time, he did it with his bare hands. Chapter 52, Su Yunshin, you did all this for me? The entire world fell into an eerie silence. The oppressive aura emanating from that ancient, shadowy figure was as overwhelming as a towering mountain, and combined with his bare-handed refinement of a spirit sovereign, it left countless people speechless with horror. If he can refine a spirit sovereign at will, wouldn't dealing with them be as easy as a thought? At that moment, the strange flames burning the entire sky began to slowly dissipate. Mid-air. The ancient, shadowy figure swept his murky eyes over the crowd below, his gaze as indifferent as if it came from ancient times. Then he turned to Xiao Zhuluo and spoke in a calm voice. The Xiao clan colluded with the Demon clan. I intervened to eliminate them, upholding the orthodoxy of the upper realm. The Demon clan? Xiao Zhuluo looked utterly bewildered, hurriedly wiping the blood from his face, and bowed respectfully. Elder, weren't the ancient Demon clan already annihilated long ago? The ancient, shadowy figure remained silent. Silence fell for a moment. He looked up at the sky. If I'm not mistaken, 3 spirit sovereigns from your celestial palace have already died in that person's burning heaven cauldron. What? This time, Xiao Zhuluo was truly shocked. He suddenly recalled the eerie figure in the black robe with vertical pupils and blurted out, Senior, do you know that black-robed figure? That black-robed figure's methods were utterly mysterious. The immortal palace likely hadn't uncovered any information about him yet, otherwise they would have already sent someone to the central realm to deal with him. The ancient, ethereal figure sighed. It at once sparked a dark era of chaos. This old one naturally recognizes them. The person you saw is none other than Neavi. Finally learning the identity of the black-robed figure, Xiao Zhuluo was shaken to the core and hurriedly asked, what exactly do they want? Releasing the ancient zombie fox, reviving the corpse of the demon lord of the underworld, and even not knowing what chaos he might unleash next to threaten the celestial palace's rule. This time, the ancient shadowy figure turned his head toward the distant demon realm. In the ancient era, a demon emperor was sealed deep within the demon realm. Now, the various demon clans of the demon realm are restless, and the demon kings of all factions are disobeying the commands of the upper realm. It must be the demon clan meddling behind the scenes. You must relay this intelligence back to the Cloud Void Immortal Palace. Xiao Zhuluo nodded solemnly upon hearing this. This junior understands. This matter concerns the upper realm's dominance over the demon realm. After all, for thousands of years, the demon realm has been a slave to the upper realm, continuously providing cultivation resources to all the races of the upper realm. If the demon realm were to rebel, the consequences would be unimaginable. It seems that this elder's appearance in the central realm is not without reason. Could it be that the Xiao family is secretly colluding with the demon clan? Xiao Zhuluo wanted to ask more questions to learn more about the black-robed figure, but the ancient, shadowy form had already turned away, gazing down at Lin Xiao below. Xiao Zhuluo clenched his teeth in frustration. This Lin Xiao must have stumbled into some incredible luck. The divine flame token he had just used was undoubtedly some sort of treasure left behind by the heavenly flame divine clan, and he had simply been fortunate enough to find it. In Xiao Zhuluo's mind, Lin Xiao was just lucky, having found the heavenly flame divine clan's token somewhere. Otherwise, there was no way to explain how a person from the central realm could have any connection to the heavenly flame divine clan. At that moment, the ancient, withered figure raised his other hand and gently waved it. Another ancient token imprinted with divine flames flew toward Lin Xiao. This matter has nothing to do with your Xian Xiao sect. If any upper realm forces come looking for trouble, simply use this divine fire token of the heavenly flame divine clan. At that time, I will come personally. Lin Xiao reached out and caught the token. Those who witnessed this scene were all stunned. That meant Lin Xiao now possessed a life-saving means to summon this ancient ancestor of the Heavenly Flame clan at any time. No matter what happened, as long as he was willing, he could immediately summon the ancient ancestor of the Heavenly Flame clan. Whoa! Countless people exchanged glances. Lin Xiao's cultivation was already at the peak level in the central domain, otherwise, he wouldn't act so recklessly. Now that he had this trump card, who knew how arrogant he would become? Moreover, at this moment, not to mention the central realm, even many powers in the upper realm would have to fear the divine fire order in his hands. Among the crowd, Xiao Zhuluo was the most shocked. As someone from the upper realm, he understood the true value of that divine fire order better than anyone else here. That wasn't just any ordinary item. With it, Lin Xiao could summon a peak-tier upper realm divine clan expert at any time, and behind that expert stood the entire divine clan. Even if the Yunshu Immortal Palace wanted to move against Lin Xiao, they would have to think twice about the divine fire decree in his hands. Xiao Zhuluo clenched his teeth in frustration. Because he suddenly remembered something, the Yunshu Xian Palace had never allowed any middle realm factions to produce a spirit venerable level expert. But now that Lin Xiao had the Tianyan divine clan backing him, what if he decided to break through to the spirit venerable realm at this moment? No! We absolutely cannot let him disrupt the palace's rules. Didn't the Tianyan ancestor say that Lin Xiao must use the divine fire order before he would reveal himself? If he could seize the divine fire order before Lin Xiao used it, or find a way to destroy it, in that case, Lin Xiao would likely never have another chance to contact the Tianyan divine clan in his lifetime. Xiao Zhuluo sneered inwardly, a sudden idea flashing through his mind. He narrowed his eyes and looked down at Su Yunqing in the grand hall below. If not, he could use or force this woman to get close to Lin Xiao and steal the divine fire order from him. If that doesn't work, once he uses his methods to completely control Lin Qingyi, he could have her trick the divine flame order away. However, at this moment, Xiao Zhiluo probably couldn't even begin to fathom that this so-called heavenly flame ancestor of the heavenly flame divine clan was nothing more than a puppet created by Lin Xiao to set a trap for him in the Yunshu immortal palace. Given Lin Xiao's appetite, 2 heavenly sovereign pills would never be enough. Lin Xiao knows Xiao Zhiluo's personality inside out. Seeing his expression now, he didn't even need to think to know what he was up to. He raised the corner of his mouth, looked up, and waved the token in his hand. Then I won't be polite. The heavenly flame ancestor waved his hand, then his body slowly merged into the space, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Even after he had been gone for a long time, the countless people below remained silent. The information was simply too overwhelming. At that moment, under everyone's gaze, they saw Lin Xiao walk straight toward the black-clad woman exuding the allure of a married woman. With a dazed expression on her face, he slowly picked her up from the ground. Everyone? What are you doing? Su Yunqing snapped out of her daze, her face flushing red as she pushed him away. Lin Xiao glanced down at her and spoke softly, "You're injured. Don't move." Su Yunqing froze, staring into Lin Xiao's deep gaze. Though her body had initially resisted, it gradually softened. Deep down, she knew exactly what had happened with the Xiao family. That night, Xiao Shaolin, the young master of the Xiao family, had been killed by the man standing before her, and the Tianyan old ancestor was undoubtedly just someone Lin Xiao had summoned for assistance. Moreover, the engagement between Xiao Shaolin and her was not of her own volition. Instead, Xiao Shaolin had used her only surviving relative in the upper realm, her younger sister, to threaten her. In fact, when Lin Xiao killed Xiao Shaolin, she had been grateful to him. But later, when Lin Xiao forced her to do those things, she began to resist him. At that time, in her eyes, although Lin Xiao's cultivation was mysterious, he enjoyed toying with women's emotions. It was rumored that many female elders and disciples in the sect had been toyed with by him. Su Yunqing had formed a preconceived notion of him, so she naturally didn't have a good impression of him. However, as she spent more time with him, she gradually realized that much of what Lin Xiao showed on the surface was not genuine. To understand the real him, she had to approach him without reservation. Thinking of this, Su Yunqing softly asked him, "Are you doing all this for me?" Killing Xiao Shaolin for her, and even bringing in the heavenly flame ancestor to destroy the Xiao family for her. And the reason was so noble that even if the Yunshu Xian Palace intervened, they wouldn't find any flaws. She had originally thought that Lin Xiao was simply seeking revenge against the Xiao family, but now, seeing the gentle look in his eyes, she finally dared to ask. Indeed, perhaps this man had never hidden his interest in her from the start, though it was likely more about her body. But at that moment, a soft spot in Su Yunqing's heart couldn't help but be touched. Seeing this, Lin Xiao smiled slightly. What else could it be? Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Su Yunqing's last shred of resistance toward this man vanished completely in that moment. She blinked her eyes, suddenly leaned in, and, in front of everyone, boldly kissed Lin Xiao on the corner of his lips. The members of the Xian Xiao sect. Chapter 53, Yi Zisu. Even if we're breaking off the engagement, I'll be the one to do it. Su Yunqing's bold kiss left the entire hall so silent you could hear a pin drop. The disciples of the Xian Xiao sect were speechless, and even the elders couldn't help but exchange glances, their eyes filled with confusion. This mysterious peak master of the punishment peak, who had been summoned into the sect by the elderly Xian Xiao, was not only shrouded in mystery but also aloof and indifferent toward others in the eyes of everyone. Even some disciples who had been on the punishment peak for several years had never seen their peak master smile once. In front of everyone, she had always maintained the image of a cold, mysterious ice queen. This scene left many punishment peak disciples speechless, and the next moment, they felt an overwhelming sense of unease. Could the peak master really not know who Lin Xiao was? How could she be with senior disciple Lin Xiao? Many disciples felt heartbroken. Only Lin Xingyi remained standing in mid-air, her white robe as pure as snow. Her cold eyes rested on Lin Xiao and Su Yunqing, showing no emotion. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that the fingers gripping the sword hilt were slightly clenched, the fingertips tightening so much that the knuckles had turned slightly white. It wasn't until Lin Xiao carried Su Yunqing into the main hall of the punishment peak that Lin Xingyi slowly raised her eyes, gazing in the direction he had disappeared, a flash of coldness flickering in her eyes. She then abruptly turned around and ordered the elders of each peak to clean up the aftermath of the battle. Xiao Jioluo flew over, about to speak to Lin Xingyi, but she didn't even glance at him, instead darting away with a whoosh. Xiao Holy Sun. Several elders from the first peak approached. In the past 2 days, many major events have occurred in the Xianxiao sect, and the sect master is under a great deal of pressure. Where is your Xianxiao sect's teleportation array? Xiao Jiuluo's face darkened. Could she ignore him, a holy son of the celestial palace, just because she was under pressure? If it weren't for staying in the central domain to gain some experience, he wouldn't put up with this. Especially that old madman who had chased him for no reason. He would never forgive that guy. Seeing Xiao Jiuluo ask about the teleportation array, the elders exchanged glances. Is the Holy Sun planning to return to the Celestial Palace? No. Xiao Jiuluo waved his hand. The information revealed by that elder from the Tianyan divine clan is crucial. This divine son must use the teleportation array to send the message back to the Celestial Palace. Moreover, I sense something amiss in the demon realm, especially in the past 2 days. The demonic energy there is unusually intense, as if an ancient demon is about to emerge. This is something the Yunxiu Celestial Palace absolutely cannot tolerate. An ancient demon of that caliber would at least be at the peak of the Spirit Venerable Realm, and might even have reached the Saint Realm. If such a powerful being defied the Celestial Palace's orders, the cost of subduing them would be astronomical. By the way, prepare the spiritual medicines for this divine son. I need to bathe and rest first. The spiritual herbs are already prepared. Send a female disciple of exceptional beauty to deliver them to my room. You old fools, stay out of it. Xiao Zhuliuo pondered for a moment. If he could have Jiang Yingshui and Lin Xingyi, that pair of beautiful master and disciple, deliver the medicine to him, that would be the best outcome. What kind of spiritual medicine does Xiao Xingzi need? Just bring some high-grade 9th rank healing elixirs. After all, the Xian Xiao sect was not a cultivation sect, and it couldn't compare to the Dan Gu Tower in the upper realm. Xiao Zhuliuo had already considered them by not asking for sacred grade elixirs. The elders? Xiao Xingzi, you really think highly of our Xian Xiao sect? 9th grade superior healing elixirs? Many of these old men have never even seen such things in their entire lives, and you're asking for them so casually? In the entire central domain, we probably can't even find a single 9th grade alchemist. Where are we supposed to find 9th grade spiritual pills for him? Why don't you sell us old fools to see how many 9th grade spiritual pills we can get in exchange? What expressions are those? Xiao Zhuliuo scolded, stop whispering among yourselves. If you have any questions, speak up. The elders bowed their hands, looking bewildered as they asked, Holy Son, what is a 9th grade spiritual pill? Xiao Zhuliuo. In the main hall of the Punishment Peak, Shen Chang and Feng He, 2 elders of the Punishment Peak, were trembling as they knelt below. Peak Master, the 2 of us went to Sword Peak recently, but it was actually those old fools from the Nether Abyss who sent us. It has nothing to do with us. Now, both of them regretted their actions deeply. If they had known this would happen, they never would have dared to provoke Lin Xiao, even if they had been given 100 lives. Su Yunshin raised his head to look at Lin Xiao beside him. You may leave now, Lin Xiao said calmly. The 2 bowed and hurriedly retreated. So this Lin Xiao Peak Master has a pretty good temper after all. Once the 2 had left, Lin Xiao turned to Su Yunshin with a mysterious smile. I have something for you. He opened his palm. A spirit pill engraved with blood patterns appeared in his palm. However, the aura emanating from the pill was exceptionally powerful. This was a Tianzuan pill refined from the 2 Lingzuan of the Xiao family. Lin Xiao had never refined it before and wasn't sure if it would backfire after use. Using this woman as a test subject wasn't a bad idea. Even if the pill backfired, he was there to handle it, nothing major would happen. What is this? Su Yunshin asked in confusion. Don't ask. Just eat it obediently. Su Yunshin rolled her eyes at him and gently parted her rosy lips. Night, Demon Realm. Southern Wasteland Demon City. In a room adorned with ancient elegance and the distinctive style of the Demon Realm. Lin Xiao waved his hand, and a divine pattern cauldron appeared before him. The cauldron was filled with various spiritual liquids of different energies. He then took out the other Heavenly Sovereign Pill. As the Heavenly Sovereign Pill was dropped into the liquid, the cauldron erupted into a violent boil, and terrifying blood-red energies began to coalesce and surge within. In just a moment, the entire cauldron was dyed blood-red, accompanied by a faint, exotic fragrance. Lin Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Since testing the pill on Su Yunshin, he had finally discovered the correct method for using the Tianzuan pill. Taking it directly could indeed elevate one's cultivation realm to the spirit sovereign level, but it would impair the foundation of cultivation. The other heavenly sovereign pill was intended for Yi Zissou. Yi Zissou was currently his most powerful weapon against the Immortal Palace, so her cultivation foundation must not be compromised. Although her spiritual power had significantly increased after merging with the demon fox, her cultivation level was still stuck at the peak of the Ling Huang realm. Tonight, he would help her break through to the Ling Zun realm. The door opened. A woman dressed in purple, with a face that was both alluring and demonic, walked in. What is this? Looking at the large cauldron in the room, Yi Zissou was taken aback. Lin Xiao stroked his chin, thought for a moment, then turned to stare at her, sizing her up from head to toe. Take off your clothes and get into the cauldron. Yi Zissou. Her face flushed. What did you say? Lin Xiao continued to ponder to himself, the heavenly sovereign pill combined with 100 spirit grass and 9 snow ginseng, this should allow the spiritual energy to integrate better into the meridians. However, if the potency is too strong, it might cause the spiritual energy to flow backward in the meridians. After pondering for a while, Lin Xiao looked up and saw Yi Zissou still fully clothed. He frowned. Why haven't you taken off your clothes yet? Do you need me to help you? Yi Zissou blushed, bit her silver teeth, glanced at Lin Xiao, and hesitantly said, Could you please step out for a moment? Lin Xiao suddenly understood. He turned around, muttering to himself, Don't worry, I'm a very upright person. Go ahead and undress, I won't look. Seeing that Lin Xiao had turned his back to her, Yi Zissou hesitated for a few seconds. Finally, she first took off her shoes, revealing a pair of smooth, snow-white feet, then removed her outer garments. When her outer garments were completely removed, leaving only the inner garments stretched taut against her body, Yizisu once again turned her gaze toward Lin Xiao's back. She took a deep breath, clenched her teeth, and removed all her clothes. When Lin Xiao turned to look back, Zisu was already lying in the spiritual liquid, her delicate hands gripping the edge of the large cauldron. The surging spiritual energy boiling within the liquid caused her to let out a suppressed moan. Uncomfortable? Lin Xiao frowned again and stepped forward to test the water temperature. Yizisu hurriedly shook her head, no. This time, she let out a soft moan that sounded somewhat pleasurable. Lin Xiao sighed in relief and looked over. At that moment, bathed in the spiritual liquid, Yizisu's skin seemed even more delicate and fair, with the spiritual liquid flowing around her like moonlight. She tilted her head slightly upward, her beautiful eyes shyly gazing at Lin Xiao. Her jade-like neck was gracefully curved like a swan's, and the spiritual liquid flowing over her shoulders outlined her rounded shoulder lines. As she began to circulate her internal energy to absorb the essence liquid's energy, large patches of her skin were soaked through, becoming translucent, like fine white jade wrapped in a layer of misty vapor, every inch radiating the warm, lustrous glow of jade. Time passed. Most of the spiritual liquid's energy had been absorbed by Yizisu. At that moment, she seemed to sense something. She lowered her head to glance at her body, and the next second, her heart skipped a beat. A vast and powerful demonic energy began to slowly emanate from her body. That aura was clearly beyond the level of a spirit emperor. Lin Xiao smiled faintly, his gaze fixed on her delicate face. It seems my method is quite effective. Yizisu couldn't help but mutter to herself. You just said you wouldn't look. But now you're staring at her the whole time. You're not being honest at all. At that moment, Lin Xiao's expression grew slightly serious as he whispered, next, take those 12 demon kings and slaughter every human sect that is submitted to the celestial palace in the vicinity of the demon realm. And announce to the outside world that the Demon Emperor has revived and is about to launch a massive invasion of the human realm. By then, the entire central realm will be left with not a single living soul. Yizisu blinked her eyes. What's the matter? Is there a problem? Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes at her. Yizisu thought for a moment and nodded slightly. Lin Xiao gestured for her to speak. I have an enemy in the human realm. I want to capture him first. That's it? Lin Xiao thought she was going to say something else. Capturing one person wasn't a big deal. Even if it were the patriarch of one of the 9 great sects, it wouldn't be a problem. Go ahead and capture him. Lin Xiao nodded. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and she couldn't help but ask, what's the name of the person you're talking about? Yizisu's eyes turned cold. His name is Lin Xiao. He's from the Xiao sect. Lin Xiao. Wait, do you have a grudge against him? He's my fiancé. Although I've never met him, he broke off our engagement without my consent, so I'm going to bring him back. Even if we were to break off the engagement, it should have been me who did it. Lin Xiao suddenly remembered that he had been using an alias in the demon realm and hadn't yet told Yizisu his real name. Chapter 54, The Divine Palace's Response, 9th Rank Spirit Venerable. Night, Xiao sect. Xiaojiu Luo used the teleportation array to contact the Upper Realm Celestial Palace and the young Lord of Destiny, Li Qiuwan. Gazing at the woman behind the spiritual energy screen, with her brows furrowed and her expression cold and unyielding, he suppressed the evil thoughts in his heart and spoke earnestly. Senior sister, the elder from the Tianyan divine clan, said that the black-robed man is currently hiding in the demon realm. Li Qiuwan nodded slightly. The elders of the Holy Palace are already aware of this. Since the information came from the Tianyan divine clan, it should be reliable. The elders are currently discussing the next course of action. What are your plans? I refuse to tolerate this any longer. Li Qiuwan glanced at him. What do you mean? Actually, there's something I haven't told you. I could have advanced to the Spirit Venerable realm long ago, but I've been holding back until now for a reason. Li Qiuwan guessed, are you planning to challenge the 9th rank Spirit Sovereign? Generally speaking, based on one's spiritual power talent, those who advance to the Spirit Sovereign realm are also ranked by grade. The higher the talent, the stronger the spiritual power, and the higher the grade one can advance to. In the upper realm, ordinary people who advance to Lingzuan can only reach ranks 1 to 3. The top disciples of major races and sects can reach ranks 4 to 7, while divine race prodigies can reach ranks 8 to 9. Within the same realm, the difference in ranks signifies the gap in innate talent and spiritual power strength. To put it simply, a spirit sovereign at the initial stage of the 2nd rank can easily overwhelm any spirit sovereign at the initial stage of the 1st rank, and so on. The Celestial Palace once assessed Xiao Jiuluo's talent, and as expected, as the Celestial Palace's holy son, he could directly reach the 8th rank, which is already considered a once-in-a-century talent in the upper realm. However, Xiao Jiuluo remains unsatisfied. He aims to break through to the 9th rank of Spirit Venerable, or even the legendary Holy Rank Spirit Venerable. Currently in the upper realm, any Saint rank Spirit Sovereign is as rare as a phoenix feather or a qilin horn, as it signifies their unparalleled talent and strength, and their ability to enter the Saint realm more easily than any other Spirit Sovereign. As for the divine rank Spirit Sovereigns above the Holy Rank, Xiao Jiuluo dared only to dream of them. They were beings recorded only in ancient legends, with no known existence since the ancient era when the immortal divine emperors had once reached that realm. Whoa, senior sister, you've advanced to spirit sovereign? After a brief sensing, Xiao Juliuo noticed that the aura emanating from his senior sister was countless times stronger than when she had arrived in the central domain. What rank? Li Wan replied calmly, 9th rank. Xiao Juliuo. As the young lady of the divine palace, Li Qiujuan was someone chosen by the grand divine lady, so her talent naturally couldn't be inferior to his, it might even be slightly stronger. Their martial hall's hall master, who was the Qing uncle refined by the demon lord of the underworld, had only reached 7th rank spirit sovereign when he advanced. As for the father-son duo of the Xiao family, Xiao Kangwu and his son, one was 6th rank, and the other was 5th rank. Xiao Juliuo had also thought that Li Qiujuan was at least between 8th and 9th rank, but he never expected her to not only be a 9th rank spirit venerable but also advance so quickly. The Holy Source Elder said you should not return to the Celestial Palace for now. You need to participate in the matters of the demon realm. Use this time to hurry up and advance to Spirit Venerable. The people from the Holy Hall should be heading to the demon realm soon. Upon hearing this, Xiao Juliuo clenched his teeth. He had originally planned to wait a little longer to see if he could break through to the Holy Ranked Spirit Sovereign Realm, but now there was no time left. Moreover, the Holy Ranked Spirit Sovereign Realm was indeed extremely difficult to attain. The demon realm is no place for the central realm. Every demon king from the major clans there possesses strength rivaling that of a spirit sovereign, what they in the demon realm refer to as a demon sovereign. Moreover, besides these demon kings, there was that black-robed figure from the evil clan that was the very being the Celestial Palace feared most. This time, they must eliminate him completely. Senior sister, are you also going to the demon realm? Li Qiuwan shook her head. The demon realm is off limits to me by my master's orders. The divine clan assembly is approaching, and I must prepare for it. The heavenly flame divine clan you mentioned earlier is also participating this time. Moreover, after the divine clan assembly, there is the matter of your Xiao clan's marriage alliance with the holy temple. You must return as soon as possible. Xiao Juliuo nodded, his face suddenly brimming with confidence. He raised his eyebrows and smiled, senior sister, next time we meet, I won't let you outshine me anymore. In fact, he had wanted to outdo his senior sister for a long time, even though Li Qiuwan had always treated him as a junior disciple. Li Qiuwan stared at him for a moment, saying nothing. With a flick of her jade-like hand, the spiritual energy barrier in the teleportation array before her slowly dissipated. Xiao Juliuo twisted his neck and glanced at the several senior elders behind him, who were all smiling awkwardly. He waved his hand casually, the matter I mentioned earlier, you should prepare it immediately. The elders hesitated, Holy Son, you just said to have Fengyu, the disciple of Lin Xiao Fengju, bring you the spiritual medicine. Could we change the person? Xiao Juliuo sneered, what's the problem? This is a big problem. That's Lin Xiao's disciple. The elders' eyes widened, but they dared not speak the words aloud. Instead, they forced a smile and said, Your Holiness is unaware that Fengyu is a demon clan woman, utterly corrupt. How could she possibly deliver spiritual medicine to Your Holiness? That would defile Your Holiness. Xiao Juliuo frowned. After thinking for a moment, he settled for a compromise, then send someone else. Let Jiang Yingxue go instead. The elders. But Jiang Yingxue was the disciple of their sect master, Lin Qingyi, and lately, her condition had been off. These elders aren't pushovers. Though Xiao Juliuo only mentioned delivering spiritual medicine, they knew exactly what he was up to. Otherwise, why not send the old men to deliver the spiritual medicine? They may be old, but they're still in good shape. Why insist on sending a young, beautiful female disciple? Xiao Juliuo was so angry he laughed, pointing at the elders and saying, Go find Lin Qingyi and tell her this is the Holy Son's order. The elders, seeing this, could only nod awkwardly. After the old men had left, Xiao Juliuo didn't return to his residence but instead went to the punishment peak. After seeing Su Yunchun that woman today, he felt a strong urge he couldn't resist. After all, the allure of such a top-notch married woman was something that even an 8,000-year-old or an 8-year-old would find hard to resist. Moreover, Su Yuncheng had once been the fiancée of Xiao Shaolin, and now seemed to be Lin Xiao's woman, a perfect opportunity to exploit. In the upper realm, he dared not act recklessly out of concern for the reputation of the Celestial Palace, but in the middle realm, who could stop him? Thinking this, Xiao Juliuo narrowed his eyes, hoping that Su Yunchun would be more obedient. However, as soon as he arrived at the Peak Master's chamber of the Punishment Peak, Xiao Juliuo was about to enter the inner chamber when a bizarre spiritual array suddenly appeared beneath his feet. Though not particularly powerful, it was exceptionally tricky to deal with. He channeled his spiritual energy just as he was about to take a step forward, when the spiritual array beneath his feet suddenly shot out several gleaming white threads. The threads coiled around his ankles like spiritual serpents and violently pulled him backward. Xiao Jiuluo was caught off guard and stumbled, landing on one knee on the ground. His face darkened. Deep down, he was even more shocked. What kind of spiritual array was this? A spirit array capable of trapping him must be at least master level, but such an array could only be controlled by a spirit sovereign. No one below that rank could possibly manipulate it. What was most bizarre was that the spirit array seemed to sense the flow of his spiritual energy. Every time he gathered his spiritual energy to break free, an excruciating pain would surge through his body, spreading along his meridians and causing his spiritual energy to dissipate instantly, only to be pulled back down to his knees. This happened several times, and Xiaojiu Luo's face turned red with anger. At that moment, several female disciples on duty rushed out from the Peak Master's Hall. They stood at a distance, watching with strange expressions. Though they dared not laugh out loud, their eyes sparkled with suppressed amusement. Chapter 55, The Dragon Sealing Steel, the Ancient Demon Dragon Emperor. In the end, Xiao Juliuo was released by Su Yunqian, who watched from afar as the disheveled Divine Palace Saint Sun knelt on the ground. Su Yunqian frowned and coldly said, "The inner chambers of the Peak Master's Hall are generally off limits to outsiders. This concerns the secrets of our peak. If the Xiao Holy Sun has any matters to discuss, he may proceed to the Grand Hall of Council." The coldness and distance in his words made Xiao Juliuo clench his teeth. "Lin Xiao could enter your inner chamber, but I cannot? This woman is truly ungrateful." He stared at Su Yunqian's stunningly alluring figure, sizing her up from head to toe, then snorted coldly and left without saying a word. Several female disciples from the Punishment Peak hesitated. "Peak Master, isn't it unwise to offend Xiao Xingzi like this? After all, he is a holy son of the Celestial Palace, here in the Central Realm merely for training. He will eventually return to the Upper Realm. What if he takes revenge on us once he leaves?" Su Yunqian glanced at the female disciples and said, "Mind your own business." The female disciples hurriedly bowed their heads, yes. After leaving the demon realm, Lin Xiao did not return to the Xianxiao sect first. Instead, he controlled the body of the Heavenly Flame Ancestor and came to the border between the demon realm and the Black God Abyss Forbidden Land. This was one of the most famous forbidden zones on the entire continent, the Black God Abyss Sea, located at the border between the Central Domain and the Upper Domain. It was said that even Spirit Venerable level experts couldn't fly across the sea and could only pass through it using spatial spirit arrays. The vast expanse of sea ahead was as dark as an abyss, with countless gloomy peaks rising like pillars supporting the heavens, piercing the clouds. Lin Xiao did not move quickly, controlling the Heavenly Flame Ancestor as they slowly flew across the sea. Not long after, at the very center of the sea, a massive black stone stele, hundreds of feet tall, came into view. The stele, having been submerged in the Black God Abyss's seawater for years, was covered in moss. At the very center of the stele, 3 ancient characters were etched: Dragon Sealing Steel. Surrounding the characters were countless dragon claw-like cracks. At first glance, one could feel the overwhelming killing intent emanating from them, as if facing the ferocious roar of a top-tier demon. Despite the passage of countless years, the cracks on the characters still radiate an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. Under normal circumstances, no one dares to venture to such a place. Even some of the top-tier experts from the upper realm avoided this place with deep-seated fear and reverence. Lin Xiao descended and slowly approached the stone tablet, his withered hands gently touching the surface. At that moment, beneath the massive stone tablet, deep within its core, something seemed to sense something, and a terrifying, malevolent aura flickered for an instant. Then the entire stone tablet began to tremble, as if some powerful taboo was awakening from within. A gaze that was exceptionally deep and distant pierced through space from beneath the stone tablet, landing on Lin Xiao. Boom! At that moment, from the distant depths of the Black God Abyss, the sound of water exploding erupted once more. One after another, demonic dragons covered in pitch-black scales burst forth from the ocean floor. Who dares to trespass into the forbidden realm of the Black God Abyss? Dozens of demon dragons flew toward him, their fierce, icy dragon eyes locked onto Lin Xiao. However, upon recognizing the Heavenly Flame Ancestor, several demon dragons' pupils contracted sharply. They immediately descended to the sea surface, bowing their heads. We did not know that a divine elder of the Heavenly Flame clan had arrived. But we do not know why the divine elder has come to this forbidden realm. This was the place where the divine clan had once sealed away the ancient demon dragon emperor. Back then, the demon dragon emperor had caused chaos in the upper realms, and countless divine clan ancestors had joined forces to seal him away. He had been imprisoned for nearly 10,000 years. These demon dragons tasked with guarding it had no idea how many batches had come and gone. If they remembered correctly, they were the 102nd batch of demon dragons assigned to this duty. And this batch of demon dragons has never seen the legendary demon dragon emperor. After guarding it for nearly a century, no one has dared to come here. The Heavenly Flame Ancestor was the first person they had seen in nearly a century to dare to enter the Forbidden Zone. Lin Xiao suddenly turned around and looked at the demon dragons, speaking coldly, "I've come to visit an old friend." "This has nothing to do with you." "Visit an old friend? Could it be the one beneath the dragon sealing steel?" Several demon dragons exchanged shocked glances before all understanding, preparing to turn and leave. Since he was a divine elder of the Tianyan divine clan, they had no reason to worry. However, just as they turned to leave, the Heavenly Flame Ancestor casually waved his right hand. The demon dragon's eyes widened in shock, unable even to utter a sound of pain, as they were instantly obliterated and cast into the depths of the sea. At that moment, a ruthless voice echoed from beneath the dragon's ceiling steel, "These dragons have imprisoned this emperor for nearly a century. You say kill them, and they are killed. Is this not showing this emperor any respect?" On the dragon's ceiling steel, black mist gathered, and a little girl dressed in black, around 7 or 8 years old, sat on the edge of the steel, gazing at the heavenly flame ancestor with a mocking expression. However, despite her childlike appearance, her eyes lacked the innocence of a child, instead radiating cruelty and world weariness. Her voice was unusually hoarse and mature. "How can it be a child?" the heavenly flame ancestor frowned. "You're the child," the demon dragon emperor scoffed. "You've seen my true form before. What do you want from me?" Only someone of Tianyan Laozu's caliber was worthy of her appearing before him. Otherwise, even if an ordinary divine clan leader had come, she wouldn't have bothered to show her face. As for maintaining this childlike appearance, it was to conserve spiritual energy. Do you think being sealed in this deep abyss at the bottom of the sea doesn't require any spiritual energy? Her cultivation had once reached the emperor realm, but now it had declined to the saint realm. The heavenly flame ancestor slowly floated upward, coming to stand opposite her. With his hands behind his back, he looked down at her from above, furrowing his brows and saying, "Your cultivation has declined so much?" The demon dragon emperor nearly laughed in anger, pointing at him and shouting, "This dragon steel was created by your divine clan. Do you want to try it yourself?" The heavenly flame ancestor shook his head and continued, "Help me with something." Hearing this, the demon dragon emperor tilted his head and mocked, "The divine race is coming to make a deal with me? Did I hear that correctly? Stop wasting time." Tianyan Laozu raised his palm, and the entire dragon steel began to tremble violently. "Just say whether you'll do it or not. What if I refuse? Then I'll rip out your dragon tendons, strip your bones, and lock you away for 10,000 years. As he spoke, Tianyan Laozu prepared to act. "You bastard!" The demon dragon emperor cursed, "You call me the villain, yet you make me do your bidding. I think you so-called righteous divine race are the real villains. Go to hell." The ancient ancestor Tianyan looked at him strangely, "Aren't you a female?" "What? A female can't call herself old man? A female can't." No wonder the demon dragon emperor was so full of resentment. Long ago, the divine race had an ancient prophecy stating that the immortal divine race would be destroyed by the demon race. At that time, the demon dragon emperor was the most talented individual in the entire demon race. Though he had never committed any heinous crimes, the divine ancestors, to avoid the impending crisis, fabricated evidence of his mass slaughter of living beings. The demon dragon emperor attempted to expose the truth about the divine race but was easily suppressed by them under the pretext of eliminating the root of evil. After the suppression, all positive records of it were erased and it became a demonic creature feared by all for thousands of years. If Lin Xiao remembers correctly, when the demon dragon emperor was suppressed, he was still quite young. Alone and trapped beneath the dragon steel for nearly 10,000 years, anyone else would have gone mad long ago.